Alright, let's dive into the story of an SSS rank assassin who broke his brainwashing. Since he could not be controlled, the organization marked him for death. You might think that is the end, but the author had other plans. He immediately reincarnates as a tiny baby. But everything changes when his grandfather walks in. A massive surge of pressure erupts, shocking even an elite killer like him. This tiny kid is actually the young lord of the strongest family on the continent, and his grandfather is the legendary king of destruction. Talk about an overpowered background. He even has to start his training before he can even walk. By age 2, he was already a magic genius mastering ancient scripts. But enough spoilers. Let's get right into the action. Whether it is the freezing night wind, the moon hiding behind the clouds, or his own sharpened assassin senses, everything is whispering. Under the deep cover of night, the moon shines brightly over a massive, magnificent estate. A cloaked figure in black is kneeling here. He is currently receiving praise from his powerful master. Now watch this. The young man looks up, his eyes filled with a deep, soul-chilling coldness and a lifeless expression that hides a deadly secret. He simply replies, "Thank you, Lord Dyrust." This is the name of the master standing before him. The man has long, blue hair that seems to glow under the moonlight. He also possesses cold eyes, but they hold the undeniable dignity of a supreme ruler. This man is Robert. People say our main character is fated to die by his hand tonight. Lord Dyrust speaks up, telling him that he has finally shown results worthy of a top-tier shadow leader. He says that thanks to his work, the family has made massive progress. The cloaked man closes his eyes and says he only did his duty. I am truly curious, though. Lord Dyrust smiles and asks if he believes a shadow needs freedom. This question is aimed directly at the main character with a hidden, dangerous meaning. He remains serious, answering that the Shadow Squad only exists to follow the Master's orders. He claims they do not have thoughts, emotions, or hearts. Dyrust nods, saying he is glad his subordinate knows this, but his tone suddenly shifts. His voice turns slow and heavy. He asks why, if he knows the rules, he dared to act on his own. His final words come with a terrifying pressure that crushes the air, making it hard for our hero to breathe as the Lord glares down. Pay attention here, because the Lord asks how he managed to escape the brainwashing. Our hero starts sweating, wondering how on earth the Master found out. You see, brainwashing is how the Shadow Squad builds its ranks. Using kidnapped or purchased children, they turn them into assassins who will throw away their lives to do the family's dirty work for House Robert. To put it simply, they are raising loyal dogs for the clan. He was brainwashed too. But thanks to a chance meeting during a mission, he was finally able to break his chains. But how could the Lord possibly know he was free? He finally asks, "How did you find out, my lord?" Lord Dyrust raises his hand and explains that every assassin, including him, has 2 chains around their neck. The first is the brainwashing, which somehow the main character managed to overcome. And the second, the Lord snaps his fingers with a sharp click. Right then, a sudden, agonizing pain jolts through the main character's chest. In an instant, he coughs up a huge amount of blood. Unable to take it, he collapses to the ground as blood pours from his body. What is this pain? He clutches his chest, but the agony only intensifies, feeling like his heart is being sawn in half. Dyrust smirks and explains that it is the wrath worm. Even though he heard the name, he cannot understand what it truly is. The wrathworm is a parasite implanted in his body. It follows the Lord's orders and is currently eating his heart. It is the foulest magic, designed to read a slave's emotions. He realizes brainwashing was not enough for them. They even forced him to swallow this disgusting parasite. Despite doing such evil things, you still act so noble. The main character grinds his teeth in pain and curses him. You are truly a pathetic man. Dyrust just laughs. It is called being cautious, not pathetic. He reminds him that he did escape the brainwashing after all. He says everyone wears a mask, but his is just a bit thicker. He says these words while keeping that fake, twisted smile on his face. The main character only wishes he could tear this man apart. Robert kidnapped him when he was too young to remember anything. He was raised as a hunting dog for House Robert. Even after becoming the shadow leader, he lived without a heart or feelings. But through a lucky encounter, he learned a secret technique called the Ring of Fire. Trust me, That legendary ability from the world's strongest swordmaster was the only reason he finally broke his chains, and you and I are about to see how it changed everything. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see a betrayal that changes everything. I really hoped for life. But why is it that death, and not freedom, waits at the end? What did I do wrong? Why must I die this meaningless death? As his life fades, Jia Wen curses his miserable and unfair fate. He grit his teeth and mustered every bit of strength left to strike the ground with his fist. Damn it, I cannot let it end like this. If I have to die here anyway, I will not go alone. Clutching his chest, Jia Wen forced himself up. Even Daerot was shocked by his sheer willpower to stand. How are you still standing? Jia Wen ignored him, dropping into a combat stance as a faint purple aura erupted around his dying body. He told himself that if this was truly the end, he would take his arm or at least wound him before dying. In a split second, Jia Wen's eyes glowed with power. Now watch this. You and I are about to see him charge forward like a lightning bolt, refusing to die pathetically. The Lord did not flinch, calmly drawing his blade. Jia Wen only saw a flash of steel as Daerot swung. Suddenly, his head hit the ground. Daerot stood silently, looking down at the cold corpse of his former servant. His eyes held mixed emotions. Even if he was trash, he actually broke free from the brainwashing process. He even endured the agony of the insects just to launch an attack. That should have been impossible for a slave like him. Daerot sighed. How many years has it been since I was actually hurt? He stared at the deep cut on his hand that bled freely. Blood flowed from a wound dealt by a mere hound he had personally trained. It was unbelievable. But he is dead now, so no more worries. Daerot glanced at Jia Wen and ordered the cleanup. Men in black appeared instantly around the body. The life had completely drained from his cold eyes. The last thing Jia Wen saw was the Lord's back. That man was known as one of the strongest warriors in the land. Losing was inevitable. He was strong and I was weak, so how could I ever stand against such power? Daerot walked toward a glowing portal, leaving the remains of his loyal dog behind in the dark. Jia Wen could not accept this. He regretted living a life of servitude for absolutely no reason at all. He hated being Daerot's puppet for so long. Most of all, he regretted failing to complete the legendary fire ring technique. God or demon, I do not care who hears me. Just give me one chance to get my revenge on that monster. You and I just witnessed a miracle. A necklace suddenly glowed as a strange system voice echoed in his mind. You have been chosen by wrath. It shall enter your body. Death state error detected in the system. The darkness faded into a bright, sunny scene filled with the peaceful sound of birds and colorful butterflies. Look at mommy, little Sunday. A golden-haired woman shook a toy, smiling warmly while trying to soothe the baby in front of her. A tiny hand reached out with babbled sounds. Good boy. Now can you say papa for me? This baby had golden hair and deep red eyes, looking incredibly innocent and cute to everyone. Seeing her son try to speak, she hugged him tight. My adorable little son, you are just too precious. The baby responded with nonsense sounds, but you could tell he felt extremely awkward and helpless. This baby is our main character. He still cannot get used to this. Is her name Sylvia? Sylvia picked him up, laughing happily. Say mommy. The baby just frowned. He could not believe he was reborn as her child. Despite keeping his memories from his life as an assassin, he originally thought this was just a dream and slept for 100 days. However, no matter how much he slept, he finally had to accept the truth of his rebirth. Jia Wen kept wondering why he was not waking up. Back to the present, his mother carried him to the window for some sunlight. Sylvia smiled at the courtyard, wishing for the Lord to return soon so the weather would stay beautiful for them. She mentioned that once he returns, he will finally give the baby a proper and beautiful name. Jia Wen looked up, feeling weird being called a nickname for months. His father must be very busy to miss 100 days. He still has not explored much since being born into this new world, but he knows this family is wealthy and elite. The luxury of the furniture and the grand architecture make that very clear. Being born into a powerful family is better for his goals. He needs power to get his revenge. So what do you and I take from this? The rage and hatred in his heart will never truly fade away. All right, you and I are diving into a story where a legendary assassin gets a second chance. I have no clue where I am or what my status is, let alone the mess I have landed in. On top of that, since I haven't mastered the fire ring technique yet, I just have to be patient. Jia-on subconsciously clenches his hands. I used to be the greatest assassin the Robert family ever produced. To get my revenge on Darost, I can suppress every emotion and desire until the perfect moment strikes. But what really gets me curious is this mansion. Its sheer size and luxury are beyond even the elite. Suddenly, Jia-on spots someone. A maid rushes in, shouting that Lady Sylvia's father, the Lord, is returning home. Sylvia looks shocked. Wait, my father? Jia-on thinks. If he's her father, does that mean the Lord is my grandfather? Sylvia panics, asking what they should prepare. The maid replies that it's too late, he is already at the door. Sylvia sighs in despair. Suddenly, an invisible pressure crushes the room. They both turn toward the door, frozen in wait. Jia-on's face goes pale. What the hell is this presence? Pay attention, because we are about to meet a monster. A voice rings out from the hallway, announcing the Lord's arrival. The doors burst open into a blinding, golden light. He walks in slowly. Jia-on immediately realizes who this is. Someone who commands the entire room just by existing. The man wears a massive cloak with military insignias on his shoulders. Jia-on can't help but mutter under his breath. He frowns. No way. If I'm right, this is the man. The legend himself stands right in front of Sylvia. She stares blankly. Father? The man asks in a calm, steady voice. So, is this the child? Seeing him up close only confirms Jia-on's suspicions. He is absolutely certain now. An older man with sunlit hair, eyes like burning rubies, and a face colder than ice. Glen Jean, King of the North. Glen stares intensely at his grandson as if he's about to say something important. He's definitely noticed something. Jia-on realizes he's been reborn into the strongest family on the continent. Wait, do you want to keep him? A voice speaks up, calling it a cruel fate. Glen takes his grandson and declares from today, his name is Jia-on. Just like the name Kanos, live quietly. Exist like a shadow, as if you aren't even here. Jia-on stares back at his grandfather. After cheating death, I finally have a new name and a new life. After naming him, Glen leaves instantly. Jia-on waits until midnight to open his eyes and scan the silent room. He sits up. 100 days of boredom was enough, but now I finally have a chance. I know what you're thinking finally. Some action. Every time I wake up, Sylvia is right there. I can't even control mana yet, but sleeping alone is a relief. All right, let's do this. Jia-on takes a deep breath and throws off his blanket, ready to begin. Focusing his fire ring, Jia-on joins his hands as heat radiates from his body. Most warriors use breath to store mana, but the fire ring, obtained through special catalysts, works entirely differently than standard cultivation. Like a mage creating a mana circle, this forms a ring directly around the heart. It boosts stamina and physical growth while heightening mana affinity and willpower all at once. This method creates the perfect conditions for a warrior. It is a supreme, top-tier technique. Plus, even a genius wouldn't be able to detect if the fire ring actually exists inside him. If I train my mind and body and master my old sword techniques, my revenge against Robert will become reality. Maybe it's this body's constitution, but my mana circuits feel freezing. Jia-on looks at his icy palms in confusion. Is this why my whole body stays cold even after sleeping for 20 hours? He tries to analyze the cause. A mana clog? Or is it the 9 regions? This is serious. I'll die if this cold air stays trapped inside. I have to clear these blocked circuits using the fire ring immediately. Then again, wasting this bone-chilling cold would be a shame. I'll combine it with the heat and circulate both. It's a bit slow, but the flow is steady enough for now. Next is... Jia-on starts nodding off and collapses onto the bed. Training for just a moment completely drained him. He tries to force his eyes open, but it's no use. Jia-on falls into a deep, heavy sleep. Little does he know, his grandfather secretly visits to check on him, hovering a hand just inches above his chest. By morning, Jia-on is crawling on the floor, babbling nonsense. Sylvia is overjoyed, calling him the cutest thing ever. Jia-on groans internally. Acting like a baby is exhausting. You and I both know this is going to be a long journey. All right. You and I are about to see a mother's love push her to the absolute limit. It's just too cute. Xinvia holds little Jia-on, and even though he's cold, He's still trying to play along. Suddenly, a man's voice calls out from the door. Xinvia looks up, and her eyes immediately light up in recognition. Oh, it's the old man, no, the saint. A white-haired elder appears, draped in a long, flowing gray robe. He sees Xinvia and beams a bright smile. Saint? Forget that title, he says. Just call me a regular old man. Jia-on instantly recognizes him. This is the saint? His holy arts and healing powers are legendary across the entire continent. He's the world's most famous healer, but he's a wanderer. Finding him is usually as hard as reaching the stars. The old man's eyes widen at the baby. He's just visiting because he heard she finally had a child of her own. Is this the one? Xinvia nods, as the old man joyfully lifts Jia on high into the air to get a look. Golden hair and red eyes. He's your twin. Xinvia beams with pride. They really are beautiful, aren't they? He's cute, says the elder. Totally different from Glenn. But wait, what did you decide to name this little guy? When she says the name is Jia-on, the old man frowns. A name that literally means darkness? Xinvia sadly confirms it. The saint is baffled. Darkness? What on earth was Glenn thinking when he chose that name? Jia-on watches him closely. This old guy doesn't act like a legend at all. What's the connection between them? He remembers hearing that the Northern King and the saint were actually very close friends. The old man turns back to the baby with a smile. Let's see what we've got here, little one. He places his hand on the boy's stomach. Suddenly, a soft golden light erupts, washing over Jia-on's entire body. Now here's the part you and I need to watch closely. Xinvia waits. But the saint's expression completely shifts. Xinvia panics. Is something wrong? The saint doesn't hide it. This baby is cursed with internal ice. His mana circuits are completely blocked by shards of ice. It's a devastating diagnosis for any child. Forget about him ever becoming a swordsman. The saint explains the grim reality and hands the boy back. Xinvia collapses inwardly. The news is a total nightmare. If he's not treated soon, the baby will die. He won't last long like this. Xinvia trembles, refusing to believe it. The saint offers some medicine just to stabilize him. Suddenly, a servant bursts in. Excuse me, saint, but the master is calling for you right now. I'll lead the way, she says. The saint nods, but the maid insists he must come immediately. He sighs. That man always has the worst timing. He has no choice but to follow the maid out. Jia-on processes the saint's words, so it's an ice curse. Knowing the name doesn't really change the danger. Could it be the fire ring causing this? He's still thinking when a warm tear drops onto his cheek. You and I can feel her heart breaking here. Xinvia is shaking, sobbing over her own flesh and blood. She wipes her eyes. I won't lose you, she whispers. Who says you'll die? That's complete nonsense. I'll do anything to save you, she screams it out. Your mother will do whatever it takes. Jia-on watches her. What is this feeling? His heart aches. It's a pain he's never felt before. He's exhausted and hurting, but he can't stand seeing her like this. Don't cry. He reaches out a tiny hand. His small fingers brush away her tears. He's trying so hard to reach her face. Mama? He babbles out softly. Those words hit Xinvia's soul. Meanwhile, over with Glenn and the saint, a loud commotion starts outside the door. Lady Xinvia, stop. Please. Glenn looks up, clearly annoyed by the sudden noise. What's this racket? The maid tries to block her, but Xinvia charges straight into the room anyway. Glenn roars in anger. What is this insolence? He glares at his daughter like she's a total disgrace. Xinvia drops to her knees. Father, I'm begging you. Please save Jia-on. Please, just save my son. She ignores the elders and pleads again. Her head is bowed to the floor, her face soaked with tears. You must know his condition, but he's my everything. Please, I'm begging you to save my Jia-on. Glenn's response is cold as stone. The boy can't survive as a warrior. That's a fact. Why would I save a child who's useless to our family? Xinvia gasps. But isn't he your own grandson? He snaps back. The grandson you brought home after running away? The only thing I'll give him is the family name. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how she survives this. All right, you and I are diving into a story where a family's cold exterior hides a massive secret. Take her out of here. Officers immediately grab Xinvia. Father, please, you have to save Jia-on. She screams through her tears. I am begging you, save him. But her father remains heartless, pushing her out of the room without a single shred of pity or emotion. Once the room falls silent, the saint looks toward the door. He sighs, still as stubborn as ever. Aren't you, my old friend? Is being honest really that hard? You are the one who asked me to come check on your grandson in the first place. The saint frowns, turning to the man. Glenn quietly sips his tea before getting straight to the point of the visit. Quiet. Just tell me everything about the boy's condition in detail. The saint explains that the boy's 9 mana circuits are frozen shut by frost. As he grows older, the danger will only increase. Since you used your own aura to push back the cold, he is safe for now, but your grandson will never become a warrior. Glenn hears this, but his expression does not change. He takes another sip of tea and replies to the grim news. Now, here's where we see the truth behind the old man's cold mask. As long as he lives, it is fine. The saint watches him closely, then shifts his focus to another question. If you care that much, why name him Gia-on? There are so many better names, so why choose that one specifically? Glenn pauses with his teacup mid-air, stopping to answer the saint's question. Gia-on does not just mean darkness, he says, staring into his tea. He thinks for a moment and continues. 1,000 years ago, it actually carried a meaning that was the exact opposite. Back at the house, Sinvia is feeding Gia on his medicine. My son, this is a divine elixir. It's bitter, but please endure it. Gia-on swallows the medicine. Sinvia and her maid close their eyes, bracing for the baby to start crying loudly. But the boy does not cry. Instead, he looks like he wants even more. Sinvia's eyes widen as he reaches for the cup. Both women are overcome with joy. He swallowed it. Gia-on actually drank the bitter medicine without any fuss at all. Look, Helen. Even as a baby, he must understand how much we care. Sinvia weeps, pulling her son into a warm, emotional hug. Gia-on understands perfectly. It's bitter, but a fire attribute divine medicine is exactly what his body needs right now to survive. This intense heat will eventually burn away the frost clogging his mana circuits. He stares at his mother, making her curious. Do you understand me? Here, let's have some more of your special medicine. 2 years pass, in a flash. Between constant training and the elixirs, he's managed to form his fire circle much faster than expected. Now 2 years old, Gia-on lies in his crib. With a small focus of will, his tiny hand is engulfed in flames. This is his first star fire circle. He continues his secret, dedicated training for another 2 years of his life. His daily routine is simple. Play with Sinvia and Helen all morning, nap at noon, and train hard all night long. Honestly, you and I both know no 5-year-old should be this busy. Time flies, and now I am already 5. Now 5 years old, Gia-on checks his system screen. It confirms he has successfully formed his second fire circle at last. His soul has grown slightly stronger thanks to the power of the 2-star fire circle he just completed. His mana and willpower have both surged significantly, all thanks to the incredible power of his second fire circle stage. Even his physical strength has been boosted. Gia-on smiles, unable to hide his pure excitement at his progress. He finally did it. The second fire circle is officially complete. Now the flame spins in a cross shape, and his mana sensitivity is through the roof. It is all thanks to this system. Suddenly, Helen's voice comes from the door. Oh my! Young master, you're awake? Let me take your laundry for you. Gia-on just nods. Go ahead. Helen busies herself, picking up all his dirty clothes from around the room. He watches her closely and confirms his theory. Just as he thought, she cannot see the floating system window at all. This window has been showing his status ever since he reached the first star of his fire circle years ago. At first, he wasn't sure what it was, but he quickly realized it was a convenient way to track his status. Back then, his status only showed the frost curse and low stamina. He was nowhere near as strong as he is now. Based on Helen's lack of reaction, it is clear that these system messages are for his eyes and his eyes only. Gia-on rubs his chin. Even at 2 stars, his physical condition is still poor and the frost curse remains active. Reaching 2 stars would have been nearly impossible without those fire attribute elixirs he has been taking for years. And it wasn't just the medicine. Sinvia, Helen, and everyone else have worked tirelessly for him during these past 5 years. Since they constantly checked on my health, Their care definitely helped me survive. Trust me, you and I are just getting started. All right, let's dive into the story of a legendary assassin reborn as a 5-year-old genius. Our hero, Jia-on, reflects on his awkward situation. He tells himself not to worry too much. After all, he is only 5 years old. There is plenty of time, but the ice curse is a problem, and his physical stamina is pathetic. Even moving normally leaves him completely exhausted. Still, in his past life, he was the top assassin. Now, he possesses the ultimate fire cultivation technique as well. With his experience, once he secures the fire source, these physical weaknesses will be nothing more than a bad memory. If he masters the JH sword techniques, killing his target, Desert, will be a certainty. But he cannot rush. Deer is a candidate for the strongest on the continent. Being reckless with revenge this early would be a death sentence. Only a handful of people in the world can actually take him down. Slowly but surely, he will build his strength. When the perfect opening finally appears, he will end it once and for all. As he plans his training, Sinvia enters the room. Jia-on stares at her, momentarily lost in his own thoughts. Sinvia remains as young and elegant as ever. She smiles warmly at him, mentioning a trip they need to take together today. Go change and get ready to head to the main hall, she says. Jia-on looks at the sky and realizes the date. 6 kings and 5 demons currently balance the continent power. His new family, the J clan, is one of those 6 kings. They represent light, while the demons threaten the peace. Beyond them, every major power uses a judgment ritual to decide who is truly worthy or wicked. Now, pay attention, because this ceremony is about to get extremely tense as their carriage arrives at a massive golden estate. The inside is packed with noisy aristocrats. The atmosphere is loud, chaotic, and filled with judging eyes everywhere. It has been a while, has it not? Have we not seen each other since last year's judgment ritual? Most were busy with missions abroad. They wonder which direct bloodline heirs are attending, like the 4th son of Kazun. They mention Sinvia's name with a laugh. The conversation naturally shifts toward the children and their potential. Sinvia? That failure? A harsh voice rings out as she walks in. Every eye in the room suddenly locks onto her. The mood turns heavy and cold. Several looks directed at her are filled with pure hostility. Sinvia ignores the insults and walks through the crowd. So, that is the failure, son? The people whisper. They mock his small size and rumors of his illness. To them, he is just a child inheriting the blood of a loser. They call him the child of a failure. It is shocking that she was even allowed to step foot inside this hall. They question why a failure child even deserves a ritual. They hope to never see them again after today. Honestly, the standards here have really dropped. Sinvia listens to every poisonous word aimed at her and her tiny son. Jia-on hears it too, even if they think he is too young. I know what you are thinking, these nobles are absolute trash, and our main character feels the same way about them. Jia-on frowns, feeling pity for his mother. Suddenly, she speaks up to reassure him. Sinvia smiles brightly, telling him to only look at her. Jia-on looks down and grips her hand tightly. Just then, the arrival of the family head is announced. The entire hall falls into a dead silence. Jia-on holds his breath, staring toward the heavy doors. An old man enters, wearing a thick cloak and shining military medals. He takes his place on the central golden throne. This is Glenn J.H. He notes that everyone has arrived and taps his hand, signaling the start of the event. Suddenly, a massive sword slams into the ground in the middle of the hall. The air feels heavy. Is that the sword of judgment? Glenn officially begins the ceremony. Jia-on is impressed. The legendary blade is finally right in front of him. By placing a hand on the sword, it reveals the true depth of a person's mana talent. An official next to Glenn makes the announcement. The first candidate, Benin J.H., stands up and answers the call. The boy approaches the sword. People mention how a child's skull is not yet fully formed at this age. At age 4, the plates finally fuse together and become solid. After that, mana potential is locked in. That is why the children are gathered here to test their ultimate limits. As the young boy places his hand onto the massive, ancient blade, the ritual begins. A blinding light erupts, followed by a cool breeze swirling around the weapon. The crowd bursts into applause. And that is just the first kid, trust me. You and I are about to see something even more insane from our hero. Alright, you and I are about to see a real genius. Glenn calls him Kazun's boy, a perfect wind attribute for a future master swordsman. Next up is Junon Suan from the noble Sulian family. Over in the corner, a white-haired boy leaps down. Jia-on watches him closely, analyzing how this legendary sword actually works. The light on the edge shows the purity of the mana. Then, the attribute appears at the hilt. A sudden white glow wraps the blade while Jia-on keeps a sharp eye on the next move. Is this really how he gauges talent? Cheers start erupting from the back of the crowd. Another genius from the Sulian house. She carries the Suan name for a reason, holding the same rank as Lord Burden himself. Jia-on just clicks his tongue. Everyone in this family is completely obsessed with the word talent. My results will probably be terrible. Even with 2-star fire rings, my veins are still filled with a freezing chill. Honestly, I do not even care. Time slips away until the staff finally announces the last person, me. Every single eye in the room shifts toward Jia-on J. Hart, the grandson of the great Glenn. Please step forward, he says. Xinvia gives her son a warm smile and tells him it is time to go. He is not expecting much. He just wants to see which attribute fits this body so he can plan for the future. Xinvia sees him spacing out and thinks he is scared, so she follows closely to guide him. Just do exactly what the other kids did. Jia-on nods, telling her he understands. Ha! The moment Jia-on touches the blade, a freezing, icy chill surges through him. Now watch this part carefully. Strange crystals glow before boom. A massive explosion of fire erupts with Jia-on at the center. Even he is shocked by the intensity. What is this light supposed to mean? Suddenly, a strange vision appears, a blond man in a red cloak standing before countless giant monsters. What am I looking at? The monsters are all glaring at the man, but they are clearly terrified to move. Jia-on stares at the man's back in confusion. Who is this guy? The young man raises his sword toward the sky, and a terrifying amount of heat starts radiating from the steel. He swings the blade down, releasing the heat in a massive explosion that feels like it could shatter the earth. Jia-on snaps back to reality and sees the strange scene in front of him. Wait, why is the stone sword acting like this? The whispers around him give him the answer. Look, the light did not even reach halfway up the blade. Glenn cuts them off, declaring the ceremony over. The nobles leave with mocking smiles, laughing at Jia-on's pathetic results. In the corner, a butler speaks to a young boy. It is time to go, Lord Burden. They walk out and the door slams shut. Now, only Glenn and the stone sword remain. Glenn looks at his assistant and says, I guess it was all for nothing. The assistant bows, saying they should not expect much from the child anyway. Suddenly, a strange flame erupts from the sword. Glenn jumps back in shock. The fire instantly swallows the entire room like a violent tidal wave. You and I are seeing history here. Glenn stares at the sword, glowing like the sun, remembering something he almost forgot. The first patriarch of J-Heart had a power strong enough to harmonize even demonic flames, golden mana, and golden fire. This legendary energy has only ever been recorded once in history. Glenn remembers reading about it in an ancient book. In all of House J-Heart, nothing was as beautiful as this golden light. This incredible radiance is the legendary Kimhoa, the Golden Fire. His mouth goes dry as he whispers his grandson's name. Jia, on this child. Back with Jia-on, he is checking his status. Ice Curse, low stamina, and unknown attribute. Still the same. Fire rings and water resistance are both at 2 stars. He realized he is close to the 3rd ring. 7 years have passed since that ceremony. Now, I am 12 years old. Constant training paid off. My fire rings are hitting 3 stars, and that freezing ice is finally leaving my body. At least my arms and legs are not stiff anymore. Moving around is still a struggle, but it is 100 times better than it used to be. Sitting in the field, he realizes that curing the ice curse will make him grow even faster. Time to start exercising. Suddenly, his mother calls out, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. What are you doing here? Let's go, or we'll be late. Jia-on frowns. Right. You and I are about to watch him enter the 2nd ritual of judgment. He is probably going to see those confusing, unreadable things all over again. Just like before, he and his mother arrive at the clan gathering. Finally, Lord Lang Riso leader. You have worked hard. And with that, the ritual of judgment comes to an end. Jia-on sits there on a chair, just like all the other teenagers. Maybe because the branch families are here, things moved faster than expected. Finally, his grandfather calls his name Jia-on D-Hat. You have likely received the order to participate in basic training as a formal member of this family. So, why have you not responded after a whole month? The old man questions him, but Jia-on has no idea what he is talking about. Basic training? Hearing this, Xinvia immediately steps forward to explain the situation. Father, Jia-on is different from the other children. He still has the ice curse in his body, so training is too much for him. Jia-on is shocked. Did Xinvia actually know about the curse this entire time? This D-Hat territory. No excuses or refusals. Now, pay attention to how cold this old man really is. If you cannot walk, crawl there to train. Xinvia keeps trying to beg. No, please, father. Just give me a little more time. Glenn snaps in a fit of rage. If he cannot do it, are you planning to run away again? Taking that child with you? Those words make Xinvia freeze in her tracks. On this land, you only live as a D-Hat. If you do not like it, then get out. Those final words leave Xinvia with nothing to say. She is remembering every cruel thing people used to scream at her back then. What is this? Is she going to run away again? How interesting. She does not even have the mana left to stop us anymore. It is truly hard to believe that someone like her could ever be part of the direct bloodline. Jia-on looks at his mother's lonely back. Now he finally understands. The reason Xinvia is treated like this is because she left the clan. Xinvia has no aura despite her martial arts training. That means her energy, heart, and mana circuits were completely destroyed. My mother ran away from home, met my father, and ended up marrying him. But after she got pregnant with me, my father died, and she had no choice but to come back here. Because she abandoned her position in the direct line, she is now treated worse than a distant relative from a branch family. However, that is only how the others see things from their own selfish perspective. Let's be real as her son. I cannot just stand here and watch my mother be humiliated like this. Jia-on walks right past Xinvia, looking like a shadow from her past. By the time she notices, she screams, Jia-on, what are you doing? Come back here. Mother will handle this, so please. He ignores her words completely and keeps marching straight toward the front. It is okay, Mom. Those words stun her. Jia-on stands before his grandfather and makes a very bold declaration. By your command, I will participate in the training starting next month, exactly as you have ordered. But I did not even know there was a training session. A man sitting nearby finally speaks up. Are you from the Martial Heart Palace? No matter what you call it, basic training is not something a sick person can handle. You should withdraw immediately. But Jia-on remains completely firm in his decision. I carry the name D-Hat now, so I will pay the price for it. I will train. You dare stain the name of D-Hat? Do you even understand the weight of the name you carry? Glenn speaks slowly, his words dripping with a massive, oppressive power. That wave of energy surrounds Jia-on instantly. In a split second, he is drenched in sweat and blood drips onto the floor. Blood spills from his mouth. His skin feels like it is being torn apart piece by piece. Just a look. That is all it takes for this man's gaze to physically crush me. My heart feels like it is tightening. This is even more intense than what Robert did. He clenches his fists even tighter. Is this man truly the legendary king of destruction from the north? Glenn sees Jia-on collapse. Xinvia and the maid rush to hold him. Lord, he is still so small, he does not know what he is saying. Dan tries to help too. Sir, he is just a child who knows nothing. Please, take back the pressure you are putting on him. I am the one speaking here. Glenn repeats himself. The suffocating aura he is creating does not weaken at all. Dan is sweating from pure fear. Xinvia grits her teeth through the pain, hugging Jia-on tight and begging. Father, Jia-on is too sick to train. Please, stop this. Jia-on's eyes go wide as a memory flashes through his mind. Assassins are people who must live in the shadows. They are always standing much closer to death than to life. They never reveal their true selves. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I need to see what's next. All right, stick with me because we are about to witness a legendary assassin being reborn into a brand new life. I am no longer the killer I once was, and I refuse to live in the shadows anymore. With that, His past self fades into the darkness forever. Meanwhile, the present Jiaon is pulled forward, stepping directly into the warm light of the rising sun. This is the moment his past and present collide. In this life, he is done living as a cold-blooded assassin. Biting his lip, he resolves to live as Jiaon Dihat and restore his mother Sinvia to her rightful place. Suddenly, Jiaon lets go of his mother and walks toward Glenn. No, he does not know what it is like. He grew up in a side house, not the main estate. He never knew how arrogant the Dihat name truly was. That is why he wants to see the real Dihat clan with his own eyes by joining the basic training. Deep down, he promises himself that he will protect Sinvia at any cost. The happiness and smiles of those he loves, he is going to take it all back with his own 2 hands. Glenn asks again, do you really mean to judge the entire Dihat clan based on this basic training process? Jiaon shivers, but still finds the strength to answer. Watch this part closely, because the kid is about to challenge the clan head. It is the only way he can truly learn about the Dihat family. Glenn warns him that he will be testing everything personally to ensure the instructors do not go easy on the boy. As soon as his grandfather finishes speaking, Jiaon cannot take the pressure anymore and collapses, losing consciousness. In his past life, he was the ultimate assassin, and now he is someone who has learned the legends of the fire circle. If he can master those powers, taking over the top spot in this family is not just a dream, it is a certainty. Even while unconscious, his mind races. He will show them that the pebble they look down on is harder than diamond. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where a man is watching everything from a distance with a sharp eye. Wait, was that kid not supposed to be a patient who could not even move around? Kazun Dihat, the master of the Martial Heart Palace, cannot believe the news. The supervisor is breaking into a cold sweat. Yes, the maids overheard the conversation. They said the young master was supposed to be deathly ill. Kazun wonders how a boy with such a weak body could possibly withstand the overwhelming pressure he felt before. He strokes his chin and mutters to himself, trying to figure out what is really going on. Remembering Sinvia was once a genius, he orders his men to plant spies in the side house immediately. Meanwhile, Jiaon is out running with his mother. She tells him not to overdo it as he gasps for air. You and I both know he is struggling. But little does he know, Kazun has already ordered spies to watch his every move. A while later at Training Ground 5, a loud shout rings out. Everyone is getting ready for the big visit from the clan leader. Welcome, my lord. The man appearing here is the powerful Glenn Dihat. To his surprise, he finds a young man sleeping soundly. Glenn tells him to quit faking and get up. The long-haired man bolts upright immediately. Unbelievable. You are the only one who can see through my fake sleeping skill. This eccentric man with the long hair is known as Jimor DS. Glenn scolds him, asking why he is lounging around while the other instructors are working themselves to death. Jimor just shrugs. He says he uses his brain while they do the manual labor. It is only fair, right? Glenn tells him he is still like a child after 50 years, but Jimor just laughs it off. People only change when they are about to die. But you are here for your youngest grandson, are you not? Jimor saw right through him. Even Sinvia came by to talk, but he did not expect the clan leader himself. Glenn is shocked. Sinvia was here? Jimor explains she begged him not to let Jiaon get hurt. If you are here to ask for the same thing, then you have wasted your time coming all this way. Jimor reminds him that no one is allowed to interfere with Training Ground number 5, not even the leader. He stands firm, telling Glenn that even if he worries for his grandson, there will be no special treatment. But Glenn surprises him. Do not lower the intensity. Increase it until it is perfect and weed out all the weaklings. Jimor is stunned. Wait, your own grandson might get kicked out if I do that? Then it clicks. Jimor starts grinning. Oh wow. You love your family even more than I thought. Is this because you failed to take care of Sinvia? So you are dumping all that affection on the kid? Glenn is absolutely fuming. If you were not my old war buddy, I would have your head for that. Trust me, this gets even crazier. Don't go easy on the boy. Filter out the weak from the talented, and only keep those who actually meet our standards. All right. You and I are diving back into Jiaon's journey as things get serious. Fine, do as you like. I'm off. Demo salutes cheerfully. Safe travels, great clan leader. Once Glenn is gone, Demo smirks. He is genuinely curious about what Jiaon really is. Back with Jian, he checks his status window. He's officially reached the 3-star fire ring level. His stats have surged thanks to that 3-star effect, and one of the 9 frost curse marks has vanished. Jian is impressed. He realizes that being a 3-star is on a completely different level. His senses are sharper, and his mind is clearer. He remembers his mother's gentle presence during his training. Why are you pushing yourself so hard already? The young boy just makes up a quick excuse. Thinking back, her worry actually helped his muscles develop properly without any major setbacks or injuries. Now, watch closely, because the infamous Jihad clan training is known for being absolutely brutal. This 3-star rank is just the bare minimum needed to become a clan apprentice. He needs a rock-solid foundation if he wants to survive the dangerous days ahead. By outperforming everyone, he will silence his critics. He won't stop until the holy sword's throat is cut. Someone calls out to Jiawen. It is his mother at the door. Why aren't you sleeping? Oh, mother, what brings you here? She sits on his bed. Basic training starts tomorrow, right? I have to ask, do you really have to go? She admits she wants to stop him because she hates seeing him endure such terrible pain and injuries. Can you just wait one more year? Sinvia speaks softly while placing her hand gently on Jiawen's shoulder. To her surprise, he refuses. He remembers how their relatives looked at them like they were pathetic and weak. He felt pure rage when they looked down on her. He refuses to back down now. Placing a hand on his chest, he promises that if he trains hard, they can never despise her again. He looks at her with total sincerity. She smiles. She praises his intelligence. He finally understands why she lives in isolation and why the world curses her name. She met his father on a mission and fell in love, but his knightly status made things impossible. To be with him, she destroyed her own mana circuit and left her family behind. Now, here's a twist you and I didn't expect. Jian actually had an older sister. His father was weak, and she was pregnant when assassins from Eden attacked. His father sent secret guards, but they arrived too late. Both his father and sister were already dead. With nowhere left to turn, she crawled back to her clan, forever labeled as a family sinner. Her voice chokes up as she explains how she couldn't face her own father after that. Hearing this, Jian can only think one thing: how selfish. She abandoned her duties for her own happiness, then came back only when she needed protection. He understands the harsh treatment now, but she still gave him this life. This is the first person to ever love him with such pure devotion. Even if others call her selfish, she is his only mother across 2 lifetimes. Do you have regrets? He asks if she wants to go back. She smiles and says she has no regrets at all. She lived like a ghost in this house, but felt truly alive only after she left it. Being happy then was enough, and now she's happy because of him. I'm sorry I'm a bad mother. It's okay, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. He smiles back to comfort her. No matter what others say, she is his precious and irreplaceable mother. Revenge will succeed once he helps her reclaim her status in the clan. Seeing him smile, she blushes. A single tear falls as she cries. And that is where we leave it for now, a son's vow to protect his mother's tears. All right, you and I are about to see a routine training session go absolutely off the rails. Alone in his room, Jia-on decides to check his progress before he goes to sleep. He sits cross-legged and forms the hand seals. A faint stream of energy begins to circulate slowly around his body. Not bad at all. The rotation speed of the fire ring has significantly increased since reaching 3 stars. If it is this powerful at 3 stars, imagine the insane speed once it hits the middle stage. Sparks suddenly ignite and condense right before him as a voice echoes from the void. That fire has a mind of its own. A face forms within the massive fireball, grinning at him. Your rage has finally reached me. I am the Essence Emperor, the second demon lord of the Wrath Realm. I will get your revenge. Jia-on stands frozen in shock. Suddenly, the system alerts him that a secret hidden Wrath ability has been successfully established. Wrath awakens. The fire entity narrows its eyes, carefully observing Jia-on, soul and body. Wait, why is there a child here? Jia-on cautiously asks, what are you? I should be the one asking you that. A brat like you shouldn't have this fury. Pay attention, because the game is about to change forever. But then, the entity realizes the truth. No, it really is you. Deep within your heart, you are hiding a truly profound resentment. He peers into Jia-on. The entity circles the boy. whispering directly into his ear. Give your soul to me. In exchange, I will help you get the revenge you crave. Jia-on realizes the entity appeared because of the pure rage he felt toward Darat before dying. It is too late for that. I don't need your help. I will kill him myself. The Emperor is stunned. Jia-on won't waste this chance by letting some ghost take his place. He repeats it. I will be the one to take his head. The entity just keeps circling him with a creepy smile. You are mistaken, kid. I am not here to negotiate. The Essence Emperor makes his choice. The flames explode toward the ceiling, turning the room into an oven. Jia-on clutches his chest. Something is wrong. Why is this fire so freezing cold? Then just sacrifice your body to me. The entity lunges straight for him. Jia-on has no time to react as the blazing spirit crashes into his chest. In an instant, the flames engulf him completely before vanishing. The room temperature plummets. Jia-on collapses on the bed, clutching his chest. His heart and mind are starting to freeze over. His true attribute must be ice, not fire at all. Inside his body, the Emperor whispers, "Release your rage. Even gods will fall before me, the Essence Emperor." Jia-on shivers violently. His water-resistant skill is the only thing keeping him conscious right now. This isn't just about the cold. The entity is feeding on every ounce of his anger. You and I have seen this. Jia-on relives the exact moment Lord Darat slaughtered him in his past life. The whispers grow louder. I will crush his skull and drink every drop of blood. Just surrender your body. Jia-on grits his teeth. He has more to lose here. If he gives up his body, what happens to Sylvia and the servants? He refuses to submit. Accept me, and your rage will finally find peace. Why choose to struggle in this meaningless way? I didn't want to damage this body since I need it later, but I have changed my mind. I won't hold back anymore. I will just devour you whole right now. Jia-on falls onto the bed, his body feeling like shattered glass. He has reached his limit. If he doesn't do something now, he is definitely dead. Suddenly, a thought hits Jia-on. If water resistance can protect him from this frozen aura, then the fire ring might help him endure the physical and mental pain. He forms the seals. He summons every bit of the fire ring power. It is his only chance. In an instant, the red flames of the fire ring wrap around Jia-on, pushing back the Emperor's blue fire. The entity's eyes widen as he starts to truly panic. He grits his teeth in rage. I have only just awakened, so how is this happening? A lowly human like you dares to challenge me? Seeing his counterwork, Jia-on looks up and declares he will take his own revenge alone. Trust me, you and I just witnessed a true legend being born. A stray ghost? All right. You and I are about to watch a total underdog talk back to a literal demon lord. He just smirks. You call yourself a lord when you can't even beat a guy like me? Is the real lord dead? Scram. Poked where it hurts. The Emperor's eyes turn bloodshot from pure rage. Jia-on talks big, but he's sweating. He's frantically analyzing the situation with the little time he has left. The spirit mentioned he just woke up, which explains why he can't tap into his full destructive power yet. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. Jia-on is stunned. An auxiliary ability? What is this? The spirit screams. That status window. That's my power. How do you have it? Jia-on just stares at his stats. What's this window? What's it got to do with you? Jia-on demands an answer. The Emperor circles him. Evasive. Everything. I created that system. But how a human like you is using it is beyond me. Jia-on keeps pushing. What's the system for? The spirit just shakes his head, refusing to say a word. Is this for growth too? Jia-on asks. The spirit flinches. How did you know that? The Essence Emperor fumbles his words and stammers. Jia-on almost laughs. This guy is supposed to be the literal god of wrath, but he can't even hide his own feelings. It's weird. The flame ring effect is even stronger than in his past life, all thanks to this system. Driven mad, the Emperor shrieks, "Sacrifice your body and return my power to me right now. Give it back." Before he can finish, a chunk of his spirit body gets blown away. He yells, "What do you think you're doing?" Now watch this. Our main character is about to test his raw strength and power against a literal god. Since he's an invisible soul, he probably thought nobody could touch him. Well, he was dead wrong. Jia-on ponders while the emperor fumes. No one else has noticed this loud spirit. How can a mere human treat me like this? It seems he's the only one who can sense him. Jia-on just waves his hand to shoo him away. Thinking fast, the Essence Emperor suddenly lunges straight for Jia-on's arm with a burst of speed. Blue flames wrap around his wrist, shrinking into a tiny bracelet. Jia-on looks at it, completely baffled by the change. The spirit speaks up. My seal just broke, but don't get comfortable. My power will return soon enough. When the time is right, you won't be able to stop me. I'll haunt you until your soul is filled with bitterness. Jia-on wipes his sweat and sighs. Man, this guy is going to be a total pain. He wants to kill it, but if they separate, the system might vanish. Plus, who knows what trouble he'd cause elsewhere. Keeping him close for surveillance is better. Jia-on decides to trust in his own ability to grow stronger. Let's pause. Would you trust a demon attached to your wrist? Jia-on is taking that risk. But why a flower bracelet? It really doesn't suit your vibe at all. Jia-on mocks him. It's my personal taste, so stop judging. The spirit snaps. Jia-on just sighs. Whatever you say, man. The next morning, Sinvia and Helen are already waiting at the door. The young master will be fine, I just know it. They both look up toward the second floor as they hear footsteps. He's finally coming down. Jia-on walks down with his bag, smiling bright. Training starts today. His mother and Helen can't seem to let go. Be careful, don't push yourself too hard. I know, Mom. Helen, I'll be back before you know it. Helen notices Sinvia's eyes are getting red. Mistress, if you look this sad, the young master will worry about leaving you. Sinvia kneels, hands on his shoulders. Jia-on, please just be safe on the road. The boy smiles to reassure her. Don't worry. If it gets too hard, I'll know when to quit. And just like that, Jia-on heads off to the training center. Sinvia watches him go, her heart feeling heavy. Helen comforts her. The young master has improved so much. He'll pass this training and return a hero. You're right, he's much better than before. But still, Sinvia watches with a mother's lingering anxiety. The teacher at JH is famous for being sharp, mistress. With Jia-on's hard work, he'll definitely make it through. Helen keeps trying to calm her down while Sinvia gives her son one last tight squeeze. Jia-on gives a wry smile. I promise, mother, I won't get hurt. I'm going to keep my word. Sinvia can't hold back the tears anymore. I believe you. Even as he walks away, she can't look away. Jia-on, come back safe and sound. She finally accepts that her little boy is growing up fast. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You and I will want to see what happens at the academy. Hey, what family are you from? I hope they aren't too strict, because you and I know parents demand the top 10. Only Jia-on stands alone, not talking to anyone. Just like the rumors said, a massive crowd has gathered here today. It is not just relatives at the Yi Hat Academy. Even those recommended by various minor families have shown up. According to Helen, they had to build 6 training camps to handle the crowd. Suddenly, Jia-on notices people pointing. Not far away, 2 kids are laughing and mocking Jia-on, looking at his thin frame with total contempt. Look at those tiny muscles, he would probably shatter if you touched him. A sickly guy like that will quit early. And check out that floral bracelet. What century is that even from? It is so outdated, it is actually embarrassing. Inside the bracelet, the Star Emperor is fuming with rage. What did you little punks just say about me? You noble trash. I will crush your bones and rip your eyes out for talking such garbage about the Star Emperor. He screams insults while flying in front of them, but they can't see him. Jia-on isn't the silent type. Now, watch closely, our hero isn't about to let these 2 talk behind his back without a direct confrontation. Jia-on calls them out immediately. Don't you know that talking behind someone's back is a spineless thing to do? The 2 boys jump in shock. How dare you? You're just a brat from the annex, living like an outcast. You are just from a branch family, not even part of the direct bloodline of our prestigious clan. Jia-on asks calmly. What status do you have to use the word dare when you are also just branch members? Doesn't that word only apply to people beneath you? The 2 bullies are left completely speechless by his logic. One of them can't take it and grabs Jia-on's shirt. You really don't know when to shut up, kid. Jia-on glares back, his arm tensing up to unleash a flame ring. Suddenly, Someone interrupts. Stop. Right there. Training is starting soon. What are you doing? Don't ruin the reputation of the Yi Hat clan in public. This is the direct descendant, Bo Dan Jot. The two bullies immediately look embarrassed, showing clear fear and respect. Master Bo Dan, we apologize. As for you, kid, you better learn your place in this academy. Bo Dan stands before Jia On and sneers. You are just a speck of dust that I can flick away. If you don't want to be kicked out of the house, act accordingly. This kid has a major grudge here. This fool managed to catch the clan leader's eye, but he used his sad situation instead of actual skill. An uneducated nobody like him has no right to be in training. Bo Dan has hated him for a long time. He has held that resentment deep in his soul. Back in the present, he is still acting like a king. If you aren't going to train, then get lost. You won't be able to pass this course anyway, so leave. Okay, you and I both love a good comeback, and trust me, Jia On has heard more than enough nonsense. You are from the direct line, but you have no rank yet. You think you can kick me out? Do you really think you have that power when you haven't even officially become a student at this academy? Jia On hits him where it hurts. Oh, I guess you could do it if you went crying to your father. Bo Dan bites his lip in pure fury. He is losing his mind that a branch member spoke like this. Suddenly, someone kicks a door open with a loud bang, silencing the argument. Whoa, fighting on day one? The man is Jim, and he smiles brightly. I guess you kids just have that fiery, youthful spirit in you. Jia On recognizes him immediately. Isn't that Jim, the legendary light sword of the Yi Hat clan? Rumor says he retired after his energy was damaged. Jim suggests they finish the fight after the opening ceremony. Jia On didn't expect him to be here. With the instructor present, Bo Dan just clicks his tongue and leaves. A moment later, everyone gathers together, and Jim finally introduces himself to the whole group. Welcome, everyone. I am the head instructor overseeing your training. My name is Jim. Let's get along well. The laid-back teacher grins. I heard there are 160 students, but only 8 of us instructors. No matter how you look at it, that's way too many students. So, I will thin the herd with a test. With a cheerful face, Jim drops a bomb. He is only keeping 1/4 of the entire group. Jim holds up one finger to explain the reality of the situation to the shocked and panicking students. Only that many? No way. What does this mean? Look, I am just separating the diamonds from the rocks. And trust me, you and I just witnessed the start of a brutal survival game. Who will make the cut? All right, you and I are about to watch this arrogant brat completely disrespect the Essence Emperor. The Emperor is furious, swearing he will rip the ears right off that little elf. Jia On gives his bracelet a sharp tap to shut it up. On the platform, Jimu leans back in his wooden chair with a smirk, declaring that in this academy, he is the law. If any of you have complaints, go see the chief, but we are starting now. Jimu looks around and asks the students why they are just standing there. Start running. Jimu narrows his eyes with a grin, pointing at the students. Everyone just stands there for a second, looking completely dumbfounded. Stamina and willpower are the foundations of martial arts, Jimu shouts, telling them to circle the gym until he finally tells them to stop. I want to see you at your absolute maximum speed. The students finally snap out of it and start running like their lives depend on it. If you want to run, you should get to the front. The Emperor grumbles at Jia On, while the other students whisper about why they were suddenly told to run. Jia On whispers back that this isn't a competition, so there is really no reason to waste energy passing other people. See, Jia On has done his research and knows Jimu is actually evaluating their raw potential and their inner character. That instructor doesn't care about flashy surface skills. Only those with the mental strength to endure will survive this trial. I am definitely making it to the end. As the group runs, the two leaders catch the judge's eyes and earn some serious praise. Young Master Burden and Lady June and Nan are matchless. Both children are doing well, but those two really stand out from the crowd. And that is not even their top speed yet. At this pace, those two could probably keep running for several hours straight. Only 12 years old and already at this level? Just thinking about the future of these kids makes me feel a bit intimidated. Wait, is that kid the one from the rumors? The judges finally notice Jia On, but they are not exactly impressed by what they see. He can't keep up and keeps falling further behind. Since he is sick, it is honestly impressive that he is even running this fast. He looks exhausted. I bet he drops out soon. Little did they know, Jimmu was listening to every single one of their comments. Now, pay attention to Jimmu. He just smirks, thinking this is getting interesting. He has never seen a kid like this before. He believes the strongest people are those whose true potential is hidden, because you can never truly see how deep their power goes. He can usually see the unique traits and colors of these kids, predicting exactly what kind of warriors they will become in the future. But what about Jia-on? Why can't he see a single color radiating from him? In the eyes of Jimmu, Jia-on looks like a black and white shadow, completely blurred and impossible to read. This just excites Jimmu more, as the boy's potential is beyond his understanding. Meanwhile, the other students start mocking Jia-on for being slow. See that? He acted so arrogant before, but now he is stuck in last place. He should be grateful he is even still in the race. He is going to fail anyway. With that pathetic look on his face, I bet he won't last another 10 minutes. But Jia-on is thinking something else entirely. Is this it? Just basic training? In his past life, they used to release packs of starving monsters to chase them for days. He had to sprint for his survival back then, so just running in a gym? This feels way too simple for him. Thinking about his situation, Jia-on can't help but smile. As time passes, the other students finally start to hit their limits. You and I can see Jimmu is staring at the kid in total shock. He is literally mesmerized by what is happening right now. How is he still moving? By all accounts, his physical energy should have been completely drained a long time ago. This goes way beyond being stubborn. Scientifically, this kid shouldn't even have enough strength left to crawl, let alone keep running. Willpower this intense only exists in veterans who have trained for decades and faced death on the battlefield countless times. How could a child like this possibly possess such a terrifyingly strong spirit? It just does not make any sense to him. Jimmu rubs his chin and whispers the name Jia-on to heart. Very interesting. By now, only a few students are still running. Jia-on finally starts catching up to Burden, and the young master is absolutely fuming when he sees him nearby. How? How is he still going? Burdan was positive the kid didn't even have the right conditions to train his body properly. The saint specifically said Sylvia's son would likely die, so he should have given up on ever becoming a warrior. He looked even worse the last time they met. But now? All of them are just being so incredibly annoying. Burden grinds his teeth in pure rage before making a bold move. Fine then, I will show everyone the truth. Tapping into his aura, Burden activates his power. And suddenly his body is flooded with a surge of energy. His eyes begin to glow. I will show you that there is a massive gap in our skills, enough to make you want to surrender. With that, Burden blasts ahead to take the lead again. He accelerates while the other students are totally gassed. Jia-on doesn't really care. He is just slightly surprised by the burst. Right above him is Junan, and Jia-on finds the whole situation hilarious. Despite Burden's noble talk, he is still just a brat. So what do you and I take from this? Burdan is just a kid, while Junan is much more mature. For Jia-on, this isn't even a race. Alright, you and I are about to witness a main character battling his own soul. He tells himself there is no reason to be influenced by that guy. He just needs to maintain his own pace. As the seconds tick by, the grueling run continues. Most contestants have already collapsed, gasping for air. But the crowd starts to notice something strange. Jia Wen is still going. He has not stopped. Damn it. What is this? How on earth is a weakling like him still moving his legs after all this time? Everyone heard he was sick, right? Does this guy even know the meaning of the word exhaustion? Jia Wen's pace has not slowed a bit. His body is burning up, radiating an intense heat as he pushes forward. Fatigue is hitting him like a truck. He tells himself to stop acting like this is easy. He is actually freezing to death on the inside while his physical body burns. It feels like his heart and lungs are being crushed flat. Yet, he is somehow surviving by optimizing his fire ring. The only silver lining here? That very same fire ring is growing at an insane speed. He realizes he has to give it everything for the technique to reach its full potential if he keeps going. Suddenly, the Essence Emperor mocks him. You look absolutely pathetic, boy. He sneers that despite being destined for possession, Jia Wen is falling behind. Look at your miserable state, he laughs. Just give up already. Surrender your physical body to the Essence Emperor. Now, watch this. The spirit transforms into a flickering flame, trying to lure Jia Wen into giving in. Jia Wen glares back, cursing his timing. This is the worst possible moment for this. The Emperor roars, opening a massive maw to bite him. I will turn all of those weaklings into ash. A surge of energy shocks Jia Wen's body, making him stumble. His face twists in agony, but he forces himself to endure. He grinds his teeth against the pain. His senses are failing due to the Emperor's rage, but he has to act like everything is fine. In reality, this entire mental war is happening inside Jia Wen's head. On the outside, he looks completely calm, focused only on the run. He warns the spirit to stop its stupid tricks, because those illusions will never work on him. The Essence Emperor just grins wickedly. Don't make me laugh. No mortal in this world can withstand the pure fury of the Essence Emperor. Let us see how long you last. Jia Wen clutches his chest, trying to suppress the dull, throbbing pain. I just have to hold on. You and I both know if he shows any weakness now, that spirit will tear him apart. The Emperor loses his cool. How? Why is my divine rage not affecting you, you stubborn bastard? Jia Wen gasps for air, unable to even muster a reply. It hurts so much, he feels like he is dying, losing the ability to control his own limbs. His vision is blurring. He can barely draw a proper breath. Everything goes dark. As he starts to collapse, he wonders, is this really as far as I can go? Hey, that is enough. You can stop now. The instructor calls out. The survivors stop, looking like they have been saved from hell. Some just collapse, mouths agape, desperately sucking in air. Bojin sighs next to him, calling him a stubborn fool. Jia Wen is way too busy breathing to even care about the insult. He almost died back there. This new life is definitely not going to be easy. Jun looks at Jia Wen with newfound respect. Meanwhile, the Essence Emperor is fuming, circling the boy in a rage. What kind of monster are you? Jia Wen just scoffs. He told him his tricks were useless. Actually, that mental attack really helped his fire ring grow even faster. His body developed thanks to the system window. If he keeps training like this, he will reach the top. Suddenly, a system window pops up. All conditions have been met. Both Jia Wen and the spirit are stunned. For pushing his body past the ultimate limit, his base stats are being upgraded. Strength, agility, and stamina both increased. The Essence Emperor screams out in absolute disbelief. What is happening? It is giving you extra stats just for surviving my attack? This is total nonsense. Jia Wen is too shocked to speak. Even he thinks this whole situation is getting a bit ridiculous. Instructor Jim stands on the platform. Great job, everyone, he says. The test officially ends here. But remember what I said before you started running? About those who were prepared to fail? Stick with me, because what the instructor says next is going to shock everyone. I lied about keeping only a quarter of you. Trust me. You and I are about to witness a whole lot of angry students after that reveal. Jimmer just keeps talking. There is no way I would ever kick out that many trainees on the very first day. They would never let me teach again if I actually did that. Besides, I never said I would fail you after this specific test. Suddenly, Jimmer looks serious. But if you keep training like you did today, most of you are going to be disqualified anyway. Everyone swallows hard in pure terror. Jimmer paces back and forth while breaking it down. I clearly told you all to run at your absolute full speed. Yet, out of 160 people, not a single one of you gave it your all until the very end, except for one person. And some of you were even sneaky enough to use aura. Burzon flinches at that. Jimmer stops right in front of the young boy, Ron. He squats down with a thin smile. Honestly, what you do does not matter to me because you are the ones taking the test, not me. However, you definitely will not fail this exam as long as you follow my instructions exactly. So do not worry about that. As he speaks, Jimmer makes a circle with his fingers, aiming it right at little Rayon. Now watch this. Jimmer announces that from this moment on, you are all officially temporary recruits. I will only remove that temporary label if you can survive the next 6 months of training. By the way, I am looking for top-tier recruits. I will not rank you yet, but you can enjoy the luxury housing the clan prepared. There is also an indoor training ground on the left, so feel free to go check that out for yourselves. As the session ends, Jimmer gives the new students a quick tour of the training campus grounds. A bit later, in a nearby forest, Jimmer goes for a stroll to meet someone very important. Seeing the glittering rank insignia, Jimmer smiles. I have a guest waiting at my dreamstone, do I not? It is the Lord himself. The person Jimmer is meeting is clan head Glenn. He turns and asks how things are going. Jimmer steps forward and replies, should you not be the one telling me? You must have seen everything since you came all this way. You know how good I am at judging talent. As expected, Burzon and Junon are elite, and others show great potential too. However, Jimmer pauses for a second. I saw absolutely nothing from Rayon. I do not understand how that kid was still able to run at the very end. His stamina really should have run out ages ago. This is actually the first time I have seen something like this since the last time I saw you. My lord, every day has been so boring since my energy dissipated. Jimmer gives a bitter laugh. You and I both know things are about to get interesting. Glenn jumps down from a rock to stand beside Jimmer. You were the one who insisted on being the instructor. Your job is not to have fun, but to raise these kids into warriors. Glenn says his piece and turns to leave. Jimmer responds, of course, my lord. Besides, I feel like I might be able to entrust my own future to one of these new recruits. Jimmer says this with deep meaning. Glenn hears it and knows he is talking about his own grandson. He replies, it is just a coincidence. That kid can hardly become a warrior. Without another word, Glenn slowly walks away. Jimmer just smirks. You know that is not true. Back with the recruits, Ron lets out a sigh of relief. The basic training is over, so it is time to head back to the academy. Ting Hoade notices the hateful glares aimed at Raon and pouts. After everything that happened, that guy is just way too mean. The other students stare intensely at Raon's back, their eyes filled with pure jealousy and spite. It is ridiculous. As the sun sets, the air is filled with bitter complaints from the trainees. The three students from earlier gather together and start complaining. Unless he cheated, there is no way he could have lasted that long. These three are from a branch family led by the orange-haired boy, Kren. He thinks for a moment and says, it must be an elixir. I heard rumors the saint once gave him one. The other two are shocked. What? He really did that? So that is it. He only ran that long because of some medicine? The two lackeys explode with rage. And he is acting like he is so talented just because he finished? What a shameless bastard. So, what do you and I think? Kren grins wickedly. Should we teach this arrogant prick a lesson? Suddenly, Raon is sent flying into a tree. He looks up at his attacker and asks, why did you do that out of nowhere? Kren just smirks back. Wait, you really do not know? His two underlings start joining in the mockery. You were abandoned by the main lineage, yet you dare to brag when you only use some lucky elixir? If the saint had not given you that medicine, you never would have finished today. How dare you pull those cheap tricks on us? All right, you and I are about to witness exactly what happens when these bullies underestimate the wrong guy. These two think Gia-on's silence is a sign of weakness, so they start laughing and posturing like total idiots. Do not be scared, we just want to chat. Yeah, we just want to have a little heart-to-heart talk. Do not worry, this happens all the time. Crane cracks his knuckles with a terrifying grin. Now pay attention, because you and I are about to watch this bully get a massive reality check that he will never forget. What? The spirit can't believe he's taking this. But then, Gia-on suddenly moves with lightning speed. He beats them to the punch, landing a heavy strike right on Crane's smug face. The lackeys are completely stunned. Did the weakling just strike first? And did that spirit really just talk out loud? Yeah, you are right. Gia-on speaks up as Crane hits the dirt. Let us talk with our fists. He cracks his knuckles with a satisfied smile. The two others charge in together, but he dodges every single one of their strikes with total ease. One clean kick to the gut sends a guy flying. The other stands there shaking, asking what he is doing. Meanwhile, the first guy can barely breathe after that hit. How could we lose so fast? Before he can even finish his sentence, Gia-on hammers him in the face. Even Crane gets another round of pain, while the spirit watches everything with wide eyes. You actually landed those hits. The spirit is totally impressed. Gia-on just keeps handing out the beatdowns to these three branch family members. A moment later, after the massage, the tough guys are all on the ground retching and broken. The two lackeys roll around begging for mercy. Crane drops to his knees. We were wrong, please stop this right now. Gia-on steps directly on Crane's hand. looking down at the bully with cold, mocking eyes. One question before we are done. Who told you to do this? Was it Burden who really sent you? Crane's eyes fill with absolute panic at the mention of that name. He bows his head low and finally whispers the truth out loud to Gia-on. No, we did this ourselves. Burden has nothing to do with it. Gia-on is actually surprised. Maybe Burden is not such a bad guy after all. That is an interesting turn of events. You will not be telling the other students or your peers about our little chat today, right? Crane screams out a terrified no to him immediately. Gia-on grabs his head and whispers a threat. Stay far away from me if you do not want another painful talk like this tomorrow. We will never touch you again. We were wrong. Crane is shaking with pure and total fear. If you understand, then get lost. They scatter in every direction, leaving Gia-on standing there in the silence. Little do they know, Instructor Jimo saw everything. He just smiles while looking quite impressed. What a beautiful sight. It is almost like seeing the young lord again. That bloodline and martial talent are both clearly very real indeed. He mutters to himself. A hidden gem among the elite? I am truly looking forward to this kid. Late that night, everyone is back at camp. Gia-on checks his new system notification that has appeared. Now look at this. You and I are about to see just how weird this system really is. You got a point for making the spirit happy? This system is totally broken. You made it, so you should definitely know. I never tested it on anyone else, the spirit argues back. You stole it from me anyway, you thief. Oh, is that so? Gia-on replies with sarcasm, not caring one bit. You ungrateful brat. The spirit snaps. But Gia-on just walks away without saying a word. The spirit calms down and offers a suggestion. How about a little bet between the two of us? He suggests that if you win, I will give you points, but if you lose, you must take my wrath. Just then, the system responds that the spirit is offering a bet. The quest is simple. Rank first in the upcoming official exam. Reward: all stats +2 and a random attribute. Failure means receiving 10 points of pure, concentrated, and uncontrollable rage deep inside your soul. You mean I have to take first place in the official test that Instructor Jimo mentioned? Gia-on reads the screen very carefully. Exactly. He said there is a first place, so the expected result is pretty obvious. And what is a random attribute? The spirit finally explains the prize. You will get one of my powers. Scaled down so a normal human like you can actually handle it without instantly dying right on the spot. Fine. But what is this part about creating 10 points of rage if I fail the test? It is exactly what it sounds like. You will receive the pure anger that I, the spirit, possess. Just feeling my rage is one thing. But here is the dangerous part you should really start to worry about right now, boy. You will lose all control of your emotions. Trust me, you and I are about to see if he survives that. Stick with me. We are about to see if a second chance is enough to beat a god. Ja-won stays silent, realizing this entity's true goal. He seems honest enough. He is actually being sincere. Compared to the massive reward, the risk of failure feels pretty small. This might be a poisoned apple, but I have to eat it. For someone as sickly as me, becoming the top student will be brutal. But remember, I have lived this life before. After thinking it over, Ja-won finally answers. The deal is not bad. I will accept. Excellent. The Essence Emperor cheers as the system confirms the high-stakes bet with wrath. Instantly, a blue flame erupts from Ja-won's palm, matching the Emperor's own power. He is confident that by using his past life experience, there is absolutely no way he can lose this time. Next morning, the training field is packed with recruits who are already gasping for air. Everyone is exhausted. Their legs are about to explode, and they cannot even stand. They have been running since dawn, and the torture is only just beginning. Moments ago, Jim was lecturing them. Watch this, he is making them hold a basic horse stance, but warns them never to underestimate its power. This is the foundation of all martial arts. Everyone must master it and hold the position until I say stop. I am going to sleep. While he naps, the recruits are left struggling to maintain their frozen poses. Oh, and it is not mandatory. So remember, you are the ones who will lose out on rest, not me. Back to the present. A recruit screams in frustration. This is too hard. When do we actually learn swordsmanship? Forget it. All we have done is run and squat. Byojin stands nearby, offering a cold reminder. Stop whining. Basic training is over, so go practice. If we only do these simple drills, your actual sword skills are going to get rusty. They head off. The Essence Emperor hovers around Jawan, asking why he is not following the others to practice his swordplay. Jawan shakes his head. I do not need that right now. Training swordsmanship with such a pathetic physical body is just a waste of time. What I need is not a sword. I need a rock-solid foundation and sheer physical endurance. You and I know that because of his ice curse, he is way weaker than the others. For real growth, the foundation is everything. Jawan is pushing himself to the limit, drenched in sweat, but refusing to stop his grueling training. Right now, strengthening this body is my top priority. While he trains, another recruit is watching from the shadows. It is Junan Suo, from a vassal family. She is staring intensely at him, wondering if that really is Jawan. He is improving so fast. His weights are already heavier than yesterday. Was he not supposed to be deathly ill? She observes every single move he makes. Day by day, he lifts more. It is clear his insane hard work is paying off. But this pace is impossible. How can someone add 10 kilograms to their lift in just 1 week? Is he just built different? How can a sick person be this incredibly persistent? Her mind is racing as she finally approaches his training spot. This guy is definitely hiding something. Junan walks right up to him. Jawan recognizes her immediately, asking what she wants. But she just stares deep into his eyes. Jawan is caught off guard by her presence. Junan, he asks, why are you here? They lock eyes in total silence. Junan cannot help but wonder how this kid is growing so fast. Suddenly, she notices a strange, refreshing scent. Without even realizing it, she has moved incredibly close to him. She walks past him with a shy expression and sits down, immediately starting her own weight training. Jawan just stands up and walks away, surprising her. As they both train, Junan keeps glancing over, recognizing that same scent. It is that refreshing aroma from before. Ever since she smelled it, her own body has felt strangely lighter. She clenches her fist. Thanks to that scent, she can lift even more weight than before. Lost in thought, she is startled when Jawan asks if she has something to say. She quickly snaps back. No. Jawan just scratches his head and walks off, clearly confused by her blunt response. Junan clearly has something on her mind but cannot say it. She watches him go, whispering that she needs to follow him longer. Back at the training ground, a group of arrogant students arrives, led by the loudmouth Byojin. They are all watching Jawan, or more accurately, they are gossiping about why Junan is constantly sticking by his side. Why is she following that loser? What is so great about hanging out with a guy kicked out of his own family? Byojin stays silent for a moment before scoffing. It is useless. Repeating those simple fitness drills will not help him at all. Jawan is fundamentally weak, so I guess he needs those baby exercises just to survive. But no matter how hard he tries, he is no match for us. He is just preparing for his inevitable failure. Real martial arts is about the sword, but you and I are going to see him prove everyone wrong. All right? You and I are about to find out if 6 months of hellish training was worth it for our main character. With that, Bo Dan leads the group away while a single leaf falls into a silent puddle in the dead of night. As Gon pushes himself for the upcoming trials, a stranger with mossy green hair suddenly appears to greet him. Lord Gon. The boy introduces himself. I am Dottie. Mind if I join your training session? I need some help. He wants to learn the proper form. Dottie is just an assistant, so Gon shrugs and says he doesn't really mind. Dottie thanks him and starts digging through his backpack, while Gon and Junan watch him with growing curiosity. Here, eat this. It's great, he says, pulling out a strangely shaped little cake for them to try. Gon stares at the bizarre-looking snack and quickly refuses, telling the boy to just keep it for himself. Gon looks over at Junan and realizes she is staring intensely at the cake. He immediately breaks into a cold sweat. Jun's eyes are locked on that treat, and her obvious hunger just makes Gon even more flustered and confused. Finally, he hands the snack to her and sighs, wondering how he ended up in this weird situation. Now, their little group has 3 members. April fades away, and the month of May finally begins. Now, pay attention here after 6 months of non-stop, grueling training. The bond between these three has never been stronger. They spent every single day pushing their bodies and spirits to the absolute edge of life and death. All the distractions from their early days are gone now. Their breathing is controlled, and their focus is razor-sharp. Only two rivals remain in their path. Finally, the sun rises on the long-awaited morning of the exam. The stadium is packed and buzzing with energy as the host's voice booms across the massive arena. He instructs all the guardians and families to follow the lines and move into their assigned seating areas. The nobles take their places, each one hidden behind a mask of their own secret schemes and expectations. The Manhwa emperor starts circling Gaon like a vulture, asking if he still remembers their high-stakes bet. He sneers that Gaon could never beat those two rivals, so he better prepare for some serious wrath. He flashes a wicked grin, but Gaon just waves him off, saying the tests are always full of surprises. "Anyway, Dodi, what on earth are you doing down there?" Gaon asks, looking down at his friend. Dodi is hunched over on the field, admitting he is just paralyzed with nerves because the big day is finally here. Gaon tells him to just breathe. Even the weakest person can do that much. Suddenly, Junon speaks up. She offers Gaon a cookie, but he just sweats and declines. That's when he notices Bodan's cold gaze fixed on him. You and I can see Bodan's frustration. He's wondering how he got stuck with such a weird group. Up in the stands, Sylvia points excitedly, telling Helen to look at how confident Gaon appears down there. After 6 months of brutal, soul-crushing training, it's no wonder he stands tall with such calm authority. It looks like he finally made some friends, which is only natural given his kind and honest personality. Sylvia and Helen are overjoyed to see him socializing. He has always been such a mature and sensible young master. Seeing her son finally thriving brings a wave of pure happiness to Sylvia's heart. Sylvia is bursting with pride for her son. Suddenly, an announcement echoes as a man in a vibrant red cloak and noble beard enters. The clan leader is here. Is he actually going to watch this selection process in person? The crowd goes wild as Glenn H. enters. He has never shown up to watch these exams in person before. Every single person in the stadium is absolutely stunned by his arrival. Even Lightsword Dio is confused, asking the clan leader why he decided to show up for this event. He mocks them, asking why everyone is acting like he's not allowed to be at his own clan's event. Jimor laughs awkwardly and welcomes him, clearly feeling the pressure of the leader's presence. With the leader watching, Jimor stops the small talk and declares that the official trainee selection starts right now. He announces that the secret criteria everyone has been dying to know is finally about to be revealed. Suddenly, Jimor's eyes glow with a piercing green light as he unleashes a terrifying wave of pressure at them. This massive green aura feels like a deep jungle. It is cold, majestic, and completely overwhelming for the rookies. Even a fighter as strong as Gon feels a sudden, icy chill run down his spine. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are about to see who can survive this crushing power. All right, you and I are about to see a test that pushes these kids to their absolute limits. This challenge is designed to measure their hidden potential and survival instincts. Wait just a second, I object. It has not been long since these kids learned aura, so why test their pressure so soon? An angry spectator shouts his disapproval from the crowd. A wave of boos follows. Some of these kids haven't even mastered aura yet. Testing them with pressure right now feels completely unfair to everyone involved, especially when some kids spent their entire training time doing nothing but sleeping in the cold snow. Jim sighs. Listen, pressure isn't just about how you apply mana or energy to a situation. Real pressure is the spiritual force a warrior builds through every single one of their achievements. It is the proof of a warrior's rank, shown even without using aura. Before the man can respond, he is immediately cut off. He is not wrong, my lord. The man freezes when he realizes it's the clan leader himself who interrupted him. Glenn explains Jim's philosophy. True pressure is only mastered through the way a person lives and trains every single day. Jim feels a surge of satisfaction, having Glenn's full support for his methods. Even someone without aura can possess massive pressure depending on how much they suffered during their training. Jim immediately takes over the conversation. As expected from the Lord, you truly understand how everything works. So there you have it. I assume there is no one else here who has an objection to this test? Then let's ignore the troublemakers and start the trial right now. Junon, please step forward. Everyone else backs away from the center. The first student to be called is Junon. Now Junon. The The pressure I'm about to release is at a level you can overcome, but only if you gave your all in training. If you can fight through it and touch me, you pass. Now, watch closely, the test starts right now. A sudden burst of blue light explodes from Jim. The intensity of the force is written all over Junon's face. The pressure forces her to hunch over. You will fail immediately if you try to use aura against this. I want you to conquer this test using only the willpower you have forged during your training so far. Jim warns her. The weight grows heavier, making Junon shut her eyes and grit her teeth as she struggles to step toward him. Her hand is only inches away from reaching the instructor's arm. Finally, Junon succeeds by grabbing onto Jim's wrist. He places a hand on her head, acknowledging her hard work and successful results. He praises her for passing so easily. I can see the fruits of your incredible dedication. I want you to keep moving forward with that same spirit. Meanwhile, Junon is gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Next up is Do-in. The moment his name is called, the poor kid starts shaking like a leaf. Do-in looks completely lost, clearly not expecting to be next in line. I will arrange the order however I feel like it, so get moving. Get your butt up here. Do-in trembles as he walks up, sweat dripping down his nervous face. You saw what Junon did, right? Use the willpower you built in training to break through the wall of pressure I'm creating. Jim tries to encourage him, but Do-in just stammers back. Do you really think I can do it? I'm famous for having zero willpower. Well, if you don't have it, I'll just fail you. Simple. Jim cuts him off and releases a crushing wave of pressure from within his body. Pay attention now, because this is where it gets real. A cry of pain escapes Do-in as the massive pressure forces him to collapse. Jia-on watches from the sidelines and realizes something. The level of pressure Jim releases is different for every student. He's adjusting the intensity based on each kid's level and how much effort they put into their training. So he really has been watching every single one of them. See, Do-in? All you had to do was reach. You passed. Do-in. The boy is currently clinging to his teacher's leg, shaking uncontrollably, still lacking any real self-confidence. I suggest you hold your head high from now on. Do-in finishes and immediately starts throwing up. Even Jim is breaking a sweat. Well, I think you've heard enough for now. The test continues steadily. Next up is Verdant. Yes, sir, the boy shouts out, ready for his turn. Jim's piercing gaze seems to look right through Verdant's soul as he prepares the next wave. The pressure this time is just as terrifying as before. He expects me to move through this crushing weight? Verdant is terrified. This is nothing like watching from the outside. How the hell did Runan pass this? The overwhelming force drops Verdant to his knees. He can't even take one single step. You definitely have talent that far surpasses the others. Out of 160 students, the number of people who can actually face you can be counted on one hand. Trust me, we are watching a genius. All right, stick with me because Jemmer is starting his lecture. He tells the students they've been wasting their precious time. What is the point of mastering the sword if you don't even have a goal? Instead of practicing techniques, you should have been training your physical bodies and hardening your mental will. You always rely on aura when things get tough. Use it now, and you'll fail this test immediately. Hearing Jaimer's warning, Verdant grit his teeth. He couldn't afford to fail, right here, right now. He could never forget his father's cold, sharp eyes when he turned his own brother away from their home. If he failed this, he'd be discarded too. Pushing past the trauma, Verdant lunged toward Jimmer with every ounce of strength. Success! Verdant finally manages to grab hold of teacher Jimmer's leg. You pass, Jimmer announces. But remember, you're still just a 12-year-old kid. Stop acting like a grown-up and train at a pace meant for your age. Look too far ahead, and you'll miss the thorns piercing your feet. With those parting words, Jimmer feels a weight lift. He finally reached the heart of his most arrogant student. Now, Jimmer turns to the remaining candidates. Finally, he calls Jia-on Jihat, who steps forward slowly. Jia-on looks incredibly confident as they face off. Jimmer tells him he's the final student today. Ready? Of course, Jia-on replies with a smirk. Then, let's begin the final test. Now, you and I need to watch this carefully. Jimmer unleashes a blue wave of pressure like a violent storm. The pressure explodes outward, making even the spectators tremble. His mother cries out in pure terror for her son. What kind of insane pressure is this? Even Glenn is shocked. Is this really meant for a kid? Jia-on stands perfectly still against the crushing weight as if nothing happened. He doesn't look bothered at all. Your talent is clearly on another level compared to the others. Jimmer grins. Now, try to survive this. Jimmer glares. Jia-on starts sweating, forced to brace himself against the sheer power of the aura. Power isn't just about the body. It resides within the category of the soul itself. He has more than just raw power. He still possesses his skills from his past life as an assassin. He steps forward. Jimmer's eyes widen in shock. He can't believe a kid is actually walking through this much pressure. Even his grandfather is stunned. This shouldn't be possible. It's completely and utterly insane. Teacher Jimmer is actually speechless. He's watching something that should be physically beyond the scope of the impossible. Jia-on calmly places his hand on Jimmer's stomach. Every single person in the crowd is frozen in shock. Jimmer and Glenn are the most stunned. Jia-on just gives them a confident smile. Is the test over? Trust me. The other recruits are just as confused as we are right now. Impossible. Did he really break through? The crowd is losing it. Even Teacher Jimmer is just standing there, dazed. How can a kid without aura do this? Jia-on just waits for the final verdict of the instructor. What exactly are you? Jimmer asks. I've watched you for 6 months. I'm just Jia-on. The boy replies. I asked because you surpassed everything I taught you. That pressure was far beyond what you should handle. I was trying to push you to the limit, but I never expected you'd actually break through it. Jimmer speaks his mind honestly. Jia-on just shakes his head and signals toward his family in the crowd. Jimmer snaps back to reality and starts laughing. It seems the Grandmaster made me lose my focus. Jia-on Jihat was the final candidate. The official selection for this year is now officially over. Time for the results everyone wants. The top student of training school number 5 is finally revealed. It's Jia-on Jihat. He actually took first place. Our young master did it. The servants and family are ecstatic. His mother bursts into tears. She can't believe it. Her son is actually the number 1 student. If he walked through that aura, then surely. But how did he actually beat the young master Berdun? The crowd is still gossiping when a voice rings out. I do not accept this result. You're lying, teacher. Berdun shouts in anger. Jimmer looks at him. What lie are you talking about? In strength and talent, he is way below me. I won't accept someone like him taking the top spot. He clearly cheated, everyone says. So, you and I have to ask, is he really a fraud? All right, you and I are about to see how a cursed kid, who supposedly bribed his way to the top, handles a crowd of haters. The gossip is getting wild, and Jim is honestly bored of it. If those rumors about his teacher were true, he would have stepped in by now. We are all supposed to be proud warriors of the JH clan after all. Instead of this boring test, we should have a real duel to see who actually deserves to pass. Bodan points right at Jia-on. Teacher Jim just laughs. Do you really crave that top rookie spot that much, Bodan? Caught red-handed. The boy can only stutter. No, it is not that. But unfortunately, the exam is already over. Clan leader, what do you think we should do here? Jim tosses the decision over to Glenn. The old man just narrows his eyes, not saying a word yet. Finally, he speaks. Jia-on. The others do not seem to accept these results. Are you willing to face Bodan in a duel? Bodan is already smirking, thinking he has won. But the answer he gets back from Jia-on is a stone-cold no. The test is finished, and the scores are set. Why would I fight him when there is absolutely nothing in it for me? Bodan, I really did not expect you to lose in such a pathetic way. Jia-on is just twisting the knife now. You bastard. Bodan's face turns bright red from the insult. Fine. Let us settle the top rank once and for all then. If you win, I will personally gift you a bronze card. Glenn catches on and ups the ante immediately. A bronze card? The Die Hat clan hands out cards based on performance, ranging from gold all the way down to bronze. Every single card carries a different reward, and even a bronze one is nothing to sneeze at. A card directly from the clan leader means something serious. He clearly is not thrilled that I took first place. Though, I understand. With a valuable prize on the line, Jia-on finally agrees to the showdown with Bodan. Glenn declares the start. This one-round duel will decide the best student. No weapons, no aura, only raw physical skill is allowed. Teacher Jim steps in to quickly explain the combat rules to both of the competitors. All right, keep your eyes on the screen, because the fight is starting right now. Start. They both lunge in. Bodan takes the lead, throwing a straight punch right at Jia-on's face, but Jia-on manages to slip it just in time. But a heavy follow-up kick is already waiting for him. Jia-on blocks it, but the impact leaves his arms feeling completely numb. This is the feral tiger fist, a technique my father personally taught me. There is no rule against using martial arts techniques, so this is not cheating. Bodan screams as his fist begins to glow. A direct hit lands with a massive thud. Bodan really is on another level, and it looks like Jia-on is finished. The rookies are going wild. It looks like a one-sided beatdown as Bodan unleashes a relentless barrage of punches. Bodan is fuming inside. How dare you try to take my #1 spot? Then, he remembers a dark moment from his past. The Daihat clan has no use for the weak. That was the day his father completely disowned Bodan's older brother. Do not disappoint me, Bodan JH. Those words have become a crushing weight on his mind ever since. Father is watching me right now. I refuse to lose to a nobody like you in a place like this. Bodan keeps the pressure on, but Jia-on is barely holding his ground, dodging by centimeters to save every bit of energy. Now, pay close attention. This is where Jia-on reaches a state of absolute, total focus. I can see every punch and his entire rhythm. Everything is clear now. Bodan screams that he is going to end this. Bodan lunges forward with everything he has. But this time, Jia-on takes a solid stance, ready to strike back. Why would I ever surrender? He clenches his fist tight as a massive shockwave of power erupts from his hand. Their fists collide, but Bodan is the one sent flying. Jia-on's punch drives straight into his chest. What just happened? Bodan's right hand is trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jia-on is already winding up for another devastating blow. The very air seems to freeze around his fist. Boom! A direct hit sends Bodan sprawling across the floor. Bodan is out cold, foaming at the mouth. The crowd is in total shock. Was that really the feral tiger fist? Everyone starts shouting at once. Even Glenn is stunned by the result. How on earth do you know that technique? Bodan struggles to ask how he recognized the move. You are the one who showed it to me. I simply mirrored your technique. Did he really just use the feral tiger fist? That is completely impossible. There is no way. How could he pull that off? The crowd is reeling from the twist. Was he secretly trained in this the whole time? If it was not a secret lesson, then how? Some people are already starting to come up with wild theories. You and I just saw something impossible. Jia-on stands tall while Bodan lies defeated right at the teacher's feet. All right, you and I are about to see a kid whose talent leaves even Master Jimer absolutely speechless. Rayon just shut down the Tiger Fist's rotation by creating a counter-spinning technique on the fly. Simply reading an opponent's path is enough for anyone to call you a genius. But taking that path and forging it into your own skill? That is legendary territory. This is the kind of raw talent that could eventually stand at the very peak of the entire continent. This is exactly what the Zeeghart family has been searching for. To Jameer, Rayon looks like a divine talent sent from the heavens. I think we have seen enough. As you can all see, the winner is obvious. Master Jimer steps in to call the match. The winner is Rayon Zeeghart. And with that, today's testing has officially come to a close. Hearing the news, Sylvia and Helen rush down to celebrate. Rayon is caught off guard when Sylvia suddenly pulls him into a massive hug. The young man is deeply moved. Helen is actually crying from joy, while the Essence King just floats around complaining about being hungry. Nearby, other students are reuniting with their families. Junan's parents are even shedding tears as they embrace their daughter. Only Burin stands alone, supported by his butler. He looks toward his father with nothing but pure anxiety. Now watch this. His father just watches from the shadows before turning away in total disappointment, leaving Burin trembling. A single bright light cuts through the darkness from a high window in the magnificent family castle. Inside that office, Burin's father is waiting. The sting of defeat is still written all over Burin's face. In the heavy, oppressive silence, a cold voice cuts through. Burin, do you remember the orders I gave you? Burin answers softly. You told me to return with a top rookie title and never lose to anyone. Father, exactly. I did not ask for much. I told you to crush the Sullivan family and stomp Ron into the dirt to be #1. Burin's father slowly spins his chair around to finally face his son. Forget the other families. Are you telling me you actually lost to that trash who was kicked out of our clan? His father's rage is terrifying. Are you trying to make me the laughingstock of the entire family? Or do you want to share the same miserable fate as your 2 older brothers? Burin panics and whispers a desperate no. You have already wasted your first chance. They will decide the class leader based on the final graduation scores at the end. Make absolutely sure you bring that title home to me. Now, get out of my sight. Dismissed at last. Burin bows. If you still want to live under the Zeeghart main family name, you cannot afford to fail again. Those words haunt Burin's mind like a curse. Damn it all. He slams his fist into the wall in a fit of rage. This is all that cursed bastard's fault. You and I both know who he's blaming Ray on. Burin grinds his teeth, unable to believe he lost to someone he calls trash. I will train until my bones break to make sure I never lose again. He storms off into the night. Lost in thought, Burin somehow finds himself at the training grounds. He wonders why his feet brought him here. Did I come here without even realizing it? He slowly pushes open the door to the silent, empty gym. Is it empty because the exams just finished? Burin sits down, gripping a weight while his mind races. Suddenly, something catches his eye. He looks over toward the storage area where everyone keeps their gear, but what really draws his attention is a specific locker. The one with Raan's name written on it. He creeps closer to the personal locker. Just one quick look wouldn't hurt anyone, right? I am not stealing anything, just looking. He pulls it open and his eyes nearly pop out. What on earth? What is with all these shoes? Rayan's locker is stuffed with them. There have to be over 10 pairs in here. Did he really burn through all of these in just 6 months? I have only replaced mine 2 times. Holding a worn-out shoe, Burin looks back at the bench where he was just sitting. He can almost see it now, Rayan, sitting right there, training tirelessly. It finally clicks for him. While I was skipping the basics just to show off, or lounging around in my room like a prince. Even though he radiated the true spirit of the Zeekart elite, I was doing the exact opposite. Burin snaps back to reality as the silence of the gym washes over him. The weights are all back in their place, unused. He carefully puts the shoe away and shuts the locker. As Burin walks away, he looks up at the stars with a newfound resolve. This is truly unbelievable. Even the Essence King, who has lived for hundreds of years, admits he has never met anyone like this kid. Wild, right? Jia-an is alone, checking his system. What are you exactly? Tin Hoada asks. Jia-an just gives a very indifferent answer. Stick with me, let's see if he can handle this power. Think what you want. Just tell me about this ability. He points to the system board. It shows he won the bet with Wrath, and now the prize is being awarded. Every skill point increases by 2. Plus, whoever is possessed by Wrath will receive a completely random special ability. 1-star Snowflower Intuition created. Tin Hoade says it is a top-tier ability that is way too good for someone mediocre. This specific ability is designed to massively increase your overall perception range. It is only at 1 star right now, increasing perception by 10%. Tin Hoade brags his was 10 times stronger than that. Really? That is huge. But why the weird name? Jia-an asks, genuinely curious about the title of the skill. The Emperor says it sounds cool, but Jia-an just walks away, teasing him for having terrible taste in naming things. What? You of all people are saying that? Tin Hoade is absolutely fuming. The next morning, while Jia-an is talking to his mother, the butler arrives. The clan head summons you. Young master. Sinvia is terrified. A summons? Did he do something wrong? The butler quickly laughs and tells her not to worry. The butler seems to think things are going well. The clan head just wants to personally give the bronze token to the young master. Glenn is waiting. Jia-an kneels respectfully. Glenn admits that despite his personal feelings, he is a man of his word. Glenn gives the signal. The butler understands and brings the bronze token out, presenting the award directly to Jia-an. Jia-an nods. As promised, I am being granted a bronze token today. He can trade this later for a rare item or a massive favor. He takes the token with extreme care. Looking at the prize, he wonders how to use it, but he does not hesitate for long before showing his true desire. Now watch closely, this request shocks everyone. I have a request right now, he says. The butler looks on with pure curiosity. Glenn and Sinvia are completely stunned by his request. What must I do to restore my mother's former status in this family? They are both confused by his question. Her former status? You mean her original position within the direct bloodline? Glenn asks. Yes, exactly. Glenn's expression shifts, which actually surprises Jia-an quite a bit. Is the old man actually softening? Achievements. Glenn answers without any hesitation at all. Achievements the whole clan recognizes are possible, but not easy. Getting that recognition is like catching a star out of the sky. It is almost completely impossible, especially for a mere child like you. Jia-an looks back down at the token in his hand. But you said it was possible, he says with total confidence. Jia-an puts the token back on the tray, shocking the butler. That is enough. Thank you for the answer, clan head. Disappointed, Jia-an turns to walk away. Wait, Glenn calls out. Jia-an stops and turns back to him very politely. I have not given you the reward yet. That was just a question. Even without the token, I would have answered. I can still answer you, Glenn says. Jia-an is stunned by his words, What? You and I both know this guy is usually ruthless, so this is huge. Tell me your real wish, Glenn repeats once more. Ji-an clenches his fist, thinking about what he needs most. I want a high-level cultivation technique. Glenn answers immediately. The instructors will teach you all of that once your basic training phase officially begins. But he wants something better than the standard stuff they give to every beginner in the clan. Please grant me a technique worthy of this bronze token. He places a hand over his heart, repeating his plea. The shadow cultivation technique from his previous life just will not be enough this time around. To restore Sinvia's place and destroy his enemies, he needs a much more powerful aura than anything he had before. So, a cultivation technique is what you desire? With a snap of the clan head's fingers, a massive door swings open. It is a library filled with an incredible number of books. Ji-an is speechless. He can barely believe that this family has managed to collect and store this many ancient books. The shelves are stacked in massive rows, reaching all the way to the ceiling. Ji-an is stunned. This is one of the JH family archives. Place your hand in the center, and the book you need will appear. Glenn explains. I see. I understand. Ji-an follows the instructions carefully, hoping to find a technique that truly matches his unique path. Anything is better than his old shadow technique. He just hopes that something truly useful will appear for him right now. Ji-an's hand suddenly glows, and waves of light surge through the perfectly organized shelves. The light pulls one specific book out from the stack. You and I have to see this. The book floats in the air before him. All right, you and I are about to dive into a mystery involving a legendary tattered book that has everyone frozen in shock. Even Glenn can't help but yell out in total disbelief as the impossible happens right before his eyes. How on earth did you get your hands on that book? He screams. Suddenly, the ancient tome floats toward Ji-an and begins to peel itself open. This is the 10,000 Fires cultivation technique. Ji-an wonders what kind of power lies inside as he reaches out to touch it. Without warning, the book erupts in a blinding light. Pages begin flipping at high speed before the entire thing explodes, scattering paper across the room. Ji-an stands right at the heart of a swirling vortex, surrounded by a storm of ancient pages circling his body. It looks like he is absorbing all the hidden knowledge from the book. Glenn can only stand there, eyes wide as he watches it unfold. He is completely stunned. He remembers the past. Did he really think Sinvia was just neglected by the family? It wasn't his concern back then. The prosperity of the clan was the only priority, so he told others to get lost. Sinvia got close to another man and ran away. He didn't want to hear about such trivial things from his subordinates. After years of choosing the clan over his own family, he built an army strong enough to conquer the legendary demon wall. The clan grew stronger, but what did he sacrifice? One day, devastating news arrived. His son-in-law and granddaughter were under a brutal attack. The attackers were rumored to be the twin demons from the Eden group that Sinvia was investigating. His daughter survived, but the other two were killed instantly. The report said the ambush was far too sudden for anyone to prevent it. Now, watch closely as his regret turns into a fiery resolve. He finally feels something again, but he knows he can never truly fix the tragic past. So Ji-an, even if you and Sinvia hate me forever, I swear I will protect you this time. Back in the present, Ji-an stands with his arms open to the sky as pages rain down. What is this? Both his mind and body are being pulled along by the strange energy. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name. Snapping back to reality, he finds himself facing his grandfather. Glenn asks, "What exactly did you just do?" Ji-an honestly says he doesn't know, explaining that the book just vanished in his hands. "What was its name?" Glenn asks. "It is the 10,000 Fires cultivation." He looks at his hands as the system window suddenly appears. "You must face the eternal flame. You have successfully memorized the entire technique." Glenn is shocked, asking if the boy really remembers every single detail. Glenn stands up and asks one more time to be sure. Ji-an confirms it, and the old man simply says he understands. He tells the boy his reward is complete and to go home. Ji-an leaves, but he still feels a deep sense of worry. Glenn and his butler stand silently, watching the young man until he is completely out of sight. The butler finally asks if that was the legendary technique. Glenn nods, confirming it was the secret skill of the very first clan head. In the entire history of the Dihot clan, nobody has been able to even read those mysterious pages. He actually learned it. If word of this gets out, both the young master and Sinvia will be in grave danger from the family enemies. The butler is worried, but Glenn tells him not to panic since no one else knows about the secret manual. The manual is gone now, but that is fine. It has finally been passed down to a new successor. Ji-an is thrilled with the result. After all, it is better for him to learn it than for the skill to fade away forever. Glenn looks at the library and whispers, "Stick with me here, because this new wind is about to change everything." Later in his room, Jia-on sits in deep thought. The whole situation feels incredibly strange to him. Why would his grandfather give him something like this? Even a gold medal wouldn't be enough to trade for it. This power is equal to the fire ring. He knows he has to study it with everything he has. In a dark mental space, he walks toward a small flickering flame and reaches out to touch it. For a brief moment, the spark sits in his palm. He can feel the energy radiating from the small flame, but it is no use. The flame flickers out and disappears. He failed once again to hold on to it. It is so hard to gather the internal energy. He didn't expect to master such high-level stuff on his first try. His thoughts are interrupted by the Essence Emperor. Having a hard time? You better put in more effort. Getting crippled while training because someone interfered would be a disaster. It would be a sad end for someone who just found a skill. What is this guy planning? He's right, though. This technique works by absorbing the energy of nature and building it into a core. If he gets interrupted at a critical moment, the consequences will be devastating for his future. His mana, circuits, or energy field could easily shatter, leaving him completely paralyzed. This is especially dangerous given the state of his body. It is even more dangerous since his mana contains ice. Don't you dare interfere with me. The Essence Emperor just smiles. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Wait, you and I are about to watch Jia-on face a choice that could change his entire destiny. The Essence Emperor just smiles and offers to interrupt his cultivation just this once. He mocks him, saying it is no fun being stuck in a broken, crippled body, but that is fine. The Emperor actually responds to him. He says that as a human, Jia-on just was not able to push past his limits. He claims that even if Jia-on is torn apart or his energy core explodes, the Emperor can fix it all. He is just waiting for Jia-on to break and give up. Jia-on gets it. You said only once, right? He is genuinely curious to see what kind of crazy trick the Emperor has planned this time. He provokes the spirit back, telling him he is bluffing. The Emperor warns him to stay scared, because he could strike at any moment. The Essence Emperor circles him one last time, leaving behind a chilling threat for Jia-on. Through this talk, Jia-on realizes his true nature. He is a demon from the underworld, just waiting for the perfect chance to steal his body. This spirit is pure wrath. Jia-on thought the silence meant he had finally given up his dark goal. Now he has to keep his guard up. He sighs, deciding to deal with the demon later, since there is a more urgent problem to solve. The Emperor asks if he is finally handling her. Jia-on nods and heads to the window, knowing this stalker is no accident. She has been coming every night. Now, pay attention, because you and I are about to see how Jia-on handles a spy. He thinks to himself that it has been a long time since he used his old skills. Outside in the dark, a maid sits by the lake. She usually had nothing to report besides him talking to himself. But tonight, she finally has some real news to report. This is Dudeo, a maid from the annex. She cannot believe he got high-level techniques with just a cheap bronze token. Plus, the mana flowing through him during his training is terrifyingly violent and chaotic. Incredible. This is vital info for the Central Martial Palace. She is just following orders, but she wonders how much longer she can fool this kid. After writing the letter, Dudeo folds it up and lets it drift away on the water. She lets out a breath, ready to head back. Suddenly a cold knife is pressed against her throat. If you make a sound, I will kill you, the shadow warns. One wrong move, and you die. He steps even closer to her, staring down at the water. Dudeo is paralyzed with fear. Who is this guy? Where is this insane killing intent coming from? She trembles and looks at the reflection, finally seeing the face of her captor. It is Jia-on. She is stunned that this little kid managed to track her down like this. He tells her he has felt her eyes on him since he returned to the annex. So, what kind of secrets did you manage to find? You and I can see the panic on her face. She thought she was a ghost, but he was just playing along the whole time. She asks why, but Jia-on just presses the blade harder. Talking clearly is not working for her right now. Jia-on forces a mysterious pill into her mouth. It slides down her throat before she can even react. Something disgusting starts crawling inside her. She hits the ground, gagging and trying to throw it up, but it is too late. Jia-on spots the letter in the lake and fishes it out. He opens it up to find nothing but strange, coded symbols. He asks her about it. He knows this paper requires a special trick to be read, right? He starts listing elements: water, earth, fire, wind, moonlight, sunlight. Dudeo can only groan in pain as he reads the code. She clutches her stomach as he realizes it is moonlight. How could he possibly know the secret key to the code? Jia-on ignores her and keeps reading the decoded names. Kazun Danel. So, it really was an order from Kazun. He makes his final conclusion. Du Dao is terrified. She thought her spy training made her facial expressions perfect. She spent years mastering the art of being a spy. No kid should be able to read her expression like an open book. She is panicking. The agony in her body is one thing, but the way he sees through her is even scarier. Suddenly, it clicks. There is only one thing that explains this. That pill, it must be a heart-eating worm. Her mission was to infiltrate the annex and send Kazun info on the family and Sylvia. Kazun had promised her a special reward if she succeeded in this dangerous mission. Back in the present, she asks if he fed her a heart-eating worm. Jia-on is actually surprised she knows what that is. The fact you know about heart-eating worms surprises me. This realization sends Du Dao straight into deep despair. She groans, clutching her mouth, desperately attempting to vomit the parasite out. But nothing works. Once it is inside a target, the master knows their location and can even hear their thoughts clearly. The heart-eating worm is easily one of the most terrifying curses in this entire world. And that is where we leave it. The boy now has full control over the spy's life. You and I witnessed something truly ruthless. Stay with me. Jia-on's terrifying mind games are only just starting now. Since you sent that letter to Kazun, you must be a spy from the Martial Heart Palace. And this mission started 7 months ago, didn't it? You investigated thoroughly after the judgment, didn't you? Jia-on turns to Du Dao and says, not just me, but my mother Helen and every maid too. He flashes a mysterious smile. Du Dao never imagined the boy already knew every single move she had ever made. I thought this was a simple task. Just gather info on the kid and disabled Sylvia. I thought it would be an easy mission to finish. But there is a literal monster living in this annex building. To Du Dao, he is no longer a sick boy. I will change the report. I will feed them fake information instead. Du Dao screams in pure terror. Jia-on just scoffs. Forget it. Even if you lie, Kazun will eventually find out the truth. It will only prove how incompetent you are. He speaks while stepping right into her personal space with a cold look. Next, Jia-on stares deep into her eyes with a terrifying red glare. Watch closely. You and I are witnessing him turn this spy into a double agent. From now on, you are a double agent. Report what he will find anyway. Hide the vital secrets and tell absolutely no one. In exchange, you must bring me his most valuable intelligence. He lays out the whole mission. Fine, I will do it. Trapped with no choice, Du Dao is forced to agree to his demands. Jia-on feels satisfied seeing her finally submit to his terms. I will see you next time. Jia-on leaves, hoping for useful info. Du Dao collapses, too paralyzed by fear to even stand. Walking back, the Star Emperor asks, how did you even summon those bugs? Jia-on scoffs. I would not touch those disgusting things. I just gave her a poison pill for some temporary, intense pain. Wait, so you were actually reading her mind back then? The Emperor's eyes widen. He replies, you can read people through tiny details others miss, but I see everything. Hearing that, the Emperor is stunned. He is starting to see the boy in a new light, as a true demon. After that, I focused on training until the day to return to the academy arrived. Despite all my hard work during that time, I still have not managed to create a fake pond. The training grounds are buzzing. Jia-on notes only 42 passed. That is just 1/4 of the original group. Jim-on is truly strict with results. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. It is Junan. Just like before, they face each other in awkward silence. You and I expected this, right? Junan tries to remember the specific advice her mother gave her. So young Master Jia-on actually helped our daughter with her training? Back at the Sulian family mansion, Junan was relaxing and eating snacks when her mother asked if young Master Jia-on helped her with her training. Yes, she replied. Her mother asked if she thanked him yet. I did for the snacks, but not for the training. Why not? Junan replied simply, because Dad told me never to be the first one to talk to boys. Her mother smiles. Ah, I see. You are just shy about showing gratitude. Gender does not matter when it comes to manners. If someone helps you, you must show them respect and thanks. That is just basic manners. Junan is stunned by the lesson. Do not forget it, okay? She takes the advice to heart. Remembering those words, she finally speaks up. Thank you. Jia-on is totally shocked to hear her suddenly show gratitude like that. Why is she thanking me? The Emperor asks. Jia-on just mumbles. How should I know what she is thinking? Having successfully thanked him, Junan turns and walks away, like she just conquered a massive challenge. Nearby, another voice rings out. Young Master Jia-on. It is the whining Du Dian. Young Master, How are you? I honestly thought I was going to die. Just being a trainee felt like constant death. I cannot even imagine how much more difficult things will get. Now that we have become official academy students, I keep having constant nightmares about it. I tossed and turned all night, terrified that I simply will not make the cut. His whining is a total headache. Jia-on just stares blankly, and even the Star Emperor is visibly annoyed. You talk way too much. But I am just so glad that Jia-on is the top student here. If someone else were at the top, I would still be rambling. Suddenly, a familiar boy appears behind him. It is Bo Dan. Realizing he was just trash-talking to the wrong person, Du-di unpanics instantly. Bo Dan does not seem to care. He walks straight toward Jia-on. They stare, waiting for someone to speak. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a rival's pride finally break as Bo Dan bows and admits his shameful defeat. All right. You and I are about to see a rival who refuses to ever back down, no matter the effort. I will stand before you as an equal, Bo Dan declared firmly. I will not retreat or give up, he said, before coldly turning his back to walk away. Jia-on watched him leave, surprised that a 13-year-old could actually admit his own mistakes. Typical big family ego getting wrecked once, and still acting tough. Go rip his eyes out. The Essence Emperor roared in fury, but Jia-on told him to just stay calm for now. Who cares about that? He snapped, just as a new voice apologized for being so late. Teacher Dai stumbled in, hungover from too much wine, asking if everyone had rested well. First, congrats on becoming official students, because our real training starts right here and now. The basics stay the same, but we are adding some intense new training programs today. Now watch this. Just as they start Chi training, a massive boom shakes the entire room. A long-haired woman burst in, cursing about a stuck door as everyone stared in shock. DMO just smirked as Martha arrived finally. The student who failed the last trial has returned. Listen up. I am not her instructor, but she is joining your class starting today. Since you will all be training together from now on, go ahead and greet your classmates. She introduced herself as Mathajot of the Direct D line, a supposedly kind young girl, but the kindness vanished instantly as she demanded to know who the top student was. Matha scanned the room, refusing to let someone of a lower status stand above her. She wanted to see the bastard holding rank 1, and all eyes turned toward Jia-on. She issued a bold challenge with a hungry look in her eyes, ready for a fight. Matha kept provoking him, making Jia-on sigh at the bad luck of dealing with her. Jia-on gave a tired sigh and stepped forward. I am Jia-on Jot, the rank 1 student. Matha let out a shout of pure joy. You do not look like a champion at all, Matha scoffed, scanning him from head to toe. She cracked her knuckles, ready to settle this with fists, until Bo Dan called her rude. She snapped at the brat for disrespecting a senior, moving toward Bo Dan with a glare. If you ever say another stupid word like that again, you will die instantly. You better learn to choose your words very carefully before you speak to me next time. Bo Dan didn't flinch, reminding her that Jia-on was recognized by the lords themselves. Are you saying you doubt the decision made by the coaches and the High Lord? I thought you were the one who threw a fit over it. Matha teased him maliciously. Bo Dan shot back, declaring he never wanted to be that shameful version of himself again. Jia-on realized Bo Dan had really changed you, and I can see his growth is massive. Suddenly, Juna jumped in front of Jia-on, telling Matha to stay far away from him. How touching. A bunch of pathetic losers protecting each other. Matha mocked with a sneer. Fine then, I will happily be the villain here, she said, scratching her head casually. I seriously hate cowards who hide behind others. You are even more pathetic than the arrogant ones. In a flash, she blurred past Bo Dan and Juna, appearing right in Jia-on's face. Her glowing fist swung hard, but Jia-on calmly dodged the strike with a tiny movement. Shock was written all over Matha's face. Before she could recover, Jia-on was already winding up a devastating counterpunch of his own. That punch was so incredibly powerful that even though Matha guarded, it still blasted her back several meters away. Bo Dan stood there speechless, unable to believe the raw power he just witnessed. DMO just smiled, clearly having expected Jia-on to handle it with such ease. Matha growled as a dark aura erupted from her body, refusing to accept that humiliation. She stomped toward him, each heavy step cracking the ground under her feet like glass. She wasn't done yet, trust me. You and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see a master step in before things get lethal. Jima stops Matha just in time. Where did he even come from? Jima raises an eyebrow. Matha, you really look down on me, don't you? Just because I'm easygoing doesn't mean I'm invisible. Bo and Junin have mastered aura, but Jia-on hasn't. You really think winning with that kind of advantage is something to be proud of? That hit her pride hard. Manhwa starts to tremble as the cold words sink in. I'll let you fight him properly once he learns aura. Ashamed, Manhwa pulls away. I was going to stop anyway. She snaps back. Beautiful, dutiful, to go back. As he walks, the Emperor spirit yells. What was that? Why let her go? How could you let that girl attack you? You should have ripped her apart and buried her in ice for 1,000 years. The Emperor is fuming. I did fight back, Jia-on replies calmly. But the spirit isn't satisfied. That was barely anything. You should have taken her head off. The Emperor keeps grumbling. But Jia-on stays firm. No, now isn't the time. Jia-on keeps his cool. It's better to fight when I can actually take something from her. He's thinking long term. Now pay attention here. He's using this top student title as bait. Our guy has his own secret calculations. Just wait. I'll show you a real show next time, he tells the spirit. Meanwhile, the academy gym is glowing under the sun. Students are grinding hard. The instructor finally calls for a 10-minute break. The training looks absolutely brutal today. Bo Dun chugs his water down to the last drop. He's completely drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Just as I thought, this is tough. I've mastered high-level 2-star techniques, so I thought I'd be okay. But 3-star moves? Those are a nightmare. They require so many complex, high-level skills. Then he looks at Jia-on. Even though it's break time and they only started a month ago, Jia-on is still pushing himself. It took me an entire month just to learn that 7-shape punch. But Jia-on, he learned swordplay just as fast as I did. Bo Dun looks over and sees someone else training like a maniac. He wonders, are you feeling the pressure of being caught too? It's Manhwa. She's swinging her sword like a possessed woman. Damn it, she curses under her breath. How is Jia-on improving this fast when it's his first time learning? Manhwa can't believe the progress he's making. He doesn't have the background of Bo Dun or Junin. Plus, his body isn't even normal since there's still ice inside him. Let's pause. You feel that tension? Manhwa is desperate. How can he train all day with a body like that? She grinds her teeth in rage. My talent is top tier. That's what everyone has always said about me. Ever since the Jot's family adopted me, I've been a hunter. I surpassed every single blood relative they had. I mocked those losers who called themselves geniuses, then laughed while they fell into deep despair. I was supposed to be the best, the only genius. But now, I'm terrified I'm losing my grip on that title. After training, her butler tries to cheer her up. You did great today, Lady Manhwa. But she doesn't care. She gives a cold, half-hearted reply. The butler watches her walk away, unsure what to say next. Don't worry, my lady, he says. Manhwa spins around, clearly annoyed. What do you mean? He's showing off. So people forgot the truth. But young Master Jia-on has no chance of ever actually defeating you, my lady. The butler hits the nail on the head. He'll never beat me, she repeats, trying to convince herself. What makes you so sure? Seeing he has her attention, the butler explains. Jia-on has one fatal weakness he can never fix. Spark. Spark. It sounds like Jia-on is still training without a break. He's breathing heavy. Suddenly, another student walks up. Hey, can I ask you for a favor? I can't check your posture right now. Jia-on shuts him down immediately. The others look disappointed, but his swordplay is just that incredible. Suddenly, a girl appears and starts clapping. Clap, clap. Impressive, she says. I didn't think you'd be able to train alongside me so soon. You're honestly better than a typical genius, she says. You learn so fast. Of course, it's Manhwa. She starts with praise, but her face turns cold instantly. But with such a weak mana sensitivity, all this training is useless. What a total waste of effort. Maybe you could become a sword coach at least. The other students just stand there, completely stunned by her words. Up on the bench, Master Jima stays calm. He's watching everything unfold, but he doesn't say a single word. Manhwa looks around and realizes her plan is working perfectly. Nobody will believe in this fool once they realize he still hasn't mastered aura after 4 whole months. And trust me, you and I will want to see if this weakness stops him. The butler's words echo in her mind. Stick with me, you and I are about to see if this young master really has zero talent for aura. Martha is stunned by the butler's report. It happened after she was adopted, but at the evaluation, young Master Gon's aura sensitivity was at the absolute bottom. In the entire 5th training hall, he's the only one who hasn't mastered even the most basic techniques. That copper badge he wears only provides a mediocre training method for core strength, nothing more. It's only slightly better than the basic Linjen training method that every beginner starts with. Since he hasn't mastered any technique yet, The evaluation results were probably spot on. He might be a genius with a sword and a beast in combat, but without being able to use aura, he'll never become a true warrior. Martha sneers, feeling satisfied that the man who beat her isn't even worth her concern anymore. Martha gasps as Junon suddenly appears right in front of her, with a dark, expressionless face. "Do you have something to say to me?" Junon asks coldly. "Just leave." "Is that all?" Martha stammers. "I said go." Junon repeats firmly. Martha scoffs and turns away, bragging that she has to attend her main branch classes. She makes sure to shout it loud as she walks off. Junon just stares into the distance. Now, pay attention here while everyone else is asleep. The training hall lights are still burning bright. It's Gaon, finishing up another brutal day of training. He lets out a heavy, exhausted breath. Even though he's drenched in sweat, a satisfied smile spreads across his face. On his past battlefields, he didn't learn martial arts, he learned survival and murder. Only his assassination skills ever grew. He never imagined that training to develop himself would be this fun. "Are you even awake right now?" The Spirit Queen appears, circling him and screaming that she can't believe he just stood there and took those insults. Gaon just looks at her, confused. "Insults?" The Spirit Queen yells that the black-haired girl was trash-talking him the whole time. Gaon shrugs it off. He was too focused on his training to even hear her. "You need to pay more attention. If she spoke to me like that, I would have turned her into a block of ice." The Spirit Queen rants. He tells her there's no profit in fighting Martha now. Even without the 10,000 flames technique, he could easily crush her. Gaon heads for the exit. As he opens the door to leave, he runs straight into Junon. She's holding a small box, looking out of place in the dark. Gon is surprised to see her waiting there. It's a box of treats. "Eat this," Junon says, handing one over. It feels freezing cold against his fingertips. "What is this?" "It's ice cold." Junon gives a one-word answer, "Eat." Gon stands there, puzzled. As a former assassin, he never takes food from others. But he knows Junon wouldn't try to poison him. You and I both know that look the moment he takes a bite, his eyes nearly pop out of his head. Even in the demon realm, the Spirit Queen has never tasted anything this sweet. She begs for another piece. "How is it?" Junon asks. Gon says it's delicious, so she tells him they're ice cream balls before quickly leaving. "Wait," Gon calls out, but the Spirit Queen is already demanding he grab another one before she disappears. She's so strange, Gaon thinks. Why didn't she give me more? He watches her walk away into the night. Then it hits him. Junon loves sweets like a child, and there were only 4 pieces. She saved one for him. She must have had a huge internal struggle to share that. Gon smiles, deciding he'll pay her back later. The Spirit Queen just keeps whining, telling him to go back and ask for one more. Later that night, Gaon finally returns home. His servant greets him immediately, worried that he's been gone so long. It's only been a week, but she's already offering to cook him a full meal. Gon declines, focused on a letter. It's the report for the Intermediate Martial Arts Hall. Gon reads every line of the secret message carefully. What do they say? Gon asks. Dudo bows, explaining that the news isn't very good. They ordered a deeper investigation because your combat progress was too fast, but they've lost interest since you still haven't manifested any aura. And my mother? Gon asks. Dudo admits the interest in Lady Sylvia is also fading fast. She predicts she'll be recalled soon, which worries Gon. He still needs her in his current position. The maid hesitates before asking if he's intentionally holding back from learning his aura. Gon just smiles mysteriously. Who knows? What do you think? Dudo trembles at the response and quickly apologizes for overstepping. Gon dismisses her with a wave. And that's where we leave it. The Spirit Queen laughs since they think he's hiding his power. All right, you and I are back with John, as he explains that using the environment to one's advantage is just being smart. The Essence Emperor is genuinely confused as to why Jian finds aura training so difficult compared to his own experience. Jian sighs and decides it is finally time to train, leaving the Emperor startled and worried about his relentless pace. He tells the spirit to go to sleep and steps out the window, but he suddenly freezes right as he begins. Right there in front of him, Master Zimmer is casually sitting and playing with the birds while waiting for Jian. Zimmer asks if he is having trouble sleeping and then calmly explains that he has actually come to teach him. He pats Jian on the shoulder and promises to reveal his true attribute as they walk into the quiet forest. Those footsteps echoing in the dark belong to Master Zimmer. Jian was really looking forward to some guidance and complains that he thought they would be learning about attributes instead of just going for a walk. But Zimmer simply tells him to stop whining and be patient. Claiming to be an excellent teacher, despite his lazy streak, Zimmer asks how he could possibly teach magic in such a place. Now, Pay attention, Zimmer is about to drop some serious knowledge as he recalls the first time he saw John's skill. He describes it as a flame as hot as molten lava, looking completely different from any normal training technique. The boy adapted to the natural cold of his body and the flames instead of trying to purge them from his mana. As Zimmer considers John's potential, he notices the boy has stopped to lean against a tree, clearly exhausted from the trek. Zimmer decides this spot is finally far enough into the woods for their training session. They are surrounded by nothing but trees, and John wonderingly asks why they have chosen to train in the middle of nowhere. Zimmer raises his hand, and powerful green winds begin to radiate outward, growing stronger with every passing second. These winds center around Zimmer, spinning and howling until they resemble a massive, localized hurricane. He explains that he wants to create a wind blade to protect his lord, showing John the specific element he chose. As the wind intensifies, John reaches out to feel it, feeling a bit nostalgic about the day of his initial test. Zimmer notes that he weakened the gale so Jian could get used to it, but the boy shows absolutely no fear. He affirms that Jian is not acting like a child, explaining that as an elf, he was born sensing this wind. Since Jian's mana is filled with frost, finding his path will be much harder, as there are many types of wind. Zimmer found a blade that can pierce anything, and now he tells Jian he must find his own unique fire. He tells him to envision the flame he wants, but Jian notes that fire is hard to find in the frozen north. Jian is disappointed, but Zimmer just waves his hand and gives him a strange, mysterious smile. They would be executed for burning the woods, but Zimmer claims he knows a place that is perfect for him. The scene shifts to a stone house, where a mysterious figure is sitting alone by a warm, crackling hearth. Zimmer leads John inside the small building, while calling out to the old man sitting by the fire. The blacksmith grumbles about the fire acting up as John begins to sweat from the sudden, intense heat in the room. You and I are looking at the brightest, hottest flame in the entire north, a massive coal forge. The smith asks who the newcomer is, and Zimmer quickly reminds him that the boy is the grandson of the Lord.
Hi everyone, it's great to see you again. I have just finished catching up on the latest chapter of today's story, and honestly, I'm still buzzing from that one lost it. There are so many wide details that actually make perfect sense when you dive deep, and I couldn't wait to jump on here and break it all down for you. So let's get right into why this series is absolutely dominating the charts right now.
The smith asks who the newcomer is, and Zimmer quickly reminds him that the boy is the grandson of the Lord. The old man just huffs, claiming he is a retired nobody who only answers to the head of the house himself. Jian stands to the side, but his mind is completely captured by the incredible sight of the roaring furnace. He thinks back to all the fires he saw in his past life, from simple campfires to high-level magic spells. He focuses entirely on the temperature and the specific image of the flame he truly desires to possess. Jian unconsciously reaches out toward the light, and the intensity of the fire suddenly begins to drop significantly. He turns in surprise to see the blacksmith, Vaughn, laughing while he manually turns down the heat of the forge. Van identifies himself and bluntly tells Jian to go somewhere else if he wants to act all polite and formal. Jian is completely stunned into silence the moment he hears the legendary name of the old man. This is the world-famous master craftsman, whose incredible skills are known by everyone across the entire globe. He forged the legendary sword of Glenjay before vanishing 30 years ago, and Jian respectfully introduces himself to the legend. Vaughn looks over at Zimmer and asks if he told the kid his secret, but Zimmer quickly denies it. Zimmer explains that he is a retired master from the J-Heart workshop who has stayed here watching this flame for 10 years. He guards this flame year-round so children can see real fire. And trust me, you and I are just getting started. Can you do me a favor? Jimu asks as he turns to Vaughn. Vaughn grumbles. Why not go to the blacksmiths? Too many spies and eyes over there. I don't want anyone seeing this technique until he masters it. Vaughn looks confused. What is your point? Stick with me, because this is where Vaughn notices something special in the eyes of Sylvia's son. He turns to look at Jian again. The boy bows, promising, I won't be a bother. Just let me feel this flame. Vaughn watches him in silence. I am making charcoal. He finally mutters. Gold charcoal makes a hotter fire than the rest. 10 years I have been doing this. Just don't get in my way. That was a yes. Jian is thrilled. Thank you. Soon, Vaughn and Jamoe are talking outside. Jamoe grins. You are a softie, Vaughn. I didn't think you would agree so easily. Treat him well and I will bring you the good stuff. Jamo pats his shoulder, but Vaughn stops him. It was not for you. Vaughn admits the furnace flared up and shattered the coal when the kid walked in. Now, pay attention. Vaughn believes this kid's fire control might finally make his impossible dream a reality. Inside, Jaun enters a deep meditative state. He is ready to unlock his technique. For 7 months, he has been imagining the perfect flame, sitting perfectly still. Fire. He gets it now. A burning flame. They say fire is the most terrifying element, but mastering it changes everything. In his mind, he faces a tamed fire, stronger than any other element. His hidden techniques finally begin to wake up. He remembers Lim Dia saying, "Imagine the specific kind of flame you want to wield." That snaps him awake. He envisions his purpose, drifting between his goals and his memories. He needs to secure his mother Sylvia's noble legacy. The path ahead looks pitch black. But as he thinks, his true objectives finally start to appear. You and I both know this is the moment. A torch lights the way as he approaches the fire, a persistent, dancing flame. He stares at it, realizing this is exactly what he has been searching for. He merges with that massive energy. Back in the real world, his physical body begins to react. A powerful heat starts flowing through his entire being. The furnace's heat is soaking into his skin. He has to focus and catch every single spark. Inside his mind, he is shocked by this new power. Is this total mental void? He can see his own subconscious. But as he focuses, a strange blue energy erupts from his left hand. A terrifying laugh echoes. It is my turn now. It tries to swallow his mind. I told you, didn't I? I would wait until you were weak and freeze you. Jaun fights back, stunned. He was too careless. Why does this have to happen now? He realized he had forgotten how quiet the demon had been. This monster is not an ally. It is a killer. Facing the eerie threat again, he realizes the truth. This is a demon king. He struggles. Damn it. It feels like his body is shattering into a million tiny pieces. He is trapped. If he moves, he is dead. But if he stops the fire technique, he is also dead. He grit his teeth, forcing his aura together. He tries to move, but half his body is already frozen solid. He needs to think, but his mind is fading. The Demon King sneers. Your struggle is quite beautiful to watch. Did you think you could withstand my power? It is useless. Your soul and body belong to me now. His eyes go dim, losing the fight against that overwhelming darkness. The demon keeps whispering poison to break his spirit. Your efforts are all for nothing. You are nothing like that man at the furnace. Don't worry though. I will take your revenge for you. Furnace. That one word sparks an idea in his mind. Thanks for the hint, you monster. In a final desperate move, he is going all in. If he doesn't act now, it is game over. Instead of natural mana, he's drawing power directly from the furnace. Trust me, this is going to be epic. All right, you and I are about to see a massive flame devour everything. Even the main character's inner soul as he struggles. The Demon Lord screams in a total panic. What are you doing? The main character just gives a cold, one-word reply. Trying. Back in the real world, the old man is just trying to stoke the furnace with more small pieces of firewood. He sits down to rest, but suddenly, he senses something is very wrong. A massive pillar of fire erupts, forcing him back. Falling to the ground, he stares at the strange phenomenon in total shock. What on earth is happening right now? Why is the fire rising this high? In all his years, he has never seen a flame this powerful. He looks around, terrified. He looks at the boy meditating right in front of the flames. Is Dawn really the one causing this massive energy surge? The boy is shivering uncontrollably. How can someone be this cold while sitting next to a furnace that is literally melting? The old man inches closer, trying to check on him. Hey kid, are you okay? But there is no response at all. Why are you shaking like a leaf? Say something. Before he can reach out, Lemur suddenly blocks his path. The old man is confused, but the red-haired warrior tells him to stay back and not touch the boy. The old man loses his cool. What do you mean? He might die. Lemur tries to explain the danger of the situation. He is in a deep meditative state. If we touch him now, the shock will kill him instantly. We have to wait. Both of them are completely helpless. Is this the deadly cold he mentioned? Can we really do nothing about it? Lemur can only watch and pray. Dawn. Please. You have to survive this and not die on me now. Now, pay attention, because inside his mind, Daon is fighting a desperate battle against a freezing, deadly cold energy. The spirit of wrath mocks him, telling him to give up. Daon just snaps back with pure defiance. That is nonsense. I have already died a pathetic death once before. His eyes burn with determination. My past life was completely meaningless. I am definitely not going to let that happen again. Even layers of ice cannot stop him from reaching the flame. The temperature gauge finally hits the limit and explodes. The old man panics. The heat is too much. The furnace cannot handle this kind of insane, jumping temperature. Lemur watches in silence as all the mana in the room begins to spiral toward the boy sitting there. He realizes something shocking. Is he absorbing the mana? Inside, Daon lets out a roar that even wrath cannot stop. Finally, after a brutal struggle, he reaches out and catches the flame in his hand. The contact causes a massive explosion that ripples through both his mind and the real world. The furnace overloads, and the entire house is engulfed in thick smoke. Lemur shouts for his student. Daon, answer me! The old man calls out too. But as the smoke clears, Lemur sees something that leaves him absolutely speechless. A beautiful, shimmering flame is dancing around the boy's body. Lemur recognizes it instantly. The gold fire aura. You and I both know what this means. The system confirms he just learned the legendary 10,000 fire technique. Notifications start flooding his vision. The technique is already 2 stars. He even gained a new skill for fire resistance. The ice curse finally melts away. That deadly cold energy has transformed into a powerful frost aura. A delicate snowflake forms in the palm of his hand. He stares at it, feeling the dual powers within. The frost aura jumps to 2 stars immediately. After the life-threatening crisis, everything finally begins to calm down. This went way better than he planned. He never expected to gain this much power in a single session. But then he looks at the system window one more time and freezes. His expression shifts to total disbelief. Seeing the mountain of rewards, Dawn is completely stunned. Is this a dream? Did it really give me everything? In a single moment, he gained progress that should have taken years. Even wrath is now his familiar, swearing under its breath. The little spirit flies around him, acting totally annoyed. What kind of monster are you, anyway? Your spirit was supposed to be weak. How did you endure that? Dawn just smirks. Do not misunderstand me. Even so, he knows he has to keep a very close eye on this dangerous creature. That was a close call. He almost died and knows he must be more careful. Familiar or not, they are enemies. He cannot let the spirit see any of his secrets. Suddenly, a shaky voice breaks the silence. Are you okay? It is the old man. Daon turns around and reassures him that he is fine. The old man is still stunned. You actually manifested an aura? Daon stays humble. It was only possible thanks to your help. He apologizes for the broken furnace, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, this is just the beginning. All right, you and I are about to witness the moment a legendary treasure is born from the flickering flames. Suddenly, he spots something. Both of them lean in as Raon asks what's happening. Even the old man isn't sure yet. He grabs a shovel nearby and reaches deep into the kiln. Out come 3 lumps of coal glowing with a brilliant golden light. Its beauty is mesmerizing to anyone watching. Golden coal? The old man suddenly remembers all the insults and rumors from his past. People used to mock him at the kiln, asking if he really thought he could create the legendary golden coal. The whispers never stopped. For years, they said golden coal was nothing more than a myth from the ancient legends. They thought he retired out of boredom. He looks at his life's work and tells Rayon he isn't the only lucky one. He holds out the shovel, introducing his masterpiece so the boy can get a much closer look at it. This is golden coal, hotter than white and longer lasting than black. Thanks to you, I finished what took me decades. Rayon reaches out to feel the intense heat. I didn't do anything, he says. But the blacksmith just nods. He explains that every time the boy practiced, the fire grew stronger, because his breathing made the flames roar, spreading heat everywhere. I'm just a rough man who works with hammers, but I know this was all thanks to you, he continues. Now, pay attention here, because he's about to ask a question that changes everything. Ron, what is your goal? The boy hesitates. Specifically, what kind of swordsman do you actually want to become in the future? The boy gives a firm answer. I want to be a swordsman who never gives up, no matter who I face. The blacksmith looks at him with newfound respect. I never expected to hear words like that from a child, he admits. A swordsman who never quits. In 3 to 5 years, come find me once your mind and heart are steady enough for a blade. I'll save these for that day. He's talking about those glowing, scorching pieces of golden coal. Rayon is confused and asks if he'll really forge a sword for him. I thought you were retired? The old man cuts him off. Retired people make comebacks all the time, so stay alive until then, Rayon. It's time to say goodbye. The blacksmith waves, wishing him a safe journey. High above on a cliff, someone watches them part. Rimmer sighs in relief. He was wondering what happened. But it turns out the kid finally manifested his aura. He seems much more at ease now. That kid really knows how to make people worry, doesn't he? He speaks to the person behind him. Am I right, Lord? Standing there is Glenn Sieghart, Round's grandfather. Rimmer tries to lighten the mood, laughing that the Lord visited every day out of worry. You must be relieved now. Glenn remains stern, denying he was worried. Rimmer continues, noting the kiln's heat made the aura incredibly pure and strong. The boy has already stabilized his aura. He's a true genius. But Glenn responds with something very confusing. You and I might think he's perfect, but Glenn disagrees, saying the boy just turned his flaws into an advantage. Back at the 5th training hall, a girl named Junan stands there holding a box, wondering when Rayon will return. She remembers the nasty rumors. 7 months and still no aura. Maybe he isn't as gifted as everyone said, the gossipers whispered. They said the other heirs should take his spot. Holding her box tight, Junan just wants to help him. My mother told me to always repay those who help me, she thinks to herself. Suddenly, she looks up at the gate. It's opening and Rayon has finally returned. She rushes over instantly. Rayon, you're such a pain. I told you not to overdo it. The little spirit devil talks back angrily. Rayon doesn't care what it says and just tells it to shut up. Yeah, keep trying. Suddenly, he realizes Junan has been standing right next to him this whole time. Junan stays quiet, slowly opening the box to reveal the delicious treats she wanted to give him. Keep it up, she says softly. But then she notices something different about Rayon. He takes a snack, thanking her for the treats. She realizes his cold aura is much stronger and more pleasant now. Now that he has his aura, Round just stares at the snack in his hand for a long moment. Not being formal anymore, he says thanks and pops the whole thing into his mouth. Wrath is right there, drooling. It's so good. It's been a long time, but the taste is just as amazing as before. Just eat the other 2 as well. Rayon can't stand the gluttony and has to whisper a sharp warning. And that's where we leave it, trust me. Round's journey is only getting started as he tells the spirit to stop being greedy. You and I are jumping back into Ga-un's world as he enjoys a delicious snack with a friend. One is plenty for me. Thank you. Jan looks at him with concern, asking if he finally feels better. He stares blankly for a moment, then exhales a long breath of relief. Yeah, I am better now. Hearing those words, Jan's eyes sparkle with pure joy. Great, she says, then clutches her box of sweets and shyly walks away from him. Watching her disappear into the distance, Ga-un chuckles to himself. What a strange girl she is. Instructor Limo steps onto the podium. He calls out to the students, saying that training like this all day must be boring. So this month, I've prepared something special. You have all been practicing the basics for 7 months now. It is time for you to activate your energy cores. The students below start whispering to one another in confusion. Why is he doing this all of a sudden? I wonder that too. What is he planning? Pay attention here. Limo just smiles and announces that everyone will be dueling each other for the next month. It looks like Matha is the most excited one to hear this news. Limo continues his speech. These match results will determine your final graduation rankings. I suggest you all prepare yourselves for the upcoming month. Wait. Matha speaks up with a sharp, mocking tone. What about the students lagging behind who still have not created an aura? Her words sting, and immediately, every single pair of eyes in the crowd turns toward Ga-un. Limo just offers a gentle smile, replying that he heard those students have actually manifested their auras already. Matha hears this and completely freezes. What? Since when? Limo gives a casual response, saying maybe it happened yesterday or today, he is not quite sure. Matha turns around with a smug look, telling Ga-on that she finally has the chance she wanted. I thought I would die of boredom waiting for you. Hearing her insults, Ga-on just stays cold and silent. Matha refuses to back down and steps even closer. Remember what I told you? I do not take orders from people who are weaker than I am. I have endured you long enough. It must be exhausting for you. Holding a top position you clearly do not deserve. I will take this chance to finish you off. Before she can say another word, a hand reaches out to stop her. It is Bergen who steps in to stop her. He tells Matha to back off, reminding her that Ga-on has not even had an aura for a full day yet. Do you have any honor as a swordsman? Furious at the warning, Matha pats Bergen on the shoulder with a haughty attitude. Ah, our noble young master Bergen. Since you grew up so privileged, I am sure honor is very important to you. Honor is only for those who deserve it. You and I can see Matha is about to cross a serious line. She points at the students behind them and says that even those idiots learned to use aura in just 1 month. But our top student took 6 whole months. Even with advanced techniques, the average time is only around 7 months. That means this guy is actually talentless. Since you two were at the evaluation together, you should know that better than anyone. Bergen cannot even find the words to stop her insults anymore. She continues, saying a swordsman without an aura can never truly be famous. No matter how great your swordsmanship is, it is all useless if you cannot utilize your aura. She asks if the instructor organized this tournament just to replace the top student, then turns her head to look directly at Limo. The teacher just shrugs his shoulders. Who knows? Matha turns back to Ga-on, saying he has been on top for too long. It is time for you to step down. So, let us duel to decide who the real number 1 is. Ga-on flatly refuses. No. Matha is stunned. But Ga-on asks how they can gamble without any money involved. If you want my top position, you need to offer something of equal value in return. Matha looks at him like he is totally insane. Do you even realize your place? Nobody in this room is on your side, you idiot. Without letting her finish, Ga-on drops a challenge. Are you scared? He smiles with a perfectly calm, expressionless face. Matha cannot believe her ears. What did you just say? She suddenly bursts out into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, that is hilarious. Shoving her hands in her pockets, she says she will give him a pass this time. You actually want me to bet something? This is a heavenly pill my father gave me. It strengthens both the body and aura. The white, pearl-like pill is kept very carefully inside of a luxurious and expensive box. Holding the box out, she tells Ga-on that if he wins, the pill is his. Not a bad deal, right? Ga-on has been waiting for this very moment. He whispers to W, asking if it remembers when he said they should wait for Matha. W is confused and asks what he means. I have something I want from Matha. This is our perfect opportunity. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how this duel ends when the month is finally up. All right. You and I are about to see a revenge match that's been exactly 1 month in the making. She cracks her knuckles to warm up, thinking back to the moment Ga-on actually took her down. Before arriving here, she had never been defeated by anyone her own age. This is her big chance to finally get even for the absolute humiliation he dealt her 8 months ago. The more she thinks about it, the more her blood starts to boil. She scoffs, he's only studied aura for 1 month. There's no way he beats her 3 years of training. Waiting for a loser like him is just a waste of time. But then, her mind drifts to the past. She has to get stronger no matter what. Someone's life is counting on her. With pure fire in her eyes, Matha makes a promise. This is where it all ends for Ga-on. Meanwhile, our main character is calmly checking his system. Stick with me, because the tournament is officially about to kick off. The instructor, Limo, tells the class to pay attention. Watching a real fight is just as important as training in one. He wants them to study their rivals and plan their moves. Don't be nervous, he says, just give it everything you've got. The students are shaking in their boots. Limo shouts out the first match, Bosun versus Dune. Bosun steps up, ready for war. But from the crowd, a single trembling hand slowly rises into the air. The kid, Rodion, looks pale as a ghost. When Limo asks what's wrong, he simply whispers that he surrenders. Everyone is stunned. The fight hasn't even started. Rodion, just clutches his stomach, making up every excuse in the book. He claims he's got a fever, chills, and didn't sleep a wink. He even throws in a fake cough for good measure. Watching from the sidelines, Watt is absolutely fuming. If that kid were his soldier, he'd have his head right now. Jia-on isn't even shocked. He knew exactly what kind of person this guy was from the start. Limo tries to encourage him. Even a loss is a lesson. Seeing no way out, poor Dune finally agrees to step up to the plate. The match is over in a flash. Unsurprisingly, Bozan takes the victory without breaking a sweat. Dune is face down on the dirt, muttering his surrender. Limo warns Bozan that he still needs to control his temper. If he had stayed calm, he could have finished the whole thing in just 5 moves. Bozan admits the kid's attitude just set him off. Limo turns to the loser on the ground, asking why he's always running away. The teacher knows he had potential to last longer, but the poor kid is still white with terror. I know what you're thinking, that's embarrassing. But don't look away, because the next match is finally here. It's Run Nando versus Cien. This one looks like a much more even fight. Let the battle begin. Cien rushes in for a lethal strike, but Run Nando is ready. In a total blur, she draws her own blade and parries the attack with perfect precision and speed. The opponent is completely caught off guard by that lightning-fast counterattack. Cien's sword goes flying. Limo calls it enough. He steps in to give them some final feedback. He tells Cien to relax his grip, then praises Run Nando's beautiful counter, even though her aura still needs a lot of work. She just says yes. The other students are glued to the action, as the ring fills with the constant clang of steel on steel. But this is the one we've all been waiting for. The grudge match between the two rivals, Ma-Tha and Jia-on. Ma-Tha unleashes a storm of strikes, but Jia-on isn't backing down an inch. She swings a heavy vertical blow, but Jia-on catches it like it's nothing. The force of the clash sends them both reeling. It's way more power than Ma-Tha expected to handle. Before she can recover, Jia-on seizes the opening. She's horrified that strike could have ended her right there. She barely dodges the killing blow. Jumping back, the two of them pause, staring each other down. Ma-Tha is impressed. He blocked everything she threw at him. She has to admit, the guy has real talent. But then she smirks. His talent? It's strictly limited to swordplay. She calls out his weakness. A fire warrior who can't use aura will never reach the top. Then, her blade begins to glow with an intense, overwhelming power. She lunges forward with explosive speed, closing the gap like a gust of wind to stay on the offensive. With a smug grin, she brings her blade down hard. Jia-on barely manages to get his sword up in time. Ma-Tha's aura is just too much. Jia-on's defense looks like it's about to shatter at any second. She keeps the pressure on, mocking him with every swing. You blocked that one, but how much longer can you last? Aura is everything here, and his is barely the size of a bean. Trust me, you and I need to see how he survives this. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see a supposed weakling flip the script on a certified genius. Their blades clash, and once again, he is blown back. Ma-Tha scoffs, warning him that if he does not surrender now, she is going to shatter every bone in his body. Before she can even finish, Jia-on is already striking back. She barely blocks the surprise attack in time, and that is when Jia-on finally speaks up. You sure love talking about talent. Seems like your clan puts way too much stock in things they are just born with. Ma-Tha's voice drips with contempt. Of course you are annoyed. You do not have a shred of talent. Let me show you what a real genius is actually capable of. Facing her insults head on, Jia-on stays calm and makes one simple promise. Then, I will prove you wrong. Talent is not everything. He grips his blade, and suddenly, a massive swirl of crimson flames erupts from his body. Ma-Tha freezes. Sensing this overwhelming pressure, she can barely get a single word out of her mouth. What? He shouts his technique. 10,000 flames, first form. For the first time, she is seeing the true power of the boy she called useless. Where did those flames even come from? It is dangerous. This is not just normal fire. There is something terrifying hidden within those sparks, and Ma-Tha is actually starting to feel real fear. Why is it so chillingly beautiful? She wonders. Meanwhile, Jia-on is ready to show everyone exactly what he can do. Ma-Tha's confidence is shaking. She goes silent, tightening her grip on her sword for one final gamble. Fine, I will get serious too. She activates her ultimate point technique as a thick brown aura begins swirling around her. Jia-on is impressed. The ultimate point allows her to concentrate all her aura into a single strike. She has already mastered this at her age? Not bad. I can tell she is putting everything she has into this next attack. Ma-tha locks in. I admit you are strong, but there is no way you are walking away from this move. Jia-on just waits. She lunges forward with everything she has, turning herself into a human projectile aimed straight for him. Pay attention here, because this one counterattack is about to blow the whole place apart. The crowd gasps. The ground literally cracks under the pressure. What just happened? A massive cloud of dust completely swallows the arena. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for the smoke to clear and reveal the winner. As the dust settles, a shattered blade lies on the ground. Ma-tha is down, defeated, while Jia-on stands perfectly still. Total shock. Jia-on actually won? It is impossible. What kind of power was that? Victory is his. He tells his fallen opponent that even while unconscious, her spirit is stronger than any talent. That mental toughness is her real gift. Somewhere else, Glenn sits on his throne as the news arrives. So, the boy actually took down Ma-tha. Lai Mare confirms it. Yes, he completely overwhelmed her, even though she has been training her aura for 4 long years. Glenn can't help but be impressed by this. Those flames were like a beautiful flower of fire, packing way more power than they seemed. But then, a look of worry crosses his face. The whole clan knows now. We have to guide him carefully so he does not let this victory go to his head. Lemur agrees. Of course. Glenn then asks about Ma-tha's condition, and Lemur gives him the update. Her physical wounds will heal just fine. The real issue is the massive blow to her ego. You and I both know that psychological damage hits way harder than any broken sword. She is stuck in her room, staring at nothing. Out in the garden, a hand gently tends to some soft pink flowers, looking completely at peace. Jia-on is gardening while Ware nags him from behind. Be careful with those or I will freeze you solid. Jia-on just rolls his eyes. You cannot even do anything. Stop acting like such a big deal. Ware snaps back, blaming his elemental resistance. Jia-on does not even have the energy to argue anymore. Glad you finally realized it. He thinks back to the night he won. That miracle pill really did wonders for his strength. His stats have skyrocketed. The system confirms it. His 4th fire ring has formed, reaching level 4 at last. It is reinforcing his entire body and soul, boosting everything. Speed, power, and stamina are up. All his old debuffs have finally vanished. Every bit of hard work is finally paying off thanks to that pill. But the best part? Level 4 water resistance. That is a total game changer. That is why Ware's attacks do not even tickle. Since it is his last day off, he just wants to enjoy some quiet gardening. He keeps working the soil while Ware just will not stop talking in his ear. Dig deeper, you idiot. What are you even doing? Jia-on's patience is wearing thin. Guess even a legend can't escape a nagging spirit. Use your hands so they don't break. Wild. Right? All right, you and I are about to dive into a story where even gardening becomes a masterclass in skill. The blue flame just can't stop bragging, claiming he filled his demonic gardens with ice back in the day. He says the demons respected him for it, but Jia-on is totally ignoring him, which is making things pretty awkward. Wait. Look there. Ma-tha is standing right by the gate, looking frozen and clearly at a loss for words. Jia-on already has a bad vibe from her, since every time they meet, things turn out pretty ugly. He wonders if she's here to start trouble again, looking at her blank face and questioning her real motives. He thought she was mature, but now she's acting like a kid. Either way, that's not the main issue here. Ma-tha finally spills it. She wants a rematch, but Jia-on just brushes her off like she's nothing. Pathetic. It's like she doesn't even know when she's been beaten. She stammers that she hasn't lost, she just needs to understand why. Jia-on simply asks, what's in it for me? He keeps teasing her with a straight face, saying if a loser wants a rematch, they should at least bring a gift. Ma-tha is baffled. Why should she have to pay to fight? Jia-on just stays cool, saying he needs a reason. She's fuming now, realizing he doesn't want to fight at all. She starts wondering how to get his attention. Now, watch this carefully. She spots a flower bed and wonders if ruining it will finally make him look at her. She tests the waters, commenting that he must like flowers. Jia-on's answer leaves her completely stunned. She can only gasp when he coldly tells her the truth. He doesn't like flowers at all. He doesn't get why people enjoy them. The only reason he's gardening is for his mother. Plan failed. Martha pulls back her foot, frustrated that she can't even stomp on them, and turns to leave. She mutters a goodbye, but suddenly, a blonde woman calls out from behind. It's Jia-on's mother, Svea. He turns around, surprised to see her. Svea was just wondering where her son had disappeared to. Then she notices Martha. She's thrilled, asking if this is a new friend from his training sessions. Martha realizes this is the legendary woman who left the clan for love and came back for her son. Recognizing the black hair and gold eyes, Svea introduces herself and welcomes Martha warmly. Jia-on tries to step in. He tells his mom she's not a friend and that he'll handle it, but Svea insists on talking to her. I know what you're thinking, but this moment hits different. Svea gently takes her hand and asks if she's hurt. Martha is caught off guard, barely managed to say she's okay. Svea sighs with relief, saying she was worried. Svea mentions hearing that Daniel brought a talented child over. As she softly strokes Martha's cheek, she compliments her for being both beautiful and gifted. Then, she asks why she's really here. Martha stammers, saying she just wanted to talk to Jia-on, and tries to make a quick escape. But Svea isn't letting her go. She takes the awkward girl's hand and invites her to stay for dinner. She can't let her son's friend go home on an empty stomach. Martha is blushing now, totally confused. She doesn't know how to say no and just stutters. Obviously, she failed to turn down Svea's kindness. Next thing we know, she's sitting at the dining table, looking incredibly shy and out of place. Jia-on's mom happily brings out delicious dishes, while Jia-on acts cold but is secretly losing his mind. He can't believe how friendly his mom is, as she keeps chatting Martha's ear off about him. She explains that Jia-on loves meat soup, making Martha so nervous she can barely even eat. Svea sits down and starts the real conversation, asking if she's 15, just a year older than her son. She asks if training is hard, noting that while their chef is good, the meat isn't like the main house. As Martha takes a bite, Svea gently places a hand on her shoulder, watching over her. She gives her some motherly advice with a kind look, telling her to chew carefully so she doesn't get sick. In that moment, Martha remembers her own mother saying the exact same thing to her long ago. Back then, before everything went wrong, she'd happily listen to her mom. Now, she's eating through tears of emotion. After the meal, she thanks Svea and prepares to leave, telling her the food was absolutely amazing. Svea sees her to the door, asking her to look after Jia-on. He just watches her leave, totally baffled. And that's where we leave it. You and I just witnessed a fierce rival get completely disarmed by a home-cooked meal. Maybe so. Martha walked home. You and I are about to see her change forever. Ra-on probably thinks she is crazy, but that look in his eyes was just like her mother's. Svea was different in every way, her face, her voice. Yet, being near her felt exactly like being with her mother. Martha drifted back to those warm memories of her mother, before her life was torn apart by tragedy. After the white blood cult took her mother and Daniel adopted her, she vowed never to lose. She kept that promise until today. Her mind felt like it was breaking into 1,000 pieces. She was only adopted for her talent. If she kept losing, would she be thrown away? The anxiety was becoming unbearable. Her father seemed gentle, but what if it was all an act? Without him, all hope of finding her mother would vanish. Martha gritted her teeth. She shouldn't have lost. At the gate, the butler was already there, waiting to greet her. He mentioned she was late. Why was he waiting? He had a letter from Lord Daniel specifically for her to read. A letter from her father? Martha stared in shock. The butler simply confirmed that it was indeed for her. It was written right after the match. The first line read, Martha, congratulations on your very first defeat. A single loss does not make you a loser, so do not let it weigh you down. Figure out why you lost to improve. He wanted to comfort her in person, but his mission was taking much longer than he had originally planned. He apologized for not being there. Just like that, every seed of doubt she had about her father completely evaporated. The letter ended with a promise. I am still searching for your mother. I have not given up, so neither should you. After reading, she coldly told the butler to thank her father for his words. The butler bowed his head in respect. Back in her room, she locked the door. The memory of her pathetic defeat kept playing on a loop in her head. Pay attention, this is where she changes. She hadn't been careless, she just lost. She grabbed a knife and stood before the mirror. She had to accept this failure and move forward. She refused to carry this badge of shame any longer. Pretending it never happened would mean learning nothing. She felt too ashamed to even face her father as she was. Strands of long, black hair began to fall. Just like that, her old self was gone, scattered across the floor. A fresh start. She would give everything to move forward, leaving her foolish and pathetic past self behind in the dust. With a new look and massive determination, she felt her spirit return. She would become stronger than ever before. The next day at training, the other students couldn't believe their eyes. One boy could not help but shout in confusion. "What happened?" Another asked. "Lady Martha, why did you cut your hair?" Everyone was stunned by her drastic new look. She walked straight to Ra-on and said she wouldn't make any more excuses. She promised to keep her word. When Ra-on asked what promise, she coldly reminded him that the loser must obey the winner. "That is all. I am leaving." She walked away, leaving Ra-on to process what had just happened to her. You and I see the change, right? He never expected her to be this obedient. She truly grew up in a heartbeat. Her character was impressive for her age. But right as he thought that, he saw her screaming at another male student. "Why are you in my way? Move it!" The poor guy scrambled away. Ra-on realized she was only civil to him. Time flew by until the new year arrived. Contrary to what everyone thought, Martha stayed true to her word. Now, they had all grown up, looking sharp and mature in their brand new outfits for the season. Biozin was calmer and more reliable now. Dunan's sword was sharper than ever, even if her expression remained cold. As for the main character, risking his life in dangerous training had become a normal part of his daily routine. Ra-on was becoming a true leader. His growth was so undeniable that the other students could only watch in awe. "No way. We just started learning that technique, and he mastered it in only half a day?" They whispered that he must have learned it beforehand. There was no way anyone could be that fast naturally. Li Mo watched from the side. He knew better. The boy had just stood there with eyes closed, yet his form was perfect. The other students were completely overwhelmed by his sheer skill. It was simply unbelievable to everyone watching him. Li Mo reported everything to Glenn. The boy was clearly using his mind to record every single movement perfectly. He is a monster, a total monster. Li Mo went on so much that Glenn finally asked if he was his butler. Glenn grumbled that he only ever talked about the kid. Li Mo just smiled. Knowing Glenn was actually quite curious too. "Stick with me, we're about to see what happens next." He looked down and spotted something unusual from the castle. "All right, you and I are about to dive into a massive clash at the academy. The servants are hectic because guests are arriving soon." "Guests?" Glenn explains that envoys from the Kingdom of Owen will be arriving in just a few days. Let me give you a quick breakdown of this place. The Kingdom of Owen. As one of the 6 kingdoms at the center of the continent, they maintain peace with JH and strictly value the honor of the sword. Li Mo is curious and asks, who exactly is representing them as the envoy? It is officially the 3rd prince, but Glenn suspects Duke Titan is the real one calling the shots. Titan, that crazy guy, actually became a duke? Wait, if it is the 3rd prince, he must still be a kid, right? Probably the same age as Ra-on and Bergen. Glenn shrugs. He has not looked into the kid yet. He warns Li Mo to make sure the students behave. Li Mo realizes this involves his own training ground, the 5th. Apprentice knights are escorting the prince, and they want to see how the local warriors actually train. We cannot let them see JH looking weak. Li Mo notes the prince and his knights are Ra-on's age. Now, watch closely. This is where Li Mo starts cooking up a real scheme. He smiles with an evil grin. Glenn spots it immediately. You are definitely plotting something. Then a student shouts, wait, we are fighting Owen's apprentice knights? It seems Li Mo had this planned all along. He tells the class that the prince wants to test them. The prince specifically asked to fight you guys. The students are stunned. Why so sudden? Li Mo starts provoking them with a smirk. What is the matter? Are you all scared? A real swordsman is always ready to strike. I heard the prince wanted to visit the 6th ground instead of us. Why the sudden change? Limo thinks back to a private conversation he had earlier. He had visited the prince's tent, suggesting the 6th ground probably bored him to tears. If you have time, come visit the 5th ground. I promise to show you something truly impressive. Limo tells the students he knows it is sudden, then looks back toward the entrance. Meet them before you judge. A group of soldiers begins emerging from the tunnel onto the stage. A blonde knight leads the squad. They are the pride of their kingdom, the elite apprentice knights. The blonde leader steps forward and introduces himself. I am Gislen, the 3rd prince. Ra-on looks up at the blonde boy, realizing that he is indeed the 3rd prince of the Owen kingdom. You and I can see it too that Prince is on a completely different level from the others. Seeing Ra-on staring so intently, Limo speaks up. Well, Ra-on, what do you think? Are you excited to test your skills against them? Facing the royal squad. Ra-on realizes the prince is the perfect target to test his new star swordsmanship. I want to fight him. Ra-on replies. Limo immediately declares, the matches have begun. We need 20 people total. So, pick your opponents and let's get moving. Follow Ra-on's lead. Then, Limo's tone turns terrifying as he remembers one tiny detail. I bet my entire month's salary on you guys. So you better not lose. If you lose, I will literally kill you all. The students are absolutely terrified. Finally, they gather 20 fighters for the match. Ra-on looks over the team and nods. Look at the knights you are facing, Ra-on warns. Watch their hands carefully. He notices something. They are shaking. They might look confident, but they are just like us. They are just apprentices our age, feeling the exact same nerves before a big fight. We have worked just as hard as anyone. Your sweat and tears are about to pay off. He shouts to boost their spirits. Do not be nervous. Let's show them how good we are. The students, once dripping with sweat from fear, now shout back with pure determination. Ra-on decides he will set the order. He starts analyzing the situation. The first match is the most important for morale. I need someone who is a guaranteed win. He calls out a name. Martha, you are going in first. He checks in with her. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what Martha does next. All right, you and I are about to witness a match that left every student in total shock. I mean, look at this guy, is he really our age? Martha is facing off against a massive knight whose appearance completely defies his years. He looks like a seasoned professional already. The man introduces himself as a gladiator from the kingdom, noting that Martha seems to be in incredible peak condition. He expects a great battle despite her youth, while the crowd whispers about the massive size difference and the struggle she faces. Suddenly, Martha scoffs. A good match? Her expression is filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated contempt for the man. With an arrogant tone, she declares her victory and tells him to stop talking and just attack. The battle finally explodes. Even the blonde prince is stunned. Watching Martha's relentless assault, he realizes she is completely dominating her opponent. It turns out the swordsmen from the 2nd training center are the real deal, possessing terrifying levels of strength. They live up to the JH name, proving their skills are easily on par with the elite knights of this entire kingdom. However, Training Center 6 is a total letdown. Despite their training, they can't even touch the level of the Robert family apprentices. But the prince can't look down on them anymore. It seems this specific training center actually holds some incredibly talented individuals. Martha continues her rapid-fire strikes to maintain her lead. Meanwhile, a man approaches Limo to talk. Now, pay attention to this conversation. It tells us everything we need to know about why they are even here. Limo says sparring with one of the Empire 6 Knight orders is a rare chance. He believes it will be a perfect lesson for them. The man finds it hard to believe those words are coming from the person known as the genius of swordsmanship. Limo teases him, suggesting they drop the formalities, and asking if he wants to make a little bet. Annoyed, the man asks if he still hasn't kicked that gambling habit, but he's curious enough to ask what the stakes are. With the hook set, Limo mentions there are 20 matches in total, with prizes waiting for every single winner. He suggests a bet would make watching much more exciting. The man remains confident, trusting his Owen-trained warriors to win easily. He asks if Limo honestly thinks his kids can win. Limo doesn't flinch, acknowledging the man's faith in his own disciples. But I have my own reasons to be confident. Li Mo replies with a perfectly calm and relaxed attitude. Back in the arena, Matha's overwhelming power hasn't faded. When her opponent tries to block, his sword literally snaps in half. He can't believe it. How could a girl like her possibly possess such insane, earth-shattering levels of physical strength? Matha seizes the opening, slamming her hilt into his stomach and crushing his chance to counter. He falls in agony as the victory announcement roars. Matha is the winner. Seeing such a brutal display, the onlooker realizes just how much he underestimated her earlier. He takes back his previous thoughts. He assumed her sword style had softened after their fight, but he was dead wrong. Instead, her speed and power have reached a whole new level. She keeps taunting, calling the guy a fool for holding back. Duan finds the whole spectacle fascinating. This is turning out to be one seriously interesting fight to watch. But Wapther is just bored, comparing the duel to two ants fighting in the dirt. He's clearly seen much better. Jia-an doesn't care at all, comparing him to a stray dog. He starts bragging about his glory days back in the demon realm. He claims even the young demons fought with more flair than this. But then, he lets out a sudden, sharp scream. Jia-an just made him vanish for some peace and quiet. Now, watch closely, the next match is about to begin. Next up is match 18, Junon versus Vid-Delia. Jia-an tells Junon it is her turn, and she simply gives a quiet, focused nod. Junon faces off against the red-haired Vid-Delia, who starts the match by insulting Junon's distant and vacant-looking eyes. She unleashes her aura, and a massive wave of red energy swirls around her body like a raging fire. Junon looks annoyed for the first time. She simply mutters that she really doesn't like fire at all. Gripping her sword, Junon activates her own aura. A freezing blue mist erupts, setting the stage for ice versus fire. They both charge forward. When their blades collide, a massive explosion of dust and debris hides them from everyone's view. As the smoke clears, Ilya appears, looking around frantically. But Junon's shadow is already looming directly behind her back. Sensing the danger, she spins around and swings her sword with a loud shout, desperate to land a hit. But her blade only cuts through empty air. She realizes with a shock that she was attacking a mere illusion. While she is still processing the trick, she feels the cold edge of a blade pressed firmly against her neck. It's too late for Adelia. Junon had already moved behind her to end the match. The winner is officially announced. Ilya lost, but she is a good sport. And trust me, you and I just witnessed a top-tier tactical victory. Alright, you and I are jumping right back in as Junon returns, practically wearing her victory like a trophy. Jia-an gives her a nod, asking if she caught the action. Your footwork has gotten way better. Nicely done. Juna just drops to the ground with that same cold attitude and mutters a quick thanks. Li Mo is clearly loving the energy. He shouts that whether they win or lose, these matches are epic and the atmosphere is finally heating up. Time to keep the momentum going with match 19. Bosun and Soon, step forward and take your places. The two knights face off, and honestly, their presence and poise seem perfectly matched. The opponent introduces himself first as Soon the Scarred, an apprentice knight. On the other side, we have our trainee, Bo Jeninch, the first. Jia-an watches closely before the clash even begins, realizing this guy Soon is actually a serious threat. Besides the third prince, he's definitely the strongest one left. The signal rings out start. And just like that, they're at each other's throats. Their blades collide with a massive spark. This battle is getting intense, since both of them are clearly playing for keeps. Their techniques are so similar that dropping your guard for even a single second would mean instant defeat. He's probably thinking the exact same thing. With fire in their eyes, they let out a roar and charge in for one final strike. One explosive clash later, and the result is obvious. They both have their weapons aimed at each other, but both blades are snapped clean in half. The students watching from the sidelines immediately realize what happened. Both their swords are completely ruined. Li Mo calls the 19th match a draw, though neither fighter looks happy about it. As Bosun walks back, Jia-an offers some quick encouragement. You did great, Bosun. That apprentice was easily their strongest fighter. But Bosun still can't find a reason to smile. He grits his teeth, asking what the point is. If he's fighting for the honor of the House of JH, he needs to win at any cost. Jia-an places a hand on his shoulder and tells him not to worry. He'll handle the final match and bring glory back to the House of DH. Now pay attention, because Jia-on is finally facing off against the third prince. The prince just stares, wondering if he really has to fight this guy. To him, Jia-on's power feels totally mediocre. He scoffs and asks if the boy is a direct descendant of the House of DH. When Jia-on says no, it clearly rubs the prince the wrong way. He looks incredibly annoyed. He clucks his tongue, complaining about having to waste his time on a freebie match. He looks over at the top three and says he'd rather fight one of them. The prince turns to the ref and says he has a proposal. Limo just looks back and asks what's on his mind. He points at Matha and Junan, saying they don't look tired at all. He asks if he can take them both on after he crushes this kid. Limo happily agrees, as long as the prince actually wins first. Ge gets hyped, gripping his sword and telling everyone to get ready for a quick finish. Facing Jia, the prince doesn't feel a shred of fear. He even decides not to use his aura just to save some energy. A brown-haired man nearby turns to Limo and asks who that monster really is. He admits he almost missed him because the kid's presence is so faint. Limo just teases him, saying his eyes aren't totally useless after all. But why didn't he warn the third prince? It's pretty clear the royal is severely underestimating our main character. The man replies that while the prince is the future of the Owen kingdom, he's never actually tasted defeat before. Teaching him a lesson about losing might be a good idea, but the prince is no joke. Even a sword genius won't have an easy time here. Limo seems pretty calm, agreeing that it won't be easy. Then, he decides to stir the pot a little bit. How about a bet? Something simple, like a nice bottle of wine. The man sighs, noting how much Limo loves to gamble, and asks for the terms. Let's see if Limo is right. He holds up 5 fingers and bets that Jia-on will end the prince in exactly 5 moves. Back in the arena, Jia-on takes the initiative and charges forward, looking to end this whole thing in a heartbeat. The third prince can't even react to that kind of speed. The man who just took the bet freezes in pure shock. Wait, what? With just one blur of a movement, Jia-on's blade slashes right through the prince's waist. He lets out a scream and collapses in total humiliation. Jia-on coldly sheathes his sword. Limo just grins at the stunned man and laughs that it didn't even take 5 moves. In the moment of his defeat, the prince finally realizes the truth. He completely misjudged his opponent. He finally understands why Jia-on was ranked last. It's because he's too powerful. Our hero looks absolutely terrifying right now. The man screams in disbelief, asking if that kid is really just a cadet. His swordplay and technique are already completely perfected. Limo just shrugs, saying that's exactly why he knew Jia-on would win. He's already thinking about where to enjoy his prize. I'm definitely booking a fancy place for that wine. But suddenly, the third prince staggers to his feet and shouts at Jia-on to stop. He yells that he hasn't lost yet. Everyone tries to calm him down, but the prince just screams in pure frustration and regret. He claims he hasn't even shown his real skills yet, but you and I both know this match was over before it even started. All right, you and I are jumping right into some royal drama. Matha just cut the prince off, asking if that is a dog barking or just a sore loser. She says he acts exactly like someone she knows, making Boren feel a sudden, awkward sting of guilt. The third prince is stunned that anyone would dare be so disrespectful, but before he can finish his stuttering protest, Matha shuts him down. She drops that signature arrogant tone, telling him she is being generous before ordering him to get lost because he already lost. Heidi is horrified by the disrespect and screams at Matha to shut her mouth when speaking to the royal prince. Matha does not back down an inch, firing back that while he might be a prince, she is from a main family line. Limer finally steps in to break the tension, suggesting they just listen to what Jia-on actually wants to do. He tells Jia-on the choice is his, and finally, the young warrior decides to speak up for himself. He points out the bets were made, and the match is officially over, forcing the prince to admit the bitter truth. The third prince bows his head, admitting he lost and confessing that he completely underestimated Jia-on from the very beginning. He says he is ashamed, but then he lays his sword on the ground, with a desperate request for one more fight. Stick with me here, because this is where the prince drops his ego and begs for a rematch to avoid a lifetime of regret. Jia-on is genuinely shocked to see a royal apologize and humble himself like this, realizing he was more than just a typical brat. Persuaded by the prince's sincerity, Jia-on agrees, but warns him that this is only happening one more time. The prince's attitude shifts instantly as they both square off, focusing everything on the new battle about to begin. Gripping his royal crest, the third prince tells himself that his previous loss was only because he grew way too complacent. He grips that emblem tight with more determination than ever, finally unleashing his true aura for the crowd to see. Crackling bolts of lightning wrap around his body, and the sheer pressure of it actually manages to catch Jia-on off guard. Even the people watching from the sidelines, like Matha, are stunned by the overwhelming power radiating from the prince. Someone tries to step in and stop the prince from using such dangerous techniques, but his mind is already made up. He refuses to hide his strength anymore, while the spirit of wrath appears beside Jia-on to mock the situation. Now, you and I both know the irony here. The prince has no idea that Jia-on is still holding back his real power. Jia-on feels ready, but wrath warns him that the prince actually has way more aura and is far stronger than before. Unfazed by the warning, Jia-on asks if they are ready, and the response is an immediate, resounding yes. As Jia-on takes his stance, the system pops up with a notification. Wrath wants to place a bet on his victory. Winning gives a +4 stat boost, but losing fuels his rage. The prince shouts for the fight to finally begin. This time, the prince takes the initiative, leaping high into the air to launch a devastating overhead strike that Jia-on blocks. When their blades collide, the impact creates a massive explosion right in the middle of the arena floor. The crowd is terrified, and even as the prince keeps attacking, he starts to feel the terrifying gap between their strengths. Despite using every ounce of his strength, he cannot push Jia-on back even a single inch. He wonders if he is facing a genius or a total monster, then takes a deep breath to steel his resolve. He decides to give it everything he has left, pushing his aura to a level that honestly seems impossible. Jia-on instantly recognizes the style. It is the legendary Ba's swordsmanship passed down only to the royal heirs. Seeing the magic swirling around the blade, he knows the prince is pouring everything into this next singular blow. Jia-on is not just going to stand there and take it, though. He activates his own aura to meet the challenge head-on. He invites the prince to come at him, as the royal warns that this next move carries all of his power. The prince screams for him to take the hit, unleashing a tidal wave of aura that fills the entire stage. Jia-on realizes this is the secret technique of the kingdom, a desperate all-or-nothing gambit to end the fight right now. Having memorized the movements, Jia-on prepares his Manhwa technique, wrapping his blade in a swirling vortex of energy. Even in the middle of his own charge, the prince feels the sudden pressure and has to stay on high alert. Jia-on prepares to counter with an even more terrifying move, thinking to himself that this is no longer just a game. The prince, still fueled by pure determination, remains confident that victory will ultimately belong to him. He shouts out one final skill as both fighters lunge forward, crashing into each other with everything they have got. For a moment, they seem perfectly matched, blades locked together with neither warrior willing to give a single step. They trade blows until something goes wrong. Jia-on slips. And trust me, you and I are both dying to know if this mistake just cost him the win. All right, stick with me. You are about to see the moment the third prince thinks he has the upper hand against Jia-on. Jia-on misses a beat and struggles against the next assault. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic ring echoes as the prince's blade swings with lethal intent. Even though he was the one attacking, the third prince watches in pure shock as his own sword completely shatters before his eyes. Stunned by his broken blade, the prince freezes. Jia-on moves like lightning, instantly delivering his final, decisive blow to end it. Did you really think you could block my path again? The third prince takes the hit and collapses right there on the spot. The announcement rings out: Jia-on is the winner. The prince is defeated, but this time, he looks like he is actually more convinced of his opponent's power. I was so sure I had him beat in both speed and strength. But the prince no longer feels regret as he accepts his loss. Did he really use a true sword technique to counter my light blade? After the match, the third prince is the one to speak first. The world really is a massive place, isn't it? He reaches out his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Thanks to this fight, I learned a lot. I admit my defeat. Jia-on doesn't hesitate to shake the prince's hand. I also learned plenty. The two of them start talking like old friends in that moment. Sorry for underestimating you earlier. Let's just say I didn't have an eye for talent. Jia-on says it is fine. Can I ask how old you are? I am 14 this year. The prince's voice sounds much more relaxed and at peace now. I lost to a player younger than me in both skill and character. He holds something out. Here, take this with you. Jia-on is surprised. What is this? Now pay attention, because this royal emblem is proof that Prince Owen will grant you any favor in the future. Jia-on is stunned by the gift. Why give me something so valuable? The prince explains that, while he lost, Jia-on really opened his eyes to the truth today. I feel like I have reached a new level of understanding. I think I am actually lucky to have lost to someone like you. He turns to leave, offering a final farewell. I am certain we will cross paths again one of these days. I hope you are still stronger than me then. The idea of chasing your power, that sounds pretty exciting to me. Jia-on grips the emblem tight as he watches him leave. The prince walks down and says goodbye to Coach Limmer before leaving this place behind. Coach Limmer, we lost. You have won this one. Limmer just gives a relaxed, simple response. Fair enough. After speaking to Limmer, the prince orders his companion, Duke Titan, it is time for us to head back home. The man quickly obeys. Yes, Your Highness. The prince announces that he has something he needs to do immediately. Jia-on is still processing the massive reward he just got for his victory. Usually, completing quests with zero pay is normal, so getting something this huge is actually pretty shocking to me. You and I know this life is full of surprises, and Jia-on is definitely feeling the weight of it all right now. Back at the main building of the Gislen family, the prince recounts the details of the duel that just ended. So that is the lesson you took away from this match? The third prince admits the truth. Yes, I thought I was the best. But meeting him forced me to rethink everything. He fights like an experienced, mature master with years of battle. I have fought many battles across the 6 kingdoms, but I have never seen a trainee as powerful as Jia-on before. He is younger than me, but I could learn so much from him. Glenn simply acknowledges the fact. I see, the prince continues. That is exactly why I plan on heading back home after this meeting. I want to start training using everything I learned from him. Glenn says goodbye with a final bit of advice. Fine, please pass my thanks to the king for the letter. Owen agrees and takes his leave. Thank you, sir. The trainee army from Owen rides out on horseback as twilight begins to fall. Titan has something on his mind. Your Highness? Yes? The prince asks. What is it, Duke? Is there something you want to say? The Duke gets straight to the point. Showing your true power and using the burst sword technique against Jia-on was a bit too much. Hiding your strength is crucial. The prince just laughs. I know, I might have overdone it a little. Titan continues. Giving him that royal tablet was also a bit extreme, but the prince cuts him off. No, it was not. Jia-on showed me real sincerity. He could have been angry that I looked down on him, but he stayed polite. I am just returning that respect. Plus, he showed me a secret technique. That is the truth. Giving him that tablet was an investment in the future. Titan still does not understand and asks what he means. The prince explains his reasoning clearly. At his age, he has the skill, character, and spirit. He will be someone incredible in the future, even if he is not direct lineage. And trust me, you and I know that making an ally like that is a massive win for the future. You and I are back, and the third prince is realizing that surviving the royal family requires a cold-blooded mindset. The prince watched Jia-on walk away, wondering just how much stronger he would become before their next encounter. Back at the estate, Glenn sat silently on his throne until his butler finally spoke up. He teased Glenn about being proud of his grandson, but the old man quickly snapped. What are you talking about? But you can't fool a loyal butler. He smiled, noting he hadn't seen Glenn look that warm in ages. Glenn instantly covered his mouth, feeling embarrassed that his true feelings had slipped through his stony facade. The butler insisted he saw it, while Glenn kept denying everything, telling the old man his eyes were failing him. However, the mood quickly shifted as the butler brought up a much more urgent matter. He was worried about the Duke's report, flashing back to when a grave announcement was made regarding the kingdom. There was a message that went far beyond a simple letter from the prince. The emperors of Owen and Devon sent word of a coming storm, and Glenn prepared himself for the worst. Now, pay attention, because the 5 shadows are moving again under a blood moon that radiates a truly terrifying feeling of death. At the academy next day, Professor Rimmer praised the students for their performance against the Owen Kingdom trainees. He announced that since they were ready, Next week would begin a grueling round of special skill training. The students started whispering in excitement. Special training? A nervous blue-haired boy finally asked for details. Rimmer clarified that training wasn't exactly the right word for what he had planned for them. It was going to be a real battle. They needed to prepare to pour out their sweat and blood. Their target? A bandit group called the Snow Tiger Claws, known for robbing travelers deep in the southern mountains. Recently, though, these criminals had become far more aggressive and bloodthirsty than ever before. The students grew worried, asking if their actual mission was to go out and eliminate these dangerous men. Rimmer's voice turned heavy as he explained that the plan had drastically changed from the original mission. They couldn't just use an ambush anymore because the situation on the ground had turned into a nightmare. The bandits had completely slaughtered a southern village, leaving nothing but charred ruins and piles of innocent bodies. The students were horrified, unable to believe the sheer cruelty of the enemies they were about to face. That's why the mission was updated. They were to track them down first, and then wipe them out. Despite being just bandits, these were skilled mana users, and Rimmer warned the class not to be careless. They would move out tomorrow night. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a swift blade was busy slicing through falling leaves. The one wielding that incredible blade was none other than the skilled Runan. Her cold expression showed how much she had matured, but suddenly, her mood seemed to darken. She wanted to perfect her form before they left. But something about her movements just felt wrong. She compared herself to Jia On's fluid strikes, frustrated that she couldn't find the flaw in her own style. Staring into the distance, she wondered if Jia On was still training and if she should ask for advice. She looked toward the main house but shook the thought away, not wanting to disturb his focus. Resigned, she went back to her solo practice as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The bright day faded into a gloomy twilight, with puddles on the ground rippling from Runan's intense movements. After a long day of pushing her limits, she collapsed onto a large rock, feeling both exhausted and discouraged. She felt weaker than before, even if her form was smoother. Finally, she decided that was enough for today. Thinking of Jia On one last time, she figured she would say goodbye to him before heading home. Suddenly, she remembered her family promised her ice cream if she came home early this weekend. With a sudden urgency, she decided the questions could wait until tomorrow. Ice cream was the priority. Now, you and I both know that in these stories, a lonely walk home at night is never actually safe. A voice called out her name from the darkness, making her jump in absolute shock. She spun around, demanding to know who was there, but her face instantly drained of all color. The mysterious man greets her like an old friend, but she can only whisper the name Kai in absolute horror. His name is Kai Silly, and trust me, we are about to find out exactly why Runan looks so terrified. Stick with me, you and I are about to witness a family reunion that is absolute nightmare fuel. Junan is paralyzed with fear, unable to move a muscle. The man continues, "Did I not tell you that I hate it when you make that face?" Junan trembles even harder hearing those words. He kneels down, completely ignoring the fact that he is terrifying his own little sister to her very core. He keeps talking. "Your training went quite well. You have become much stronger than I ever expected. I am so proud of you, Junan." Suddenly, his expression shifts into something truly horrifying. He warns her, "But you would not risk your life in a reckless fight or some suicide mission, right?" His face is so scary that Junan screams and scrambles backward. As he speaks, he reaches behind his back as if to grab something hidden. "Have you forgotten everything I taught you? I suppose I should give you a little reminder then, right? That squirrel you used to have was named Ruby, was it not?" Junan remembers the trauma and desperately tries to stop him. "Brother, stop." He holds out his hand, and inside his palm is a little squirrel sleeping peacefully. Now pay attention, because this is where his madness really shows. He laughs, reminding her how Ruby died because she was disobedient. "Brother, please." She rushes forward, trying to stop the inevitable, but it is too late. The tiny squirrel is crushed instantly in his hand, leaving a brutal, bloody mess everywhere. Seeing such a small and innocent creature die right before her eyes triggers a flood of dark, terrifying memories. She sees the images of breathless squirrels lying still on the cold earth. She falls to her knees in despair, facing her brother and his cold, heartless expression. Disgusting memories flood back, breaking her spirit. She collapses, clutching her head and screaming in agony. Her helpless and piercing screams echo through the pitch-black night. Her mind is a total wreck now, trapped in a cycle of pain she cannot escape from. Siasuan leans in and whispers, Junon, remember that you belong to me until the day of judgment arrives. Do not do anything dangerous. All you need to do is survive until I tell you to do otherwise. He keeps talking, completely indifferent to the fact that Junon is suffering a total mental breakdown. Suddenly, something blurs into the space between them. A sudden explosion erupts, forcing Siasuan to jump aside and create some distance from the blast. He stays calm as the smoke swirls around. In front of Junon, that monster of a brother is finally gone. Jian has arrived just in time to shield her. He stands tall, ready to protect her. Fueled by pure rage, he demands to know who this man is. Siasuan just asks back, "Who are you?" The white-haired man just laughs. "You should introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name, do you not think? Barging in like that is no way to have a conversation." Jian remains stern, telling him he is the one blocking the alleyway. "Are you a thief? Or maybe a robber?" The white-haired man's smile instantly vanishes from his face. He speaks up. "I see why you would think that, given the current situation. But I am no thief. I am actually her older brother." Jian looks back at Junon, who is still trembling and incoherent. "You and I both know this guy is lying through his teeth. He claims he was just joking since it has been so long." Jian snaps back. "You call crushing a squirrel in front of her a joke?" The guy just scratches his head. "Aha, so you saw that? It was not a real squirrel, just a toy." He opens his hand to show it is empty. "There is no way I would kill a real animal." "You are just overthinking things, buddy." But our main character realizes the truth. He used his aura to incinerate the blood and flesh. The psycho keeps acting, claiming he just brought snacks. He sets a box down. "I have a long mission coming up soon, so I just wanted to see her before I left." Then he whispers to Junon, "It looks like you have a good friend. You two should keep it that way." He turns to leave. "Sorry for the intense joke. Stay healthy, and I will see you later." Jian watches him walk away, carefully evaluating the dangerous man he just encountered. That man is a genius swordsman of the Swan family, one of the 12 monsters, the Blue Sword, Siasuan. Before my reincarnation, I had only heard stories about him. This is the first time I have seen him in person. He is a complete psycho pretending to be a hero. He gives off a disgusting stench, just like when I faced Daru. He reaches out to Junon. "Let us go, I will walk you back." She softly agrees. Things are a bit awkward as they say their goodbyes. She gets into the carriage and coldly thanks him for the help. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what this monster does next. You and I are about to dive into a dark story. Finding Juna alone in her room as the faint moonlight makes everything feel cold. Juna and clutches herself in fear. He is back again. And just like before, he has not changed one bit. Memories flood back to a small scratch on her hand. She was just a child trying to protect a squirrel from her own brother. Sujia, Ruby is just sensitive because she is pregnant. I'm okay, really. But the tiny corpse of another squirrel nearby tells a much darker, more horrifying story. Sujia looks at her with dead, hollow eyes. You belong to me. You cannot be hurt. Never again. Just breathe and stay perfect for me, little sister. His twisted words haunt her mind. Tell our parents, and I will kill them. Even if it is our own family, I will destroy every single thing you love in this world. I will burn the world down, leaving only you. From that day, a single rule took root in Juna's mind. If she speaks, people get hurt. It is better to live in total silence. Everything is fine, as long as she never says a word. She thought she was the only one drowning in loneliness, the only one carrying this crushing weight of pain. Now, stick with me, because everything changes when she finds a kindred spirit in Jia-on and realizes just how much pain he has bravely endured for the sake of others. Watching him change the world through sheer effort made her believe that maybe, just maybe, she could do the same thing. She tried her best to stay by his side and change for the better, but it feels like an impossible dream. Just like that, the cold reality of her pain and isolation pulls her right back into the dark. It is fine, she whispers, as long as I can endure it. Meanwhile, at the southern edge of the Jeha Lang Jader territory, Lim Dias leads his group, barking out orders. We are setting up camp here for the night. You all handled the spacegate transition well. I know you are exhausted from the journey. Rest up, ha. This is your last chance to relax before the mission begins. A representative from Jader Village steps forward with a warm and polite smile to welcome the tired warriors. Welcome, swordsmen of ZH. Follow me to your quarters. Lim Dias acknowledges the man on behalf of the young warriors. Thank you for the hospitality. Inside, by the warm fire, Jia On relaxes in his room with the spirit of Wrath by his side. Thanks, Wrath. Wrath looks curious. What are you talking about? Jia On replies that he would have missed the clues without the spirit's help. I did not realize he was hiding his energy. Wrath scoffs. I only helped because of that ice cream girl. Jia On grows quiet. That man will be gone for a long time on his mission, but the threat remains. Juna is trapped as long as that monster is her brother. Wrath smirks. Just give me your body, kid. I will kill him and give it back immediately. You see that look on Jia On's face? He is stunned. But Wrath insists the Essence Emperor always settles his debts tenfold. She showed me that delicious ice cream, so I am doing this for her. Jia On just shakes his head, dismissing the idea. Are you joking? I cannot let you do that. But Wrath is dead serious about this. The Essence Emperor does not play around. Jia On refuses. Even if the spirit is telling the truth, the answer is no. That man truly hurt Juna On. Even if you kill him, it will not erase what happened to her. Wrath just scowls in frustration, letting out a sharp huff. Juna was the first person to ever truly care for him across 2 different lifetimes. If anything happens to her, he will personally hunt down and kill whoever is responsible for it. 2 days after leaving the Hat, the team arrives at a village completely decimated by the snow fox. The scene is nauseating. Bodies lie charred under the ruins, and the horror of it all hits the students like a physical blow. What is this? Why would they do this? They cry out in shock at the piles of corpses. It is pure evil. Despite the horror, Jia On keeps his focus, carefully assessing the carnage around them. This was calculated cruelty. They were all beheaded before their bodies were burned to ash. Matha stays calm, unbothered by the death. She has either seen this 1,000 times or has done the killing herself. Suddenly, Jia On spins around. Wait, where is Juna On? She is standing frozen before a ruined house, staring directly at a blackened, charred corpse. She clutches her stomach and covers her mouth, feeling sick from the horror. Lim Diaz gathers the group. This nightmare before you is the brutal work of the White Tiger Bandits. Look at this and remember it well. Engrave this moment into your minds. If you ever cross paths with them, do not let your guard down for a second. He pulls out a small, unassuming flute. This is a silent flute. No matter how hard you blow into it, it will not make a single audible sound for the enemy to hear. Only those specifically trained to hear its frequency can detect the signal. This is your lifeline in this dangerous territory. If anything goes wrong, do not hesitate to use it. The supervisors will respond and arrive to save you as fast as they possibly can. Juna An stares at the flute with trembling hands, still visibly shaken by the gruesome scene she just witnessed. Lim Dias warns them further. Their blades are merciless. If you are caught unprepared, the consequences will be unimaginable. Do everything you can before using the flute, and trust me, you and I will see if they survive. All right, you and I are about to watch these students face a deadly test without any help from their instructors. Don't hesitate to kill them, given the chance, because their crimes are already worthy of death. Everyone obeys, but Juna remains in a daze. Dariat begins to give the order. Now, everyone must split into groups according to the commands of their assigned captains. Matha will lead Group A, while Buzan takes Group B. Everyone move in teams of 3 or 4. Juna An is lost in her memories again. Her brother's voice echoes inside her head. Remember, Juna An, you belong to me. Do not do anything dangerous that could get you hurt. You only need to keep living until the day I finally have a use for you. I will kill anyone who dares to harm you. The main character's voice snaps her out of that terrifying memory. Juna An, he asks kindly, would you care to come with me? Juna An is timid at first, but she finally accepts his offer. Together, they begin scouting the perimeter of their assigned sector. Down looks up at the peak, wondering if that is Mount Rutan 10. That high point would let us observe the situation below and escape easily. If we ever find ourselves at a disadvantage, That summit would be the perfect place for us to hide and regroup. Now pay attention here, because this is where Daeon's tactical mind really starts to shine. The bandits won't hide there because it is too obvious. There is no way they would pick such an exposed position, while knowing that so many people are currently hunting them down. They surely anticipated us checking that spot, so they must have found a much safer and more secluded hiding place by now. That means taking cover behind that hill over there is the only logical choice they have left to make. It looks completely open from the outside, but there might be a secret hideout tucked away within. Come on, let us move out. We should check that hill first and leave the forest for the other teams to handle. Juna nods her head in silent agreement. All right, that works. Dawn watches her walk ahead, feeling a deep sense of sympathy for the heavy burden she is carrying. Wrath suddenly appears and speaks. You are clearly worried about her. Are you really not going to say anything to comfort her? Dawn replies that he is not sure what to say. Besides, this whole situation is a private matter concerning her own family. He doesn't even understand his own feelings for Sylvia yet. There is no way he could give Juna any good advice regarding her family issues. But he knows exactly what Sylvia did to Juna in the past. If the opportunity arises, he intends to settle this matter once and for all. Finding that chance will be difficult though. Still, everything is currently playing out exactly as he had predicted it would go. As they pass the hill and move downward, Dawn continues to carefully analyze the surrounding terrain and their tactical situation. There is a hidden forest tucked behind that hill that is invisible to outsiders. It is quite deep and deathly quiet. He stops for a moment to scan the area. All human tracks have been masked, but those amateur tricks won't work on someone like him. It is totally useless against my eyes. He kneels down to examine the snow, looking for any tiny detail they might have missed. You cannot be a top assassin just by killing targets. Tracking and gathering information are the most important skills a master must possess. This might fool a normal hunter or anyone else, but against my experience, it is completely and utterly useless. Juna An, he whispers. I think the White Tiger base is very close to us. Stay alert and keep your guard up. Follow behind me and try to remain absolutely silent, even with your breathing. Juna nods, and they both advance with extreme caution. Down notices several bear traps that have been set out. He checks them carefully. But there is nothing special beyond these basic entrance traps. They probably thought no one would ever make it this far. There are fresh signs of people living all over this area. Watch closely now, because it looks like these bandits completely underestimated us. They are standing right there, just outside of a cave. They are currently holding a small child. Down's eyes narrow as he wonders if the young boy is being held as a hostage. Those guards have massive bodies, but I cannot feel a single ounce of strong aura from them. These guys are just low-level thugs. That giant guy standing near the hostage is different, though. He looks strong enough to actually make a living with his sword skills. The rest of the gang must be inside. There is no way they would leave their only hostage out here with such simple security. He imagines dozens of bandits waiting inside. Should I blow the signal whistle and call for the main force to help us? I could retreat now and attack with the main army later. But the situation for that child is critical. He will freeze to death. That boy will not survive long enough for the rest of our forces to arrive. We have to make a move right now. He places his hand on the hilt of his sword. The enemies still have not noticed that we are watching them from the shadows. The best plan is to rescue the hostage first and finish them off as quickly as possible. They continue to observe from the bushes. Juna An is visibly trembling with anxiety. The main character speaks up softly to break her out of her spiraling fear. Juna, look at me. Do not worry. We can save that boy, but I need your help. Once I give the signal, use your silence magic. I will handle the heavy lifting, while you keep an eye on the lackeys. You and I can do this together, right? You and I are about to see if Juna An can really change as she finally agrees to this dangerous plan. Fine, I will try. A bandit with bandages on his head starts whining. I am so sleepy. How much longer on this shift? The two goons are stunned when Juna An appears and casts a spell. The older one yells, "Who the hell are you?" Juna An stays cold, releasing an aura that blocks all sound. The grunts start to feel a wave of panic. Damn it, our voices are not getting out. Did that girl just block the sound using magic? Why is there a magic user here? Now, watch closely, as Rayon seizes his chance to strike. This is his moment. Before dealing with the big guy in the back, he will take out these two first. He blurs past the two bandits, a flash of his blade, and their heads fly as Juna-An watches in horror. She freezes. A traumatic memory of a squirrel being killed by her brother flashes before her eyes once again. Overwhelmed, she screams, waking up the brute. Rayon grunts in frustration. The sound-blocking barrier is shattered. Is her trauma relapsing because of this? Juna-An snaps back to reality and immediately covers her mouth. Our main character is worried. At this rate, the entire gang is going to discover their location. The massive brute swings his sword at the cowering Juna-An. Raon grits his teeth, barely reaching her in time. But Raon instantly pins the guy down, pressing a blade to his throat. Keep your mouth shut if you want to live. If you speak without my permission, you are dead. Now, start answering all of my questions. Disobey me, and I will pull the bones right out of you. The thug trembles and agrees to talk. Rayon glances at the shaking Juna-An. She is terrified, but thanks to her, they survived. She did well. Let's pause and see if this thug talks. You are with the White Tiger Gang, right? He nods. He asks how many are left and where they sleep. The thug confesses there are 39 men in the forest. He continues. How many hostages are in there? The man answers, there is just one. A hostage. A young boy nearby begs Rayon to save his little sister, who is still trapped inside. Juna-An comforts the boy, promising they will save her. Rayon looks back, feeling a bit pressured by her words. Juna-An, I never said that. She just smiles. You were going to save her anyway. He sighs. It is not that he is afraid, but calling for backup would be safer for the prisoner. There are 36 bandits and a dangerous loan shark in there. Juna-An asks if she should blow her whistle. Rayon agrees it is for the best. Juna-An blows hard into the silver whistle. Even standing right next to her, he hears nothing. So that is why Jim Mew gave her this silent whistle. Suddenly, a voice shouts from the cave. That is a silent whistle. Everyone, attack. They are hunting us. Both are stunned. How could he have such sharp senses? Even Rayon could not hear a thing from that distance. Rayon tells Juna-An to lead the boy away while he holds the line. The leader steps out, mocking him. You have got guts coming here, kid. Who were you trying to call with that whistle? Rayon remains cold. It does not matter who I called. Let's just trade the prisoners. The little girl is trembling with fear. The bandit leader smirks. A trade, you say? Give me the kid, and I will give you this man back. The leader just laughs. I do not care if that loser lives or dies. He is not worth the girl. He presses a blade against the child's neck, threatening to kill her. Drop your sword now, or her head rolls. The little girl begins to sob in pure terror. Ron stays calm. He signals Juna-An to back up and wait for his command. He slices the captive guard's throat as the gang gasps. Blood sprays everywhere as he finishes the job. The bandits are horrified. You bastard, what did you do? Before they can react, he hurls his sword forward. His target is the young bandit holding the girl hostage. A direct hit to the chest. Rayon barks an order. Juna-An cover us with mist. She slams her aura into the ground, and a thick, heavy fog instantly swallows the entire area. Panic sets in. Damn it, I cannot see a thing. Where did all this fog come from? Raon grabs the girl and makes a break for it. Once the mist clears, the bandits realize she is gone, and that's where we leave it. The bandits are furious and screaming for blood, so you better not miss what's next. Alright, you and I are about to witness the moment our hero finally decides to stop running and start fighting. He realizes the children are too cold and weak to keep going. Those bandits? They have officially crossed the line today. If they let them go, there is no telling what kind of evil they will inflict on the village next. Even though they are outnumbered, he has to take them out now. Juna-An, stay here and guard the kids. But Juna-An sees the blood dripping from his hand and panics. He just shrugs it off, promising to return soon. As he turns to leave, Juna-An grabs his sleeve, her hands trembling with fear for his safety. She begs him not to go, saying it is too dangerous to fight alone while injured. Wait for the instructors to help. Jian looks at his friend and softens for a moment. Juna-An just stares at the ground, eyes filled with dread. He tries to comfort her, admitting that every battle is terrifying. Whether you are a veteran or just a student, Now pay attention. This is the moment she realizes the only thing scarier than fighting is sitting still and doing nothing. Jian explains that the bandits have committed acts so cruel that they simply cannot be forgiven by any decent person. People have already sacrificed their lives for the village, and others are still fighting to protect the ones they love. We can't just turn a blind eye to their sacrifice. As swordsmen, we have a duty to fulfill until our very last breath. We have to follow in the footsteps of those who fell to ensure the safety of everyone left behind. He tells her that running from fear only makes the shadow of your enemy grow larger until it consumes your mind. If you keep hiding from what scares you, that fear will haunt you for the rest of your natural life. Juna-an, only you can save yourself and those close to you. He reaches into his coat and pulls out a small gift. From this moment on, whatever happens next is for your own two hands to decide. He starts walking toward the enemy camp, no longer hiding in the shadows. Juna-an stands there, a single tear falling. Deep down, she wants to change. She wants to forget the past and break free from the chains holding her back. She wants to protect what is precious to her and refuses to hide in the darkness any longer. To reach a brighter future, she has to stand up. She grips the wooden squirrel Jian gave her with everything she has. Jion Jahat strikes like lightning, cutting through 3 bandits in one move. The rest of the gang starts screaming in panic. Kill him. Block him. Damn it. How can a single kid be this much of a problem for all of us? Their leader roars in frustration, wondering how his men cannot stop one boy. Jion just glares at him with cold eyes. While he is focused, a bandit leaps from behind for a surprise killing blow, catching Gion off guard for a second. He barely dodges the blade and retreats, but the bandit leader is already moving in for a cowardly backstab. You are dead meat, you little brat. The leader's heavy blade smashes into the ground, shattering the earth into pieces. But the leader's eyes widen. His blade hit nothing but dirt. Where did the kid disappear to? Jion Jahat appears right behind him, his voice echoing with a cold, lethal authority that stops the leader's heart. You and I both knew he was strong, but taking that coward's head before he could even react? That moment was absolutely savage. The remaining bandits start trembling. What kind of monster is this kid? Is he really just a trainee swordsman? He tells them to surrender since their leader is dead, but a sudden projectile forces him into a desperate defensive stance. A mocking, twisted laugh rings out from the shadows as a new figure emerges from the crowd. A rogue swordsman steps forward, sneering at his own men for being pathetic enough to lose to a child. If we act like this, we will be a complete laughingstock when we finally join the North-South Alliance. He notices Gion looks like he comes from a rich family, which is perfect for a massive ransom. He leaps into the air, swinging his blade, while thanking the heavens for such a lucky break. I'm going to take you as my hostage. His heavy strike crashes down, barely blocked by Gion's sword. The impact is massive, slamming Gion into a stone wall as he struggles to hold his ground. This guy is a leader of the White Tiger Bandits. He isn't just an amateur, he is a true swordsman. Suddenly, a shout from outside makes them both freeze. They found the girl and the hostage hiding nearby. Outside, Juna is trembling as she blocks a bandit's blade. Jion panics, knowing she isn't ready for a real fight yet. The rogue swordsman takes the opening to strike, forcing Jion to barely parry the blow while distracted. Stick with me, we are about to find out if Jion can survive as the enemy exploits his only weakness. Alright, you and I are diving into a fight where the stakes couldn't be higher. This creep starts getting twisted, taunting while Jion desperately blocks every strike. Outside, the bandits are losing it. One screams at Juna, mocking her for using weird skills but clearly sensing she's never actually taken a life before. The thug bellows a threat, demanding they hand over the hostage right now and stop playing games. As he charges, Juna-an stands her ground. She's determined to protect those kids no matter what, her grip tightening on her sword as she prepares for the worst. But to do that, I have to kill the man in front of me. Luckily, he's not exactly a heavyweight opponent. I have to kill him. I can do this. The words repeat in her head like a mantra as her memories of the past fuel her new resolve. She remembers Jia-on's words, but the shadow of her brother still looms over her like an unbreakable curse. She freezes up. She's seeing him again, that haunting image. She screams at herself to make the memory disappear. But the fear from that day has paralyzed her. She wonders if she can really protect anything the way Jia-on does. She can't even swing her sword properly. The fear of never having saved anyone before starts to consume her. But just as she's about to break, Jia-on's voice cuts through the noise. Waking her up, Juna's eyes snap toward him. Now, pay attention even mid-battle. Jia-on gives her a reassuring smile, telling her she's got this. Juna looks at him, tears welling up. His words are like a lifeline for her anxious heart. He reaches out, offering comfort and telling her not to worry. As her inner child reaches back, Juna finally wakes up. She knows she has to thank him for this moment. Empowered with new courage, she swings her blade through the image of her brother. She lunges at the bandit, determined to keep moving forward. With one clean strike, her sword pierces right through the brutal bandit's heart. Juna stands there, filled with gratitude that he believed in her. Meanwhile, the bandit leader is fuming, calling his men useless for losing to kids. But Jia-on shuts him down. He tells him Juna isn't just a kid, she's someone who just conquered her own past. And honestly, she has a kinder heart than anyone else he's ever known. You and I both know what happens when the main character gets serious. His aura explodes as he triggers his ultimate fire skill, the first flame of 10,000 fires. He blurs forward, his blade carving right through the bandit leader's neck in a flash. With the fight over, Jia-on starts looting their stash. He needs to check for traps before the masters arrive. He finds a rare two-colored flower. It's a legendary herb, but he's disgusted they slaughtered an entire village just for this. Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind. What? Is it over already? A young man steps out, eyeing the flower. He's a captain from the North-South Alliance, the leader of the Eternal Bandits. He excitedly asks if the two of them killed everyone. Jia-on just stays cool, asking what if they did. The stranger is impressed, praising Jia-on's courage and judgment. He asks if that confidence comes from real strength. Jia-on asks if he's with the Alliance. The man introduces himself plainly, his name is Zitter. The mood shifts instantly. Jia-on recognizes that name. So, this is Zitter. He's heard of him, a genius swordsman who rose to lead a massive bandit gang in just 10 years. Compared to him, the White Tiger gang was nothing. This guy is the real deal. Zitter starts sizing up Jia-on's identity. He guesses Jia-on is from a famous family, specifically a direct descendant of the Jet clan, right? He's not impressed by the kid's sword skills yet, calling him a mere trainee. Then, he drops a chilling question. He wonders aloud if he should just kill them right here. A massive wave of bloodlust erupts from him like a tidal wave. The killing intent washes over our hero. Jia-on tenses up. This guy's intent to kill is bone-chillingly real. Jia-on reaches for his sword. As a former assassin in his past life, this kind of pressure doesn't faze him one bit. Zitter is genuinely shocked. Oh? You can actually stand under this pressure? He realizes Jia-on is no ordinary brat. Jia-on stays on guard, calculating his moves. If he attacks from the back, he might have a chance to kill him. But in a head-on collision, there's absolutely no way he can win this fight. Yet, for some reason, he refuses to back down. He slowly draws his blade from its sheath. He boldly challenges the legend, telling Zitter to draw his sword and fight. Zitter warns him that doing so means certain death. Jia-on just shrugs it off, saying it's natural for the weak to fall at the hands of the strong. Zitter is caught off guard by the kid's philosophy, noting that very few people his age have that kind of grit. He pulls back his killing intent and raises his hands. Now that I know you, I don't want to fight. Killing you would be a waste. A warrior doesn't choose where he dies. Trust me, we just witnessed a total legend. That's where we leave it for now. All right, stick with me because we are about to see if this guy is just a child or some philosopher with a massive quote collection. He turns away without a care, muttering that he simply has no reason to kill us at this exact moment. It turns out Evil Wind has been stalking them for a while, leaving Ga-on both stunned and incredibly curious. The stranger leaves after saying it would be fun if Ga-on joined the North-South Alliance, then stands on a rock to ask for his name. Ga-on gives his name as Gon Jaehat, and the man calmly acknowledges it before finally making his quiet exit from the scene. He hopes to hear of Ga-on's fame across the mountains and rivers before vanishing into thin air, leaving Ga-on to whisper that he is gone. Ga-on tells Junon it is time to move out, and she quickly snaps out of her daze to follow his lead. She shyly asks if she did a good job, making Ga-on freeze for a second before he offers her a warm, genuine smile. He tells her she was the absolute best, making her beam with joy as their mission finally comes to a successful close. Our main character reflects on the journey, realizing that this short mission felt like a lifetime of experiences had just ended. Returning with the bandit leader's head, Gwen and Maha are furious about being outperformed once again by our talented main character. Now pay attention here, because while Lim Dias consoles the others, he starts bragging about how legendary his own first mission was. Even the Wrath spirit joins in on the boasting, and honestly, listening to those two loudmouths is enough to make anyone's ears bleed. The Slan family decides to step up and adopt the poor orphan children who lost their parents. The kids are happy because they really like being with Junin. After returning from the completed mission, Junin and Ga-on are summoned by the king to receive prestigious medals for their incredible individual achievements. I am genuinely shocked to receive such high praise from the king, but I am even more shocked when he gives me the rare two-color flower and tells me to keep it since I found it, even though it is a priceless divine elixir. I guess that works out. Later on, Ga-on is startled to find Do Dian waiting for him and asks why he has suddenly shown up at his place. Do Dian shyly explains that the madam sent him to check on the young master and report the moment the mission was finished. Worried, Ga-on asks if he told his mother everything, while Do Dian wipes away some overly dramatic happy tears. He definitely told her the whole touching story, and Ga-on feels his head spin, wondering what this idiot has done now. Suddenly, Ga-on's mother rushes in with worry, asking if it is really him, while Helen the maid checks in too. Ga-on starts getting nervous, thinking Sylvia will be absolutely furious if she finds out he was fighting a group of dangerous bandits. You and I both probably expected a lecture, but instead, she pulls him into a tight, emotional hug. She cups his face and tells him he did a great job, leaving Ga-on completely speechless and confused. Sylvia asks why he thought she would be angry when he was just following the true path of their noble house. She explains that the head of their household carries a sword specifically to protect those who are weak and helpless. Their family legacy has always been about helping those in need, and Ga-on is just carrying on that noble wish. It was her own dream to be that kind of swordsman, so she would never scold him for saving those innocent hostages. She hugs him and says she is proud. Helen joins in, saying they are all very proud of him. Another maid plans to brag about him at the palace tomorrow, while Sylvia continues to hold her son happily. My son, you have truly grown up to be a very good and honorable man. Ga-on is genuinely stunned by her reaction and complex feelings, but when he looks for that idiot Do Dian, the boy has long since vanished. Wrath laughs, telling him that the scaredy cat ran away the moment he saw the chance to escape. Ga-on admits the night is not so bad, while Junin smiles at the wooden squirrel he gave her, remembering their time together. She quietly resolves that the next time they meet, she will definitely find the courage to speak up. She is going to thank him properly, no matter what, as Lim Dias relaxes nearby in a comfortable hammock. He remembers the talk between Ga-on and that stranger, feeling pleased that he finally sees the shadow of the true lord within someone else. He believes he is looking at the seed of a future king, and the real story is only starting. Over at the Robert family villa, the man himself is busy writing in his diary with intense focus. He suddenly notices that blood from a wound on his hand has stained the delicate paper. He stares at his hand, frustrated that the injury has not closed at all, despite 17 years passing. Even though he tried many high-level elixirs, he even invited famous scholars and priests, but still, he remains unable to heal the damage. And that's where we leave it, with a wound that never truly heals. Alright, you and I are back in a story where scars have a mind of their own. It feels like I was just injured yesterday. Is some dead soul trying to make sure I never forget him? Seriously though, I am not the type of person who likes to dwell on the past. He snaps his book shut and stands up, knowing his wish is about to come true. Right now, Jia-on is staring intently at the system screen, noting that Calamity Lightning has weakened while his 10,000 Flames and Calamity Spirit Chi have both reached 3 stars. With his sensory mastery and fire resistance hitting 3 stars, the system confirms he has finally achieved his goal of becoming a swordsmanship expert. His spirit energy control is surging, and every single stat is increasing at an incredible pace. Mastery levels are climbing, and his combat skills are hitting their peak. Jia untaps the screen and lets out a long sigh. He is finally an expert. Now, watch this part, because you and I both know how hard he worked for this breakthrough. He flexes his new muscles, feeling invincible. From behind him, Wrath speaks up with his usual mockery. How pathetic. Even if you are a sword master, to me, you are still nothing more than a tiny, insignificant insect. Are you really feeling this proud of yourself just for making a little progress? Jia-on remains perfectly calm. Not every 15-year-old boy can reach the level I have achieved, he replies. Even if you searched this entire continent, you would never find anyone my age who can match me. Wrath just scoffs. Age? Only fools talk about age on the battlefield. It does not matter how old you are. If you are weak, you are weak. You are right. On the battlefield, nobody is obligated to go easy on you just because you are younger. I completely agree with that. Wrath keeps pushing, calling him an idiot and claiming Jia-on could not even touch his finger at his current power level. Not even a fingernail, really. But Jia-on just shrugs it off. Wrath is confused. Why on earth are you smiling right now? Jia-on answers happily, saying it is because he is enjoying this. He never even reached this level in his previous life. He turns away, noting that even Wrath had to admit he has grown. This actually catches the spirit off guard for a moment. Then, Wrath explodes in anger. Do you really think I would praise a human? Especially one like you? Jia-on just asks why he is so mad. I can hear your voice trembling, so I know I am right. I have been by your side long enough to know exactly what you are thinking. Wrath gets even more furious. How dare a mere human see right through me? It is so annoying. He starts shouting in a surprisingly cute way. Jia-on just laughs it off. Your little tantrums do not work on me anymore, you know? If you do not get your strength back soon, I might just end up eating you instead. Wrath just mocks him right back. Hearing your nonsense reminds me of the old days back in hell, when every low-level demon used to try and challenge me. Jia-on decides to change the subject to get some peace. I am going to go stretch now. Wrath screams. Hey, where are you going? Let us shift focus to the academy grounds, where everyone is finally wrapping up their grueling training session. Alright, that is enough for today. Good work, everyone. But Buen is confused. Wait, do we not still have 20 minutes of makeup training to finish? Lim Medius just ignores the question and runs off, making Buen even angrier. We can just do it tomorrow. Today is plenty. Buen curses that irresponsible spirit under his breath. Jia-on speaks up, noting that since practice is over, they can head out. He tells the cleaning crew to stay behind. Meanwhile, Dudion is secretly opening a locker, reaching inside to grab something hidden. As soon as he closes the door, Ma Tha appears beside him like a ghost. She grabs his shoulder so hard he lets out a scream. Ma Tha looks furious. Is cleaning with me really that terrifying to you? Dudion quickly turns around, saying it is actually an honor. Ma Tha just turns away, grumbling that training alone is already making her busy enough. She shouts at the others to stop staring and get out so she can clean. Jia-on, standing nearby with Lim Medius, is actually quite impressed. It seems she only manages to stay calm when she is around you. Lim Medius laughs, saying the girl has not changed a bit. I bet she is only ever this composed when she is by your side. Jia-on looks back, surprised. Instructor Limer, I thought you had already run away. Limer just claims he forgot something and had to come back for it. He gathers the students one more time. Listen up, everyone. I actually have one more very important announcement to make before you go. It is about your second mission. The entire room suddenly goes silent as the gravity of his words sinks in. Then, he just starts laughing. Ahaha, my bad. Down in the crowd, Buen and Doan are just staring in total disbelief. How could he possibly forget something that important? Jia-on has his own thoughts. It has been nearly 6 months since their first mission. This gap is longer than he expected. Are there actually fewer missions for the JH family to handle compared to his past life? Limer explains that orcs have suddenly appeared and are invading the southern territories of the JH family. Your mission is to eliminate the orcs threatening the villagers and protect the town. In other words, you are going on a monster hunt. The hype is real. It is time for an orc hunt. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he handles this next mission. Stick with me. Professor Limo is finally letting these students put their swordsmanship to the ultimate test. Everyone is probably hyped for this new mission, right? But listen up. No teachers will be coming along to save you. You will have to reach the village yourselves, and working together is the only way you will succeed. Buen makes that clear. What if we get into a situation too dangerous to escape? Li Mo answers that it is up to them to know when to quit. That is why a leader must have the ability to judge the situation with total accuracy. It is vital for a leader to predict both the best and worst possible outcomes for every event. Doan speaks up, asking if running away from a mission is looked down upon. Lim Medius has the answer. Usually yes, but it depends. If you are trapped between 5 monsters and manage to escape, that is a feat worth praising. Du Jian is secretly thrilled hearing this. Perfect. He can escape without getting into any trouble later. Now, pay attention here, because the teacher drops a bombshell they leave at dawn in just 2 days. Everyone is in shock. Only 2 days? The crowd starts panicking about how little time they have to prepare. This is way too short. It is already dark, so we really only have 1 full day left to get ready. Lim Mo reminds them that preparing for a monster hunt is much harder than defending or exploring a simple dungeon. You will just end up destroying the village if you are not prepared. Be careful. Gwen takes the warning personally. We will be better prepared than you think, Professor. An speaks up from the back, cutting through the noise. Professor Li Mo always told us we would never know when a mission hits. Panicking won't help. We need to get ready. Every second you spend complaining is a second lost for preparation. The group starts to realize he is right. There is no guarantee we can prepare once the mission starts. Let's move. Li Mo smiles, looking quite satisfied. Then he gives one last warning. These monsters are way more aggressive and powerful than anything you have fought in training. They are dangerous because of their sheer numbers. You won't have any advantage of a crowd on your side this time. Fighting them one-on-one is going to be incredibly difficult for any of you. Focus on dodging rather than blocking. Keep your bags light and meet here at dawn in 2 days. Dismissed. Back at the academy grounds, Ga Onan finishes packing his gear into a small bag enchanted with weight reduction magic. It's obvious the teacher doesn't plan on helping us carry or store our equipment once we leave. You and I can see he's ready, but even his inner demon, Wrath, pops up to call him arrogant. Wrath sneers, asking if he thinks everything will go as planned, since surprises can happen at any moment. But that's ironic coming from the guy who gave me all his stat points. Wrath is absolutely fuming now. I really want to sew your mouth shut. Ga Onan just teases back as if you could. Then, he hears something. He grips the handle, wondering who would visit this late. He opens the door, asking who's there, then freezes in shock. Mom? Sylvia stands there looking very stern. Ga Onan, you should have told me if you were starting a mission. He is confused. How did she know? Did Diane tell her? Sylvia says Li Mo was the one who told her. He curses that elf under his breath. Ga Onan looks down awkwardly, apologizing for keeping it a secret. Sylvia softens, holding his hand. Being class leader means more than status. You have a duty to guide the others. You cannot just try to solve every part of the mission by yourself. You should delegate tasks and coordinate with your team to minimize losses and ensure everyone succeeds. The lives of your friends depend on the decisions you make. Ga Onan is surprised she came to give advice instead of scolding. Sylvia continues, warning him that while hunting monsters looks easy, the reality is much more difficult. You must eliminate every single one to keep the villagers safe. Keep that in mind when you are out there. You are no longer just a student, you are a swordsman now. I want you to prove you are a true knight. You carry the legacy of our clan now. Ga Onan finally speaks. He really thought she came here to yell at him. I'm incredibly angry and worried, but she just pulls him into a hug, whispering that this isn't the time for scolding. Prepare for a lecture when you get back. I'm happy you're shining brighter since training started, but I never stop worrying. The two of them share a quiet, emotional hug in the warm glow of the sunset. The next day, Professor Li Mo gathers everyone at the meeting spot. Anything can happen, so stay as sharp as possible. And that's where we leave it. You and I are about to see if they'll survive this trial. Stick around. All right, you and I are joining a journey that usually takes a month. But these students, they are planning to finish in just 2 weeks. Good luck out there, students. Everyone shouted back in unison. Yes, Professor Li Mer. Jia An took command, splitting the class into 4 rows to move in their pre-planned formation. Behind them, Li Mer watched silently, feeling confident that his students would be just fine. Jia An was not just a natural at combat and spiritual energy, he was a tactical genius too. He is only 15 years old, after all. I am really looking forward to seeing how he performs out there. A teacher nearby asked Limer if they should tail them. At this distance, the students would never notice them following from behind. But Limer just shook his head. No need yet. One of those kids is way too sharp for that. He stretched and walked off to get some sleep. The other teachers whispered, worried if letting them go alone was actually a good idea. Lemur just smirked, telling them to worry about the ogres instead. Meanwhile, deep in a dark cave, a mysterious figure asked a question. Are you absolutely certain about that information? A lower-ranking hooded figure knelt, confirming the target was indeed that village. The leader coldly ordered them to move out and slaughter anyone who dared to stand in their way. Now watch this. Right in the forest, Jia-on suddenly stops. They had stumbled right into Kine and the top-ranked elites from School 6. Jia-on frowned, asking what they were doing here. Kine just glared back and asked the same thing. What are you guys doing here? Jia-on realized this was Kane, the guy who joined late due to an injury. He looked fully healed and incredibly skilled with a blade. Kine explained they were on a mission to hunt ogres. Jia-on blinked, replying that they were there for the exact same thing. Kane looked surprised. The same mission? I never heard anything about another team being assigned to this task. Wait, let's look back at a bar the night before. Someone told Lemur that his students did an amazing job on their very last mission. Apparently, despite being so young, they managed to crush a whole group of mountain bandits without breaking a sweat. Lemur laughed, bragging about his kids. He suggested sending them to raid the ogres, knowing they would jump at the chance for action. He hoped it would earn him praise from the family head. Suddenly, someone interrupted to announce that Training School 6 would be taking on this mission. For a raid like this, teamwork is far more important than individual skill. School 5 focuses on solo strength, while School 6 is much better suited for this specific kind of operation. School 6 just finished their hellish training week without a single hitch. That was Methun, the head instructor of Training School 6. Lemur taunted him, asking if he was jealous of his students. Why not just send both teams together to the same place? Methun was confused. You really want to send two rival schools on the exact same mission? Lemur shrugged. We need to clear the ogres anyway. Let them compete against each other to see who can finish faster. Methun agreed, looking forward to the results. Back in the present, Buen stepped forward to speak with their rivals. There must be a mistake. You guys should just head back. We can handle this situation ourselves. Kane was fuming. I cannot ignore that comment. How long have you been at School 5 to get this arrogant already? This mission requires real group coordination. Obviously, School 6 is a much better fit than you arrogant amateurs. School 5 has zero real experience. Trying to act as a team is only going to lead you into trouble. Buen glared back. I know you are skilled, Kine, but do not you dare look down on our squad. You saw that smirk too, right? Jia-on realizes his teacher set them up and starts piecing the whole plan together. This was for real-world experience. Their team lacked tactical coordination, and Lemur wanted them to learn by competing with the very best. That sneaky old man. It was a perfect chance for everyone to improve. Plus, he could not forget his mother's advice. He took a deep breath. This was a trial he had to pass if he wanted to grow stronger. Finally, he spoke up. Both of you calm down. Are we really going to waste time standing here and arguing like this? This is going nowhere. Let's make a bet instead. Buen looked confused, asking what kind of bet he had in mind. Since we are both here, let's not waste any more energy. Jia-on reminded them that neither team was willing to back down. This raid will have a lot of ogres, including some tough elites. It is the perfect stage for a real challenge. Let's bet on who can take down the leader and cause the most chaos. If the main team struggles, the other side takes over. Does that sound fair? Kane agreed. Fine. Jia-on nodded. Good, let's get started. He pointed toward the distant mountain. Suddenly, a small group from Buen's side rushed ahead to take the lead. And just like that, the race is on. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see which team comes out on top. Stick with me, because you and I are about to witness an absolute tactical masterclass. Ma Tha calls them all losers and says she will sweep them alone. She is hyped. Seeing their weak formation, she decides no plan is needed and charges her sword toward the vanguard. Her divine sense skill activates. boosting her perception so high she barely needs her eyes to see. Jia-on watches the clash begin from a distance while Duan turns and asks him a question. Is it okay to rush in without a plan? Jia-on says they are too stubborn to listen. He predicts a total, humiliating defeat, and sure enough, Ma Tha and Buzin hit a massive wall. They get frustrated as their attacks fail to pierce. These enemies are weak but have insane defense. One of the opponents mocks them, shouting that they are not the center of the universe at all. Ma Tha panics as the sun sets. The group limps back looking absolutely exhausted and defeated today. They cannot even look at each other. Finally, Jia-on steps up and asks if it was easy. He points out they were the ones pushed back. The world does not wait for you to improve. Did they think they would win just because of past records or because the kingdom ignores them? Now pay attention, because this is where Jia-on drops some hard truth on his team. They just acted arrogant and wasted all their aura just to show the enemy every single technique they possess. The other side trains every day too. Being better does not mean you can be so careless. Jia-on says there is still a chance. Ma Tha says she will do anything to win now. Since they still have some spirit left, he decides to draw them a path to victory today. Over at Team 6, they are laughing about how easily they crushed Hall 5 in their training. But one member warns them, Hall 5 once took down the Northern and Southern Alliance alone. He bets they will not give up that easily. He remains on high alert as they prepare. Ma Tha stands before them, calling them fools and warning them they will regret everything soon. She lunges forward, catching them off guard. The leader orders a defensive fourth formation with focused aura. But as he raises his sword, Ma Tha strikes perfectly at his wide open and exposed flank. The Team 6 leader is stunned by the side attack. Meanwhile, Bu Zhen uses similar tactics elsewhere. Another commander from Hall 5 leads his small unit right into the heart of the battle. They prepare to counter, but Bu Zhen slices right through their front line in a single flash. Bu Zhen calls them idiots as his blade takes down 2 vanguards. The enemy leader is completely shocked. How did he change his movements so fast? They have completely abandoned their old fighting style. You and I both saw that shift, and the enemies have no idea what hit them. Ma Tha tears through the defense like a storm. She realizes Jia-on was right after all. Back at the meeting, Jia-on asked why they would lose if they were individually stronger. It was all about information and tactics. Hall 6 knew their unique personalities and skills perfectly. They built a counter strategy, while our team did nothing, thinking they had already won it. They lost a winnable fight in the most pathetic way possible. Dian looks very worried now. Ma Tha snaps at her to shut up, scaring Dian so much she starts crying immediately. Even if it was not a total defeat, they wasted far too much stamina and aura. They are at a disadvantage, but it is more than just tactics. Bu Gen asks for ideas. The top student at Hall 6 has an incredibly sharp intuition, an eye for every detail. He can spot targets from afar and send specific students who can counter each of their skills. Ma Tha has power and durability, but her attacks are way too easy to predict now. He sent swordsmen specifically designed to block her and drain all of her aura dry. Bu Gen is fast, but his skills are basic, so he faced adaptive fighters. How to win? The easiest way is changing the turn order, but he knows they are too proud for that. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see this rematch. Alright, stick with me as Jian schools everyone on why their fighting styles are total trash. They're too rigid and leave massive openings because they can't control the aura around them. Find those gaps and strike where it hurts most. Buen, you're weak against instinct-based fighters, but those guys are easy to bait. Stop your usual routine and start playing mind games with them. Ma Tha complains that it sounds easy, especially since Jian has just been standing there watching the whole time. Uden agrees, but Jion just moves on. He admits Kane has sharp senses for a student, but claims his own are on a completely different level. Meanwhile, John uses his divine sense to monitor the whole battlefield. They're doing great. There's no way John is going to lose this fight. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow appears right behind him out of nowhere. Shall we get started? Kane confronts Gion as the whole tide of battle shifts. He realizes he has to find an opening. I was wondering why we were losing, but it turns out you were the mastermind pulling the strings. The rumors about you being a talentless failure were clearly a massive lie. Gion remains completely unfazed by the provocation. This battle is ending right here. By the way, I heard your family specializes in fire attribute mana. Cain channels aura into his blade. Gion looks surprised. Does this guy have fire attribute aura too? Cain brags that his fire is top tier and his aura reserves beat most official knights. In his mind, he's already won. On paper, you can't win. Gion finally decides to speak up. Why do you guys talk so much before the actual fighting starts? Gion's own fire aura begins to roar violently around his entire body. Now watch this, Gion's about to show us what real speed looks like. He lunges at Cain, moving so fast that he doesn't even leave a shadow. Cain panics at the insane speed. He heard Gion beat Matha and Prince Owen, but this is on a whole different level. Cain barely dodges the downward strike just in time. Gion's aura isn't as massive as his own, but the guy is undeniably powerful and dangerous. Cain tries to counter, shouting that he's stronger as they clash head-on with Gion. Fire pulses between them until a sharp blade of aura slices Cain's face, drawing blood. He's actually being pushed back. He loses his cool immediately. This is impossible. Is my fire actually weaker than his? Gion breaks his guard and launches a relentless, overwhelming assault that leaves him gasping. No way. He screams, struggling to escape the crushing pressure of the attack. A massive shockwave rocks the entire forest. Cain lies defeated at the tip of Gion's blade. You and I both knew it'd end like this, but seeing it, absolutely epic. Gion just asks, whose fire was stronger? Dion wonders what Cain is doing here. Dion explains that taking down the enemy leader is always the fastest way to end any war. How did you predict this would happen? Gwen admits they were easily tricked, and he fell for it too. Honestly, everyone was played. Without your help, I probably would have failed back at the 6th training hall. Matha admits that even though he hates to say it, Gion was right. If his judgment had been wrong, Matha would have turned on him, but they actually won. It's hard to argue with results like these. We finally recognize your talent and all the effort you put in. We'll follow your orders without complaining from now on. Gion smiles, happy to see them finally growing up and maturing as a team. This is the Class 5, I remember. He gathers everyone and tells them they did a great job. Now you see what happens when you get arrogant and act without thinking about the actual consequences of your actions. In a real battle, you'd all be dead by now. Don't ever forget what you learned today. Cain watches Gion with a look of pure admiration. Gion is even better than I thought. He's a beast in combat and a natural leader. I thought Class 5 was full of arrogant jerks, but it turns out I was the biggest one there. He approaches Gion, admitting he learned a lot today. You taught me to never drop my guard and to always have a solid backup plan ready if the first one fails. I'm impressed. I was sure I'd win because I thought I understood how you guys fought. But I lost the team match and the duel. I was completely outmatched by you. What I thought was confidence was just pride. I see how small I am now. Thank you. He offers his hand. Gion smiles, noting he's more sincere than the main branch family. He shakes his hand. It's nothing. Cain vows they'll give him their full support. 2 weeks later, the group finally arrives at their destination. Gion stands on a high cliff, looking down. We're here. Below them sits the village that needs their help. It's just a tiny, ordinary place where farmers work hard every day just to survive. The mission is simple. Take out the monsters that occasionally show up and cause a mess. Trust me, you're going to want to see what's watching them in the shadows next time. This doesn't feel right. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to see our main character pull a tactical master move. Gwen, I need your help. Gwen is curious and asks what it is. Gia-on explains that Gwen will be leading everyone for this specific mission. Gia-on notes that during this first phase, only he and Junin are capable of facing the Snow Fox claws. So it is better if you take command. Didn't you want to be like me? Now prove yourself with everything you have learned. Gwen hesitates for a moment but finally agrees. Fine. I will show you exactly what I am capable of doing. He speaks clearly, promising to be a great leader. Gia-on tells the group to follow Gwen's orders from now on. Everyone agrees in unison. Then he turns to Matha, telling her that he will explain the rest of the plan later. Just act like you normally would. Matha walks away, saying he doesn't need to give her a special reminder to follow along. She claims she's always acting normal. Gia-on watches her suspiciously, then asks Wrath if he senses someone watching them right now. Wrath smirks. So you finally noticed? It makes sense, considering you inherited all of my incredible abilities after all. Jia-on asks how many of them there are. Wrath gives a sly look, asking if he could even guess the direction. Watch this, Jia. On's instincts are sharp. Just one, he says. Wrath is absolutely stunned. He explains that Wrath said him, not them. Thanks for the info. The demon just scowls and starts getting really cranky. The spirit starts screaming, but Jia-on ignores him. He still cannot be 100% sure it is only one enemy. Even if there's only one scout, his allies are probably nearby. He cannot afford to let his guard down for a second. Jia-on sighs after thinking it over. This mission won't go smoothly. That mysterious leader from before has reappeared, waiting for his followers. Where did they come from? A subordinate replies that most of the intruders are members of the Dehat family. One of the 6 great emperors? Nothing special. The henchman adds that they all look like fresh, inexperienced rookies. No instructor is with them, so this is likely only their second mission. They are just a bunch of untrained children. The leader asks if he was spotted. The scout confidently replies that there was absolutely no way they saw him. He claims they wouldn't notice him even if he stood right next to them. The leader laughs, feeling quite superior. Right. I didn't think a bunch of mediocre rookies could ever detect a professional scout like you. The spy reports that they have already controlled the orcs, making him wonder why these rookies have even come here. The leader figures the villagers requested help due to the monster surge. But finding our stone is taking far too long. A subordinate admits they have searched everywhere but still haven't found it. It seems to have completely vanished. Maybe it is inside the village? Should we attack now? But the boss shuts that idea down immediately. Just wait. The henchman is confused. But this is the perfect chance to wipe out those rookies while they are vulnerable. Killing rookies is easy, but if the mana stone is revealed, it causes more harm than good. Let them leave first. Then, the leader puts on his helmet. His entire body begins to radiate a pure, furious, and violent energy. His muscles swell until he looks like a giant orc. Once they are gone, we will raze that village to the ground. Night falls over the camp. Everyone sits together, finally enjoying a warm meal after a very long and tiring day. Rayon watches the person sitting across from him as they prepare to take a large bite of their dinner meat. Let's take a second to look at this. Buren is doing way better than I expected. Thinking back, Rayon realizes his growth. He is not using the Dehat name to be arrogant. Instead, he's focused on reassuring the village chief and locals. I can see he is genuinely trying to improve. Rayon pokes at a fried egg on his plate, deep in thought. Rayon decides that he probably does not need to worry about Buren as much as he did before. Even if I were not here, Buren and the other trainees could likely handle these monsters by themselves now. He gazes out the window at the rugged mountains and snowy pine forests, still feeling a bit uncertain inside. The real problem is the observer who was tracking us while we were on the outskirts of the new village. I'm not sure, but I felt them vanish into the mountains. Is the Dehat family testing us? Or someone else? Deep down, an unpleasant feeling keeps nagging at him. He knows that something is definitely wrong with this entire situation. We will find the answer tomorrow, he tells himself. The next morning, they find footprints pressed deep into the white snow. Buren and the rest of the team arrive on the scene to begin their investigation. He looks ahead, sensing monsters lurking nearby. An old man once mentioned that beasts always appear during this specific season. There is triple the usual amount now. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. You and I are about to dive into a story where over 200 monsters are just the tip of the iceberg. Based on the old man's observations and estimates, he provides a rough headcount of the looming threat. He approaches the blue-haired youth and adds that numbers aren't the only issue. The forest here is treacherous and unfamiliar. We'll provide a guide for you so you don't get lost in these dangerous mountains. He is the fastest young man in our village, so I'm certain he'll be a massive help to your team. The guide the elder mentioned is already standing with the group, a young man named Kana, our mountain expert. Kana is thinking to himself, exhausted. He knew something was up when the chief visited last night, but guiding interns is a chore. Yeah, don't worry about it. A confident voice rings out, catching the guide's attention. Rayon speaks up, boldly promising everyone that they will return home safe and sound. Trolls usually fight better than the rest, but goblins and imps play dirty with poisons and traps. Buren analyzes the monsters for his teammates, warning them that even a small scratch could be fatal out here. Yes, sir. The group shouts back in unison. The blue-haired youth asks Training Hall 6 to surround the area, and they agree to handle it immediately. Then, let's begin the raid to eliminate the monsters, threatening this land once and for all. Now pay attention, because we're about to see the true power of this family as they charge toward the shadows of the trolls. Seeing the enemy, Buren doesn't flinch as he steps up to lead the charge. Let's go. Meanwhile, Wrath speaks to Rayon, who's just standing there watching these fools do something incredibly stupid. They set up a perfect ambush, then start screaming and giving away their position. That's not how an ambush works. Rayon has his own take. They're likely just shouting to settle their nerves before the clash. A mistake like that is understandable, considering this is their very first real raid mission. The Energy Cat thinks to itself that this should be Raon's first raid too, but instead of nerves, he's analyzing everything. You and I can clearly see he's like a seasoned veteran, watching the battlefield with cold, calculated precision. Now, Buren's group is locked in combat with giant trolls as Matha, Buren, and Runin all charge forward at once. The black-haired girl is in full battle mode, screaming that she'll wipe every single one of them out. Take out the goblins and imps first, before focusing on the trolls. Buren barks orders while swinging his blade. Someone else in the squad notices a gap and shouts a warning they've broken through our formation. 2 trolls are flanking us. Kana watches the monsters charging in and starts to panic. The trolls are coming right for them. But to get to the guide, they have to pass the main character standing in their way. Man, I really shouldn't have come here. The guide screams in pure terror as the monsters close in. Rayon remains calm, launching himself forward and taking down the first troll with a single lightning-fast strike. He drops the second one just as easily, moving with surgical precision to finish off the third monster in a blur. Rayon slowly returns his sword to its sheath, the silence returning to the snowy woods. What's insane is that he doesn't have a single drop of blood on him, despite the absolute carnage he just caused. Kana couldn't even track the movement. When the trolls finally collapse, he realizes they've been dead for seconds. The main character asks if he's hurt. Kana? No, I'm okay, just relieved to be alive. Rayon then asks a strange question. Are there any urban legends or myths about this specific mountain? Hidden treasures or legendary monsters? The guide stands up and thinks. Actually, there is one legend. Hundreds of years ago, a fierce battle broke out between a goblin kingdom from the west and the local knights. They say the snow buried the goblin king's ring somewhere around here. This information makes Rayon feel something strange. He gazes out into the distance, piecing the puzzle together in his mind. Now I get it. Those eyes watching me belong to the E-cult. With the dragon crest, they're notoriously insane. Their goal is to bring back the era where monsters ruled the world as absolute masters. They want to return to those dark times, worshipping monsters like gods and treating demons as their true faith. But if they were just fanatics, they would have been wiped out a long time ago. You and I just witnessed the start of a war against a cult that can actually control monsters. Absolute madness. Trust me, you and I are about to uncover a power that rivals the legendary ZH family themselves. It is a mystery that even the most famous clans across the continent cannot solve. This secret is locked away in a tightly sealed chest, surrounded by a forest of swords as a deadly warning. Rayon looks on with a grim expression because he already knows exactly what is hidden inside this cursed box. It all traces back to Darius Robert, the man who haunted Rayon until his death. He remembers a mission from his previous life when his squad was sent out under orders to face the mysterious forces of Eden. In that bloodbath, Eden slaughtered everyone, leaving Ron as the sole survivor in a literal hellscape. Looking back, he realizes that something about that night was incredibly strange. From the start, Darius knew Eden was using mana stones as one of the 6 emperors. How could he possibly have known that? And why on earth did he choose to keep that secret from the entire world? Raon replays that haunting face in his mind as he pieces the puzzle together. Behind him, Wrath gets curious and asks, "What are you thinking about, boy? I can feel a deep, dark rage boiling over inside your soul right now." Raon clutches his chest, feeling his emotions spiral because of Darius. He tells himself to stay calm, as dealing with Eden is the priority right now. The young man closes his eyes and centers his mind. He figures Eden's true goal is to find the legendary Mana Stone of the Goblin King. Even though hundreds of years have passed since the Goblin King's defeat, Rayon is certain that a massive source of power is still buried somewhere in these mountains. Now, here is where it gets interesting. Their plan is likely to wait for us to finish the job so they can swoop in and steal the stone once we leave. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to the heat of the battle, where Buren is charging headfirst at the giant alpha serpent. He intends to finish this fight with one ultimate strike, but a massive explosion cuts him off mid-swing. Buren stares through the smoke, shocked to see who just jumped into his fight. Matha shamelessly interrupts the duel, claiming the kill as her own. Buren just sighs, muttering about her complete lack of dignity. How shameful. He turns back to his squad and announces that the alpha is dead, so it is time to mop up the remaining monsters. Go home. When the soldiers hear the news, they erupt in cheers of joy. Hey Kamba, about that Goblin King legend, has anyone actually seen any treasures or jewels in these mountains? Raun asks casually. Well, back when I was a kid, the guide explains. The village chief went up the mountain and returned with a glowing red jewel he found at the peak. The guide describes seeing something that sounds exactly like the monostone Raun has been searching for. So where is that jewel now? Most people forgot about it, but the chief supposedly buried it right under his own house. You and I can probably guess why Raun is so shocked. He clenches his fist, realizing that this situation is far worse than he imagined. If Eden does not find that stone in the mountains, Kamba notices his face and asks if something is wrong. They are going to burn this entire village to the ground. Raun envisions the absolute worst-case scenario. We do not see any more orcs around here. Buren's team reports in from the other side, confirming the subjugation mission is officially over. By late afternoon, the village chief and the elders arrive to express their deepest gratitude to the squad. Thank you for everything you have done for us. You are every bit as skilled as the House of Jahat claimed. I truly thank you. Buren replies that he is just glad they could be of help. Raun stands in the back, watching his comrades soak up the praise. Suddenly, a voice behind him asks if everything is going according to his plan. The main character jumps in surprise. Matha is sitting up in a tree, munching an apple, saying she has no idea what he is actually trying to achieve. He looks up and recognizes her instantly. Matha? Is that you? The girl just keeps eating her apple. Raun tells her he is not sure yet, but he will explain everything when the time is right. Suddenly, she leaps down and cuts him off. Do not worry, because no matter what happens from here on, I will follow your lead until this mission is done. She walks past him, leaving him with a cryptic message to think about. Just then, Runin walks over. Raun, what are you doing all the way out here? You look worried. Is something bothering you? Is everything okay? He simply replies that he is fine and there is no problem. The chief is throwing a party for us, so we should probably head over. Looking into the distance, his mind wanders deeper into the mysteries that only he is aware of. Eden will not show their faces until we leave this place. The next morning, near Cebu village, the sky is clear and the sun shines. Buren looks around, feeling a sense of pure relief. Everything went perfectly. He surveys the area and continues. We wiped out every monster on the mountain and finished the job with almost zero injuries. Even though this was our very first mission, we handled it brilliantly. Buren looks at Raun and realizes why he did not fight for the lead. His leadership was flawless. Trust me, you and I need to see what Raun does next. I'm not sure why he gave me control. The more I look at that guy, the more questions I have. But Buren places a hand on his chest, acting confident. Stick with me, because this lead is about to get tested. I just hope he realizes my leadership is on his level. The blue-haired boy then tells the team, we need to move out fast. Just like that, the group keeps moving until the sun begins to set. Raun follows silently in the back, but suddenly, he halts the entire group. Everyone, stop right here. The others are confused, staring at Raun and asking, what is it? Can we not keep going? It is way too early to set up camp. The yellow-haired boy announces that this is when the real mission begins. Raun, what are you talking about? Like I said, the task is not over yet. Buren is lost, asking him what on earth he means. We took down all the orcs and even cleaned up the mess. The blue-haired boy thinks that was enough for a first mission, but Raun shoots back. Our mission is to kill the monsters and protect the village. So, what is the problem? I stop him and explain we were just being followed. Now pay attention, because the real threat is finally showing itself. Remembering back to when they were moving, Raun saw a shadow hiding behind the trees. They have been trailing us for an hour. You could say it was just a guide from the academy. but I felt pure hostility. Way too much to be a simple instructor. I felt those eyes watching us even before we reached the village. And I felt them disappear only after we got far enough away from the houses. Are you serious? Buren can hardly believe it. Martha steps forward to ask for more details. Wait, even before we arrived? To be exact, it started when we reached the hill near the village. The girl finally realizes his intent. So the reason you gave Buren command was to hide your presence and sense the enemy better? Ken is standing in the back, surprised but staying calm enough to figure it out for himself. I bet he sensed this during the wager, but his tactical senses are on a whole different level compared to the other instructors. I did not even realize someone was stalking us this whole time. Buren asks one more time to be sure. So, is that really why you handed the leadership over to me? Our main character admits it. That is right. I figured if you were the leader, you could take better care of the rookies. Recalling how the blue-haired boy commanded the fight against the goblins, Rayon praises him, saying he did a great job. I was sure the enemy would think you were the leader because of that, so they would not pay any attention to me. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Rayon tells him he is a natural actor. I will recommend you for the top 2 rank when we return. Buren just looks down, feeling embarrassed and thinking to himself, damn it, I thought I was finally standing on the same level as Ron, but he was scouting the enemy while nobody else noticed. I did not even know what was happening, and I was actually happy thinking I was his equal. Normally, monsters do not communicate with other species, but in this mission, the orcs and goblins are working together. This means someone is using magic to control them. You and I both know that spells like that mean big trouble is coming. Our first task was to protect the village. That mission is not over because a hidden danger is still threatening the people. A pair of crimson eyes watches from the dark, waiting for the perfect moment to steal the Mana Stone. Back in reality, he announces they are going back, but they must be stealthy so the enemy does not realize they have returned. It would be great if we had the right gear for a sneak attack, but unfortunately, we do not have any. Suddenly, Dorian walks up, pulling out a pile of equipment to show the team. Is this enough stealth gear for everyone? Rayon asks where he got it. The mossy-haired boy casually answers, I just brought this along just in case. You brought 40 sets just in case? Well, you can never be too prepared. Even if it is hard to believe, Rayon praises his optimistic teammate. All right then, we will follow the stealth training we practiced before. Kren, I need you to report our current situation to the nearest branch of the family. Since you are the fastest in the group, the yellow-haired boy is startled by the order, but he quickly agrees. After he leaves, Round turns back. From now on, follow my orders at all costs. I will not tolerate any disobedience. 5 hours later, at a temporary hiding spot behind the mountains, one of the scouts returns to report to the leader. They have finally all moved out. We check the other side, just to be sure, and there is no sign of them. So, the plan begins. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. All right, you and I are jumping right into a nightmare as the leader transforms into a massive iron-helmeted serpent. His roar shakes the very ground. He slithers out to meet his orc horde, all geared up and ready for a total massacre. With a single command to kill, the orcs charge toward the village like a wave of death. The leader growls a final warning, don't let even one of them get away. High above, Buren watches the swarm from the shadows, his voice trembling as he realizes there are still more orcs lurking down there. He is desperate to wipe them out immediately, but Rayon has a completely different idea and knows they cannot afford to act just yet. Not yet. Rayon reminds him that someone is watching their every move from the darkness. It is not a monster's gaze, but the eyes of a human. We still have not identified who this enemy is or what they want. Buren snaps, pointing out that the village stands no chance against an army of that size. The blonde swordsman stays chillingly calm as he breaks down the cold, hard reality of their situation. If they rush in and fail, every single one of them will die, but Buren argues they must intervene right now if they want any hope of saving the village. Buren pushes back, asking if Ron even remembers the importance of their mission and the instructor's words. Rayon doesn't flinch. He just repeats it again, it's not the right time to move. Now, pay attention, because Rayon drops a total bombshell: the enemy is from Eden. Wait, did he really just say Eden? Ken and Martha are stunned. The black-haired girl asks if he really means Eden of the 5 devils. If it is an Eden member or a Lord tier beast, one wrong move is fatal. Buren finally starts to feel the weight of Ron's warning. He admits he finally understands the sheer terror of Eden's power and that Raon might be right. Looking at the village, he cannot stand the thought of innocent people being slaughtered while they just sit here and watch everything happen from a distance. He thought Raon was someone worthy of the Jahat name, but this feels totally wrong. His patience has completely evaporated, his voice turning sharp and bitter as he demands they take action this very second. Clutching his chest, Buren declares that a true Jahat swordsman would never turn their back on this. He expected Ron to live up to the legacy, but he cannot accept this cold-blooded waiting game anymore. The blue-haired warrior is fuming with rage. He swears on his pride as a Jahat swordsman that he will not stand by and watch his people die. Without waiting for the others, he charges down the slope alone, leaving a final message for his team. He does not care if they follow. Only those who believe they are true Jahat swordsmen should join his side. Follow me or stay behind. Runan steps forward immediately, ready to join the fight. She leaps down the ridge to stop the incoming horde, and others quickly realize Buren is right about their duty. They decide it is too shameful to hide just because one of the 5 devils might be lurking nearby. As recruits of the 6 Emperors Alliance, they refuse to back down. They are moving out to protect the villagers. Like a domino effect, more and more members follow Buren's lead and head straight into the fight. Ken rallies the 6th training hall, shouting for everyone to get their heads in the game. They are joining forces to strike the shadows of Eden, leaving only a few people behind with Raon. You and I know Raon is smart, and everything is playing out exactly as he predicted. He knew Buren and the hot-headed recruits would never be able to ignore the massacre and would end up charging in to stop the monsters. That is why he sent a secret message to Runan to back Buren up and keep things from spiraling out of control. With Runan and Ken there, even an Eden monster will struggle to win. Then Raon turns to the girl who is still leaning calmly against the tree behind him. He is surprised Martha didn't run off first, but she calmly tells him she is following his lead until the very end.
Well, I was just looking at this part, and the way that the main character handled the situation was so interesting. If it were me, I might have taken a completely different path, but that's what makes their writings so unpredictable.
A small smile plays on Raon's lips, relieved to have someone he can actually count on in this mess. He gathers the remaining group, telling them it is finally time to move toward the village just like the others. But they have to be ghosts. Eden's real reinforcements are hiding in the shadows of the mountains, waiting for the perfect moment to strike their final blow. Looking toward the mountains, he can feel a massive wave of killing intent that is actually coming from the peaks rather than the village itself. The training halls can handle the orcs, but if they stumble into the real enemy, they are as good as dead. That disaster will only happen if they try to take the monster head-on, which is exactly what he wants to avoid. Raon knows that assassination is their only real shot here, hitting hard and fast from the blind spots without taking direct hits. Trust me, this counterattack is going to be brutal. 1 down and many more to go. All right, you and I are jumping right into a leader, barking orders to his squad about minimizing risks. If taking these guys on alone is too tough, then group up and fight together. Remember, if we don't stop them right here, the whole village is in grave danger. Buren is trying to lead while fighting at the same time, and his stamina is tanking fast. These goblins are way more aggressive than yesterday, but protecting the village shouldn't be an issue. The real problem is Eden. As long as he's out there, they'll never stop. Damn it all. Turns out, Ron was right. The leader warns his squad to watch the skies and the forest camouflage. One of the rookies starts to panic, thinking this can't possibly be happening. It's Eden's 6th Shadow Phantom Legion. A group in black appears from the trees like sudden reinforcements. Buren sees this and knows he made a huge mistake. Goblins in hoods? Yeah, he was right. I knew they were coming, but I didn't expect this many of them at once. A quick glance shows at least 40 of them. Now pay attention, because they have to play this perfectly if they want to survive against these numbers. Buren shouts out orders. Kane, you and the others hold the line and keep them from the village. Runan, use your frost to freeze their feet. I'm going in for the strike. The girl nods and immediately unleashes her skill, gathering cold energy into her blade to freeze them all. Frozen white winds turn into ice trails, racing toward the orcs and locking them in place. Ice pillars erupt, leaving the monsters unable to move. Buren seizes the moment to show off his skills. Flowing sword style. Fall wind sword. He leaps high into the air, charging toward the trapped monsters. He spins with his enchanted blade, tearing through several monsters in a blur of motion. But suddenly, he realizes his landing spot is right in the crosshairs of a shadow phantom. The enemy fires a hidden weapon from his mouth, but Buren manages to dodge just in time. The others aren't as fast. They can only shield themselves as toxic needles rain from the sky. Poison needles coming down. Use your aura to block them or move out of the way. Buren shouts, but a rookie spots a poison pouch being tossed and screams a warning. They're throwing gas bombs. Damn it. This poison is way stronger than the monster's normal stuff. Cover your mouths. Realizing the situation is desperate, the blue-haired leader gives the order to everyone. Some are too slow to act, and the poison hits them hard. They can't even lift their swords. Buren is helpless, his hand trembling as he grips his sword. In that single moment, everything goes south. Not just his team, but he inhaled the gas too. His body just won't move like it should. Runin looks pale, but the monsters are totally fine. At this rate, they're going to wipe us out. Just as things look hopeless, a massive explosion rips through the air right in front of them. The blue-haired leader is stunned. This power, this destructive energy. You and I finally see Martha dropping in for support, along with a fresh wave of rookies. Martha orders her troops to take over for these fools and clean up Eden's trash immediately. Reinforcements. Lady Martha and the backup are here. The squad is absolutely thrilled to see them. If they were a second later, we'd be dead from that poison. Now, get up and fight. Buren is relieved. Even though Aeon is still missing, Martha and the reinforcements can definitely turn the tide. If the momentum stays on their side like this, they might actually win this battle. The assassins taste the theater swords and start to run. Since when were rookies this powerful? But a massive foot blocks their path. You really think you can run away from this battlefield? A terrifying voice echoes out, putting a crushing amount of pressure on everyone standing there. It's a presence stronger than any opponent before. A sixth Shadow Phantom champion who can speak human. They're now facing a monster on a completely different level. The six-colored Battle Phantom. Buren asks what a warrior like him is doing here. The orc leader says he heard reports. Did you come back because you realized we were setting an ambush and wanted to stop us? You're decent for rookies. From what I've seen, that black-haired woman over there is actually pretty strong. The leader focuses on Martha. He raises his massive blade, and trust me, you and I won't want to miss what's next. All right, you and I are about to witness what happens when pride meets a monster. The reason you will all die today is because you underestimate the vastness of the world, facing a giant with terrifying speed. In an instant, that massive blade is at Buren's throat. A heavy boom echoes across the entire battlefield. It took less than a minute. That is all it took for this beast to crush all three fighters. The rookies are panicking. One hit took everyone down. They start screaming, asking where Lord Ken is. Ken is currently busy dealing with the monsters over by the wooden fence. And Rayon? No way he shows his face now. Oh? You can still stand? The orc laughs, seeing Martha struggle to her feet after that brutal blow. He spits out that she is the absolute worst piece of trash in this entire group. It is obvious you can sense us, but you are nothing but a tiny little sprout that I am going to enjoy grinding under my feet. Worthless insects. No effort. No strength. And zero discipline. Your luck just ran out. The orc leader will not stop his insults. Now pay attention here, because a sudden burst of fire is about to flip the script. Rayon strikes from behind with his fire arts. You are the one who dies today. The boy snaps back. He closes the distance instantly. With one clean slash of his fire sword, he severs the monster's arm. The orc's massive arm hits the dirt as blood sprays from the clean, burning cut. That ambush just now was pretty impressive, I will give you that. But you didn't think I would let your blade touch my neck, did you? Rayon looks back with a look of pure frustration. That crazy bastard sacrificed an arm to survive. But the real plan is still coming. Taking my arm in a surprise attack like that? Yeah, you've actually got some real talent. A promising brat, sure. But that is as far as you go. The giant orc grins. Looking at you now, it is obvious you poured everything into that one strike. He is right. Raon pushed past his limits for that ambush, and now his legs are shaking. His hands tremble on his blade. So, are you the one in charge here? Rayon asks. You humans are insane. You never act the way we expect. The monster laughs. You think my boss would show up for a tiny, pathetic village like this? You have got quite the mouth, don't you? The giant raises his blade for the next kill. Let's see how long you keep talking. He charges toward our hero at high speed. Raon is stunned by the movement. He hasn't even begun to recover his strength yet. But the orc is hurt too. Raon blocks this. You are better than I thought. If I could not handle this, I would quit being a swordsman. The giant's rage explodes. He swings again with everything he has. That is the spirit, kid. The orc praises Raon's resolve as their blades clash again and again in a blur. You saw that too, right? The same beast that crushed them is now being pushed back. He is fighting on par with that monster. Even weirder, he is using Buren's exact sword techniques. Buren watches in awe. He really thought he had finally caught up to his rival. Disappointment fills his mind, but Matha steps up. This is Raon's true strength, she explains. Everything before was just the surface. But even this might not be enough to win. It looks like a stalemate, but Raon has 0 mana left after that massive opening attack. The two leaders keep clashing while the others can only stand back and analyze. Matha looks worried. Can he really defeat this shadow warrior with no energy left? Suddenly, Runan approaches from behind. It looks like she survived that brutal opening attack. She says they have to help him, but Matha just sighs, asking if she is crazy. You are even weaker than we are. If you jump in now, one tiny mistake means instant death. So what? With eyes full of fire, Runan draws her sword and steps forward. Matha expected fear, but Runan is eerily calm. Is she actually changing for Rayon's sake? Trust me, you and I are about to see a whole new side of her. Buren speaks up. All right, you and I are diving into the heat of battle, as Runan shouts. We have to help Rayon now. Do you really think the three of us jumping in will change anything? Looking back, our blue-haired friend insists that even if it is reckless, he can't just walk away and leave his teammate to fight all alone. As swordsmen of Sieghart, they have no other choice, and Martha is finally convinced by the determination of the two in front of her. Fine, but if this goes south, it is on you. Let's risk it all. With that, the whole team charges toward the battlefield together. Returning to the center of the intense duel, the orc boss is shocked a rookie lasted this long. He is so impressed by the boy's talent that he actually offers Rayon a spot in Eden. When asked for his name, the boy simply says Raon, making the monster's eyes turn sharper than ever. Wait, are you a direct descendant of the Zegard family? Your hair and eyes are making me suspicious. It seems the blood of the Northern King of Destruction is flowing thick through your veins. Everything the orc knows points to one thing. He sees the terrifying shadow of Glenn Sieghart within this boy. The monster flexes his massive body and growls. I take back the offer. Now, I must kill you at all costs. He will use every possible method to eliminate Rayon, letting out a roar that shakes the heavens while a dark aura surrounds his body. Now pay attention, because his speed suddenly hits a level that is absolutely insane. In a flash, his blade is at Rayon's throat. The boy is stunned. This crazy monster just got even faster. Rayon ducks just in time. Is he really burning through his own life force to gain this much power? He is barely holding on with his Icefire ring, and he has not even fully recovered his strength yet. Suddenly, he notices a shadow creeping up behind the orc, preparing for a brutal sneak attack. Since the beast was distracted, Martha manages to tear a massive scar right across its back. The leader roars in fury at the pests, but then a sudden, freezing chill begins to surge toward him. Runan unleashes her ice magic to slow the monster down. Ice Spirit Aura, Winter's Breath. The moment she finishes her skill, she signals Buren, who immediately rushes into striking range. He leaps high, blade ready. Heavenly Flow Sword, Starry Flash. Buren delivers a barrage of strikes across the enemy's body. But luck runs out as Buren is suddenly snatched up by the monster's massive hand. The orc sneers, asking if they really thought these petty tricks could bring him down. You have severely underestimated me. Unless you are at least on that blonde kid's level, you will never even lay a finger on me. The blue-haired boy is injured but grins confidently. You are right. That attack was never going to kill you, but it bought us time. You saw that too, right? Down below, Martha is concentrating every ounce of her spirit energy. making the very ground sink beneath her weight. Taking her stance, she screams, "Let's see you try and block this one." A lethal strike, powered by the full force of the giant spirit. She gives the orc zero chance to defend, sending the monster leader into a blind, cursing rage. He swings his arm with terrifying force, throwing Buren right into Martha and slamming them both against a tree. The two crash hard, while the orc turns his gaze back to Rayon, calling them nothing but annoying flies. But behind him, Ron has already finished preparing his final, devastating move. The boy whispers his thanks, realizing that because of everyone's sacrifice, he has finally had enough time to recover. An overwhelming surge of power begins to erupt from deep within his body. Looking at his fallen comrades who sacrificed themselves, he vows that he will not let the desperate chance they all created go to waste. "I will handle everything from here." Feeling the sudden danger, the orc turns in shock. "How can you still have this much strength left? Who are you?" Ron raises his sword, telling the beast to be honored to face Sieghart's green warblood. "This is the very first time I am using this technique on a real enemy." He did not think he could pull it off, but the enlightenment gained during this struggle made it possible. 10,000 flames, flame fist wind. A massive pillar of fire roars forth from his blade. The boy's expression remains ice cold, a stark contrast to the inferno he just unleashed. The orc leader realizes this fire is completely different from anything before. His instincts scream that this power is extremely dangerous and he must kill the boy immediately. Die. He charges with everything he has. "Trust me. You and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right. You and I are about to watch Rayon swing his blade down in a perfect line just as that orc lunges forward. It looks like Rayon's reaction time was just a split second faster than that monster's. The giant remains standing on the battlefield, frozen and motionless. Rayon doesn't blink, his steady gaze locked onto his fallen enemy. Suddenly, the orc's head splits wide open. Its entire massive body is sliced clean in two before finally collapsing into the dirt. Drenched in blood, Rayon stands there panting heavily. The exhaustion is visible on his face as he stares down at the corpse. Even Runin can't hide her shock after witnessing the sheer power her friend just unleashed. Martha and Buren recover and rush over, their faces filled with pure disbelief at the sight. Rayon actually did it. He took down a 6-color combat phantom. He raises his blood-stained sword high into the air. He shouts to the others, warning them that the fight isn't over. The rest of the Phantom Legion is still here. For the kingdom's peace and prosperity, wipe them all out. Reinvigorated by his words, everyone draws their blades and screams their loyalty. A short time later, the remaining stragglers of the Phantom Legion are hunted down and completely neutralized. "Now you and I need to watch this part carefully." Buren walks up to Rayon and admits they would be dead without him. Even worse, the villagers they were sworn to protect would have been slaughtered alongside them. The green-haired teen looks down, thanking Rayon for the rescue and apologizing for his previous arrogance. He confesses that he ignored the village despite Rayon's warning. A Sieghart swordsman shouldn't just close his eyes to injustice out of weakness. He places a hand over his heart and makes a solemn vow to change. But Rayon just turns away with a short response, leaving Buren completely frozen by his cold demeanor. "What?" "No." Ron tells him they all fought with everything they had. His victory was only possible because of their teamwork. He addresses Martha and Runin too, holding his sword tightly. Rayon isn't just being humble. He truly values their presence. If even one person had been missing, things could have gone south very quickly. "So I mean it when I say, thank you, everyone." The young hero stands among his peers, expressing his genuine gratitude. Buren gets flustered and turns away, stuttering that he'll just have to get stronger so this never happens again. That way, he says, he won't ever need Raon's help again. Ignoring the guys, Raon turns to Martha and tells her she did great. He admits his recovery was all thanks to her support. He speaks directly to her, and Martha responds with a rare, gentle smile. She leaves to help the villagers, claiming that if she couldn't even follow orders, she might as well be dead. Once alone, Rayon hunches over, gripping his knees for balance. He wonders to himself, is it finally over? That last attack drained every ounce of his energy. He starts to tilt backward as his consciousness begins to fade. Damn. He relaxed too soon. His legs are gone. But suddenly, Runin drops down to catch him before he hits the ground. She asks if he's okay. and a surprised Ron wonders how she knew he was about to collapse. With her usual cold expression, Runan stays silent for a moment before finally giving him an answer. She says it was just like back at the training hall. She could tell his strength was completely depleted. Looking at her with blurry eyes, Rayon realizes something. It isn't just him caring for them. They truly care for him too. He whispers his thanks, but then you and I see that familiar glow as the system window finally pops up. You have demonstrated your abilities by surpassing your limits in this grueling and dangerous battle. All stats increase by 1. For successfully ambushing a superior foe, you have unlocked the special skill, Shadow Strike. For defeating a high-level enemy, you have earned a brand new title, Bearer of the Unmoving Heart. Status window, Ron Zeigheart. Title, Unmoving Heart. Current condition, Curse of Misfortune. Special skills list below. Wrath, 4-star Fire Ring, 3-star 10,000 Flames, and the 1-star Shadow Strike are all ready for use. Agility 58. Strength 57. Stamina 59. Energy 42. And Perception 64. Looking at these gains, Rayon realizes that killing that Phantom Warrior really paid off big time. A full stat boost plus a new skill and title. He decides to review it later so he doesn't lean on others. Rayon stands up and tells Runan he's okay. He sends her to the village while he goes to scout for any danger. He finds a quiet spot on a nearby rock to check his stats. You and I know this is only the beginning. All right, let's dive back in as our main character realizes this immovable heart title is more useful than he thought. It is awarded to those with an iron will who never flinch when facing a true powerhouse. The effects? When fighting a stronger opponent, every single one of your stats gets a 3% boost. At first, 3% seems low, but he knows as he gets stronger, that bonus will become massive. Since he will be fighting monsters much more powerful than himself, this title is going to be incredibly useful. Then there is Shadow Strike. At 1 star, your presence fades during a kill shot, while your critical hit rate skyrockets. This definitely feels like a high-tier assassin skill, doesn't it? Rayon realizes if he had this earlier, that first ambush would have been a guaranteed kill. Meanwhile, Wrath finally shows up. This spirit looks at the young man's exploding stat sheet and absolutely cannot believe his eyes. Wait, pay attention here, because even the system creator is confused why a low-level monster gave such insane rewards. Arlie just shrugs it off with a smirk. Thanks to you, I am leveling up faster than ever. Thanks, buddy. Wrath is fuming like a poked cat. He snaps back, promising that he won't let Rayon die a peaceful death. I will peel your skin and drink your blood. Rayon just gives a casual wave and walks away. Behind him, the floating energy cat continues to scream into the void. Back at the village, the recruits are busy helping the locals rebuild everything the orcs smashed to pieces. Clear that debris. The wooden defenses are finally back up. It looks like Rayon is finally waking up from his deep sleep. He sits up, rubbing his head. I only meant to rest for a second, but I totally passed out. Stepping outside, he sees the progress. Everyone worked their heads off while he was out, and the fences are fixed. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Rayon, you are finally awake? Lunan approaches him, carrying a bucket of water. How are you feeling? Much better after that nap? Good, then hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. Waiting for me? He still has no idea what happened while he was catching some shut-eye. He finds a couple from the village bowing deeply, their heads almost touching the ground in pure gratitude. The village elder joins them, leading the entire town in a synchronized bow to the swordsman of Zeigheart. Thank you for protecting us. You all risked your lives when things looked the darkest. Without your help, this village would be nothing but ashes. Everyone there feels the weight of being granted a second chance at life. We will never forget what you did. Rayon stands there, completely caught off guard by the sincere gesture. He turns to look at his teammates, the people who stood by him in the heat of battle. You and I can see it in his eyes, the respect from his peers and the raw gratitude from the people. For the first time in 2 lives, he is feeling something he can't quite describe. In his past life as an assassin, he was a ghost. No good deeds, no name, just the cold binary of life and death. All of that misery was because of one man, Darus Robert. That cold, soulless gaze still haunts his memories. Every dirty job, every life he took, it was all just to get a scrap of recognition from that monster. But now, He is done with that. Seeing the fake holiness of his old master compared to this real gratitude changes him. Have I ever felt this way before? He asks himself as he stands amongst the cheering villagers. His fist tightens as a new fire starts to burn deep within his chest. He can feel a new ambition rising. From this moment on, he isn't an assassin, he is a true swordsman. I want to see this sight again and again. He looks up at the moon, making a silent vow to himself. A light has been lit, and no matter how small it starts, it will never go out. This is his new path. Later that night, as the village enjoys some hard-earned peace, Round pulls the elder aside. Do you have a moment? There is something I need to ask you. The elder turns around and gives a nod of approval. They move to a quiet spot away from the crowd. So, young man, what is on your mind? Do you know who was really controlling those orcs? The elder mentions a blue-haired swordsman told him it was Eden. He sighs, confused why one of the 5 devils of Eden would target such a tiny, nameless village. Round remembers a detail from the fight. Kamba mentioned you brought a red orb back from Mount Ibu once. The elder's face pales as he remembers finding that strange stone in his youth. Trust me, things are about to get dangerous because Eden is definitely coming for that orb. All right, you and I are diving back in as Round confirms all this chaos was caused by that single item, making the old man's expression crumble. Was everything really for that? I almost ended up destroying this entire village with my own 2 hands. We stopped them this time, but as long as that jewel is here, the demons will keep attacking. How is that possible? The chief believed the land became fertile and the village warmer after burying it, so they worshipped the stone as a guardian. I never imagined it was a cursed artifact attracting those shadow demons. What are we supposed to do now? Should we dig it up and just throw it away? He asks the young man for advice, but Ron decides he will take it. Why would you do that? The boy explains that demons view humanity as sacrifices for their rebirth. Even if you toss it, they will hunt it down. I will bring it back home, but then the demons will target your house. We cannot put that kind of danger on you. You can hear the genuine worry in the village chief's voice for the young man. It is fine. This is my path. Ron places a hand on his chest, accepting the responsibility. The old man goes silent, then bows in deep gratitude. Once again, the Sieghart family has shown us boundless kindness. Wait, once again? Ron clearly does not understand the meaning behind the old man's words. The chief explains that decades ago, when he was just a bit older than Rayon is now, the current head of Glen Sieghart saved them. He remembers that man facing an army of ogres alone. Rayon is stunned to hear this. Yes, I remember it like it was yesterday. He saved us from a swarm of monsters, just like you did. He smiled at us kindly and treated us with true respect. As the chief describes that noble figure, Raoul can only picture his father's usual grumpy and frowning face. A kind smile? That is impossible to imagine, given how his father acts these days. Then the village chief turns away. Good grief, this old man's pointless story has gone on too long. Please follow me. I will show you where the jewel is. Reaching a certain spot, the old man digs a hole. It was buried here. To think our supposed guardian was actually a curse. Rayon asks what the cloth wrapping the stone is. It is a family heirloom passed down through many generations. We used it to wrap the stone and hide its glowing red light before burying it deep. When it is handed over, Rayon can still feel a powerful light radiating from the stone despite the thick layer of cloth. After seeing the treasure, Rayon realizes this is actually a mana stone from a goblin king. If this mana stone falls into the hands of the demons, a new monster with the king's power will be born. He tells the chief to wrap it back up first. That makes sense now. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes out. Now, pay attention. Because a massive, scarred man has appeared beside them, stroking his chin as he calmly evaluates the situation. That cloth was masking the mana stone's energy, which is why they could not find it even after searching the entire mountain. Otherwise, this village would have been turned to ash long ago. Rayon instinctively reaches for his sword and takes a stance. You bastard, who are you? How did he get so close without me noticing? Me? Who knows? He laughs loudly and snaps his fingers, making an orc mask appear in his hand. Who do you think I am? That mask looks like an orc. Are you the blood-crazed demon? The bald man just chuckles at the boy's guess. Ho ho, you recognize this mask? As expected of a Sieghart student, your senses are amazing. This is the blood-crazed demon. The man narrows his eyes. And with that unpredictable level of power, you must be the swordsman who killed the green orc. Rayon speaks up. You must be the superior he mentioned. He said you would not be coming here. The enemy puts on the mask, his body shifting color. Well, that is true. I did dump that mission on the green orc. If he had not died, I would not be here. Basically, I came for you. He releases a terrifying dark aura. Rayon feels the overwhelming killing intent paralyzing his entire body. Not just him, even if every student in the village teamed up, they would still have no chance of winning. Wrath appears, and, honestly, you and I see he's in trouble. You have zero chance of beating him. Now you have two choices: die fighting in despair, or surrender yourself to me. The energy cat laughs and makes the offer. The enemy finished his transformation and stomps the ground hard. Those are your only two options. Facing an opponent who is completely out of his league, Ron must make a choice. Meanwhile, everyone else is still gathered back in the village. Buren asks what she is doing there, as Martha watches the fence repairs. Stick with me, the real battle is just beginning. All right. You and I are diving into a story where training day turns into a literal nightmare. Buren steps closer to confront her. Look, if you are done with the inspection, shut it and get going. But she is not backing down. You should be asking, not ordering your senior around. After all, there is only one person here who can give me orders, and you know exactly who. Their bickering stops as a familiar figure with white hair approaches, carrying a basket of fresh fruit for the group. What are you doing? Runan calmly replies. I brought fruit. The villagers just picked them for us to eat. Why go through the trouble? Runan tells him they are fresher if she picks them herself. Martha can only sigh. You sure are thoughtful. Anyone would think you two are married. Runan just walks past with her usual ice-cold expression. Now, watch very closely, because this is where the peace ends and the absolute chaos begins. Sensing something is wrong, Runan turns back. Rayon. She shouts the name and immediately sprints toward the smoke and flames. She leaves the fruit basket scattered on the ground. The blast came from exactly where Rayon and the chief were. This is an emergency. Grab your weapons and alert the officers. The group rushes toward the village chief's house. It is the chief's house. What is happening here? Ron, if you are okay, answer me right now. Suddenly, another explosion erupts right in front of them. Out of the smoke comes Ron, holding the old village chief who had been blown away by the impact. Rayon looks like he has been fighting for his life. Both of them are covered in wounds. He is barely breathing, and blood is streaming down his head from the intense battle. Rayon? The young swordsman quickly tosses the injured chief to Buren, who catches him in mid-air. Buren secures the old man as Rayon forces himself to stand. He barks out a command. Everyone, get out of here. With a deadly serious gaze, he tells them to get the chief to safety and leave the area immediately. No arguments. Martha is confused and demands an explanation. What are you talking about? But then, a massive shockwave hits the ground below them. I cannot breathe. Buren collapses to his knees. Runan and Martha are frozen, feeling as if their lungs are being crushed. What is this pressure? A giant foot steps forward. Well, it seems there are still plenty of cute little humans hiding around here. That appearance. That is, the ogre's armor. The realization hits the group like a truck. You and I both know that this villain is on a completely different and terrifying power level. Runan and Martha can only stare in horror, humiliated and paralyzed. They cannot even move a finger against this overwhelming power. Do you want to die? Rayon screams at them. Wake up. His voice finally snaps the two girls out of their trance. Look at your friend and listen. If you just stand there like idiots, we are all going to be wiped out here. Focus your chi to fight the pressure and stand up. Buren, break off now. Head to the village and evacuate everyone. The blue-haired swordsman takes the order. Understood. I will be back as soon as the civilians are safe to help. Martha and Runan stay behind to draw his attention. Both girls draw their swords, finally preparing for the fight of their lives. Do not engage him directly. Just watch his movements. Rayon warns his team as they face the strongest enemy they have ever encountered. Remember what Master Dreamer taught us. We have to push past our own limits if we want to survive this. This is the moment. We need to transcend both our physical and mental boundaries right now, or it is all over. The ogre smiles. I like your spirit, kid. But I wonder, will surpassing your limits actually be enough to stop me? His face is full of cruelty and pure contempt. Rayon looks back, thinking of the students and villagers behind him. He cannot fail. If I take a single step back, it is over. I have to find an opening and take his head in one shot. He shifts his stance. I cannot just convince myself I can do it. It feels like I am standing at the edge of an infinite cliff. My past life was hard enough, but this is insane. Meanwhile, the ogre just stands there, talking as if he has already won. You act like you are going to attack, but you are just standing there staring? Fine. Have it your way then. He crouches low, building momentum. Hands on the ground, feet positioned for a burst. This is not going to be good. In an instant, he is gone. A high-speed dash so fast that he completely disappears from everyone's sight. Since you are not coming to me, I am coming to you. The ogre closes the distance to Rayon in a heartbeat. Rayon can barely track him until he is right there. He is even faster than before. This monster is on another level. Rayon immediately activates his skill. 10 Flames Technique. The strike that tears the sky. A fire attack blasts toward the monster, who simply recognizes the technique. With a single massive swing, the ogre completely shatters Rayon's fire attack like it was nothing at all. He cannot believe it. His strongest move was extinguished that easily. The power gap is absolutely terrifying. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives this absolutely massive blow that sends him flying. All right, stick with me, because we are about to watch a total underdog take on a monster. Ugh, I have to block this. I barely managed to redirect his punch. If I had misread the flow of his flaming strike, I would have died instantly. Gathering his energy once again, the boy prepares for another attempt. His allies are definitely watching, so he needs to show them as many of the enemy's movements as possible. It is the only way they have even a 1% chance of surviving. Seeing the brat charging in, Eden just laughs. Ha, now that is the spirit. He slams his foot down, bracing himself against the earth. He launches himself high into the air. It would be boring if a simple punch could put out these flames. In the sky, he readies the next blow. Using gravity to his advantage, he drops down like a lethal bullet. Rayon is trapped in a position where he cannot use any skills. He is completely on the defensive, but manages to dodge the leader's powerful strike. A massive explosion rocks the forest. The ogre stands back up and notes that Rayon's fire is far beyond normal chi. Even for a stupid beast, he wondered how the blue god lost. But seeing this power, it makes sense now. Which only makes what happens next even more regrettable. Fire has no effect on me. Do you know why? Eden stops his assault to talk. Rayon already knows. Leaning on his sword to stay upright, the boy replies that Eden's helmet carries the traits of an ogre, the king of the Sere Forest. They can tear down castles even while being pierced by countless flaming arrows. The Iron Blood Demon can use those ogre traits. Eden tells him he should realize the truth. No matter how much energy you release, it is completely useless against me. Truly a shame. Now pay attention, because here is the twist. Rayon decides that if fire is useless, he will just switch to a different power entirely. Suddenly, a freezing chill sweeps across the battlefield, swirling around the young boy. Wait, this cold? The ogre is stunned. That incredible fire energy from before was already a massive surprise. But now you are wielding water energy of the exact same caliber? Such high-level attributes and perfect control at such a young age. He asks Rayon who he really is. The boy just scoffs. Do you really need to know? You are going to die by my hand anyway. Eden sneers, mocking his arrogance as they both charge. Let's see how long that will last. They both clash as the other recruits rush toward the explosion. Bjorn arrives and cannot believe his eyes. He is shocked to see Raun still standing his ground. The energy he is using now is ice instead of his usual fire. He can use 2 types of ki, not to mention the intense pressure radiating from his blade. When did he become a sword expert? Bjorn struggles to understand how Rayon is growing this fast. Anyone using a weapon is usually classified by their level of chi mastery. Those just learning are beginners. Those who can project energy into their weapons are weapon users. It is a massive step up. Then, there are those who have trained their energy without end. Those who can release energy into their surroundings. They are the legendary chi experts. Now, let's head back to the action. Watching them clash, Buren realizes Rayon has actually reached the level of an expert who can project aura blades. It is mind-blowing. It should be impossible. Yet here he is, fighting the Iron Blood Demon, a confirmed expert. Buren breaks into a cold sweat. The blonde boy is now trading blow for blow with the giant ogre. Every swing of the sword and every heavy punch leaves massive shockwaves in their wake. But despite his efforts, Ron still hasn't dealt any major damage. Is he just ignoring the power gap? While analyzing the fight, the swordsman suddenly notices Rayon, looking directly at him. It seems like he is trying to say something with his eyes, and Buren catches on fast. Rayon is telling him that he will create an opening, and they need to combine their attacks. Having trained together for so long in the 5th camp, they can communicate with just a single glance. He looks to Martha and Runan, and they instantly understand. The two girls understand immediately and nod in confirmation. You and I just saw these warriors unite. Gripping their swords, Buren knows they must protect their village as one family. They share a single, powerful resolve. All right, you and I are jumping into a fight where the stakes couldn't be higher as Rayon strikes the monster. Eden counters, swinging a fist that feels as cold and hard as tempered steel. But the monster feels a sudden chill on his arm. Noticing the opening, Round screams it's now or never. On his command, Rayon's 3 comrades leap high into the air, focusing everything into a final, lethal killing blow. We can win this. We will win. Buren keeps repeating those words in his head, desperately fueling his fighting spirit. Combining their strength, they aim for the villain's head, but those glowing yellow eyes track them. You bugs, I was waiting for this. The monster flexes his massive body, erupting with a wave of energy that feels like a physical shockwave. Everyone in the air is instantly blown back. Buren is stunned. Did he just release his fighting spirit like an explosion? Just what kind of monster is this? He's reached the level of a master. The beast turns back toward Rayon. The ogre laughs. I wondered if I'd have to hunt you down one by one, he mocks. You've saved me the effort. Seeing that look of hope turn into pure, agonizing despair, that's the only thing that makes me feel alive. Did you really think mere insects like you could actually push me back? Now watch this closely, because things are about to get absolutely desperate as Eden prepares his final, lethal strike. Rayon is completely drained, but he forces himself to stand even as the massive fist closes in. He's at his absolute limit. With his last bit of strength, he screams, "You're not the only one who's been waiting for this." Drawing on the killing intent from his past life as an assassin, he merges the frost energy with his fire technique, concentrating everything into a single point. The lotus flower blooming within his mind finally opens in full glory. Raon unleashes a peak 10,000 flame move, thrusting his blade forward. Caught completely off guard, Eden has no time to react. Pillars of fire erupt, swirling around the ogre's massive frame. The sheer force of the blast begins tearing through his tough flesh. The monster drops to his knees. Rayon gasps for air, his eyes losing focus as he mutters a weary curse. Damn it, that felt too good. But he realizes the nightmare is far from over for our hero. Eden catches the sword with his bare hand. You targeted the gap when my defense was low during my attack, didn't you? If I hadn't reacted in time, I actually would have died right here. He throws a brutal cross counter, slamming a fist into Rayon's gut and sending him crashing through a nearby tree. You and I saw that coming, right? The power gap here is insane as the monster breaks Rayon's sword like a toothpick, mocking him for even trying. Clutching his wounds, Raon thinks he might have had a chance if the ogre's aura was weaker, but he couldn't even pierce the muscle. The monster reinforced his body with aura to block the strike. An aura master level opponent. The shadow looming over him is a terrifying threat. Raon realizes just how outclassed he is. He has to admit the monster's strength. Gritting his teeth, he realizes his entire plan has fallen apart completely. Using his remaining strength, he shouts to the recruits, "As your captain, I'm giving you all a direct order. Everyone, run." Buren and Runan are stunned, but Ron cuts them off before they can even protest his command. We can't win this fight now. Get out of here and start evacuating the villagers before it's too late. There's no time left. They have to move the trainees and the people to keep the casualties to a minimum. He signals Buren. Do you really think a member of this squad deserves a coward's death? If not, then go fulfill your duty. He's hit Buren right where it hurts most. Buren grits his teeth and finally makes the call. Everyone, retreat. Take the trainees and get out of here right now. The green-haired leader orders them to focus on escaping. We must save at least one more person from this monster. Runan looks back, her heart aching. Rayon, don't you dare die, she warns him. The boy just gives a gentle smile. I've got it. The ogre sneers. Do you really think those insects can escape from someone like me? More importantly, do you think you can stall me? Wrath. Let's make a bet. Rayon's eyes go cold with focus. The shadow of the energy cat finally emerges. It's finally my turn. You're trying to bet, but you're about to die anyway. What are you betting on? Are you wagering on whether he dies first, or if it's you? Do you really think you can win? Rayon admits, it's nearly impossible. So here's the deal, restore my body and my aura, and in exchange, I'll take on all of your wrath. If you die, I can't take over your body. Fine, I'll restore you for now. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. You and I are about to watch Raon face absolute hell. Let me see how you handle my true wrath, the villain sneers, and immediately, agonizing pain rips through Raon's body. Every muscle tightens, and the young man is in so much agony that tears start to fall. Hearing the humans scream, the monster E is actually curious. What are you? Why didn't you drink the blood of a hero? I don't understand how you recover so fast. It makes no sense. Raon just snaps back. I told you before, you don't need to know. Rayon levels his sword at the villain once more. With his strength partially restored, the young man issues a defiant challenge. Come on, I will keep you company until dawn. A loud voice rings out. Now, I need everyone to follow my orders. Buren stands before the crowd and tells the recruits to support the wounded or anyone having a hard time moving. I know everyone is exhausted, but we have to move as fast as possible. We don't have much time, so hurry and find a safe place. Some of the team members start whispering in confusion. What's happening? Are we going to be okay? This is happening right when we just got here too. Martha clenches her. Two people look back at Lady Martha. She adds that even with broken ribs and a shattered arm, he is still fighting. So what is with this attitude? Are you all just going to stand there and do absolutely nothing? Her voice is sharp. Martha just keeps going. Are you really planning to die here like complete idiots? Buren takes notice. Martha is right. This isn't the time to be depressed. Buren's voice rings out as he grips his hands. Then he orders the recruits. Everyone, hurry. Gren already went to a nearby branch to call for urgent aid. Reinforcements from the family are surely on the way. We have to act fast before... Suddenly, a sound comes from behind. Now watch this, because a massive blue shadow suddenly looms over the group. Isn't that an ogre? Why is it even here? Buren can't wrap his head around this. Why would a Forest King ogre be hunting us? Another one appears. Wait, there is one over here too. Slowly, the group is backed into a corner. We are surrounded by ogres. How could something like this actually happen? Martha realizes the truth. No way. That bastard E can actually control monsters. The reason this blood-crazed maniac didn't just ignore Rayon to kill us is because he released these ogres beforehand. Seeing this, some of the team members lose hope, dropping their swords and falling to the ground. We are finished. We are going to die without a fight. Don't you dare give up. Buren steps forward, taking charge to motivate them. Rayon is still out there fighting for us. If we die meaningless deaths here, I'll never be able to face Rayon again. He is fighting that psycho alone. Martha stands beside him. You are right this time. We need to evacuate everyone and go help Rayon. Exactly. We can't die here. You and I know these three friends are about to fulfill the duty Rayon gave them. This is the absolute minimum we can do for Rayon, who's fighting alone for us. A wind blows through, and the three charge forward. But before their blades touch the monsters, the wind does it first. Buren is completely stunned. The wind swirls back to where the blood-red maniac faces Rayon. The giant thinks he is remarkably persistent. Stop trying, he warns the boy pinned against a rock. Dazed, the young man looks at his broken left arm. If I just cut off my left arm, I can keep fighting for a little while longer. But why am I doing this? A sudden doubt flashes through his mind. Every inch of my body is screaming in pain. Why endure this agony to fight this monster when I never did before? The world around him goes dark. He loses his sense of space, left alone with his thoughts. If this were my past life, I'd have run. He tells himself this with lifeless eyes. But then, a familiar voice and warm presence appear. Rayon. Sylvia rushes to hug him. I want you to be a proud warrior, a swordsman of our legendary house. That's right. Sylvia's words from back then. In his dazed state, he remembers the past and the teammates he struggled with. Those bonds are what keep him tied here. The faces of his friends flash by. Runan, who acts cold but is actually kinder than anyone. Runan, Buren, and finally, Martha Tough, but with a rock-solid faith. You and I just witnessed a legend in the making. All right. You and I are about to witness what happens when a legend refuses to stay down. He could not help but be moved by them. Rayon truly wanted to save these people who were becoming his true comrades. Wrath hovered nearby, realization dawning. Did you just buy time for your allies to escape my control, while enduring my fury? Rayon simply looked back and asked if the spirit had finally realized it. The energy cat was annoyed, calling him arrogant. Rayon Sieghart really needs to learn that there is a limit to his disrespect. Do you really think you can reclaim this body while I kill that man and hunt down your friends? You can barely even stand. So what exactly do you plan on doing now? The spirit ramped up the punishment, sending a fresh wave of agony through his body. Rayon collapsed in total exhaustion, forced to listen to the entity's cruel mockery. Even after taking the full force of my wrath, you have failed. You might survive the possession, but once you surrender your physical form to me, you will never get it back again. Eden watched Raon's pathetic state and laughed, thinking the boy had reached his limit. Suddenly, a twisted idea sparked in his mind. He walked past the boy, adding that he would leave him for last and go slaughter his friends first. Now that sounded like fun. Now pay attention here. Imagine the look on your face when I tear the heads off every one of your comrades right in front of you. Rayon screamed internally. No, those rookies would never survive an attack from a master like the Blood Madman. It was an impossible matchup. While everyone else escaped, he had to be the one to hold this monster back. Rayon watched that massive shadow and steeled himself. Suddenly, he spoke. My name is Ron Sieghart. Somehow, the blonde teenager found the strength to stand and face his enemy once more. I am the descendant of Glenn, the destruction king of the north. And one day, I will be the strongest swordsman on this continent. Until my heart stops beating, you will not leave this place. The madman Eden gripped his broken sword, eyeing the boy with newfound interest. He admitted that for someone so young, the boy had incredible spirit. Rayon's words had actually worked to make the giant turn around and face him. The man noted that calling the boy impressive simply was not enough. Fine then. I shall show you the respect a warrior like you deserves. The villain charged up a massive punch, promising to remember the name Raon Sieghart. Raon saw the killing blow coming closer. He knew he had no energy left to dodge this final attack. Accepting his fate, the young man closed his eyes and prepared for the end. But wait, did you see that? A light breeze brushed past as a red-haired elf appeared. Reimer had arrived, using his blade to block the lethal strike. Rayon smiled with relief and teased his master for being late. Reimer just apologized, saying he had overslept a little bit. Reimer told him to leave the rest to him. He took his stance, wielding the light sword of Sieghart, ready to finish the fight against Eden. It has been a long time, Baldy, the teacher replied coolly. Eden glared and demanded to know what he was doing there. Reimer just smiled, gathering power into his blade. I cannot just stand by and watch trash like you trample over a young sprout, he said. The giant prepared to attack, mocking the fact that someone of Reimer's level was sent to supervise students. He claimed the Sieghart clan had gone soft. He laughed, noting that Reimer struggled to even move. His physical balance was completely ruined. Is it true that your energy core shattered, leaving you a total cripple? The beast threw a punch, trying to break the man's spirit. Reimer blocked the blow effortlessly and told him he was completely wrong. You really need better sources. Whether it is the past or the present, you have always been too slow to gather information. How long has it been since I left the front lines? Those rumors are already so outdated. The villain claimed he was lying. The old Reimer had a terrifying killing intent, but now his sword felt like a gentle breeze. You can't cut me. After that initial testing blow, Eden finally poured all his strength into taking the advantage. A powerful punch ripped up the ground itself, but Reimer was still agile enough to dodge the massive impact. Looking at the destruction, Reimer commented on how violent the man was. Just like that, Rayon was pulled away from the center of the fight. As he watched his master fight, Ron began to analyze Reimer's movements. He was so elegant in the air, almost as if he were flying on the wind. Every attack was so perfect it gave the boy goosebumps. If Reimer actually used his full power, this battle would essentially be decided in an instant. So why was he dragging the fight out? Rayon's eyes widened as he realized there was a hidden purpose behind his master's actions. And yeah, it looks like Reimer is teaching him one final lesson. Stick around for the master's true power. Alright, you and I are about to watch a teacher who never stops schooling his student. Even against a deadly blood warrior, Reimer moves with absolute grace, turning a life or death battle into a masterclass on swordplay. Now, it's the master swordsman's turn to go on the offensive. As he charges, the orc thinks he's gone mad. How can he be this arrogant? Even weakened, I still haven't been brought down. He warns that the helmet will be stolen at this rate. The orc swings a massive counterpunch, but the red-haired elf is like a ghost, slipping past the strike with the speed of a sudden breeze. Die. Reimer's inner thoughts shift. Lightsword. Stop playing around. It's time for us to actually start taking this opponent seriously. Playing nice with this guy has officially reached its limit. Ha! This teaching material has finally lost its mind. I guess it's time to end this. Turning to the battered kid behind him, Reimer calls out. Look closely, Raun. This is how a true member of the Hat family fights their battles. A massive surge of aura erupts from the ground, swirling around Reimer's body. You have to learn this, the master says, thrusting his sword forward with authority. The sword field manifests. This move unleashes a violent gale that swallows the entire forest whole. Now, pay attention here. Is this a violent storm with the user at the center? His aura is crushing everything in range. He's doing this so there's nowhere for me to escape. The only option left is a head-on collision. The orc pumps his muscles to the breaking point, preparing every fiber of his being for one final, desperate strike. Driven by pure rage, he lunges at the elf with a deafening roar. I will crush you. But the J-Hatlight sword is already moving. Both warriors pour their ultimate techniques into this one final, decisive clash. Blade versus fist. Two opposing powers collide with a thunderous explosion that rocks the whole forest. When the smoke clears, both fighters are standing in completely different spots. The orc struggles up. You divided our strength and our spiritual aura? You trapped all the wind within the calm of your own blade. A sword field should work like that. But how can someone who isn't a direct descendant of the Hat family even create one in the first place? Reimer just smiles. It's not a true sword field. I created something similar by borrowing power from nature. Elves are pretty close with the world. I see. Even if he's old and weak, a tiger is still a tiger. The orc looks up at the full moon, muttering something philosophical before turning back to the young boy. He has one final thing to say to his rival. My only regret is that I couldn't kill that kid. I absolutely had to take his head for the sake of our cause. I know what you're thinking, but the elf cuts him off. Drop it. We would never hand our young king over to someone like you. He truly has the qualities of a king, but don't get the wrong idea. We also have a talent that can match that monster. Today was my loss. The light sword of J-Hat. With those final words, the orc finally collapses from the deep wounds Reimer's blade inflicted. Walking over to his student, the teacher asks if he was watching closely. This is what you must master as a member of the Hat family. Unlike mages who create space with mana, you create a field with your spirit. It's a spatial field born from explosive spiritual power and a person's mental growth. Reimer explains that a sword field is built from every single experience. Your achievements, your aura, and even your future. As a direct descendant, the day will come when you can finally wield this power too. Seeing the kid's silence, he adds a piece of advice. Until that day, carve as much experience into your soul as possible. After his speech, Reimer flashes a bright smile. You guys saw that too, right? Realm turns to see Buren, Runin, and Matha have already returned. Why are you guys even here right now? They all rush toward him, calling his name. You idiot, you're actually alive. Reimer stands back, watching the children gather around their friend. Rayon, I'm so glad you're okay. Are those wounds going to be all right? Acting normal is getting really hard as the elf's body begins to tremble. There are certain conditions someone outside the direct Had bloodline must meet to use a sword field. Experience is a given, but they also need elemental affinity and immense life force. In reality, they are burning through their own lifespan. My energy core was already damaged, and I just pushed out a sword field. Just pretending to be okay right now is becoming an impossible task. Reimer thinks to himself, but seeing these young sprouts growing every day makes the man smile with pure satisfaction. So what do you and I take from this? He has no regrets. Ever since he met Rayon, Reimer realized that what he witnessed on that battlefield was the birth of a new king. A brilliant, shining future is reflected deep within the eyes of this young boy. All right, you and I are about to see a broken warrior find a brand new reason to live. With my energy core shattered, I felt like my life was already over. But these children gave me a reason to keep fighting, even as dark memories of my tragic past begin to cloud my mind. Looking back at the light these new recruits from J. Carey, I feel like I've been born again. Reimer is truly happy. Watching the kids together, he decides that shortening his own lifespan is a price he's willing to pay. Of course, before I die, I want to see him crowned as the ultimate king. At the manor of one of the continent's most powerful families, the tension rises. Glenn sits on his throne, questioning if Raon really fought a blood demon. Reimer swears to him that every single word is the absolute truth. I wasn't the only witness. The trainees from squads 5 and 6, every single child on the mission, and all the villagers in Cebu saw exactly what happened. They watched Rayon duel the blood demon alone. Even the Jeff family head admits that monster's power can easily rival a master swordsman. If this is true, then how many of them were seriously injured? Reimer explains that most were minor, but Ron was nearly killed after facing that demon. Now, pay attention here, because even the family head can't believe what he's hearing. I know it sounds impossible, but Reimer isn't backing down from his explanation. You'll have no choice but to believe it once you see that Rayon has reached the rank of sword expert. Master, the boy truly survived a direct encounter with a blood demon. That monster possessed the raw power of a grand sword master. I didn't even hesitate to use the legendary elven sap. Thinking of the treasure Reimer sacrificed, Glenn's doubt begins to fade. Elven sap? A priceless treasure made from the second world tree that gold can't buy. Rayon has definitely proven that he was worth the cost. The family head lets out a soft laugh. You seem quite biased toward him, don't you? Biased? Reimer sighs, claiming he simply wants to help Rayon and the other young children grow into their potential. Is that so? Glenn narrows his eyes before turning to his butler with a new command. Lowen, summon the lords. We're holding a meeting as soon as those trainees return. Well done. Reimer is shocked to hear praise from Glenn. The elf is so excited he practically rushes toward the throne. Wow. How long has it been since you praised me? 20 years? The family head is startled by the sudden outburst. What do you think you're doing? Shut your mouth and you might hear it more often. Now, when do the students arrive? Right now, the young swordsmen are marching in a long line down the street. There's Rayon, returning from a battle that should have killed him. Watch closely. Raon thinks about how the blood demon delayed their return, but the mission to protect Cebu village was still a complete success. The village took heavy damage during the attack, so we spent some of our time helping the people rebuild their homes. Since I was the most injured, I spent most of my time recovering in the chief's house. He remembers being stuck in bed, with only his spirit companion for company. Once I finally woke up, I checked in with the ghost to claim my reward. Wrath insists Reimer was the one who defeated the demon and yells that this whole bet was just a total scam. I'm just glad for the stat points. But the cat looks at the board and starts swearing. What the hell? Ron is just as shocked as the system flashes a new alert. You've gained the hysteria trait for winning the bet. You've also gained the indomitable will trait. After taking massive physical or mental damage, your focus will increase and pain will fade away. Indomitable will? Rayon taps the notification to make sure he's reading it right. I didn't expect this. Now I can resist the spirit's resentment even better than before. Raon is thrilled, but looking at Wrath's annoyed face, the cat can't believe this brat just lucked into such a powerful trait. Creating a system this good is almost like a curse, isn't it? So, what do you and I make of this? A system that gives you exactly what you need. Stick with me. We're about to see if this demonic cat can finally steal Rayon's body. Without that specific trait, it would be over already. No, I need to stay calm. I still have plenty of time. Even though it's slow, my recovery is speeding up, and I've successfully planted seeds of rage in that fool. He thinks back to the moment he cast that heavy resentment over the boy, trading his own recovery just to curse the young man's soul. Watching the patient just sitting there and casually messing around with his status screen, the cat realizes that even if he grows fast as a human, in the end, I will be the one who stands victorious over everything. Just wait. Your body and your very soul will belong to me soon enough. Once I win, I'll lock you in a frozen hell for all eternity. Cutting back to the present, the exhausted group of rookies is now standing directly in front of their high-ranking commander. This man with the scar over his eye is Liluan, the border general of Jeha. He steps forward to officially welcome them all back home. The entire group is completely drained after their long journey. Everyone is slumped over, muttering about how they just want to go home and sleep. They're tired enough to die. Buren hears their whining and tries to motivate them, telling them to just be glad they actually made it back alive. But the commander drops some bad news. I know you're exhausted, but there's no rest for you yet. Rayon looks up in total shock. He orders them to the main hall immediately. A moment later, they enter the room where powerful nobles are already waiting. Now pay attention. This is where it gets tense. Standing before the massive throne of the great house, the young swordsmen immediately drop to their knees to perform the official greeting. It's an honor to see the family head, but even here, the familiar whispers start up. Is that really Ron over there? They say he beheaded a green devil and even survived an attack from a blood ogre. Is he actually a high-level master, or is it all just talk? Rayon doesn't seem to care about the gossip at all. He was worried about being summoned here. But this is actually a massive opportunity. The highest-ranking officials of the family are all gathered right here. During this last mission, he realized something very important about his current strength. At his current level, it's impossible to avoid being completely overwhelmed in the types of brutal battles he's been forced to endure. He needs to get much stronger. The image of that massive monster is still a giant wall he has to figure out how to climb over. Looking around, he notices it's not just the elders and lords here. Even the commanders of the main branch have showed up for this. This can only mean one thing. The Great House is taking this entire incident very seriously. With a sharp and careful gaze, Rayon starts planning his next move. Lord Glenn isn't just a diplomat, he's known for being incredibly fair with rewards. If that's the case, there's something I need to do right now, which is to prove my achievements and earn new sword techniques to grow stronger. Glenn speaks up. Round. I heard you were the key player in this mess. I want to hear the full story from you directly. He gives the order, and the young man immediately obeys his command. Yes, sir. At first, we were given a very warm welcome at Shu Village, but then the Eden Demons launched a surprise attack on everyone. Their goal was the Mana Stone of the Goblin King. Based on everything I found out, Rayon begins to recount the entire battle. We thought the mission was over, but because the communication lines were cut, a blood ogre suddenly ambushed the village out of nowhere. As trainees, the casualties would have been devastating if we tried to fight him head-on, so I chose to act as the bait instead. Hearing this, Karen gets absolutely furious. He stands up and shouts, "How dare you say such things? Who do you think you are to stand there and tell such obvious lies to this entire room? Family head. Do you honestly believe that any of this is the truth?" While the man rages, Ron just stands there in perfect silence. He's only 15 years old. There's no way he killed a green monster from Eden and fought a blood ogre. He's clearly making it all up. Ron knows exactly what that guy wants. He turns to his friend for the proof. Let's see how this plays out together. Dorian, bring it out. Oh, right. A second later, the green-haired boy steps forward and unrolls a large piece of cloth. Inside lies the cloven head of the Green Goblin and the head of the Eden Demon. Everyone in the hall instantly recognizes those terrifying trophies. So everything he said was actually the truth? Rayon speaks up once more to the shocked crowd. Lord Head, this might be a bit rude, but will you give me permission to draw my sword? Go ahead, the old man replies from above. The boy pulls his blade from the sheath as a massive flow of mana swirls around it. The moment it's halfway out, a wave of fire aura explodes. Every single person in the audience hall is stunned. That sword aura and those powerful flames are absolutely real. 10 years ago at the mana evaluation, his stats were only average. Is this really the same person we saw back then? With power like that, there's no doubt he could have taken down a green ogre on his own. He didn't use words. He used his blade to prove his worth. Is this enough evidence for you? Karen looks like he's about to explode from frustration. Damn it, this kid has actually reached that level of power, and he even brought back the gear of an Eden commander. Captain Rayon and all trainees, listen well. Trust me, you and I are definitely sticking around for what happens next. All right, you and I are here for the moment Glenn finally praises his students. Hearing praise from Glenn, a man we thought would never say such things, made everyone in the hall freeze in shock. No matter the difficulty, he usually just says, "Good job." But for the first time in a decade, he actually said, "Great." Some trainees were even quietly wiping away tears. Once the report ended, I handed over the mana stone while mentioning that Eden's motives remain a mystery. In the end, every single student was awarded a bronze medal. Except for me, I got silver. Leaving the throne room, I had to ask myself if I expected too much. I thought I might get a new secret technique or something extra, but all I got was this silver medal. A clear hint of disappointment was visible in the young man's eyes. Wrath immediately piped up, saying he couldn't believe I only got a medal and calling the family head an absolute idiot. I ignored the angry cat, thinking to myself that I had started to trust the old man more after he gave me that fire technique. Suddenly, a voice called out, asking for a moment of my time. It was Len, the head butler. Now watch this. The head butler approached me with a strange request to meet at the annex at midnight. The old butler gave a gentle smile, informing me that the family head actually intended to grant me a second reward after all. Back at the house, Sylvia and her maid rushed to the gate to welcome their son home. Calling out his name, Sylvia immediately grabbed his face with a worried expression, checking him over. She asked if he really ran into Eden and desperately checked to see if his arm was okay. Rayon reassured her that it was completely healed, but Sylvia just pulled him into a tight hug. With tears welling up in her eyes, she apologized, feeling that her previous words about him being a swordsman had pressured him. She felt guilty for pushing her child into danger, thinking her expectations forced him to face those demons alone. But Rayon shocked her by saying he was actually grateful, causing her tears to finally overflow. He admitted that when he faced that blood demon, he really wanted to run away. He even thought about using the other students as bait because he didn't think he could win. In that dark moment, he remembered her saying she would be happy if he lived his life as a real swordsman. Sylvia's eyes widened. Rayon added that those words were exactly what kept him standing tall during the fight. He told her that her belief in him was the only reason he could stand there so proudly today. Looking at her with gentle eyes, he expressed his sincere gratitude to his mother. Sylvia couldn't hold it back anymore. A loud sob escaped her as tears finally fell down her face. The maid praised his maturity, while his mother wailed on the floor like a child, leaving Rayon totally confused. He asked what was wrong and if something had happened while he was away on his mission. Later that night, another maid entered his room with a message about a return order. She nervously explained she had been ordered back to the hall and feared they were going to execute her. Seeing her so depressed, Ron knew she would be punished for failing to report his master-level rank and the chaos in the observation room. He couldn't just abandon Judy, the double agent he had worked so hard to save before. You and I know he is up to something, telling her to follow orders if she wants to stay alive. He told her not to go back, suggesting she send a letter saying she became a personal maid for his mother. Since his mother was worried about his health, the choice would seem natural. By staying close to him, they would think she had a perfect chance to gather even better information. He added that if she was scared, she should just tell them he was almost finished healing. Since only the Lord and Master Remmer knew the truth, the secret would stay safe for now. This way, they would still see her as a valuable asset. He told her to go report it quickly and warned her to stay calm. As the maid left, stuttering her understanding, she was clearly shaken by the sudden plan. Wrath appeared behind him, mocking the girl's pathetic behavior and shaking his head. He asked how much longer I planned on using such a useless spy. I replied that she isn't useless at all, as she can become a perfect trap for our enemies. So what do you and I take from this? Rayon won't let her be discarded like he was in his past life. All right, stick with me. Peering through the window, he realizes his day is far from over. Moments later, the young warrior arrives at the clan hall, bowing his head in a formal greeting to the powerful patriarch. "I have come at your request," he announces with respect. The head of the house, Glenn, tells Rayon to drop the formalities. He wants to cut through the act and asks exactly what kind of secret technique Rayon used during his latest mission. "No more games. Just tell me how you did it." Why is he asking me this? Rayon thinks for a second before giving his calm, calculated response. "As a swordsman who lives by his skills, I simply use the river step, the basic move taught to every trainee." Glenn leans back, resting his head on his hand as he evaluates the young man's answer with sharp eyes. "The river step? It is a decent move, but even if you get stronger, its simplicity is a major weakness. Against a truly powerful enemy, those basic movements will only get you killed in battle." Standing up, Glenn announces that he has chosen a reward for the mission. He tosses his cloak aside and makes a stunning offer. "I will personally teach you a movement technique worthy of your name." Rayon is absolutely stunned. "Now, don't blink, because this is where things get truly insane." "Look carefully," he warns. "You only get one chance." Suddenly, his footsteps erupt with glowing trails of fire energy. Glenn begins to showcase the legendary footwork of his house. Rayon watches intensely. This is the movement of the continent's strongest swordsman. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Realizing how lucky he is, the boy uses every second to memorize every single motion. He's never seen anything like it. It's fast yet slow, powerful but as smooth as a feather gliding over still water. Pure mastery. Nowhere else on the continent could you find such a feeling of absolute freedom and vastness, even if only for a moment. It was sheer perfection. Even with his fire ring, Rayon struggled to fully grasp the complexity of what he saw. Glenn calls this the flame harmony step. Suddenly, his system pings with a notification. The fire ring has successfully observed the technique nearly perfectly. By learning the first step, the Heaven's Wrath recovery speed has officially increased. "Did you see it?" Glenn asks. Rayon sighs, apologizing that his current abilities weren't enough to see the movements clearly. "I'm still struggling just to track your first step." The butler, Lowen, watches silently as Rayon speaks. "My work here is done. You may go." With those words, the patriarch turns back toward his throne, giving Rayon permission to leave. "That was your reward for uncovering the plot, whether you learned it or not." "Thank you very much, my lord. I'll take my leave now." The young man bows and exits. Soon, the massive hall is empty once again. Lowen the butler laughs, admitting he never expected Glenn to actually teach the kid the flame harmony step. "But I'm worried. Even with your direct teaching, I'm afraid Raoul will find this technique far too difficult to ever master." The old man keeps sharing his concerns, while Glenn just sits there in a heavy, thoughtful silence. Finally, the patriarch speaks. He believes Raoul has already mastered half of the first step of the true heaven's harmony. Recalling the demonstration, Glenn noticed the boy's eyes. He wasn't just watching. He was using his pure instincts to absorb the technique as it happened. The flame harmony step is all about that first move. Rayon might not know how important it is yet, but he will soon realize he needs to focus on that foundation. "I know for a fact that one day, that boy will fully master the harmony step and surpass everyone." Okay, let's pause. You and I know Rayon's a genius, but walking home with Wrath, he's actually feeling a bit frustrated. Days have passed since he saw Glenn's technique. Despite the system's help, he still hasn't been able to master it. Wrath is right there, mocking him. "I told you, no human could ever learn this." Rayon keeps failing his attempts. "I thought I had it down after a few tries, but then Rayon." A loud shout startles him. Sylvia suddenly vaults over the garden railing, looking absolutely furious as she charges toward her son. "I told you to rest, so what are you doing out here?" The cat watches the scene unfold curiously. Is her monocore really broken? Her speed alone is already on a totally different level. "You promised me. You said you'd rest until you were fully healed." Rayon desperately tries to explain himself. "I get it, Mom. Calm down. My mother is scarier than any demon." He's forced to sit on a swing, looking totally defeated. Sylvia has officially banned him from practicing the harmony step. If she catches him training one more time, it's game over for him. He tries to dodge her, but it's no use. Helen and the other servants are all working together to keep an eye on him. "Young master, you're not training again, are you?" Round can only sigh. Everyone is weirdly excited to stop him, but he smiles. Resting isn't that bad. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see this emergency news. You and I are watching an arrogant noble get a reality check. This young master is strolling over with his hands in his pockets and a butler trailing behind. Ron immediately asks the maid, why would a guy like him bother visiting the annex? We do not know his reason, but he started using violence against the lady and the maids as soon as he arrived. Hearing that, Ron's face suddenly hardens. At the front door, the young master speaks up, mocking the garden for being such a mess when guests are visiting. So what now? Did you just say you never received a letter announcing my arrival today? Sylvia, dressed formally, replies that they saw no such notice. Hearing this, the man steps forward aggressively. Are you saying my head butler made a mistake? Or are you accusing me of lying to your face? The lady can only look down and reply that she meant no such thing, promising to go prepare immediately. Just like that, even Sylvia has to sit down and pull weeds in her own garden. I really hate this. Raiden recalls his recent victory. The whole clan should be noticing me since I just wiped out a branch of the white blood cult. That is how it should have been, yet nobody is even mentioning the great things I have accomplished. The entire family is focused on that brat Rayon. He is completely overshadowed, while the higher-ups only care about how Sylvia's son defeated a blood warrior. How can a lowly branch family member dare to outshine my own achievements like this? Now watch closely, his jealousy is about to push him way past the point of no return. How much longer will you keep me waiting? Then, he spits right onto the lady's hand in pure disrespect. Helen cannot stay silent and speaks up, telling young Master Raiden that his behavior is far too extreme. Who do you think you are yelling at? Without a shred of mercy, he strikes the maid and knocks her down. He even raises his foot, stepping on her clothes while looking down at her like trash. I am the legitimate heir of this family, making me your master. Even if I killed you right now, I would only get 2 days of house arrest. How dare you scream at me? Helen can do nothing but tremble in absolute terror. Sylvia sees this and tells him to stop. Judel tries to intervene from the side. He worries for Lady Sylvia's safety and moves to stop it, but Raiden shifts his focus. Wait, are you Rayon? You showed up just in time. I wanted to meet you anyway. The blonde boy steps out with a sword in hand. The other guy notices and starts mocking him immediately. Do not tell me you plan to point that scary thing at me. I am part of the direct bloodline. Put it away quietly before you make a scene. My name is Raiden J, son of Bandar Jahov. You saw that too, right? Our main character puts a blade to his throat mid-sentence. He cuts him off with ice-cold eyes, asking, so what? But the butler immediately blocks the strike. This crazy brat. An angry shout rings out, making Rayon look annoyed by the interruption. He throws a direct punch into the face of the man who dared block his sword. Raiden screams in shock. The boy casually replies that he is just dealing with a thief in his home. He raises his sword high for the next blow. Raiden breaks into a cold sweat, asking what he means. I am the rightful master of this house. No, you are wrong. Raon knees him in the gut. The jerk collapses from the blow, groaning that Raon will pay for this. Raon calmly states he is nothing like their master, and this annex belongs to his family alone. He lifts his sword over his head for a lethal strike. It looks like he is going for blood. Swords have no mercy as that sharp blade swings down. Raiden cannot react and can only scream in despair. Suddenly, a man in a black cloak appears out of nowhere and tells him to stop. Wait, that uniform? Is he from the Heavenly Sword Squad? Why are the family head's personal knights here? The boy wonders as he looks at the man. Raiden tries to use his status to complain to the knight. The Heavenly Sword Squad? Kill this mad dog for me now. How dare a branch member attack the direct line? The butler quickly helps Raiden get back on his feet. The knight states they only follow Lord Glenn's orders and tells young Master Raiden that he should stop too. You are just a guard dog. How dare you? His butler whispers to keep him from saying more. And that's where we leave it for now, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are diving into a high-stakes family drama, where the underdog is finally biting back. I'll never forget today, Rayon. Just you wait. You had the guts to point a sword at the direct line. I'll make you suffer a humiliation and pain that's far worse than death. But no matter how much the guy barks, our hero doesn't say a single word back. That's when Helen speaks up, apologizing to the lady because she felt she failed her duties as a maid. Sylvia worriedly touches her maid's face, telling her she was brave to stand up and protect her like that. Helen, you did nothing wrong. Sylvia tells her not to worry because she'll handle it, but she's immediately cut off by her son. No, let me handle this myself. Rayon stands firmly in front of them, declaring that he'll deal with those blatant insults himself, so his mother shouldn't worry and just believe in him. Sometime later, they're both called back to the main house. Inside, Glenn tells his two grandsons they don't need to kneel anymore and to just stand up. He starts by asking if it's true some disrespectful event happened yesterday, and Raiden confirms it immediately. Raiden spins a story with a face full of fake innocence and resentment, claiming he sent a polite letter to meet Rayon. But the mansion ignored him, and Rayon suddenly attacked him and his butler. He claims that if things had gone slightly differently, he might have actually died by Rayon's hand. Our main character just stands there, listening to the guy add extra lies to what actually happened. This guy seems better at acting than he is at swordplay. Everything he's saying is the complete opposite of what Judiel reported earlier. Rayon finally speaks up, telling the family head that everything Raiden said is a total lie. He describes how Raiden was shouting, with a face red from rage, and how he used his powers. Hearing that, the other guy loses his cool and grabs the young man by his collar. That's enough, you bastard. But a sudden voice stops them both in their tracks. A heavy pressure fills the room, asking if they've forgotten who's sitting right in front of them. Raiden starts sweating instantly. Glenn closes his eyes, annoyed. He says if Raiden isn't lying, he'll just call in a witness who saw the whole thing. Now watch this part closely. Grandpa is about to reveal a secret witness with a snap of his fingers. It's Rill from the Heavenly Sword Squad. Glenn orders him to tell everyone exactly what he saw yesterday. The knight reports that while young Master Raiden claimed to have sent a letter, the truth is, Rayon's mansion never received any message at all. He adds that while Lady Sylvia was gardening, Raiden suddenly barged in and caused a scene. Our hero thinks to himself, how surprising this is, as he expected the knight to back the direct heir. He figured they'd favor the main line over the outcasts, but the knight is actually telling the truth. Raiden freezes in fear as the family head glares at him, noting that the knight's story is completely different from his own version. Are you really lying to me? Raiden stammers, trying to explain that the real issue is a member of the Branch family dared to attack the direct line, which could shake the very foundation of their clan. Wait, did he really just say it's both their faults? Let's see how our main character handles the news that they'll both be getting a proper punishment today. Raiden still tries to push his luck, asking if a simple punishment is really enough. He wants the kid gone, but Rayon speaks up, saying he'll gladly accept any punishment, but he has one thing he needs to do first. Something you need to do? Yes. Raiden cursed my mother and used force against our innocent maids. The young man remembers every single thing that guy did, yet I haven't received any compensation from him. With a steady gaze, the boy remains firm in his demand. Glenn's face turns dark as he reminds them he already said both sides were at fault. He asks how they dare to keep raising their voices. The old man releases his aura, asking if they've forgotten who they're talking to. Raiden thinks the whole hall is about to be crushed under the weight of that massive pressure. The intense vibration makes both boys feel the weight, but Ron puts a hand on his chest and speaks his mind. Family head, you once said, this is a land for swordsmen. So I believe a true warrior should prove himself with his own blade. Please allow us to have a duel. Rayon clearly states his intention and waits for Glenn's approval. The family head lets out a hum and seems to agree. That sounds interesting. Fine, I'll allow the duel. The match will happen in 1 week at the Grand Training Ground. He announces the time and place. So you're finally going to duel that brat? Yes, father, that's the plan. Raiden is now in his father's room, complaining about how he was treated and how the family head actually allowed this duel to finally happen. And there we have it. The stage is set for a showdown you and I won't want to miss. All right, you and I are jumping into a high-stakes bet. If Raon wins, his rival will have his Dantian destroyed forever. But if he loses, he and his butler must beg for forgiveness. Furthermore, from this day on, the true martial pavilion is strictly forbidden from even stepping foot near the annex. No matter how talented he is just a child born from Sylvia and some nobody. Go out there and show him exactly why you are part of the main family bloodline. This guy is Bander Jedin. Encouraged by his father's words, he is full of confidence, telling his dad not to worry at all. He claims that the only reason he lost before was because he was being careless and completely unprepared. But this time, I have reached the mid-tier Chi Master rank, so he cannot touch me. His father laughs, telling him not to get too excited and accidentally kill the boy. Killing someone during a formal sword duel would cause way too much trouble for the family, so just severing his tendons will be enough to turn him into a cripple and crush his hopes. Honestly, like father, like son, they are both absolutely filthy. I understand, father, Gislen replies, clenching his fist tight with a dark look of determination on his face. Back at the annex, Sylvia and Helen are watching from upstairs as the young master focuses on his training, preparing for the upcoming duel. Helen asks if they should really just stand here and do nothing while the young master is about to fight the high-ranking Gislen. Gislen is a mid-tier expert, while our young master has only reached the beginner level so far. Maybe it is not too late to stop him, the maid says nervously. Meanwhile, the mother is a complete nervous wreck, terrified for her son's safety. Just like Helen said, this duel is just too dangerous. Rayon would never have agreed to this fight with Gislen if he were not panicking. Despite his appearance, Bander practices the flicker sword. Here is the part you and I need to watch closely. It is an unpredictable style that hunts for any opening. When Gislen fights, he becomes a completely different person. Sylvia continues to analyze the dangerous opponent her son is about to face. However, she suddenly remembers the look in Ron's eyes when he told her that he could handle everything on his own. She turns to the maid and tells her to just trust the boy. The maid is shocked, asking if she is really going to let this happen. Honestly, I am incredibly anxious too, but Ron must have a good reason for asking us to believe in him like that. So, for now, the mistress of the house says once more, we have to put our trust in Rayon. She watches her son training tirelessly. Suddenly, Judiel walks onto the practice field and calls out that she has brought his lunch. The young man is a bit surprised to see her. Judiel, is that you? Yes, I have prepared some sandwiches so they are easier for you to eat. You have been moving a lot, so please eat slowly. I get it, thanks. He takes the meal from the maid and thanks her. But then, something catches his eye and leaves him completely stunned. He is holding a book in his hand. After flipping through the pages, he realizes it contains every single detail about Gislen's flicker sword technique. Not only that, the information is organized so perfectly that it is incredibly easy for him to understand. Did she really collect all this info and write a whole book in just one day? Looking at how busy Judiel is, Raon is seriously impressed. Looking at the girl, he realizes she was also the one who stood up to protect his mother earlier. And now, she is providing crucial info on Gislen without anyone even asking. Thank you, Judiel. The boy looks at the orange-haired maid and silently expresses his deep gratitude. Time passes as both sides prepare in their own way, one side training relentlessly, while the other is just lying around and relaxing. The day of the duel is finally here, drawing everyone in the estate. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss what happens next. The two boys arrive at the martial arts hall for their showdown. Gislen grips his sword hilt, thinking about how long he has waited for this. Since that day, you have no idea how much I have looked forward to the moment I finally get to cut you down. He glares straight at his opponent, Ron, his words dripping with pure murderous intent. In my heart, I am going to crush your body so badly that you will never be able to hold a sword ever again. The referee stands between them and gives the signal. As they get ready, the red-haired boy decides to talk a little more trash. I cannot wait to see the look on your face after this. I wonder if you will even be conscious enough to see it myself. Rayon fires back. The drums roll, and the referee officially introduces the match. Let the sword duel begin. Gislen is the first to attack, lunging forward while screaming that Ron's big talk ends right here. He lunges with a strike, fueled by fire energy, but instead of hitting his target, he strikes nothing but thin air. Suddenly, Rayon vanishes so fast it leaves the guy completely confused. Wait, did he just disappear? With a faint whistle, Rayon suddenly appears behind the guy, resting his blade gently against the villain's neck. Gislen is sweating bullets, wondering how Rayon got behind him. Honestly, you and I both knew this fight was over before it started. Rayon gives a chilling warning as he sets his sword aside. All right, you and I are about to watch him settle this with his bare fists. Today, You are going to die 8 times. The first punch slams directly into the direct descendant's face, completely distorting his features with the sheer impact. The power behind it sends the enemy flying back. Coughing up blood, Vedin tries to stand, wondering what on earth just happened. He could not even track the movement. What did you do? Rayon just casually picks up his sword and continues the pressure. Get up. What are you waiting for? Rayon reminds him that he owes 8 deaths today, starting with the lie about the letter. The direct line brat is absolutely furious now. He screams in rage while swinging his blade with everything he has. You arrogant bastard. I will make you regret not finishing me off with that very first blow. But before he can even complete his swing, Ron lunges forward with high speed, taking the initiative once again. The red-haired noble is completely overwhelmed by the sudden closing of the distance. Now, pay attention to this part. His sword hits nothing but air as Rayon vanishes. He thought for sure he had him this time. I am on your left. Rayon responds by slamming the hilt of his sword into the noble's face, making Gislen scream in agony. Standing behind him, Raon continues. This is the price for the mouth that spat on the flowers my mother raised. With another heavy punch, he adds that this is punishment for trampling over those same flowers. Another strike lands right on the target. And this one? This is the punishment for what you did to Helen. While his vision swims from the beating, Vedin wonders how this opponent can be so different. This should not be possible. It makes no sense. He is only using the star connecting sword and river footwork techniques. He is sure Rayon is just a high-level beginner, a lower rank than himself. Yet, another fist is already flying toward his face. So why am I losing to him? The punch connects before he can even finish the thought. Helen and Raon's mother watch from the side, their eyes wide with shock. Young Master Rayon could have ended this fight with the very first strike if he really wanted to. But he is purposely giving his opponent openings just to drive him into a corner. He is not just looking for a win. The maid's hands tremble as she covers her mouth, tears starting to well up in her eyes. You and I can see it now. He is taking revenge for the violence against us, even though we are just servants. In this house, where bloodline determines power, he is destroying a direct descendant for our sake. Sylvia feels a stir in her heart as she calls out Ron's name. She remembers the past. Her father only cared for power, and the house grew colder with every passing year. Even as a direct descendant, she felt completely lost. Eventually, she could not take it anymore and ran away. Her footsteps took her further and further from a place that gave her everything except the love she needed. Looking at Rayon now, fighting for his own resentment and dignity, she realizes she should have used her own strength to overcome this cruel land. That is exactly what the boy is showing them. No matter how weak we might be, we must possess a strong and unbreakable will. After successfully disarming Vedin of his blade, Rayon prepares another punch. He will fight until the very end, ensuring the opponent never dares to cross the line again. Sylvia realizes that is what she should have done. On the field, Vedin can only gasp before another fist hits his face. The child is showing us that we must move forward instead of running. At that moment, the redhead is officially knocked out. The referee steps in. Vedin is paralyzed and the duel is over. The winner of this match is Raon Ziegart. Without showing even a single shred of emotion, the young man simply stares down with hollow eyes at the loser on the ground. The winner is Raon Ziegart. The referee announces it again. Balder watches from above and cannot hide his shame, shouting at his son on the floor. Vedin, what kind of pathetic mess is this? Meanwhile, Limmer is celebrating in another section of the stands. Haha, I told you Raon would win. He ignores the weird looks the people around him are giving. In the rookie area, Dorian, Runan, Martha, and Burin are all cheering for their friend. That is our young master. I knew he would win. The butler Len mentions to the family head that he has served the house for a long time. But this is the first time he has seen everyone cheer for a branch member, regardless of their status. Old man Glenn thinks the support is surprising, but the real shocker is Raon's growth. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. He might still be lacking in raw experience, but you and I are watching a genius who mastered the harmony step after seeing it just once. Harmony step is a technique I created only after surviving the darkest corners of my own mind. This isn't just some basic martial arts that a normal warrior can master in a single lifetime. Yet, Raon learned it in only 2 weeks. The old man watches his grandson in total disbelief. And then there is his popularity. Right now, the entire stadium is chanting one name: Raon. 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 Looking back, Glenn realizes he was once obsessed with nothing but power. Strength is the only currency in this clan, and he is too old to change that reality now. But as a direct descendant who understands the struggle of the branch families, this boy could change everything. Pay attention here, because the head of the house is about to make a massive move. The match is over. Give the boy whatever he wants. Suddenly, he remembers something else. He turns to Lowen and says, "Cut the true Marshall Hall's budget in half. Use any excuse necessary." The butler just smiles and agrees. Immediately after, Glenn makes sure the terms of the duel are met. Redden confesses his crimes in front of everyone, kneeling before Raon's mother and the maids to apologize. The true Marshall Hall is banned from the annex. Under Glenn's protection, the maids can finally breathe easy. Their terrified expressions finally soften, and they burst into tears of pure relief. The incident finally ends as they head home. Raon holds his mother's hand, surrounded by their loyal maids. Outside, Sylvia cannot hide her curiosity. "Son, when did you get so strong? You really surprised me." Raon awkwardly brushes it off. "I will explain later, so please stop clinging to me like that." Elsewhere, a woman with a scarred face watches them, thinking he looks like a normal boy right now, but his aura was completely different during the fight. A silver-haired woman standing nearby agrees. With that level of skill, Limmer was not lying about him surviving the blood cult assassins. Exactly. His footwork and swordsmanship are nearly perfect. That is way beyond just natural talent. If he joins my unit, he would be incredibly useful. The man behind her does not hide his intentions. I will take him into the Black Lake unit the moment he graduates. But the scarred girl cuts him off. "Forget it. You do not have a chance." The silver-haired woman remains calm throughout the bickering. Well, the trainees at Training Building 5 are almost ready to graduate anyway. Raon is definitely the standout, but he is not the only genius in that class. Martha, Burin, and Runan Seal, all three have the talent to reach the absolute top. You feel that too, right? This next selection arc is going to be absolutely legendary. She lists off the other top students, clearly looking forward to seeing how they all develop. Back at home, Judiel asks, "Young master, did you plan all of this when you requested the duel?" Raon just shrugs. "I knew I would win, so why not?" She smiles, feeling a bit intimidated. "You are truly terrifying, but also incredibly kind." "Really?" Judiel stands straight, looking grateful. "I am just thankful you saved me from Master Karen. Please rest well, I will take my leave now." Ron is left speechless. He looks out the window, realizing her expression was actually genuine. Seeing how hard she tried to protect Sylvia, those feelings must have been real. Maybe it is time to tell her the truth about that poison. Next morning, Limmer arrives with piles of gold. "Greetings, sir." The two men in front of him are stunned by his shameless attitude. Glenn sighs. "Where on earth did you get all that jewelry?" "I bet against that old fossil from the true Marshall Hall. Plus, I won medicine for every trainee." He laughs with total confidence. "Are you saying you just extorted my own son?" The old man takes a drink to calm down. "I assume you did not come here just to brag." And that's where we leave it with a proposal that will change everything. Stick around. "A proposal? I thought I already gave you total control over the training." "All right, you and I are about to see this elf instructor flip the script on everything these trainees know." "A graduation exam change? Tell me more." Loon strokes his beard, carefully weighing the request. Limmer argues that the usual tests, like sparring or getting a teacher's approval, just aren't enough anymore. These kids already clashed with the Knights of the Kingdom of Owen and overcame a life-or-death battle on a massive mountain during their mission. Even as trainees, they've crushed armored warriors and even took down a massive ogre. They're ready for more. Limmer is dead serious. These students at Training Center 5 need a completely new trial. He's thinking about survival, throwing them into the wild to see if they can actually endure the elements. If they can survive out there without the prestige of the Sieghart name protecting them at every turn, they'll reach a level far beyond their current state, even if they don't become masters right away. What do you think, Patriarch? The elf leans in, hand outstretched, desperately hoping for the old man's approval. Glenn thinks for a moment, then asks a question instead of giving an answer. "Have you changed?" "Now, pay attention here. Glenn says your face has been gloomy ever since your mana core shattered and you left the front lines, but no more. Ever since you started teaching those kids, your eyes have been full of fire and ambition, just like a young trainee's. The elf listens quietly to the observation, then waves his hand awkwardly. Wait, you're making me blush, saying things like that. Len, standing nearby, chimes in too. I agree. Limmer's expression is looking a whole lot better lately. The teacher scratches his head. I guess I just realized I'm better at raising monsters than being a swordsman. Besides, I'll be the one to mold the next king to succeed you with my own 2 hands. Are you talking about Rayon? Could be Buren, Martha, or even Runan. Instead of answering the patriarch's question about Rayon, the instructor keeps things a complete and total mystery. The old man finds this amusing and lets out a small smile. I see. He stands up and paces. Fine. Get me a full report on this graduation test within 1 week. If you can't pull it off, we'll act like this conversation never happened and keep the old test. Suddenly, the red-haired elf pulls out a stack of documents with a beaming smile. Why wouldn't I? I have it all ready. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Another morning, another late teacher. The students are already whispering at the training grounds because Limmer is nowhere to be found. It's the same old story. Limmer never manages to show up to his classes on time. He probably spent all night drinking or gambling at the casino and only just staggered home. Just then, their reckless teacher kicks the door open and greets them as if being late is no big deal. Sorry I'm late. I had to stop by an orphanage on the way. Buren immediately calls him out. If you're going to lie to us, at least pick a reason that sounds somewhat believable. But I'm telling the truth. Approaching the group, Limmer tells them he has a massive, life-changing announcement to share with everyone today. He's been thinking about this for a long time, and seeing their faces today helped him decide. Simply put, your graduation exam is about to begin. You can't stay as trainees forever, so it is time to move on. A rookie speaks up, saying they heard the test was usually just sparring or getting a teacher's nod. Limmer laughs. That's how it usually goes. But for you guys, things are going to be different. Wait, what? The instructor reminds them that they've already stacked up more than enough experience. Fighting Owen's knights and facing the South-North Alliance gave them real battlefield wisdom, even against common soldiers. Plus, you survived that ambush from Eden on your last mission. Because of that, we're skipping the boring stuff. Instead of some meaningless duel or looking for my approval, you're going to step out into the world and see its scale for yourselves. He points to the blue sky. The theme for this graduation exam is going to be survival. For 1 full month, you must abandon your titles as Zieghardt trainees and survive across the massive continent with only a sword to your name. Of course, I've got a backup test for anyone who's too scared to go. A few students look worried. Runan turns to our main character and asks, Rayon, are you going? Of course I am, Rayon replies. Then Runan decides she's going to go as well. She always waits for others to decide before picking her own path. Buren agrees. The instructor has his reasons. I'm in too. Martha adds that she's been used to surviving ever since the day she was born. Limmer is stunned. You and I just watched these prodigies decide their futures in an instant. That's some serious confidence. All right, you and I are about to see Rayon face his most dangerous trial yet as his teacher drops a bombshell. Since you are the top student, your every decision influences everyone else, so you better think very carefully. The young warrior responds immediately, acknowledging that this journey will definitely be a grueling one for them. But he understands his friends didn't make these choices lightly. He tells the teacher that they are never given a challenge that is truly impossible for them to overcome together. Hearing those confident words, a small and subtle smile starts to play across the veteran instructor's face. He pulls out a document, warning Rayon that just because he is impressive doesn't mean he gets special treatment. Now, pay attention to these locations. Things are about to get very serious for every single student. Finally, the Eastern Heaven Castle is assigned to Rayon, leaving the young man deep in thought about that name. Seeing the boy's serious expression, Rimmer decides it's time to provide some much-needed context on the area. It's a brutal front line where they fight monsters surging from the North Sea and Stalin Mountains every day. That place is so harsh, people call it the battlefield of hell, because they don't even have time to sheathe their swords. The others have it hard, but you will definitely be the one suffering the most. The teacher leans down, sharing a few more private words of warning with his most promising student. With only 1 month left until departure, Raon rushes home to begin the most intense training of his life. Watching from a distance, Helen asks Sylvia if the young master hasn't been overworking himself way too much lately. He has been swinging his sword for days on end, even cutting back on his sleep to keep practicing. The maid secretly wishes he would just skip the test, since Haven Castle is such a terrifyingly dangerous place. Sylvia knows the danger is real, but she also sees this as a vital opportunity for Raon to finally grow. This castle is his graduation exam, so he is clearly pushing himself to reach his absolute peak physical condition. They decide to support him from the shadows, so he can focus everything on his martial arts training. I know what you're thinking, he's pushing too hard, right? But he knows he has no other choice. Raon swings his blade, feeling the fatigue after a week of cranking his training intensity up to maximum levels. But even with all this effort, he still can't shake the nagging feeling that he's still not ready yet. The monsters at Haven Castle have hides so thick and massive that a standard blade might not even scratch them. Since his current style balances offense and defense, he knows he will be at a huge disadvantage against them. He visualizes the brutal enemies he's about to face and grips his sword tighter, determined to find a solution. He can use the 10,000 Flames technique, but those moves consume way too much mana for a long battle. That massive energy drain makes them a huge risk in an endurance fight where every single second counts. The heated rings have helped him so far, but he knows he can't rely on those same powers forever. With 3 weeks left, he needs more intel on the castle and a new technique to complement his flames. He keeps swinging his blade, wondering exactly what he needs to invest to get the power he's looking for. A bit later, Glenn asks him if he's really sure about trading his silver tablets for a new technique. Yes, sir, Ron answers. He's gone straight to the family patriarch's mansion to find something useful. The old man notes that Raon can use his rewards however he wants, but asks about his previous plans. He planned to use those tablets to restore his mother's noble status, but he's choosing power instead. Raon explains that his recent missions and duels taught him a very important lesson about what he lacks. The patriarch agrees his achievements were impressive, but reminds him that silver tablets aren't the same as gold ones. That's when Raon remembers the old man's warning that true success isn't something easily achieved in this family. With his hand on his heart and total humility, Raon makes his final case to the powerful patriarch. He needs gold tablets to help his mother, not just a small pile of silver ones that won't change much. He'd rather use the silver to get stronger now, so he can go out and earn those gold tablets later. Glenn tosses a manual over, agreeing that if he's heading to Avon Castle, this is the smartest move. The book flies toward him, titled Frenzied Fang. The patriarch tells him he can choose something else if he's skeptical. Looking at his new prize, the young man realizes that silver tablets can actually buy some serious power. Since Glenn chose this himself, the effectiveness of the technique is pretty much guaranteed to be top tier. So what do you and I take from this? True power always comes with a very heavy price. Alright, you and I are back with our favorite monster rookie as he prepares for his most dangerous test yet. You came for a new sword manual, so you must know exactly what kind of place Havun Castle really is. Aren't you terrified knowing your final exam happens there? Why didn't you just refuse the mission? Ron answers his question. Fighting Eden taught him a lot. But what exactly did he realize? Raon explains that one life or death battle gave him more growth than an entire year of training. He realized that to get stronger, he must throw himself into situations that force him to break his limits. Plus, he knows Master Limer would never give him a challenge that was actually impossible to overcome. It will be a painful, difficult journey, but he believes he will be grateful for the strength it brings. Now pay attention to this old man's gaze. There is something much deeper going on here. Swordsmanship has more than one use, the old man advises cryptically. You need to broaden your perspective. Ron shows his respect anyway. Thank you for the advice, grandfather. Suddenly, Limmer pops up behind the patriarch, gushing about why he appreciates the main character so much. As an instructor, nothing is more satisfying than a student who perfectly understands his teacher's true intentions. He claims Raon is way better than talkative Buren or sharp-tongued Martha, speaking with a hint of bitterness. Glenn just scoffs at him. You are a terrible teacher for talking trash about your students like that. The elf mentions he didn't expect the head to give Raon the Frenzied Fang manual a gold token reward. Your love for your grandson really is infinite, Limmer teases, making the patriarch look incredibly annoyed. Limmer admits he's been quieter lately, but worries if Raon can control such a violent sword style. I gave him the book, So, my job is done. The patriarch snaps back, ending the conversation. It's up to the boy to master it now. Outside, our main character begins studying the manual immediately. Back in the hall, Limmer just can't help himself and keeps poking the bear. You saw that vein popping on the patriarch's head, right? Limmer is seriously playing with fire here. Unable to take it, the old man binds the elf with pure energy. I've had enough of you. He looms over him, noting that if he can talk this much, he must be fully recovered. Limmer panics instantly. Wait, please be calm, sir. I'm still actually quite injured. Charging his hand with powerful energy, the head of the house prepares a legendary slap. Since you look so healthy, I'll give you a personal lesson myself. The patriarch growls. Limmer's face goes pale as he begs for mercy. As Rayon walks away, a blood-curdling scream echoes out. Later that night, Ram wonders if this sword style is really only worth a silver token. As he reads, he realizes this technique has to be the one, the Frenzied Fang. True to its name, it's a peak intuitive art, involving relentless attacks that never give the enemy breath. It aims to tear the opponent's throat out like a wild beast, but theory alone won't master it. This style can only be learned through real combat, so Rayon asks Buren to help him train. He spars with every student he can find, swinging his sword tirelessly until the day of the exam. Every strike becomes more precise and more intense as he pushes himself to the absolute limit. He won't stop until he reaches a higher realm. He practically begs his friends to keep attacking him. Eventually, not a single student has the strength left to spar with him anymore. Finally, right before departure, he feels himself getting closer to the true meaning of the Frenzied Fang. Time flies, and Raon has worked himself to the bone. That night, Judiel helps treat his many wounds. You're covered in way more bruises than usual lately, she notes, looking quite concerned. She warns him that his mother will be heartbroken if she sees him in this broken state. Rayon admits he overdid it, but daily sparring was the only way to master the new style. She applies ointment to his bruised skin and wraps his body in countless pain-relieving bandages. That's why I'm here to fix you up, she sighs. But before she leaves, Rayon stops her. Rayon admits he lied about making her swallow that insect. Trust me, you and I are in for a twist. Stick with me, we're about to witness what happens when a master manipulator finally meets his match in a chilling silence. Judiel admits she wasn't entirely sure. She only had her suspicions. Suspicions, huh? She remembers their first meeting. Back then, she really thought those tracking bugs were actually real. Fear was all she knew, and her only goal back then was surviving at any cost. But the warmth of the annex changed her. Ron treated her like a human being, expecting nothing back. He even set up a perfect cover story to protect her from the cult's dangerous suspicions. She thinks back to her time with Sylvia's family. After everything they had been through together, she finally saw the truth in his eyes, especially how he looked at Lady Sylvia. He was doing everything just to protect this home and the people inside it. That's when she started hoping the bugs were a bluff, even if she couldn't prove it. Now, pay attention here. She finally asks why he's choosing to reveal the truth to her now. Rayon admits he's been watching her too. Behind her mask, her genuine emotions were finally slipping through. He saw it the day Jaiden attacked. She was truly ready to risk her life for them. Plus, he found that secret information on Havum Castle left on his bed. She did that, didn't she? That information was a total game changer. Rayon picks up the book and gives her a sincere thanks. Even so, Judiel still looks conflicted. She finally confesses that she has a younger brother out there. She has no idea where he is. They were torn apart the day they were sold as slaves. The villains used him as leverage, forcing her to obey just for a chance to see him again. She apologizes, tears welling up as she remembers the day they were cruelly separated. As she starts to break down, Rayon makes a bold promise. He's going to save her brother. She's stunned. Rayon puts on his coat, knowing a confrontation with Karen is inevitable anyway. Once he deals with Karen, he'll track down her brother, no matter what it takes. But she has to know. Why would he risk telling her the truth about the fake insects? What if she betrayed him? Rayon just gives a confident smile. He knows she won't. You and I both knew she'd eventually make this choice. Truly chilling. She pledges her life to him. She's his shadow now, ready for any command he gives. He leaves the annex in her hands. Judiel drops to one knee, accepting her new mission. She promises to protect it. The night fades, and the morning of the big graduation exam finally arrives. The students are packed and ready. Up on the stage, Master Lemo announces it's time to begin. The mission is simple but deadly. Survive on your own for 1 whole year and return alive. This is the path to true power. Now, it's time for the top trainee to give a speech. Rayon's internally facepalming. His teacher loves putting him on the spot like this, even if he hates it, but duty calls. As the class leader, our main character steps forward to address the crowd. He turns to his fellow students, his presence commanding the attention of everyone there. He tells them that those who survive their first taste of war don't break easily, and they've already survived. They beat the odds when death seems certain. That's proof of their strength and their will to live. He tells them they won't die out there. Every single student is hanging on to his every word. Refine yourselves and return with power worthy of the 5 training grounds, Rayon declares. Victory and survival. The crowd erupts. His words have sparked a fire in every single one of those trainees. Lemo watches from the back with a proud smile. He knew Rayon was special from day one. It wasn't just about raw power. There was something much deeper in this kid's soul. He has a level of focus and calm that even veterans would envy. He's humble, hardworking, and inspires everyone around him. Lemo can't stop praising his incredible growth. He even remembers their final duel, where Rayon finally mastered that terrifying new technique, the Mad Fang. And trust me, you and I just witnessed the birth of a monster. This journey starts right now. Stick with me, you are about to see Limmer tell Rayon he has managed to surprise him once again. Showing off the wound on his wrist, the teacher explains that while he spent his own time sparring, Rayon was busy taking down every other student in the class. Instead of showing a little gratitude, you actually went and injured your teacher? How rude of you. But honestly, rather than being angry, the instructor seems thrilled that one of his students can finally land a hit on him. Looking at the young man, the teacher silently prays for Rayon to make it back alive from his journey. After all, he would hate to miss the moment a new king is born. All right, kids, say goodbye to your instructor. The group bows low, shouting their thanks for everything he has done, while Limmer promises to wait right here for them to return even stronger. Buren pulls Rayon aside, vowing to go all out this year to get stronger, so Rayon better make sure to do the same. Do not you dare die out there because you still owe me. If you do, I will literally hunt you down. Martha gives some parting words too, making our main character feel a little bit awkward about all this sudden affection from them. Cannot these guys just be honest for once? Suddenly, Runin runs up and calls out for Ron to wait for a second. She holds out a box, offering him some cake for the road. He asks if she is really sure about giving it to him. She insists she has plenty left. He thanks her for the precious gift before she waves and heads off to start her own trip. Wishing him a safe trip, Runin waves goodbye as Round starts preparing for his own long journey to the castle ahead. Well, it looks like there is still some unfinished business to take care of. It is time for us to get moving. Dorian looks down at his friend on the ground, terrified of why he has to travel to Haven Castle with a guy like him. While dragging the heavy body of that green-haired swordsman, Rayon mentions they have one very important stop to make first. Now, watch this. We are heading to the merchant city of Camelin to gear up properly for the coming battle. The sign at the gate reads, Camelin, the great city of merchants. Rayon and Dorian walk through the crowded central market, surrounded by the constant noise of shouting vendors and busy shoppers. Rayon looks at the endless stalls, thinking that while ordinary goods are everywhere, the truly rare items can only be found in the darkest corners of the underground black market. Dorian calls out from behind, asking the young master if he found the specific item he was looking for. He notices Rayon has not stopped once, and asks if they are finally planning to go down into the hidden depths. Ron is surprised, asking if Dorian actually knows about the secret Camelin black market. Dorian confirms that he does. Rayon gets curious. It is their first time here, so how could this guy possibly know about such a dangerous hidden place? Dorian proudly beats his chest, explaining that he may not look it, but he was raised within a powerful merchant guild. Ron remembers how Dorian suddenly produced all those cloaks and tools during their mountain mission, and it finally clicks in his head. Suddenly, everything about his friend's weirdly massive inventory finally makes total sense. He really is from a family of merchants. There is no need to be vague or hide the plan from him any longer. Since he already brought it up, Rayon decides they should head straight to the black market without wasting any more time. You and I are about to see if Rayon actually knows the way through the secret passage Dorian mentioned. Rayon flinches slightly, lying that he heard about the entrance from their teacher, Limer. Back at the academy, he just makes up a random excuse. If Limer heard this, his jaw would probably hit the floor in pure shock. Dorian buys the lie instantly, figuring that since there is a casino down there, a gambling man like Limer would definitely know the way. The two grab black cloaks and slip into a hidden shop, tucked away in a very quiet corner of the busy street. They make their way through the passage until they reach a thick curtain guarding the main entrance to the underground market. The hidden underground black market of Camelon. Dorian is blown away by the massive scale, shocked that the black market is even cleaner and more organized than the regular city streets above them. He asks if Ron can see the item he needs. Ron pulls out a book to check the list. He explains he needs to check the auction list first. They find a spot to sit down and study the catalog together. A page in the book shows a detailed illustration of a very rare butterfly species. Rayon finds it. The black butterfly is being auctioned tonight with a starting price of 10 gold coins. Dorian looks at the page and asks if he is serious. That is an insane amount of money for one item. Rayon realizes that even using all his travel funds would be way too risky. He needs a better plan to get the cash. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he does next. All right. You and I are about to dive into a story where a simple pawn shop visit turns into a high-stakes standoff for our hero. An hour later, our main character seems to have gathered all the cash he needs. Dorian asks, "Have you finished selling everything yet?" "Master, why are you still looking around instead of heading to the auction house?" "I am just checking to see if there is anything useful," Rayon replies. After observing the underground city for a while, the young man figures he still has plenty of time before the big auction begins. Besides, he already has some spare money for the event, even if nothing in this place seems worth his time right now. Often, true treasures are just waiting for the right buyer to find them. All right, let's finally head over to the auction house. While he is busy analyzing the situation of the shops in this area, now watch closely, because Rayon just spotted something incredible: the ring of the first head of House Ja. He remembers it from the memories that flooded his mind. Stepping inside the shop, the young man asks the owner, "Boss, exactly how much are you charging for this ring?" The owner eagerly responds, "Ah, you have a sharp eye. That ring can boost your strength and help keep your mind clear. Just give me 5 gold coins." But before he can finish, Dorian lunges forward and screams right in the shopkeeper's face. 5 gold coins? Who do you think you are to scam us like this? You clearly bought this for only 5 silver pieces. Slamming his hand onto the table, the mushroom-headed boy shouts, "Listen to me. You claim this ring has the effect of boosting strength and helping the mind stay clear, but if the effect of focus and clarity was truly worth 5 gold coins, it would be sold in a specialty magic shop, not some run-down and dirty pawn shop like this one. Besides, is the strength-boosting effect of this ring really that superior? There is no way it can even be compared to ogre gloves or an ogre ring. Furthermore, this ring isn't even engraved properly. It just has a few basic, simple patterns on it. The only good point is the smooth surface, but it's not stylish at all, and it's covered in tiny cracks. You can't even distinguish if it's gold or brass. Honestly, if you threw this in the trash, nobody would even pick it up. And yet you demand 5 gold coins? I'm going to offer you a much more realistic price for this. 1 gold coin." After a legendary barrage of words, Dorian finally locks in a price that is 5 times cheaper. The shopkeeper looks like his soul has left his body as he weakly accepts the deal. "You can have it." The mushroom-headed boy gives his master a thumbs up, which even earns him some rare praise from Raon. "You did a great job." Dorian finally calms down, huffing for a second, feeling as though the ring might actually hide some sort of secret. "You saw that too, right?" It's like Dorian suddenly turned into a completely different person. Rayon responds internally. Dorian is very talented at negotiating, but he clearly still lacks a good eye for true quality. Anyway, this is a massive win for them. Suddenly, an orange-haired woman walks over and asks, "Wait, did you already pay for that ring?" "Yes, the payment has already been made." The woman before him is wearing a mask to hide her identity, accompanied by a tall man who looks like a professional butler. The girl suggests, "Sell it to me. No matter how high the price is, I will pay you 10 times what you spent. Judging by your appearance, you are an adventurer who needs quick cash. That should be enough." Both Dorian and the shop owner are left standing with their mouths wide open. 10 times? I only bought it for 50 silver. Is this item really that valuable? The green-haired boy starts nudging the master urgently. Sell it. Sell it, master. She wants to buy that cheap thing for 10 times the price. Rayon calmly looks at the woman, sizing her up. She knows exactly how precious this ring is from the way she talks. It is clear that she is implying it is worth at least 100 gold coins. Rayon is extra careful as he holds the box containing the ring. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse your offer. Then I'll pay 20 no, 30 times that original price. The girl makes another desperate offer, but I'm still not selling it for 50 gold coins. I already said no. With a calm expression, the young man turns away. Sorry, but I have a habit of keeping my things. No matter how much you offer me, I have no intention of selling it. This makes the wealthy girl feel awkward. The butler steps forward to defend her and says, I don't know where you came from, but you had better learn how to behave yourself and speak politely. If you go against her, you are only going to bring a lot of trouble upon yourself. Rayon snaps back. Should I change my mind just because of who she is? I don't care about that. So stop bothering me and leave. Those words make her eyes fly open in total surprise. Even with her face covered, it's clear the mysterious woman is annoyed. Hey, who do you think you are to be so arrogant? Stop resisting me and just hand it over while I am still trying to be polite. Rayon just glares at her. How annoying, just because I won't sell. You and I both know she's just bragging about her birth. Before we head out, can you and I really believe his journey ends right here? This orange-haired woman approaches, warning him that he doesn't know how scary this world is. He must think about why humans always bow down, unless he wants to die in a gutter one day, forgotten by everyone. If that is all she has to say, then he is finished here. The boy gives a calm reply and walks out of the shop. Even so, his body is trembling just a little. The girl tells her butler, Seta, that they are heading to the auction house. Usually, those stalls are visited by people who just left pawn shops. If he came all the way here, there is a good chance he will attend the upcoming auction. She vows to steal whatever he wants to buy at any cost. With a determined look, she prepares her revenge. A short while later, at the auction hall, the host is shouting out the prices that buyers are willing to pay for each valuable item. The necklace of Dant sells for 70 gold. Congratulations to the winner. Next up is the silver mana stone. After that comes the ring of intense flames. It seems like the items today are in very high demand. For every single product, people are raising their signs and calling out the high prices they are willing to pay. Ron sits silently, watching it all and thinking that nothing has caught his interest yet. Has the black butterfly not appeared? Now, the next item is a noble black butterfly that feeds on mana stones. Hearing this, Ron's entire attitude instantly shifts. Now pay attention here, because the host reveals the cage holding the exact insect that our main character has been searching for. The introduction begins, noting its popularity as a decoration due to its faint, shimmering, and mysterious glow. Of course, the downside is its short lifespan and the massive cost of feeding it mana stones, but nothing matches its beauty. The bidding starts, and as soon as the signal rings, people in the crowd begin shouting out their offers. 2 gold, 5 gold, then 7. Rayon stands and bids 13 gold coins, making the crowd look up at him with curiosity. The boy watches the expressions of the guests below, thinking that with such a high price, no one will bid more. After all, 13 gold coins is way too expensive for a simple decorative butterfly. Suddenly, someone shouts 50 gold. A massive amount. The host looks up toward Rayon and confirms the 50 gold bid. We are approaching the highest price in history. No one will go higher, and even Min is stunned into silence. Sold. After the host makes the announcement, the masked girl flashes a satisfied smile. Sita, let's go. The butler asks if she only wanted the butterfly. She explains he didn't care about anything else, so that had to be his target. The black butterfly was definitely the one thing he wanted to buy. You and I both know she is looking for trouble, and she claims she is done with that guy. Dorian panics, seeing she didn't hide her malice. Now what should they do? It will be a very long time before another black butterfly is put up for auction. Rayon calms his friend down. Dorian, do not worry about it. Go find some gear for moving around at night. Why on earth would you suddenly need night gear? Ron makes his intentions very clear. I'm going to steal that butterfly she bought. What? Every top assassin on this continent has a specialty. Some have speed or precision, but in my past life, I was famous for being the absolute best at stealth. Rayon remembers his old self. Now, he is wearing an all-black outfit, staring. The secret is using the footwork from his previous life, the shadow step. He did not think he would need it after learning the high-fire kick, but fate had other plans. 10 minutes earlier. Here is the black cloak you asked for. Young master, Dorian prepares the gear. Rayon puts it on and responds. Well done. You found something good in such a short time. Did you find anything else on that masked woman? The mushroom-haired guy scratches his head. Actually, well. What? Why are you hesitating? He thinks they should stop. He heard she is actually Princess Jenna from the Kingdom of Ban. Since she was a child, she showed extraordinary magical talent. More importantly, she is an expert appraiser, which is why the king favors her so much. It is a shame, but they should give up and wait. Rayon replies. That just means she is likely a VIP at the black market. Instead of being afraid, he looks excited. They must still be doing extra appraisals on the auction items, unlike for the regular participants. So stay with me, because her item hasn't reached her room yet. This is the safest time to strike. All right, you and I are diving into this heist while the black market still holds the items. I am going in, Dorian. Just like that, our hero vanishes using high-speed footwork. Dorian tries to hold him back, shouting for the young master to wait for just 1 second. In the present, Ron observes the staff playing cards, noting that the princess's auction prize still has not reached her private room yet. The employees gossip while staring at the butterfly cage, wondering why anyone would waste a mountain of gold on a useless decoration. No matter how I look at it, I will never understand how these rich people spend their money. The other guy shrugs it off, telling him they must have their reasons before demanding he flip the cards. Ron locks eyes on his target. The black butterfly is right there, with guards standing right beside it. Now watch this. While they are distracted, Ron reaches out his hand, and a thread of pure energy begins to flow. Inside the cage, the butterfly seems to catch the scent of that spiritual energy nearby. Ron knows these butterflies are kept in bird cages because they would die instantly in an airtight container. This species is naturally drawn to magic stones, craving that high-purity mana for survival. The moment the butterfly senses his 10,000 flames technique, which is even purer than the mana found in stones, it breaks free of the cage. The creature flutters out and lands right on our lead's finger. Just like that, it did not take long for Ron to reclaim the item he lost during the auction. One staff members finally notices something is off, asking his friend why he is so distracted during his turn. Wait, where is the butterfly? It is gone. Both of them jump up in a panic, frantically questioning each other. They scramble to find it, but Ron is already long gone, making his escape with the prize. Back at the hall, Dorian is restless, waiting for any news from his friend. He bites his nails, worried that if the young master gets caught, it will spark a diplomatic crisis with the Bansier kingdom. His heart feels like it is about to jump out of his chest. Thinking it over, he realizes he really should have done more to stop him. Just as he is having a total meltdown, Rayon suddenly appears out of nowhere and asks him what he is doing. Dorian jumps, asking when he got there. Ron just casually mentions he just arrived, noting Dorian looks like he saw a ghost. You and I can guess what that look means. Dorian asks for the truth, and Ron confirms he successfully pulled it off. Patting the bag on his hip, Ron shares the victory. Dorian is relieved, but then a familiar, annoying voice cuts in. Well, what a surprise. Princess Jenna struts over with her usual arrogant attitude to mock the two boys. Does it sting? She asks if he finally realized during the auction that he will never be able to beat her. It is not too late. If you give me that ring, I might just hand over the butterfly to you. She tells him to think it over, gloating that this is the final mercy she will show him today. Rayon shuts her down instantly, asking if she is deaf, before repeating that he is not selling. Her face turns sour immediately. Since you do not listen to reason, I guess you do not plan on leaving this market in one piece, little boy. Suddenly, a panicked voice interrupts. The staff member from before runs up, and Gina barks at him in annoyance. She snaps at him for interrupting, but he gasps out that the black butterfly is gone, stolen by someone. Rayon smirks from behind, mocking her by saying it sounds like she has run into some serious trouble. She glares at him, convinced he is the culprit after seeing that mocking grin and hearing his sarcastic tone. She realizes those are the exact same gestures she uses when she is the one doing the mocking. She is sure he stole it. Stepping closer, she calls him a lowly thief hiding behind a mask of arrogance. She asks if he knows who she is, and he just asks if it even matters. Raun keeps up his indifferent attitude, which infuriates her, until she finally rips off her mask. She reveals her true identity as Princess Jenna of the Ban Ca Kingdom. How dare you be so disrespectful to me? Her full name is actually Princess Juan Banca. I will make sure you never steal anything ever again. Her butler steps forward, cracking his knuckles to teach the boy a lesson. On her command, he charges at Raun. Raun just scoffs, asking what a princess from Ban Ca is even supposed to do. He is not backing down. He throws a counterpunch, and with just one blow, he knocks the butler out cold. He is spitting blood instantly. Raun pins him down and delivers a flurry of punches directly to his face, making sure he is completely out of the fight. Things are getting out of hand, and a panicked Gina starts screaming at her butler for failing so miserably. You and I know she is in for a shock. She yells at her guard, but then a new voice interrupts the chaos. Let's dive in as a bratty princess gets a major reality check when a familiar voice speaks. As footsteps approach, she wonders about that voice. Rose? Then a blonde man walks up and greets her. Oh, is Jay here too? Do you two know each other? She asks him, Rose, you know this guy? Of course I do. I told you before there was a true sword genius in Zeehart, right? That is him. The handsome man answers. Raun Zeehart. The girl's face turns into a mask of pure shock hearing that name. Zeehart is the power under the Northern Tyrant. Come to think of it, the Northern Tyrant also has that same blonde hair and those piercing red eyes. No way, is he really from that bloodline? Jenna is confused. What did you just call me? A lowly thief? Raun speaks up, making the woman jump. I think I have been patient enough with you. Do you not agree? Should I consider this an official accusation from Banca against the House of Zeehart? Now watch this. Raun uses his highborn status to shut her down. This is your last chance. Apologize now. I will overlook this as the mistake of a childish princess. Jenna stammers. I did not know who you were. While Raun keeps the pressure on her. If you do not, I will send a formal protest to the Banca Kingdom for calling me a thief, for provoking me and all your rude behavior until now. The orange-haired girl grinds her teeth in pure frustration, but for the sake of the bigger picture, she bows her head. I am very sorry. Please forgive me. Raun turns to leave and leaves a final message. Fine, I do not want a scene, so let it end. Keep your attitude in check from now on. You do not want to disgrace your entire kingdom, do you? Hearing this, Gina feels a fire burning inside. Sunset hits Camelon. Did I arrive at a bad time? Dorian and Raun are sitting on the porch talking. Raun says, not at all. You saved me from a false accusation. Glad to hear that. Gia acts polite, saying, if you are worried about Gina, do not give it a thought. I will give her a gentle scolding. Thanks for the concern. By the way, why are you in Camelon? Raun replies, I am here on a mission. But Zeehart is pretty far from Camelon, is it not? We are on our graduation test and stopped here to buy some equipment. Oh, so it is your graduation exam? What kind of gear are you looking for? Raun answers, I am looking for a brand new sword. My current sword is not bad, but I have used it far too long. Gia sips tea and makes an offer. At the corner of the West Gate district in Camelon, there is a very specific blacksmith shop. It is a small shop, but the smith there is incredibly talented. I would love to introduce you personally, but because of my current mission, I cannot go along with you. Raun says, just telling me, this is enough. With that, the handsome man takes his leave first. All right, I am going now. I will wait for you to visit Owen. Yes, I will visit after the exam. Good luck to you. Dorian sighs after the man is gone. We are saved. I never expected such reckless action. Young Master Raun sits down, and his expression finally starts to relax a little bit. I told you, I had a plan. Anyway, it is lucky that gentlemen helped us. Soon, they pack their bags. Dorian asks if they should go straight to the forge. No. We go tomorrow. Tonight I have private business. At night, the boy sits alone in a dark room with only a faint glow from the moonlight. Holding the black butterfly in his hand, Rayon speaks. Black butterfly, it is time for you to do your job. Here is where it gets crazy. You and I are watching the black butterfly fulfill its secret purpose right now. These two must meet to free themselves from their curses. One cannot digest mana, the other cannot store it. Rayon observes both items in his hands. The two-color flower can only become a high-level elixir this way. It gains fire and water energy after absorbing the mana from the butterfly. Very few people know this secret. Even I only know this because I trust the memories of the protagonist. Raon swallows the flower whole. A system notification pops up. The chains of the frost curse have finally disappeared from your body. Core and mana ring endurance increased. Your energy, spirit, and all your basic stats have surged upward. Status window for Rayon Zheart. Title: Indomitable Spirit. Current status: Frost Curse 4 Chains. Traits: 5-star Wrath, 3-star Fire Resistance, 3-star Eternal Fire, 3-star Ice Aura, plus Thunder and Invisible Strike. Stats: Strength 72, Stamina 66, Senses 79, Agility 73, Energy 70. So what do you and I think? Rayon is ready for the forge as the morning sun rises. All right. You and I are about to see if this mushroom-headed kid can sense what is different. Staring at his back, he feels the guy's energy and aura have suddenly skyrocketed in just a single night. What on earth happened last night? Dorian is shocked. Since he was only a little bit curious at first. He was the disgrace of the family, looked down on by the main bloodline and everyone else in the clan. But he chose silence, enduring everything while focusing purely on his training. However, after getting close to him, I started realizing a few things. Dorian remembers when he first met Ron. He realized this guy deserved his name more than anyone in Team 5. That is why even when the other teams were split apart, everyone in Team 5 decided they were going to follow him. It was not just Dorian. Everyone was watching and following in that young man's footsteps. Back to now, he thinks that if he could borrow that power, even his own family problems would be solved. Dorian shuts his eyes. That is not the real reason he is following him. Get it together, Dorian. Dorian, Rayon calls out. Why are you just standing there? We need to hit the blacksmith shop for swords and leave. Move it, it is a long walk, Rayon reminds him. The mushroom-haired boy just smiles. I will follow him and get stronger. As long as I am by his side, I will go anywhere. He runs over to his friend. I am coming. Rayon adds. I will be checking your sword stance on the way. I think there is a lot to fix. Dorian starts sweating, thinking, I will be fine, right? A bit later, the two arrive at a building covered in thick, rising smoke. Sorry, I am here on Gia's recommendation. A muscular man sitting with his back to them finally speaks. Gia, the third prince of Owen? I am here, because I believe a place he recommends must be trustworthy. The old man grunts. That brat recommended this place? No way that actually happened. When he turns to look at our hero, he is stunned. He looks young, but his level might match the prince. It might not be perfect yet, but this energy is like a massive sword. Sharp and sturdy, he notes. The blacksmith tells them, unbelievable. You are young, but your energy is nothing like the prince. Are you one of Rayon's people? Dorian whispers to Raon. How did this blacksmith know when we have not said a word yet? Now pay attention here. True artists are just like that. They can sense their customers and their true potential from the very first moment they walk into a room. Our hero groans. You talk too much. The old smith adds. I have met many young swordsmen, but never anyone like you. Rayon speaks up. Sorry for the late introduction. My name is Rayon, and I am Dorian. His friend quickly introduces himself. I am Cube Russ, an old man who refuses to die. Hearing that, Rayon remembers. Wait, Cube Russ is the one who created all that legendary gear in Owen and Banka. His reputation has spread across the entire continent. You and I both know legends do not hide forever. But finding Cube Russ in a remote workshop? That is absolutely wild. The legendary smith asks, so why did a kid like you come looking for me? The boy places a hand on his chest in respect. I need a good sword for my journey. He asks if Rayon wants a sword forged. Rayon says no. He is not a swordsman yet, and someone already promised his first blade. Is it Van Can? He asks. That is right. Rayon replies. The boy confirms it. Kubrus lets out a massive laugh. Just as I thought. No wonder that old man will not retire. He is making your sword. I cannot steal a swordsman that Van Ken already claimed. But you need a temporary blade first. Everything in this shop is high quality. Take whatever you like. The old man is being generous. Dorian is thrilled. Lord Kubrus, can I take one too? Sure, I am in a good mood. You pick one too. Thank you. The two spend the afternoon looking around. Later, in the display room, Rayon picks up a sword and begins to inspect it. He truly is famous across the continent for a reason. Every single sword here is incredibly refined and well made. I would be satisfied with any of these. But suddenly, the boy spots a dark energy leaking from a bucket. And that is where we leave it. A sword stained with evil energy, standing out completely. Dorian is constantly praising the old man's work. These swords are truly incredible. Of course, I am the one who made them, kid. You can choose any sword you want. Wait, you and I are about to see something wild, as this old man senses a truly terrifying power. Rayon has already picked up that cursed black blade, looking like he is completely hypnotized by its dark aura. The blacksmith yells a warning to grab any other weapon instead, but Dorian has no idea what is happening. The old man snaps at him because that thing is a demon sword, far too dangerous for a boy to hold. He says to get it away before the malice devours him, but Dorian thinks that won't be necessary at all. The blacksmith wonders what he's talking about until he looks back at the boy and gasps in pure shock. What is going on? A massive amount of demonic energy is exploding out, yet it won't even touch the kid. Inside the sea of consciousness, the spirit of wrath scoffs at the dark mist, calling it a lowly, pathetic insect. Now watch this part closely, because the cat-like spirit inside Ron is about to get very territorial. It shouts at the energy, promising to freeze it solid and shatter it into a million tiny little pieces. The cat keeps talking trash until a calm voice finally tells it to just shut up and stop. Wrath complains that the mist touched its property, claiming Ron would be eaten alive without its protection. Rayon stares at the blade and retorts that he isn't property and he'd be just fine on his own. The blacksmith rushes over to check on him, and Ron simply assures him that everything is perfectly okay. He realizes this is no ordinary weapon and asks what it really is, making the blacksmith turn very serious. He calls it a failed blade, a demonic cursed sword that brings nothing but ruin to those who touch it. He tells the story of Siron, a peaceful village that believed the sacred Otherlo tree was born there. They lived in peace until the blood sect attacked, slaughtering half the village and burning everything to the ground. The survivors were dragged away as prisoners, suffering the same cruel fate as so many others before them. It was a blood-soaked tragedy with no survivors, and the blacksmith explains how he tried to honor them. He bought a branch of that sacred tree to craft this sword, hoping to finally soothe their restless souls. But it was a mistake. The moment it was finished, the pure white blade was instantly stained blood red. Instead of finding peace, the pure rage of the villagers had manifested directly inside the steel itself. No one could ever wield it, so he locked it away, unable to understand how Ron remains so sane. You and I can actually feel the weight of this moment as Ron senses their memories flowing in. He feels their deep sense of injustice and the burning fury they held until their very last breath. The sheer helplessness and agony of being murdered by the blood sect flashes through his mind like lightning. Rayon absorbs all that malice to understand the blade, declaring he still has so much more to achieve. He knows his time is limited and he can't avenge everyone, but his resolve is now set in stone. He vows to crush the blood sect if they cross paths, asking the sword if it will follow him. The demonic aura suddenly retreats into the blade, finally accepting this young man as its true master. Rayon decides to name it the True Spirit Sword, dedicated to finally bringing peace to those lost souls. He thanks the blacksmith for such incredible gifts, including the extra practice sword he was given. The old man replies that having a rising legend carry his work is the highest honor a smith can have. Before leaving, Rayon promises to treat him like royalty if he ever decides to visit the Zhart estate. The blacksmith wishes him safety on his upcoming test as the two of them finally say their goodbyes. He watches them fade into the distance, still replaying the moment the boy tamed that impossible demonic weapon. He thought it was just talent, but Ron has become more than just a master. He is one with the sword. He is certain that the name Zhart is about to shake the foundations of the entire world again. The blacksmith stands firm in his conviction as the boys disappear into the cold winter air. After leaving Camelon, they head north for days until the world is buried under a thick blanket of snow. As they get used to the freezing scenery, the journey starts to take a much darker turn. Rayon and Dorian begin spotting fresh bloodstains splattered across the road and the nearby ruined walls. They finally reach a massive fortress, and Ron knows his true test at Heaven Castle is about to begin. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what happens when Dorian smells something absolutely gut-wrenching. Alright, you and I are heading to the front lines where things are about to get intense. Inside the main character, Wrath is absolutely thrilled. Haha. This scent, this smell of a battlefield. My kingly self has finally come back to life. Rayon glances over at his buddy who's looking half dead and exhausted. Dorian, look at you. We just got here. Why are you acting like this? The trip wasn't even that hard. Are you for real right now? Dorian is fuming. We left Cameron and it got freezing. You said the colder it gets, the more we need to move. So from sunrise to sunset, even when we were traveling, you wouldn't stop critiquing my sword forms. And to top it off, when it was your turn for guard duty, you kept swinging that sword all night. I haven't slept in days. The mushroom-haired guy is practically crying as he complains. I haven't had one decent night of rest because of you. And you have the nerve to say I didn't suffer? Even Wrath chimes in from the sidelines. Even a pile of old coins gets a break. If you keep training like this, I won't even be able to nap in peace. Rayon just sighs in silence. Suddenly, footsteps approach. Are you two the mercenaries? You're a lot later than I expected. A man in a black uniform and a long cloak stands there with two guards. I am Tarion, Deputy Commander of Haven Castle. I'll be the one responsible for showing you the ropes while you're stationed here. Rayon looks at his friend, who has literally collapsed from exhaustion. Yes, sir. We look forward to your help. Tarion frowns. Is that kid okay? Rayon shrugs. It's just his normal reaction. Please, just ignore him. Fine, follow me. Dragging his friend's limp body, Rayon mutters. Dorian, stand up and move. I want to go home. Now pay attention here, because the reality of this war is much darker than it looks. As they walk, Rayon notices the wounded everywhere, the elderly, women, and even children. He thinks to himself, seeing it in person is so much worse than the reports suggested. These crumbling walls are proof of how many times they've been destroyed and rebuilt. He sees the exhaustion on the villagers' faces and smells the thick scent of blood and death hanging in the air. Looking at the snowy hill nearby, he spots row after row of fresh graves, just like Judy described, even though she'd never been here. Rayon recalls the maid and all the detailed information she provided him. Suddenly, a woman carrying groceries spots the two newcomers entering the area. This is Yua, from the Misty Branch Tavern. I've never seen those two faces around here before. Who are they? More mercenaries? An old man calls out to her. What are you doing over there? Yua, we need to open the shop. I'm coming, grandfather. She turns and rushes off. Rayon watches her go, curious about her voice. A moment later, they reach a room inside the main building. Commander, the mercenaries are here. No, I mean the students from Sieghart have arrived. Rayon and Dorian are finally brought in to meet the lord of the castle. The man sitting behind the desk looks aged, his hair and beard turned completely silver. This is Milan Bryon, the commander. He looks up. Welcome, students of Sieghart. I am Milan Bryon, the one in charge of Haven Castle. So they already knew where we came from. Rayon studies the man carefully. You see that look in his eyes? Even the demon inside Rayon is impressed by this warrior. Wrath realizes this is the northern giant who protected this place for 20 years. It's a gaze that only a veteran who has spent decades on the front lines could ever possess. Rayon whispers back to the demon. So you feel it too? Milan continues. Only the people in this room know your true status. To everyone else, it's a secret. I know why Rimmer sent you. He wants you to gain real experience before you head back. The commander leans forward. He interlocks his fingers, his expression turning deathly serious. His voice drops an octave. Listen closely. There is no such thing as training or guidance here. No priests, no warm meals, and no comfortable beds. All we have is wind that chills you to the bone in endless, brutal warfare. If you were expecting some comfortable field trip, Then turn around and leave right now, he warns. Dorian's eyes light up. Wait, we can actually go? But Rayon immediately shuts him down with a sharp look. Rayon stares back firmly. We came here to get stronger. We're ready for any battlefield or any situation you throw at us. Millen's voice softens slightly. I like that attitude, kid. But let's see how long that resolve actually lasts. From this moment on, your status is the same as any soldier. You'll start at the very bottom. And that's where our journey really begins, stuck at the bottom of the food chain. Sally, put these two in the 3rd Scout Unit immediately. Whether it is scouting or actual combat, let them experience it all. For now, lead these kids to their quarters. We will take our leave, Commander. He then leads the 2 boys out of the room. Follow Tyrion. You too. Stick with me. You and I are about to see just how unwelcome these newcomers really are in this tense room. Dorian is literally shaking from fear, while Rayon looks completely relaxed. It is a total contrast. It is as if that kid came here for a vacation. They won't be helpful at all. They will only cause trouble. Plus, look at that flower bracelet on Rayon's wrist. I can't even call him a warrior. We should just send them back immediately. The vice commander analyzed every detail of the newcomers, reporting his doubts directly to Milan Byron. But then, the older man cuts him off mid-sentence. I get your point, but looks aren't everything. The letters state these boys passed the brutal training of the Jayhawk family. Those 2 kids aren't nearly as green as they look. Let's just watch them before judging. Go keep an eye on them for now. Tyrion reluctantly obeys his superior. Now, here is the part you and I need to watch. The commander is hiding a massive secret. Was that letter from Master Lawin? No, it was the head of the Jayhawk family who personally asked me. Directly from the head? Tyrion is shocked to hear the legendary family leader mentioned so casually. You mean the Northern Tyrant himself made the request? Exactly. He wants a full report on them. This is a first for me. He specifically asked for regular updates. I really have no idea what he is planning. While the Northern Tyrant enjoys his tea, Rayon is currently staring at his room in total disbelief. Dorian, how on earth did you find the time to clean this place up? The green-haired guy shows off the fancy room. I finished the cleaning while you were busy in the restroom. Rayon remembers clearly. Just a minute ago. This place was a total wreck. He checks the curtains, worried about the quality. Where did you even get all of these luxury items? Dorian answers calmly. They were in my bag, obviously. Don't tell me you didn't bring different colors. He pulls out more options with a huge grin. I have red, yellow, and blue. They are all survival essentials. You and I can see Rayon's face turning from surprise to pure horror right now. Ron wonders what kind of magic is in that bag. Suddenly, a man enters and demands to know if they are ready. Wearing a sharp white uniform, he introduces himself as Raiden, captain of the 3rd Scouting Team. I know you just got here, but get ready to move. A new scouting mission just came in. Back at the Jayhawk estate, Glenn asks, what wind brought you here today? Reimer teases him with his usual cheerful attitude. Come on, old man. I already know everything. Word is, you held a secret party just to check on Rayon's progress. You really do care about your grandson. Getting caught makes the old man annoyed. He sighs, thinking Len must have talked to this gambling addict. Len probably spilled every single detail to him. And here I was telling everyone to be discreet. Reimer thinks it is hilarious. The kid found a rare flower during the mission, bloomed it, and absorbed it. He basically crushed the pride of that notoriously arrogant princess. It was a legendary move. Glenn snaps back. My student turns into a thief and upsets a princess, and you think that is supposed to be fun? Call him a thief if you want, but the princess failing isn't his fault at all. Reimer leans back. He was only responding to her provocations. She brought it on herself. Even with that secret party, they couldn't prove he was the thief. Imagine the chaos once the news finally breaks. Unfortunately, there won't be a next time. I have already ordered everyone to withdraw, the head announces. What? The teacher is stunned. Aren't you curious to see what kind of move he makes next? I even heard he just received a special sword as a gift from the dwarf. The Northern Tyrant closes his eyes. I withdrew them to prevent anyone from interfering with family matters. Ah, so you are choosing to get your reports from Haven Castle instead. Is that it? Reimer is way too sharp for his own good. You and I can see Glenn's patience wearing thin. He glares at the butler. But Lowen quickly swears he didn't say a single word this time. All right, stick with me because you and I are about to watch this family drama explode. Why contact Haven Castle and abuse your power like this? Is it so hard to admit my nephew is the best? If things go well, these misunderstandings with the branch families will finally be settled for good. It is good for you, and your relationship with Sylvia would improve too. This situation is a win for everyone involved, Reimer notes. But then, Glenn suddenly stands up from his seat, radiating an incredibly massive and terrifying aura that fills the entire room. It seems my last lecture wasn't enough for you. Seeing the mood turn sour, the red-haired man realizes this isn't a fair fight and looks for an exit. Oh, look at the time. I've got things to do, right? I'll be going now. Farewell, great lord. But the old man doesn't stop, even adjusting his cuffs as he walks. I'll make sure this lesson is carved deep into your soul today. A horrifying scream echoes through the mansion once again. Even far away at Haven, Rayon can somehow sense someone shouting in the distance. The captain leads the two of them to a new location and introduces it as Mount Estelin. Between the endless snow and the swarms of monsters, Haven Castle considers this place to be a literal hell on earth. Raiden adds his thoughts, while Rayon admits the view is actually spectacular. At least the scenery is beautiful. Before we start the mission, let's do a little test. We're about to see if these rookies actually know their stuff. The captain of Squad 3 points at some footprints. Where do you think these came from? He asks, testing their tracking skills. Dorian thinks it looks huge. Maybe it belongs to a giant ice troll? Round thinks otherwise, stating it wasn't made by a troll at all. No. Crouching down to get a better look, he explains that troll tracks are human-shaped, much larger, and far deeper than these marks here. These belong to a four-legged creature. I would bet they were made by a Kari mountain goat. Raiden is completely stunned. Did he really identify it instantly? He tries to push further. Okay then, can you tell me exactly when these tracks were left? Rayon notes the ground isn't too hard yet. Judging by the soil, it was likely made yesterday. If we head west, we can probably catch them. But what about this? The captain keeps testing the boy's limits, pointing toward deep scratch marks on a nearby tree trunk and asking for an answer. The young man answers with total ease. Those are marks from an evil wolf. Touching the scratched bark, he explains they leave thick claw marks to mark territory. But this one is dead. How do you know? Before he can finish, Rayon explains, wolves usually stay within the territories they have marked. Since these scratches are old, the wolf must be gone. Watching the new recruit, Raiden can't help but feel a bit jealous. Who is this kid, anyway? You and I both know that brand new recruits shouldn't be this skilled. The squad has a brutal tradition of bullying newcomers. At Haven Castle, it's not just about chores. They really want to prove that everything these rookies learned is useless. They want to show them how dangerous this place truly is. But instead, it turned into a training session for the kid. Raiden glares at the young man. He wonders how the hell the boy knows all this. There goes his chance to bully the newcomer. Realizing this target is too tough, Raiden turns his attention toward Dorian instead, handing the mushroom-haired boy a small branch to hold. He barks out an order. Go find the source of these tracks now. Wait, why me? Raiden grabs the boy's head. You idiot, you don't know anything. This is just the young master trying to save my pride here. Rayon doesn't seem to care at all. I'll leave Dorian to his own devices. I'll go check the surroundings myself. Using his legendary senses, he begins to monitor everything in the area. While he's thinking, the spirit blade at his waist suddenly starts to vibrate with a strange reaction. Rayon holds it tight, realizing the sword is also scouting the area and reporting back to him through spiritual energy. He remembers it's been doing this since they arrived, absorbing energy and passing it to him from the monsters they've killed together along the way. Because of its help, I've mastered a brand new spiritual skill. It's trying its best to help him. But then, wrath manifests out of the young man, shouting in a fit of absolute rage and jealousy. What is that bastard doing? My legendary monarch senses are clearly superior. How dare you use that piece of trash instead? Rayon replies. I value it because it actually tries to help me. Besides, thanks to this sword, I don't even have to rely on your power. Hearing that, the little energy cat is left completely speechless for once. He tries to explain that his senses are just a fraction of his true power, but still way better than that parasite sword. I'm the strongest monarch in the world, trust me. We've only just begun to see what his true power can really do. Alright, you and I are back with our main character, who loves pushing Wrath's buttons. Hey, you arrogant cat, just leave me alone for a second. This is actually important. Since this power comes from you, and you are always trying to steal my body, who knows what side effects this might have? The cat tells him not to worry about that, because the next move uses the divine power he already possesses. The King of Wrath flies high, looking down with pure arrogance. I will teach you the true way to handle frost, unlike any weak method you have ever seen before. Ron stays cautious. An unexpected reward? This feels a little too good to be true. Soon, Rayon enters a meditative state, while the energy cat explains that the technique is called Glacia. It is nearly impossible for a normal person to learn this. You can only master it if you possess incredibly pure frost power. With your limited talent, you will have to work hard for a long time. Now, just focus and relax. Looking at our lead, the cat continues the instructions. Connect the frost in your body with the frost of this environment. Stay still and look at my power. What do you see? Rayon replies that the frost seems to be mixing with the snow. The cat explains that what he is seeing is only a surface-level phenomenon. It is not frost mixing with snow, it is frost mixing with frost. That is the true essence of this entire method. Now, pay attention here, because even Rayon realizes this technique is on a whole different level of difficulty compared to anything he has tried before. He closes his eyes to try again. Instead of a direct connection, he focuses on holding the image of the link in his mind. That is the only way he can visualize things that are far away, as if they were right in front of him. In reality, all the frost in this place has become his sight, his hearing, and his sense of touch. Relaxing himself, Rayon can now feel the entire space around him. The world is slowing down, he thinks. A moment later, Rayon opens his eyes and stands up slowly. No, I am the one slowing down. My body feels heavy. But with every step, his senses become absolutely sharp. He sees Dorian being bullied by Raiden, and even a wild wolf catching its prey. Rayon can see things miles away. He realizes he can see more than just people. He can see every single movement they make. This is insane. Since it is his first time, his range is short and he can only maintain it for a moment. But wait, did you see that? Something terrifying just entered his range, and it is moving fast toward the group. Rayon immediately rushes back to the other two to warn them. Captain Raiden, we have a problem. He explains that a mole shark is digging a tunnel underground and is about to burst out right here. Raiden knows how dangerous those creatures are and starts to panic. A mole shark is coming to this spot? The captain argues this is the territory of the Mount Stin monsters, so a water beast like that should not be here. There are not even any ground vibrations. But Ron insists. I am serious. It is almost here. How is that possible? Just as he speaks, a massive explosion erupts right behind the captain. Raiden and Dorian can only stare in shock. Right in front of them, several monsters have crawled out of the earth. Are mole sharks really here? Raiden grips his sword tightly, preparing himself for a desperate fight. He tells himself to focus. Only he and the rookie are here, so they must escape to warn the rest of the team. But in the middle of the tension, the man accidentally slips and makes a loud noise. This grabs the attention of the monsters. The lead shark lets out a massive roar, and Raiden is terrified. Damn it, why did my foot have to slip now? This is the absolute worst timing. But suddenly, Rayon uses his sword technique, dashing past the monster and leaving countless deep cuts across its skin as blood sprays everywhere. Turning back, he tells the captain he will hold off the sharks while Raiden goes to find the other members. He adds that while Raiden might not trust him yet, he should at least trust in the strength of his sword. Hearing those words, the captain grabs Dorian and starts moving, leaving a final warning to be careful. Now, let us watch as he faces these monsters alone. Rayon looks ahead and smiles. Time to get started. 2 more mole sharks are still in front of him, waiting for the chance to tear him apart. The monsters lunge forward, attacking Rayon all at once. But our main character does not look worried at all. Raon drops his center of gravity, preparing a high-speed strike, using the Mad Fang technique Lord Glenn gave him. With one clean move, Raon easily carves a massive hole right through the body of the first shark. All right, you and I are diving into the action as our hero tests a power that's even deadlier than he imagined, realizing he doesn't even need his aura anymore. While our main character is busy analyzing his damage, another shark lunges at him from the shadows. But his footwork is sharp enough to dodge, deciding he can handle this using only his sword skills for now. He realizes that blending his freezing energy with the environment is exactly what lets him predict every single shark movement. Is this the true, overwhelming power of Glacia? Realizing battle is the best teacher. He starts honing his senses and sharpening his skills through this real-world experience. Immediately after slaughtering a few more of the beasts, Rayon feels himself fully adapting to his sword and Glacia, confident he can crush anyone at this level. He's learning fast. Coming to Haven Castle for the experience was definitely the right move. He sheaths his sword just as Raiden and the reinforcements arrive, calling out to see if Ron is still alive. Wait for it. Let's see the moment the squad realizes how monstrous this rookie really is. The captain stares in total shock at the mountain of monster corpses, wondering if the kid did this all alone. These monsters could kill an entire squad. So, who is this guy? Raiden can't help but question Ron's true identity. In the heavy silence, Ron figures the man is probably just completely speechless. After all, he doubted a rookie and nearly got everyone killed, so he has no right to say anything now. Even if the captain's pride is wounded, Ron stays calm, until a sound finally breaks from Raiden's throat. He actually apologizes, thanking Ron for their lives. Surprisingly, the squad leader steps forward and bows his head in regret. With a humble look in his eyes, he admits his failure. Because I didn't trust you, I created a dangerous situation for everyone. I won't hide behind the excuse of having more experience than you. Thank you, Ron. Our lead is actually shocked that the man was willing to apologize so quickly. He places a hand on the captain's shoulder and tells him it's fine, since he wouldn't trust a new recruit either. He finally understands the kind of man the captain is. Suddenly, the long-haired captain shouts, startling Rayon. Wait, did he already figure out that Rayon is a Zeheart? Raiden grabs his hand with pure joy and calls him an angel sent from heaven to save them. Ron is totally confused and tries to explain, but the captain isn't listening to a single word from the rookie. The old man turns to the rest of the crew to announce a massive celebration for the rookie's first mission. Everyone is stunned when the stingy captain offers to buy drinks for the entire squad at the local tavern. There's no reason to say no to free booze. By nightfall, the tavern is packed with laughter and drinking. Raiden goes on and on, telling everyone how the kids slaughtered them all while telling the captain to trust him. He does his best to recount Rayon's legendary deeds from earlier today. But the other soldiers aren't buying it, wondering why someone that powerful would ever be a lowly rookie. Besides, just looking at him, he doesn't even look 17 years old yet. How could that possibly be true? Raiden gets furious and starts cursing out anyone who doubts his words. Now, I know what you're thinking, but even an ancient spirit can't resist the weird combo of cheese and pineapple. While chewing, Rayon wonders why they're eating it this way, feeling like something is very wrong with this food. Dorian, who is sitting right next to him, finally speaks up. He tells the young master his taste is unique, mentioning he once tried garlic pizza and couldn't even finish it. Hearing this, the spirit cat loses it and starts screaming at him. What did you just say? He calls him a pig who knows nothing about true flavor. Suddenly, a young girl approaches their table. The rumors were right, the new scout rookie has a face that's even more impressive than his actual sword skills. The waitress introduces herself as Yua and welcomes them to the tavern. She mentions they have more items on the menu, and Rayon calmly tells her he'll take a look. Both the boy and the spirit scan the menu, and Wrath is impressed by the variety in such a remote town. The king demands mint chocolate ice cream, but Raon thinks it sounds terrible and tells him no way. The girl notices his interest and asks if he wants their famous mint chocolate ice cream. Stick with me, we're about to find out if mint chocolate is truly a gift from heaven or a total disaster. The mint growing near Haven Castle tastes way fresher than any other place. Alright, you and I are jumping back in with our favorite energetic cat king, screaming at our main character. Rayon finally gives in. Fine, I get it. Just stay calm. His partner was honestly getting way too loud. Why would a tavern even have mint chocolate ice cream? Despite his confusion, Rayon decides to raise his hand and place the order. Give me 1 mint chocolate, please. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Hey rookie, did you really take down 6 sharks all by yourself? The energy coming off you does not seem that intense. One of the squad members turns to start a conversation. Do not get us wrong. I was just wondering how someone so young could be this powerful. Regardless, we all want to thank you. Rayon answers softly. Thank you. But honestly, I think you guys might be praising me a little too much here. What are you talking about? Someone with your skills will be promoted in no time. We just wanted to chat before that happens. So do not worry about it. Exactly. I mean, when else are we going to get a chance to talk like this? Another soldier chimes in. Even Dorian speaks up. That is right, Rayon. You really did achieve something legendary back there. The young man feels a bit embarrassed. He admits he is still not used to being showered with this much praise. Right then, the waitress arrives with a massive bowl of treats. Here is your mint chocolate ice cream, sir. Wrath immediately starts nagging him to eat up. Come on, hurry! After taking a bite, the cat excitedly gives a review. That freshness spreads instantly. And right before it gets too sharp, the chocolate sweetness hits, just like this king, both cold and sweet. Hey, Wrath, I actually get the same exact feeling whenever I use Glacia. Ron shares his thoughts. Now, pay attention here. Rayon is about to realize there is more than one way to use this icy power. Just like the training techniques humans use, this is a method to wield frost energy with maximum power and efficiency. So, does that mean I can use it for both offense and defense? Rayon asks for more details. Of course. It is an incredible skill. It sharpens your senses while supporting both your attacks and your defensive moves. The cat adds that, while it is easy for a king, a talentless guy like Round might take a year of hard training. A year is way too long. Rong groans. But the cat snaps back, do you really think this is easy? You only have a chance, because I am the one guiding you. So, you want to bet? A bet, huh? Amb, can I master Glacia in just 6 months? Rayon lays out the wager. The cat stops to think. 6 months? Raon carefully analyzes the cat's expression. It looks like he is hesitating because he has lost every single bet until now. Fine, how about 5 months? Do not you think that is a bet worth making? Rayon decides to turn up the heat on his own challenge. Hearing that, Wrath seems to be leaning toward the idea. Fine, it is a deal. The cat agrees immediately. As Wrath accepts the wager, the system notification suddenly pops up. After they finish practicing, the duo decides to call it a day. Dorian, let us head back to the dorms. They barely take a few steps before being stopped. Please wait. There is something I want to give you before you leave. You and I both saw that pineapple pizza earlier, right? Well, let us see what the girl has in store for them now. I used the leftover pineapple to bake some cookies. Would you like to try one? Seeing what is inside the bag, the spirit is beyond excited. Great job, pineapple girl. Rayon smiles and takes the gift. Thanks, Yua. Yua is absolutely thrilled. I really hope you like them. Before they leave, she reminds them to stop by whenever they want more. With everything settled, they wave goodbye to her and head out. See you later, you two. Meanwhile, deep in a corner of the forest, a group of castle scouts is running with every bit of strength they have. One of the runners grits his teeth, telling himself this is a total emergency. I have to get back and report to Milan. Turns out, a massive swarm of frost trolls has gathered out of nowhere and is now hot on their heels. Every single frost troll is converging on one location. Later that night at the command center, Raiden awkwardly breaks some news. We have just received orders to go and eliminate the frost trolls. Hearing this, Dorian feels like his life is over. Already? But we literally just finished our very first mission yesterday. Seeing that reaction, Raiden can only sigh. I know it is exhausting to start another mission so soon, but these are orders from above. Poor Dorian falls into a state of pure, unhidden despair. So why this sudden order? Well, a little while ago, the second scout team found a pack of trolls near tunnel number 4. That is where we leave it, trust me. You and I need to see what comes next. But it doesn't stop there. The informant adds that there are around 30 of them, and more might show up. I think we should definitely wipe them out before things get worse. All right, you and I are jumping back in as Milan weighs the options. Road B isn't far from number 5. He agrees. Seeing the boss on board, Tarian suggests the plan. They're going to take out those ice cho before starting the investigation. Why are these land sharks lurking so close to dungeon number 5? Milan considers this for a moment before making a move. He has a bad feeling about this and orders the vice commander to go along. Tarian doesn't hesitate for a second. Yes, sir, he replies. With Tarian on the job, Milan points to the map and lays out a specific strategy for the strike team. Finish off every last monster and scout the northern coast thoroughly before heading back to the base. Milan barely starts talking about the scouts when Tarian cuts in. He's taking the 3rd scout team with him. Milan is genuinely confused. Why them? Tarian explains that he heard word the new kid handled land sharks all by himself during his first mission. Now, pay attention, because Tarian drops an absolute bombshell. This move completely blindsides Raiden, who's standing right there. Word is, the kid was incredibly fast and didn't take a single scratch. If that's true, then he's perfect for this job. Tarian admits he wants to see those extraordinary skills with his own eyes. Raiden is surprised, but he has to admit the truth. Fine, the kid said he'd fight anywhere anyway, so go ahead and take him along. Back in the present, Raiden finishes the briefing, gives a few warnings, and heads out. Get ready and get some sleep, he says, slamming the door. He leaves the 2 boys standing there in total shock. After a heavy silence, Dorian grabs his face and screams in despair. We're dead. We just barely survived the first mission. I can't believe we're getting dragged into another mission without even a single moment to rest up. Ji-yeon just stares at him, totally done with the drama. Dorian keeps crying and whining for a good long while. With tears in his eyes, he asks for confirmation. Young master, is it true that swords don't work on the ice Cho? Ji-yeon gives it to him straight. Yeah, it's true. This reminds him of everything he knows about these freezing creatures. Ice Cho have skin like armor because they live in such brutal, freezing environments. Unless you're using a sword infused with magic, you won't even leave a scratch on those thick hides. Worse yet, their regeneration is insane, just like other sharks. Hearing that, Dorian loses it and hides under his blankets. We're finished. I'm definitely going to die this time. Maybe I should just write my will now? You and I both know Ji-yeon's patience is wearing thin as he tries to comfort him. Don't be a coward, Dorian. With your speed, you can totally take them down. But his words aren't helping at all. I'm still terrified, Dorian whines. Ji-yeon thinks for a second and then says there might be another way. Dorian sees a spark of hope and stops crying immediately. What way? Ji-yeon grabs his sword and makes a suggestion. Exactly. There's one sure way to make sure you're not scared of some overgrown ice sharks. If you spar with me, those monsters will look like a joke. He tosses his sword over his shoulder. Now, let's train. Dorian freezes up instantly, not a single tear left. Actually, now that I think about it, Ice Cho are super weak. Good night. This sudden 180 leaves the Emperor confused. That kid is one strange person, he thinks to himself. The next morning arrives at the gates of Havun Castle. Tarian stands there with the list, calling out names loudly. We're starting the roll call now. Behind him, Ji-yeon asks his exhausted roommate if he's doing okay. Anything is better than sparring with you, Dorian groans. Glad to hear it. Ji-yeon replies with a smile. They're chatting when a voice suddenly calls out from behind them. Hello there, you must be Ji-yeon, right? The two of them turn around in confusion as the stranger introduces himself as Beto, captain of the Wolf Mercenaries. He flashes a fake, overly bright smile. Nice to meet you. My men have been talking non-stop about how much they want to see you in action. Beto looks Ji-yeon up and down, offering some classic, empty praise that feels a bit too rehearsed for comfort. I didn't expect you to be in the scout unit. He holds out his hand, but Ji-yeon doesn't move. Nice to meet you too. After a brief pause, Ji-yeon finally shakes his hand. I'm looking forward to working with you today. Me too. With the introduction over, Beto turns around without a second thought. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go check on my men. I just wanted to say hello. The moment he's gone, the Emperor appears, sounding incredibly annoyed. I don't like that guy. You should just gouge his eyes out. You and I should probably take the Emperor's advice, never trust a man with eyes like a snake. Are you afraid he won't believe you? The Essence Emperor starts his analysis. Trust me, guys like him are always the ones who'll stab you in the back. 80% of people are just like that. Hearing this, Gon immediately snaps back, pointing out that there is still a 20% chance he is wrong. Even so, he takes the warning to heart and evaluates Beto once more. He'll keep this suspicion tucked away for now. Something felt off when he looked into the man's eyes. After weighing his options, he concludes it is best to keep a close watch on him. Just then, another figure approaches. The Yua Knights appear out of nowhere, carrying a mysterious box in their hands. Sorry for the wait. I have finally finished preparing all the food everyone requested. Who exactly is this newcomer? The soldiers erupt in cheers for Yua. Two of them walk over, chatting like old friends while affectionately patting her head. Why do you get cuter every single time I see you? Plus, your cooking skills are honestly out of this world. You are truly the pride of Haven Castle. Yua beams at the praise. Behind them, Gon watches her laughing and chatting with the crew. Yua is clearly adored by every single knight. It's safe to say she is like the little mascot of this entire place. As he watches silently, Yua speaks up. Young Master Gon. She carefully pulls out a mysterious bag and hands it to him. It is beef jerky she made. It's really delicious, so please take it. Gon is caught off guard by the sudden gift. Why are you giving this to me? Yua answers honestly, explaining that since this is his first expedition, she wanted to help. Next time, you'll have to pay for it. He smiles warmly and pats her head, thanking her while promising to enjoy it. She flashes a bright smile and makes him promise to come back and support them if he likes the snack. Roll call is finished. Tarian speaks up to give the announcement. If everyone is ready, get in line. We need to summarize the mission before we move. Once everyone is gathered, he cuts straight to the chase. There are two main objectives for this trip. First, they must wipe out the ice trolls. Second, they need to patrol the area between Stellan Mountain and the North Sea to ensure zero casualties. The Essence Emperor listens intently, his expression turning cold and serious. Seeing this reaction makes Gon feel a bit uneasy. What's wrong? You've got a really intense look on your face right now. There is no answer, only a silent stare toward the snowy mountains. Now pay attention here. I can sense energy coming from that mountain. It's faint, but it's there. The Emperor wonders if it's really him. Despite his inner suspicions, he plays it cool on the outside, acting as if nothing happened at all. With the briefing over, Tarian declares the start of the journey. But before long, Gon and his team face their first real headache. Hey, you scouts, grab these bags before we head out. They toss a mountain of luggage toward them and walk away with total arrogance. If you lose even one bag, you'd better be prepared. Treat them like they are your own lovers. Oh wait, you losers probably don't even know what that feels like yet. This arrogant attitude makes Gon both annoyed and confused. Captain Raiden, why is the attack team making the scouts carry their gear? Raiden looks a bit stuck for words. Ah, I guess this is your very first time on a mission with these guys, isn't it? After a moment, Raiden watches the other group chatting loudly and tries his best to explain the situation. They claim they need to save their strength for the real fight since they are the main warriors. They pull this every single time. He looks at the pile of luggage and sighs deeply. As annoying as it is, they really don't have any other choice here. As scouts, we have no rank and no power. We just have to stay quiet and follow their orders. You and I both know this is wrong, but Raiden just accepts it. He watches Tarian's group and sighs, relieved it's better than last time. On the previous mission, after the battle was finally over, things were even worse. Those guys made us carry every single piece of equipment. They just shoved all their junk onto us without a second thought. They even forced the scouts to handle the entire cleanup of the battlefield while they just relaxed. Raiden advises Gon not to resist the unfairness. It's easier to survive if you just go along with it. Here, power and rank are absolute. Gon doesn't say anything, but inside, he's full of contempt. This whole system is nothing but a massive joke to him. Thinking about it more, he realizes the scouts' actual duties make this treatment even more insulting and unfair. During the actual battle preparations, we are the ones who are truly risking our lives just to go out on patrol. Being on patrol means they're the first ones to hit a trap or face the enemy, yet they're treated like total garbage. He finally says it out loud. I thought there would be some sense of brotherhood on the front lines, but I was clearly wrong. Faced with the harsh truth, Raiden can only feel helpless. At least, that brotherhood doesn't exist with the attack team. Despite his frustration, Raiden offers a logical guess. It seems like the core of the problem is actually their captain. The guy leading them seems to think this toxic behavior is normal. So, what do you and I think? Gon's patience is definitely wearing thin. Stick with me. You and I are about to see Gia-on finally target the toxic root behind all this mess. If that is the case, my only mission now is to crush that guy into the dirt. The group moves out, but the sight ahead leaves Tarion frozen in shock. What is this? Staring at the empty cave, he cannot hide his pure frustration. Compared to the intel, there is not a single ice cho here. Even Raiden is completely blindsided by this unexpected turn. This cannot be right. After observing for a moment, he turns to confirm. Raiden, are you absolutely sure about what you saw? Raiden is clearly flustered, but he sticks to his word. I am positive. I saw 13 ice chos gathered right at the edge of the forest. While they talk, IDQ shows his clear dissatisfaction in the background. That is why I said never let the scouts go out alone. At least one swordsman should accompany them on every single mission. Backed into a corner, he still tries to argue. But I definitely saw them. To keep the atmosphere from getting any more tense, Tarion suggests they save the talk for later. Everyone, fan out and find any clues about those chos. Expand your senses to the limit and scout this entire area. Following orders, the group scatters to search everywhere. Watching his teammates struggle, Jia-on is confused. Several hours have passed, but they still have not found a single trace. These people have plenty of experience. After observing for a while, Jia-on looks into the forest and begins to speculate. Even if ice chos leave fewer traces than normal, it is impossible for them to leave absolutely nothing behind. Is someone else behind this? This is where it gets interesting, so watch closely as Jia-on takes the lead. Vice Commander, can I take a look? Tarion looks at him with doubt. Sensing the suspicion, Jia-on states his goal clearly. Yes, I want to confirm a few things. Before Tarion can speak, IDQ appears and starts trash talking. Hey, do not stick your nose in this. Go help set up camp. The sun is setting. Do you want to embarrass yourself too? Not letting him continue his rampage, he stops him. Enough. IDQ. Let this kid try. Just this once. This compromise does not please IDQ at all. Vice Commander, do you really believe this clueless brat? He is just wasting everyone's time. Despite that, Jia-on does not care and immediately gets to work, touching the ground. He closes his eyes to sense things more clearly. After a moment, he opens them. This strange behavior obviously irritates IDQ. What are you staring at, kid? If you cannot do it, do not waste time, just get up and leave. Ignoring the insults, Jia-on announces he found them. You and I know he is about to shock everyone. What? Seeing the confusion, he speaks more clearly. They are near the frozen valley, northeast of Mount Slin. As soon as those words are said, he explodes. You brat? Do you think this mission is some kind of joke? Can you actually point out their exact location? Facing those words, he calmly confirms, yes, I am certain. Is there a problem? This confident attitude leaves IDQ completely speechless. After a long silence, he starts shouting again. Do you really think playing around like this is funny given the situation? Can you take responsibility for what you said? Jia-on remains as calm as ever. I am not stupid enough to play around during a crisis. Tarion, standing nearby, also calms the situation down. IDQ, calm down. You are being too emotional. He then asks more gently. Jia-on, exactly how did you find them? He explains, this is a method I learned from a master who crosses mountains by expanding his energy detection range. Just waiting for this moment. IDQ, the chatterbox, pipes up again. Energy detection? Do you know how far Frozen Valley is? Just like that? You are sure? Tarion, did you hear that? Do you actually believe what this kid is saying? Hearing those words, Tarion is also a bit shaken. He has a point. With that distance, an explanation based only on energy detection is not convincing enough, especially coming from a rookie with less than 1 year of combat experience. He hesitates, but those red eyes seem to pierce through everything, making it almost impossible not to believe him. Those words remind Tarion of someone. In Zikheart, only one person crosses mountains like they are his own backyard. Lightsword Loda. If he learned from that person, then it might actually be reliable. While the atmosphere gets awkward, Beto approaches from behind. Hearing this has made me quite interested too. He then asks, Jia-on, how long to get there? He honestly replies, about 30 minutes to reach the target, and another 10 minutes to find a suitable position. This answer leaves Beto a bit stunned. He already planned the ambush. Stick with me, because you and I are about to see if they can pull this off. All right, Let's see how this unfolds. This sudden support is something YDQ just can't accept. Losing his cool, he screams at his comrade. Beto, not you too? You have got to be kidding me. Did this rookie bribe you all, or what? Ignoring IDQ's frustration, Tyrion shouts out orders to the entire group. Everyone get ready, we're crossing Mount Sterling. At this point, the man has absolutely nothing left to say. The deputy knows IDQ is still against it, so he drops a hard truth. If night falls, monster attacks become way more deadly. If Gaon is right, then this is our one chance to stop this threat before it becomes a disaster. Seeing him refuse to admit defeat, Gaon steps forward. Not convinced yet? Fine. Let's stop beating around the bush. Let's make a bet. That way, whatever the outcome is, there are no regrets. Hearing this, IDQ finally looks interested. A bet? This was exactly what he wanted. He smiles confidently and sets the terms. If I find them, the attack team talks politely to scouts. And you won't just carry the gear you dumped on us, you'll carry our equipment and help us with all our work too. Seeing that smug, confident face, he calmly asks him back. What if your guess is wrong though? Gaon declares it straight if he loses. He will do absolutely anything the man wants. Obviously, IDQ loves those odds and accepts immediately. Fine, it's a bet. Get ready to lose that big mouth of yours. Seeing that he finally agreed to the terms, Tyrion raises his voice and gives the command. Now pay attention here, because as they move toward the frozen valley, they have no idea they're being watched. The man in black watches them move with pure irritation. Why on earth are they still climbing up there? He's getting desperate. This wasn't part of the plan. Watching the soldiers at the back of the line, he starts analyzing. These bastards are circling around to find an ambush spot. It's like they know exactly where the monsters are hidden. He remembers all his preparations and grinds his teeth. But I made sure to erase every single trace. How could they possibly know the creatures are being hidden right here in the valley? In this situation, even a veteran scout with years of experience shouldn't be able to find them. But then, he suddenly remembers the monsters. At this rate, they'll encounter the frost chaws sooner than expected, and that's going to be a massive problem. He thinks back to Haven Castle. He needs to delay them just a little longer for the plan to finish. The more he thinks, the more panicked he gets. It's too late to move them now. What should he do? But you and I know how these villains work, and right then, a wicked idea flashes through his mind. Wait, this might be better. The group finally arrives, and the sight before them leaves IDQ absolutely stunned. How is this even possible? There really is a nest here. Watching the Frostchos wandering everywhere, he just can't accept the reality of it. This is impossible. How could that kid have detected them from such a massive distance? While IDQ is lost in silence, Gaon walks up to remind him of the stakes. You haven't forgotten our little bet, right? Before he can even respond, Gaon makes a blunt declaration. After this battle, the attack team handles all the grunt work. You're the captain, so I hope you're a man of your word. Tyrion steps in before things get too serious. That's enough. Forced to stop, IDQ grinds his teeth, but has to swallow his pride for now. The commander adds that while it's hard to believe, they only found the nest thanks to Gaon's sharp senses. There's still work to do. To stop the two from bickering further, Tyrion gives the final order. Every squad, prepare for battle, aim and load. Once ready, he swings his sword down and screams, fire. A rain of arrows pours down, taking out the Frostchos one by one. While they're dazed, Tyrion leads the charge. Their movements are restricted now. Don't give them a single second to recover or fight back. Beto rushes in, slicing through a monster while shouting intel to the rest. If they rest, they'll regenerate. Aim for their necks and hearts. IDQ ignores the earlier drama and dives into the fray, fighting to ensure no one survives. They fight while defending the left flank, keeping their formation rock solid as they push forward. Standing there, watching everything, Gaon is seriously impressed. Seeing them move as one unit, he realizes these guys are true professionals. Their formation is incredibly effective at suppressing the monsters. Suddenly, his gaze lands on Beto fighting like a man possessed. But that guy Beto, he's like a completely different person when he's in the heat of combat. He was so calm just a moment ago, but now his eyes are glowing. Is this strange feeling because of his killing intent? And that's where we leave it for now. As Gaon stands there dazed, Tyrion suddenly approaches and yells his name. Dorian stares at Gia on, questioning his own sanity. Usually, he dives right in. Why so calm today? Seeing his roommate's confusion, he slowly explains that their mission is to protect the scouts, so they should definitely stay right here. Trust me, you and I are about to see Jiaon's mysterious side. He's got his own opponent today. Dorian is left completely baffled by those words. What? Meanwhile, the rest of the team continues wiping out monsters. Scouts, don't get close. Stay back and support. But despite the warning, Radin charges straight into the fray himself. Swordsmen, move up and block those monsters. Keep the archers busy and distract them from our backline right now. As the monster count drops, Raiden can't hide his excitement. This battle is going much smoother than he expected. Watching the creatures fall one by one, Raiden analyzes the situation. Their ambush worked perfectly to overwhelm the enemy. The monsters are dazed and haven't recovered yet. After watching the chaos, his mind drifts back to the rookie. This is all thanks to that new guy, Jia-on. Raiden decides right then to buy him a gift later. Now, watch closely the vibe shifts. Suddenly, a terrifying chill makes Raiden spin around in fear. There, standing right behind him, are two massive monsters. Looking at their high-level gear, Raiden is paralyzed with horror. An ice warrior and an ice shaman. Before Raiden can react, the two monsters lunge toward him with lethal intent. While he stands there dazed, they launch their attack. Raiden freezes up completely, knowing he can't dodge this move. But thank God for backup. Beto swings his blade just in time while Tarion pulls Raiden out of harm's way. Tarion snaps at him to focus or lose his life. Finally coming to his senses, Raiden grips his sword tighter. Even after blocking the blow, Beto is impressed. Damn it, this warrior is on a completely different level than others. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right in front of them. Luckily, the three of them manage to dodge it simultaneously. Tarion grits his teeth, spotting the culprit behind that strike. That shaman is providing support from high ground, and having to deal with him while fighting others is going to be incredibly difficult for us. Realizing the danger, he lets out a thunderous warning to the squad. All teams, don't you dare drop your guard. Idik, take the strike team and help Beto deal with that enemy warrior. As for the scouts, your job is to distract that shaman immediately. Is that clear to everyone? Seeing the tide turn, Raiden quickly barks out orders to his own squad members as they prepare for impact. Scouts, reload your crossbows. But before they can even get into formation, a barrage of ice arrows interrupts them. Countless freezing projectiles manifest out of thin air, all aimed directly at Raiden and his struggling team of soldiers. You and I both know the hero is coming. Jia-on leaps forward, shredding the ice arrows to pieces. Finally, you showed your face. Jia-on's strange reaction leaves Raiden confused. What exactly is going on here? Anyway, ignoring their confusion, the cloaked figure just chuckles as he walks forward, unimpressed that his magic was blocked easily. He slowly walks forward, impressed that a mere brat could stop his magic. Stepping beside the two monsters, he offers a genuine compliment to him and the vice commander for understanding the situation and using such good tactics. Honestly, both of you are quite excellent. Tarion immediately shifts into a combat stance. I wondered why the monsters were acting so strange. It was you bastards. He spits out the name with pure hatred. Eden. The man in front of them is the blue ghost Eden. Unfazed by his identity being revealed, Eden casually summons a demonic ice magic circle to finish them all off. Don't be so angry. The entire group instantly feels a wave of pure dread wash over them in that moment. Eden wears a sinister smirk. I won't let a single one of you leave this place alive today. Beneath their feet, a dark black mist appears out of nowhere, surging with enough power to bring even the most elite soldiers to their knees in agony. I suddenly felt a chill so intense that my entire body couldn't even move an inch. Watching the soldiers struggle, Eden is filled with pure joy as he gloats about their glorious resurrection plan coming to fruition. Tarion glares with pure vengeance. But Eden isn't bothered by the hateful stare at all. Today, I will take all of your lives. He releases an explosion of power, screaming for them all to die. But Jia-on lunges forward once again, delivering a devastating strike that cuts right through Eden's dark momentum. With his plan ruined yet again, Eden can't believe his eyes. How can you move under my curse, boy? Jia-on explains calmly to the confused villain. You have no idea what I have been through. My entire life, I have lived with a curse that is far colder and stronger than this one. After speaking, he nimbly unleashes his Fang Fury technique, carving a series of deep wounds and shallow cuts all over the old man's body with blinding speed. Eden collapses from the blow, while Jia-on sticks a perfect, cool landing as the dark smoke finally clears. What do you and I learn? Never rely on curses when your swordplay is trash. Relying on cheap tricks made your close combat skills weak. As he falls, the heavy curse finally begins to lift. Stick with me, you're about to see how a kid lifted a curse that even the vice commander couldn't handle, killing the blue ghost. Before an answer can be given, Tyrion immediately cuts in to stop the chatter. Everyone, we're still in the middle of a battle. Wipe out the remaining Joe before they can revive. The squad snaps back to reality and obeys. Once the trash is cleared, Tyrion interrogates the captive. You must be disappointed, Eden. After all, you couldn't even manage to finish off one person. After the mockery, he gets straight to the point. Now talk, why did you ambush us? Give me the truth, and I'll grant you a merciful, painless end. These words make Eden burst out laughing. Mercy? Even in this state, he shows zero fear. I don't need your pity. In fact, you should have killed me while you still had the chance. His indifference catches everyone off guard. What? He then begins to reveal his dark plan for their destruction. Pay attention here. My goal from the start was to split the forces of Haven Castle. Just then, a soldier screams in absolute terror. Over there, it's Havun Castle. As everyone turns to look, Eden sneers. Since you're all here, let me give you a little parting gift. Because of your pathetic mercy, Havun Castle is going to fall in this very battle. A massive explosion rocks the distance, leaving Tyrion in shock. He finally pins down the one responsible for this nightmare. Tyrion demands to know why he wanted to be killed so badly. The prisoner just gives him a look of pure contempt. He confidently declares that their foolish compassion will lead to the total collapse of Haven Castle this very day. Tyrion can't believe it, but the villain just smiles cryptically. Like it or not, you're about to see the end with your own eyes. Tyrion is still trying to process the threat when IQ screams out in total panic. Commander Tyrion, look behind you! He listens and spins around, his heart sinking into his stomach. Far in the distance, just like the man said, massive flames are engulfing Havun Castle as thick smoke chokes the sky. Tyrion can't believe his eyes. Even Radin is shocked. Haven is an invincible fortress, so how could this be happening? Seeing their panicked reactions, the villain drinks in their despair. The original plan was to lure Milan out, but that failed. So I used a backup plan before you even arrived on the scene. Without wasting another second, he drops a bombshell of information that changes everything. I used a spell to unleash the Zhou army directly inside Haven Castle. He laughs with more pride than he's ever felt before. They're probably tearing the inside of the castle apart by now. There's no way your defenses can hold out. Tyrion snaps and punches the man with everything he's got to shut him up. He grabs his collar, roaring that the castle won't fall so easily. Stop talking trash. Haven Castle won't fall just because a few monsters managed to slip inside the gates. Gon stands firm behind him. Tyrion is right. The elite forces are still stationed back at the castle to guard the walls. Commander Milan is still inside. You can't destroy Haven Castle with a bunch of low-level Ice Joe. But here's the thing, you and I both know villains always have an ace up their sleeve. He laughs, implying it's not just Ice Joe. As soon as he speaks, the ground begins to tremble violently. The soldiers immediately raise their guard in alarm. The captains dive into a battle stance. This isn't just a vibration, the earth is literally splitting. Is this an earthquake? Jia-on's confidence evaporates instantly. As the shaking intensifies, his face turns pale with a sudden, overwhelming fear. This is no ordinary tremor. Seeing the chaos, the villain gloats, telling them exactly how outmatched they really are. Did you really think Eden's preparations were that shallow? You're nothing but puppets dancing in the palm of my hand. All you can do now is stand here and watch your home burn. His words are like gasoline on the fire of Tyrion's rage. The masked man is practically glowing with satisfaction at Tyrion's speechless, twisted expression. Arrogant bastards, welcome to despair. But Tyrion's rage finally boils over, and with one swift strike, he sends that villain straight to the afterlife. The captains watch their commander with bated breath. He looks dangerously calm. Vice Commander Tyrion? Finally, he speaks. Send a message to all units. We're moving out right now. Tarian has had enough. He orders everyone back to Haven Castle immediately. At the fortress, the inferno is growing completely out of control. Panicked, screams echo everywhere. Focus on the civilians. Get everyone to safety as fast as possible. Commander Milan is at the center of it, shouting orders with everything he's got. First team, put out the fires. Second team, block those Joe. In the middle of the crisis, Tarian and his unit finally burst through the gates. Commander, the scouts have returned. Milan looks relieved to see him. Good work, Tarian. We need every hand on deck. He gets back to business. We're being swarmed by Ice Joe, and trust me, you and I just watched the beginning of a total disaster. Stick with me. We start with Tarian being questioned about his scouting. He calmly replies that they have an urgent report, which is why they had to return immediately. No more beating around the bush. He gets straight to the point with everything he discovered out there. This ambush was Eden's doing. Surprisingly, Milan doesn't even look shocked by this bombshell of a revelation. Something felt off, and Milan confirms it was definitely them. Seeing how calm the commander is, Tarian starts piecing things together in his head. We already took down Lam Nin. That is the one who summoned the frost trolls. But after hearing him talk and feeling that earthquake, it is clear their plan goes way beyond just trolls. Milan thinks for a second before being blunt. There is zero profit for them in attacking Haven Castle like this. Tarian agrees, but one detail is bothering him. He admits they still haven't figured out their enemy's true objective. However, because of their interference, the beast tide is going to happen way sooner than anyone expected. Now watch this. Milan's eyes go wide in pure shock. And trust me, it doesn't stop there, as Tarian drops even more news. They have gathered traces of the frost trolls and other monsters in the area. That earthquake earlier? They are likely triggering a massive beast tide right at this spot. The soldiers hearing this are starting to lose it. Silence falls, as despair sets in. The castle was already a mess from the trolls, and now, a beast tide is coming too. We are finished. We are all going to die. Jian stays rational, though, silently watching the chaos unfold around him. The situation is spiraling, and the warriors are panicking. If they do not snap out of it, this battle is already lost. Just as things hit rock bottom, Milan lets out a massive roar. He tells everyone to shut up and starts tearing into them. How dare you cowards give in to fear so fast? After that outburst, he calms down to explain the reality of the situation. Have we ever actually lost to a beast tide before? This is Haven Castle, the iron fortress guarding the continent. If we fall, what happens then? He is barely holding back his emotions now. The people inland, our families and our friends, who is going to protect them if we do not stand our ground? Pausing, Milan grips his sword and declares with absolute confidence that they can do this. They have done it before, and they will again. Fix your posture and pick up your blades. Do not do it for yourselves, do it for the people you love. The soldiers explode with new determination, shouting their loyalty. Guyon is stunned, watching Milan flip the script so fast. Incredible. He completely restored their fighting spirit with just a few powerful sentences. You and I are seeing the true power of a seasoned commander here. This is the real-world experience of Haven's master. With morale restored among the troops, Milan turns and heads off with Tarian to discuss several other urgent matters. The squads not assigned to rescue or clean up are ordered to follow him straight to the top of the castle walls. Dorian is sent to support the rear, which totally confuses Tarian. Why would the commander not bring both of them to the front? The suggestion catches Milan off guard. Tarian, are you actually being serious right now? He explains that the walls are where the beast tide hits hardest. No matter how talented those kids are, one mistake means they are dead. Understanding the concern, Tarian slowly reveals a piece of information that is about to blow Milan's mind. Jian defeated Lam Nin in a single strike. This is something Milan never could have predicted. And it does not end there. Tarian points out a few other strange things he noticed during their trip. Dorian walked away from that whole expedition without a single scratch. Even if their first impression was bad, their skills are undeniable. So trust me on this one. After a long talk, Milan is convinced and decides to give the two of them their orders. Jian is a bit dazed when his name is called. Milan tells him straight up to get on the wall and help defend Haven. It is sudden, but Jian accepts the command immediately, ready for whatever is coming next. With the forces gathered, Milan leads them to the ramparts and asks the scouts for an update on the enemy's movement. The scout turns around, looking absolutely terrified as he calls out for the commander. The scale of this beast tide is massive. Seeing the kid's face, Milan rushes forward to see what is causing such terror. The moment he sees the horizon, even Milan is paralyzed with fear. The two captains behind him are questioning their own eyes. Have you ever seen a tide like this? Never before. This is a first for everyone. Jian steps up to look, and his master's words immediately flash through his mind. Jian, you are going to the north of Haven Castle, a never-ending battlefield where you will fight monsters every single day. And that is where we leave it, on the edge of a literal hell, where you will never have the chance to put down your sword. Stick with me, we're about to see a hero choose the hardest path. Staring at the chaos, he remembers the warning everyone will struggle, but his path will be much tougher. Milan speaks up, asking, just how big is this monster wave we're dealing with? Someone replies, we initially counted 1,000, but by the look of that swarm approaching, there must be at least 10,000 monsters out there. It's the first time anyone's seen a swarm this massive. Gaon is visibly tense, realizing he can't even sense the end of their numbers with his skills. These monsters are dead set on Haven Castle. Milan turns to him and asks, Gaon, do you know anything about how these monster waves work? He simply replies, yes, I know a little bit about them. He explains that stopping a wave like this always results in massive casualties. That's why scouts work so hard to prepare and hopefully save a few more lives. If the castle walls are destroyed, they can be rebuilt, and the same goes for the massive gates. But the dead can never come back. The commander gives a serious, heavy warning to the young warrior. So please, protect as many soldiers as you can. That's your mission. Gon looks back with pure determination and promises he'll do it. The roars are getting closer by the second. Milan snaps. Looks like our time for talking is officially over. He turns to his men and shouts, draw your swords. I know you're all terrified of this massive swarm. His voice is full of power as he reminds them that anyone trained at Haven Castle can overcome this trial. They'll hold the line like they always do, and when it's over, they'll all raise their glasses and celebrate the victory together. The warriors with shields and spears move to the front of the wall, while the archers take their positions up top. Now watch closely, this is where the carnage starts. Milan screams the order to fire as massive, shadow-skinned monsters charge. Suddenly, a rain of arrows pours from the sky. The arrows sink deep into their flesh, and the sight of blood spraying everywhere is absolutely terrifying. Bodies start piling up as the monsters collapse, with agonizing screams. A scout watching through binoculars suddenly shouts in a panic, wait, look over there. Elite orcs are charging the line. These elite orcs look way stronger than the last batch, and they're flooding in. People start panicking, screaming that they're targeting the gates and must be stopped. The arrows aren't even scratching them. Suddenly, a massive surge of lightning energy erupts in the sky. That power strikes the elite orcs down. It's Milan's attack. He shouts for them not to fear and to hold the formation while he protects the gate. One soldier turns around, shouting at the top of his lungs to boost everyone's morale. Focus up. General Milan is with us. They're climbing the walls, stop them. Don't let a single one of those things over the top. He tells them to blast their aura once the monsters reach the peak. But right then, an elite orc manages to scramble over the edge. A soldier falls back in pure terror, screaming for someone to save him as the orc looms over him. Gon appears in a flash, slicing through the orc's stomach. Blood sprays everywhere as the massive beast hits the ground hard. Gon asks if the man is all right. The soldier is still in shock, stammering out a thank you. Gon looks around at the battlefield and realizes this is literal hell on earth. Even though he feels like he's personally killed 100 of them, it's like he hasn't even made a dent in their numbers. Below the wall, the black orcs are thick as ants. Then, another scream rings out, everyone, prepare for the impact. You saw that too, right? Skull bombs are falling on the right side. A second later, a massive explosion rocks the entire castle. Gaon hits the dirt to avoid the shockwave. He can't believe it, these monsters are actually using suicide bombers. He wonders if the other soldiers are okay, but a sudden scream of pure agony makes him jump. Soldiers are writhing on the ground, crying out for their missing limbs. Did the explosion blow them right off the wall? Gon is horrified and rushes over to comfort them, promising to help, but a voice suddenly rings in his head. Don't go. the voice says, stopping him in his tracks. It's a message sent through aura from General Milan. Milan tells him to protect the walls that haven't collapsed yet. If he focuses on the small things, the whole defense will fail. He has to endure it. Gon looks down at the poor soldiers in despair, knowing that from a tactical standpoint, the general is right. If they abandon the walls to save the wounded, the entire defense will crumble in seconds. But he can't stop looking at the tragedy. The men are trying to crawl through the dirt in total agony. Gon grits his teeth, deciding he's not just a soldier. He grips his sword tight. His real mission is to save the warriors of Haven Castle from death. With that thought, he leaps right off the wall. Gon slams into the ground. The Essence Emperor appears with a frown, asking if he's lost his mind. Trust me, you and I are about to see if he can survive this madness. Can he really protect the wall and the dying at once? We'll see. All right, you and I are about to see a man push himself beyond the point of no return. The Essence Emperor thinks he is a fool. He never expected such a reckless choice. In the Emperor's eyes, the only thing waiting for the hero now is a cold death. Gon grips his sword hilt tightly. This was an emotional decision, one driven by pure instinct. He knows running away is the smart move, but in this life, he is determined to be a swordsman, not a hidden assassin. He begins to unleash his raw power. Gon's eyes burn with determination as he speaks. No monster will ever step over his body before he fails. He is determined to survive this hell. With a sudden burst of speed, he leaps forward to strike the elite orc. The massive monster charges with gnashing teeth. The battle rages on, without a single second to breathe. Slash after slash, he swings his sword relentlessly. His palms are torn open and his hands are soaked in blood. He drains every last drop of his aura. The only thing he feels is the vibration of his blade cutting through flesh. Everything in his vision turns a deep, dark shade of red. Blood is everywhere. One small figure is completely surrounded by a wall of massive elite orcs. He looks tiny in their shadow. Time passes as the night bleeds into morning. The moon begins to fade away. As the first light of dawn appears, the battle finally ends. Gon stands alone among a mountain of dead monsters. He exhales a long, heavy breath. There are no more enemies left for him to kill. Now, pay attention here. A mysterious, clawed hand reaches out to touch a dark crystal ball, showing our hero's image. A masked figure laughs with a sinister grin. His plan was to destroy Haven City, but he found something better. Those sharp claws manipulate the image of Dawn. He has a brand new target in mind. We shift to a different scene. Gon suddenly jolts awake in a bed. He looks around, totally confused. He remembers the wall collapsing and holding out until the dungeon doors opened. A voice calls out to him, making him spin around in shock. He gasps as he sees who it is. Yua is there, her eyes filled with tears of joy. She cries out that he is finally awake. Later, Dorian sits by the bed and explains everything. They were all terrified because he would not wake up. He was unresponsive for 3 whole days. They thought he was gone for good. Gon can only offer a weak smile. He apologizes for the worry and thanks Dorian for the care. But Dorian shakes his head. Stick with me, this is the part that hits different. Dorian points out that Yua was the one by his side every day. She stayed with him even while working her shifts at the pub. She was incredibly worried about him. Just then, Yua enters the room with a bowl of food. She has cooked some porridge for Don. Since he is still recovering, she made it soft and easy to eat. It is still steaming hot. After a moment of silence, he calls her name softly. He gives her a gentle smile and thanks her for everything. She brushes it off playfully. It is just basic business to look after a loyal regular who fought so hard. She tells him he needs to visit the pub soon to help her increase sales. Gon pulls back the covers. He suggests eating at the Frost Branch tonight because he craves something greasy and delicious. Dorian agrees, but reminds him that there is something else he needs to do first. They need to show everyone that he is safe. Gon is confused. Who exactly is waiting for him? Dorian just smiles and opens the door. These are the people who have been waiting for your return. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the hall. The hero of Haven City has finally awakened. Soldiers surround Gon with cheers and excitement. They are all so relieved to see him standing. They tell him that Haven City is safe because of his bravery. They feared he would never wake up. They thank him for saving their lives. They thought he was crazy for charging out. But he was incredible. Everyone wants to buy him dinner. Dawn is completely overwhelmed by all this sudden, passionate gratitude. Commander Milan approaches with a kind smile. He says he is glad to see the young warrior is safe. This monster wave was faster and larger than anything they had ever seen before. Usually, the losses would have been massive. But Gon jumped off that wall without a single thought for himself. Because of his courage and determination, not a single person died during the entire wave. And that is where we leave it. A simple mercenary who stood at the front and became a legend. But all of us are incredibly grateful to you. On behalf of Havun City, I offer my deepest thanks. Stick with me. We are about to see a former rival finally show some respect to our hero. Idik suddenly says, Gon, I was wrong about you this whole time. I thought you were just some rookie. Even after seeing your power, I still looked down on you. But seeing you protect your comrades on that wall, I finally realized my mistake. You are the image of a true swordsman. That noble and resilient spirit is exactly what every swordsman among us should strive for. Then Idik bows deeply. I am truly sorry for everything I have done to you before. Milan speaks up, saying everyone worked hard to survive the wave and it is time to celebrate. We are holding a festival with food and drinks at the Frost Branch. For 3 days, eat and play your hearts out. The soldiers cheer. Commander, did you really prepare all of this for us? Ha ha. This is the first time I have seen something like this happen since arriving in Havun City. Everyone, head to the Frost Branch for the next 3 days and drink like you just came back from the dead? Hey, wait for me. Gon smiles as he watches everyone. Milan turns to him. Gon, you should go join them. Now pay attention, because while everyone else is busy partying, the leadership is planning a massive reward for our hero. We need to go grab a spot and start eating. Look at that beautiful blue sky today. Milan asks seriously if they are just going to praise him without a reward. Tyrion laughs and says, of course not. We must give him a fitting gift and a worthy reward. Gaon has saved countless lives. Milan suddenly says he will give something more precious than gold, leaving everyone confused. What could be more valuable than gold? He plans to gift the White Soul armor of Haven. Are you giving him the Frost Sword? Are you naming Gaon the next Lord of Haven Castle? He looks speechless. Don't be ridiculous. That sword is just a symbol, not a holy relic. Gaon will receive something else. Raiden laughs awkwardly as Milan pulls out a mysterious chest. He opens the lid. This armor was forged from the magic stone of the Orc King. The White Soul Armor. An artifact of Havun, the White Soul Armor is an inner layer worn under regular clothes. It is considered even more precious than the Frost Sword that serves as the city's symbol. Thinking of what Gon did, this is the least we can do. He risked his life to save everyone. I can only rest easy if I know he is protected by this. Radin cheers in agreement. Tarion says no gift is enough for the lives saved. Idik then asks the commander a question. He asks bluntly, Gaon is not just an ordinary mercenary, is he? His swordsmanship is not normal. No matter how talented, a simple mercenary could never reach that level. You and I both know his identity is a mystery. But here is where Milan finally reveals some of the truth. I am sorry, but I can't reveal everything yet. However, I promise you, that child is sincere. One day, he will reveal his identity himself. He isn't stained by darkness, so don't worry. Now, let's enjoy the festival together and celebrate the birth of a new hero. Time passes quickly until the snow begins to fall, covering the rooftops and trees in pure white. Gaon sits alone, looking into the distance. 10 months have passed since he first stepped into Haven Fortress, a short yet long time where so much has happened, and he has achieved so many things. I learned to control mana thanks to the sword from Ruby, and I even survived a monster wave in this fortress that many call a hellish battlefield. 6 months after that monster wave, he even found a brand new way to utilize Glacia. Because of all this, the people of Haven Fortress have become his most trusted comrades. Since he successfully blocked the monster wave, people have started calling him by a new nickname. Unbeknownst to him, stories of the heroic battle have spread across the continent to the western desert. Boren hears the news and gasps in shock. The hero of Haven Fortress? The informant explains how the hero fought until dawn just to protect the wounded soldiers. They call him the Sword Demon. Word is he is a blonde swordsman around your age. Boren grinds his teeth. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right, You and I are diving back into the story where that guy Round is just getting stronger by the second. His friend Glasses sees that intense look and smiles, asking, Bren, is he really the one you are so desperate to surpass? Bren simply nods. Yeah, he is. Glasses looks confused though. If he is getting further ahead, why do you look so happy about it? Should not you be frustrated or even a little sad that the gap between you two is only getting wider? Bren calmly explains that he is actually thrilled. It will be much more rewarding when he finally catches up to someone that powerful. The stronger Round gets, the higher Bren can climb too. His face is glowing with pure excitement. Seeing that resolve, Glasses can only let out a small smirk. Must be nice to have a bond like that, he jokes, feeling a bit jealous. Bren quickly denies it, insisting they are just rivals and nothing more. Meanwhile, over in the northwest desert of Levin, Martha hears some shocking news that stops her dead in her tracks. What? A blonde swordsman is being hailed as the hero of the fortress of Havon? Now, watch this part closely. A tanned man standing nearby confirms the rumors. They held back the monster wave because of him, and I figured you would want to know. Martha looks annoyed. She knew that Jerk would get stronger, but this is ridiculous. Her companion tries to cheer her up though. Rumors are always exaggerated, he says. Whoever he is, I am sure you have already surpassed him by now. He points to the mountain of monster corpses they are sitting on as proof. But Martha shakes her head. No, he is a real genius. This is not enough. She grinds her teeth, clenching her fist tight. She can practically feel him getting even more powerful at this very moment. The man laughs, curious about who could possibly make a girl like her this fired up. She stares off into the distance. He is the man who saved my life and the rival I absolutely must defeat. Back at the Sturgeon Forest base, everyone is gossiping about the legendary feats of young Ron. I know there were reinforcements, but how could one kid jump into the thick of it to save everyone? A short-haired girl asks, sounding skeptical. She is convinced it is just a bunch of tall tales. Then she turns to Runan. Hey, did not you say that guy was your friend? Runan just smiles, her eyes full of certainty. I promise you, every single word of those rumors is true. He is more than capable of doing that. Shorthair is curious now. Just how strong is he? I figured he would be weaker than you. Runan tells her no. He is stronger than me, both in body and mind. The people around her are completely blown away by that. You and I both know Runan is a beast, so their reaction makes total sense. They refuse to believe it since she cleared this entire forest in only 6 hours. A girl sitting up in a tree chimes in, noting how Runan turns into a different person whenever Ron is mentioned. Is he your ultimate rival? Did you come here to get stronger than him? Runan immediately denies that part. The girl in the tree just laughs. Runan continues. I want to become strong enough so I can finally stand right beside him. I do not want to be a burden anymore. I want to help him. Meanwhile, Raon is calmly watching the snow fall. 10 months have passed since he first arrived at Havon. The more he uses Glacia, the sharper his senses become. It is an absolutely broken skill. He can see miles away, even with his eyes closed. No wonder Wrath was so furious when he got it. The Essence King appears with a pouty face, complaining about the unfairness. Rayon glances at him, noticing he has been quiet lately. He is always staring at the peak of Mount Sterlin. Rayon knows he has to bait him into a bet to get something useful. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Raon is startled as the Essence King looks over. Mentioning it has been quite a while. Rayon asks why he was silent for so long and wonders what the bet will be this time. The bet is simple. The mission was to survive here for 1 year, right? Rayon confirms he has less than 2 months left. Wrath smirks. Fine. Then let us bet on that. I say you will not survive these final 2 months. Rayon raises an eyebrow. Are you actually serious? Wrath gets annoyed, wondering why he is being looked at with such suspicion. Rayon points out that he has survived plenty of times already. Wrath just pouts, calling Rayon an idiot. There are only 2 months left until graduation. Once that is over, everything here finally comes to an end. The risk of an attack is low now. After the death of the Green Spirit, Owen forces have been moved here. If they have any brains, they will not dare attack again. All Rayon has to do now is train and prepare to head back home. He calculates the odds and sees no reason to turn down the bet. All right, he says, you are on. The Essence King breaks into a wicked, twisted grin. Now, that is a wise decision, he mutters. A whole month has flown by since accepting that wager. Now, only 30 days remain before his final test is officially complete. Despite the strange and ominous warning from the wrathful spirit, the peace at the fortress of Havun remains completely unbroken. The spirit still occasionally screams at Mount Sterling, calling whoever is up there a lazy bum. Things are turning out much differently than Wrath expected. Round sighs, thinking this only works in his favor. And that is where you and I leave it. Suddenly, a flock of jet black crows appears in the sky. All right, stick with me because you and I are entering a total nightmare. Why so many crows? Is a monster nearby? He just can't stop questioning it. What now? Driven by curiosity, Ranong rushes over to investigate. Looking down at the tiny, lifeless body beneath his feet, his confusion only begins to deepen. Frogs? Ranong's eyes fill with worry. Why on earth would there be frogs here? It is way too cold for frogs to survive before summer hits. Suddenly, his attention is pulled in a completely different direction. Over there, the last drops of water are falling, and it feels like something huge is making the entire ground shake. People around him start screaming in terror. Earthquake? But you and I see the truth. The monster wave has finally arrived. The moment those words are out, Renan and Milan Bradun turn pale. Tarian Baradun and Raiden are no different once they hear that terrifying announcement. The monsters are here. Soldiers whisper in fear. How can this even be happening? This isn't even the season for a monster wave. Everyone, get ready and head to the walls. Raiden turns to shout at him. Ranong, gear up. We have to move together. He responds instantly. Orders received. Let's go. Ran picks up speed as Raiden gives orders. We will alert the others while we move. We don't have a second to waste waiting around. They rush off into the chaos, but no one notices the dead frog lying abandoned nearby. Soldiers are drowning in the metallic stench of monster blood. Over here, I need backup. Damn it. The scale of this is just as massive as the last one. They've broken through the lines. I need support. Seeing the absolute chaos, Tarian Baradun is gripped by deep concern. General, is Eden behind this? Otherwise, none of this makes any sense at all, he asks, looking for answers. Hearing those words, Ranong silently disagrees with the theory. No, this is different. I don't feel any bloodlust or madness from these monsters. It is like they are all desperately fleeing from something far more dangerous that can kill them. Suddenly, our protagonist jumps as a voice rings out. Over here too! I told you to leave this place while you could. The Essence Emperor gloats. This is the fate of those who ignore my warnings. Ranong looks confused. What do you even mean? The Essence Emperor circles him calmly. It's too late. You had a chance while it was still asleep, but everything has changed. It has already noticed everyone here. It won't stop until this entire castle is erased from the earth and every single one of you is dead. Then, he offers a potential way out. But if you offer a proper sacrifice, things might change. Ranong is shaken. A sacrifice? What exactly is coming for us? The Essence Emperor retreats back into his bracelet. See it with your own eyes. I'm not obligated to tell you everything. Ranong heads toward Milan and calls for the general. He's clearly rattled by what he's just heard. In a crisis like this, what do you need, kid? Milan freezes when Ranong asks. If the enemy is truly unbeatable, what is your plan to handle it? Ranong is shocked. That didn't even sound like a simple question coming from his mouth. The general answers calmly. We fight, of course. If we can't hold this castle, countless innocent lives will pay the ultimate price. Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we must buy enough time for the people to evacuate safely. He grips his sword tightly. This is the entire reason Havun Castle exists in the first place. A monster lunges from behind, but Ranong doesn't even see it. You and I know he's struggling. He doesn't know what he's facing yet, so he can't call for a retreat. Suddenly, he swings the sword in his hand with force. He thinks he needs to focus on stopping this wave. As the moon rises, the atmosphere turns cold and absolutely terrifying. A man screams out. Something is wrong with these monsters. While they are dazed, push them back. Use bows and crossbows to shoot down the flying ones. Something suddenly forces Ranong's combat movements to come to a halt. Watching the terrified deer bolt away, his worry grows. Even the animals are running, just like those crows from earlier. This didn't happen last time. Sensing something terrible, Milan Bredun quickly barks out a brand new order to his men. Tarian, get a small team and start evacuating the people. He's stunned. What? The general adds, including those outside the castle. Hurry, we're out of time. Though he's confused, Tarian Baradun decides to obey the command. His voice booms next to Ran. Do you hear me, son? If things get dangerous, you need to run. He looks stunned. An aura message? He immediately asks back. General, what do you mean by that? The general explains quickly. I understand your question now. You see much further than I do. Your future can take you far. So please, stay alive for that future. Ranan grits his teeth as he listens. Your efforts here at Havun Castle will never be forgotten. He remembers the happy times at Haven. He can't accept running away and leaving these people to their deaths. Ranan swings his sword. No, I won't run. You and I know he's fighting till the end. Stick with me, we are about to see this world shift into total darkness. Ran notices something eerie. Wait, there is a crow with blood-red eyes staring right at him. Before he can process this, he realizes 12 hours have passed. So why has the sun still not risen? The castle is now drowned in shadows and twisted monsters. Suddenly, a horrific figure speaks in a tired moan. It is so cold and boring, I am sick of it. Since I am awake now, I must erase everything. As the voice fades, the ground begins to tremble, but that massive body remains completely still and unshaken. Ran goes pale at the sight. The Essence Emperor reappears and sneers, asking if he is finally feeling the pressure. You really are an idiot. Right before them, the entire horde of monsters actually bows down in total submission. The Essence Emperor continues, telling him that the lazy guy's name is Sloth, the receiver of the void. Now pay attention here, he is a demon king on my level. Those red eyes? That is the monarch of Sloth. Towering before them in the deep shadows stands a massive creature with 2 giant horns. This lazy monster is really the monarch of Sloth? Milan grips his sword, his hands shaking with pure terror. He glares at the beast, sweat pouring down his face. How can a monster like this even exist in reality? Beside him, Jia-on looks on in total confusion, covered in blood and lost in deep thought. Even for a master like Milan, does the presence of a demon king really cause this much panic? No. It is because he is so strong that he can feel the massive power gap even more clearly. The Essence Emperor floats over with a smile, noting that Sloth has gathered a ton of energy despite being here. For someone who does nothing but sleep, this is impressive. Jia-on frowns, whispering to himself in complete disbelief. Why is he here? I thought you were the only demon king to ever manifest in the human realm? The Essence Emperor just shrugs dismissively, telling you would be pointless since your level is way too low to understand. Jia-on stares at Sloth walking through the darkness. But seriously, what is his reason for being here? The reason is simple. Think back to all the battles over the years. From the small skirmishes to the masked men. Add in the scouting missions after the monster waves. Constant interference and chaos have spread to every corner of this land. Even the mountain peaks. Fierce orcs charge through with weapons. Because of that noise, Sloth, who was sleeping on the peak, finally woke up. His eyes are filled with pure rage. Before, he was only half awake, but this time he is fully conscious. Now here is where it gets interesting. Stick with me, because the Emperor is about to tell us a truly wild story. He thinks back to the gloomy abyss. The demon realm is a land ruled by violence and endless greed. Anyone who dares to sleep out in the open there is basically begging for someone to kill them. So, if Sloth just slept all the time, how do you think he managed to become a demon king? The Essence Emperor remembers Sloth dealing with pests. He stood before a mountain of dead bodies and gore. He is currently strangling a demon. He slaughters anything that disturbs him without a second thought. Pure, bloody madness. If you speak to or attack him, Sloth remains completely unharmed. Everywhere he walks, he leaves a trail of corpses. He has killed everyone who woke him for millennia. Even with those sleepy eyes, his body radiates a terrifying aura. And that is exactly how he became a king. Jia-on takes this in, looking at the Essence Emperor with doubt. Wait, so that means he is here. Exactly. The Essence Emperor smiles wickedly. He came here to wipe out every single person who dared to ruin his sleep. Jia-on curses under his breath. Damn it, is there really no way for us to stop a monster like him? He makes it clear to you. There is absolutely no way. The Essence Emperor thinks of his own true form, with powers of snow and white flowers attracting butterflies. If someone like me or your grandfather were here, he might avoid a fight. But here, there is nobody. I thought he would kill anyone. Grandfather appears in his mind, and the result is only victory or defeat. But if a fight drags on, it means he cannot sleep. He hates that more than anything else. Jia-on scowls in disgust. That guy is a complete lunatic. His entire motivation for murder is just getting rest. Trust me, we are just getting started. Stick with me, because we are about to see our hero pushed to the edge. You have two choices. Give me your body to stop him, or stay here and die. He looks down at the soldiers collapsed on the ground in total agony. Aside from those two options, there is no way for you and the rest of the humans here to survive. Hearing this, Jia-on freezes in deep hesitation. He needs to make a firm decision. If he does absolutely nothing, then the enemy will start slaughtering every single person in this place. But if wrath forcibly takes over his body before he actually dies, humanity will face the worst-case scenario with two demon kings appearing. Finally, he frowns and looks up at the Star Emperor to make his final decision. He decides to give his body to Wrath on one condition: Sloth must be destroyed. He then urges Wrath to take control of his physical form immediately. Beside him, Milan looks toward him, and Jia-on stares back with a confused expression. The commander remains perfectly calm as he slowly begins to speak. I am truly grateful to you. Jia-on stares at him with wide, confused eyes. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? The air grows silent as Jia-on waits and listens. After you arrived here, everything in Havun started changing for the better. Your integrity from the last raid still makes me feel you are reliable. Now, it is finally time for me to become a role model for the others. Now, watch closely as Milan raises his hand and a massive surge of power suddenly erupts from him. Jia-on watches in a panic and screams, Commander, you should be exhausted. Look at your aura. But Milan stubbornly continues to release his energy. I have lived long enough to achieve what was necessary. He looks at the young man, leaving him standing there in total shock. But you are different. You are someone who can achieve much greater things in the future. Your era has not arrived yet. Jia-on reflects on the commander's selflessness. Even in this desperate and hopeless situation, this man refuses to give up. Is he really planning to use his death? Immediately, he grips his sword and raises it as energy pours from his body. Thinking about giving up feels shameful now. His eyes burn with new resolve as he stands firmly beside Milan. You cannot carry this burden all by yourself. I will fight right alongside you, Commander. The two stand in front with powerful energy, and Jia-on turns to warn those behind them. Everyone, evacuate the castle now. This is a direct order from the commander. They look at him with doubt. Then Tarian plants his sword down in deep and total respect. We cannot leave you two behind. We will stay and fight by your side until the very end. Seeing this, Milan glares at them and issues a warning while his energy continues to surge out uncontrollably. Tarian, do you really think you can fight when you can barely stand? Use your remaining strength to save at least one more life. He emphasizes, is that not our true purpose? Tarian's face darkens as he grits his teeth, unable to argue back. You and I can see the weight of this choice. Tarian turns to the knights. All squads, leave the walls and open the south gate. The more time we waste here, the more of a burden we become to those two. Covered in sweat, he screams out in desperation, we have to use every single second. Jia-on and the commander are buying us to save another life. The crowd quickly follows Tarian. He looks back one last time. Commander, Jia-on, please stay safe. You must survive this. From above, the Star Emperor watches the scene and comments with a mocking sigh. The sight of these weaklings struggling pointlessly to survive brings tears to my eyes, but it is over now. Jia-on grips his sword tight. The Star Emperor announces he has finally arrived. They look down at the gate where Sloth is standing, surrounded by a heavy, murderous aura. As he stares at the entrance, he mumbles something through intense rage, his face dark and full of pure hatred. I am so tired and cold, and it is all because of you people. A wave of murderous intent strikes Jia as he struggles to hold his ground. He grits his teeth and grips his sword, feeling a flash of panic. What is this pressure? How can he be this overwhelming without even using his full strength yet? The Star Emperor continues his seductive whispering, but Jia closes his eyes in stubborn defiance. I told you, there are only two choices. If you want to stop him, give me your body now. Jia struggles to open one eye through the pain as he sinks into deep thought. No, I cannot trust Wrath yet, even though things look desperate. It is not completely over. If I can just piece together all the information I have so far, I can find a way out. Images of Sloth flash through his mind. Jia turns his gaze back to the Star Emperor. Cold and sleepy. Equal power. Simple. But time is the problem. Jia bites his lip as power surges. Above him, the Star Emperor grins with predatory delight. Have you finally decided? Now, give me your butt. Jia cuts him off. Wrath. Let us make one more bet. The entity lunges in front of him in shock to question his words. What is this? Are you seriously saying we should make another bet? He looks at him. I will accept your wrath. Just give me power. You and I cannot miss what is next. Stick with me here, because you and I are about to witness the most daring bluff ever. This bet does not help me at all. Jia glares, asking what happens if he refuses to surrender his body even in death. The spirit shudders in fear, teeth gritted. Suddenly, Jia body erupts, with a massive surge of protective energy. Have you watched me this long and learned nothing? I do not make empty promises, just as you never lie. If you refuse, we both die in this spot. But if my plan fails to work out, I will hand over my body instantly. The spirit grinds its teeth in fury. As Jia looks at Milan, collapsed from exhaustion, he finally lets out a roar of pure determination. Answer me right now, is it a yes or a no? Terrified, the spirit cannot take the pressure anymore. It dives into his body, screaming its head off in total frustration. Answer me yes or no. Down below, Sloth looks up, sensing a strange new power. Jia stands tall on the castle wall. The spirit inside him starts raging. How dare a piece of trash like you cause a mess here in Ha Vun? Watch closely, because Jia is about to use the King's aura to claim this entire territory. Sloth's eyes widen as Jia drops the bombshell. He is the King's vessel. The spirit is absolutely losing it. What vessel? Since when did you serve Wrath? What on earth are you trying to pull right now? Jia's eyes flash with a cold light. Think of this as your punishment for trying to play me. Sloth is still skeptical, but Jia is backing down. He is about to leave everyone in this place completely speechless. The spirit loses its cool completely, screaming in his ear. What is wrong with you? Why am I your king? It pokes his head, complaining loudly. And why would you call this pathetic, crumbling castle my territory? Jia whispers back, telling the spirit to shut up and let him finish. Sloth just watches them, confused. Sloth asks if he is truly the vessel of Wrath. Jia locks eyes with him and simply says yes. And right now, the king is beyond furious, because you had the audacity to step foot into his domain. The spirit panics, but Jia stays ice cold. It begs him to stop saying such crazy, unheard of things. Jia smirks inwardly. Go ahead. Get angry. Wrath, your rage is exactly what I need right now. You and I can see the fear starting to creep in as Sloth feels that overwhelming pressure. What Sloth is feeling right now is the raw, unbridled fury that the spirit transferred to Jia. Sloth whispers the word, Wrath. Up on the battlements, Jia's expression is dead serious as he makes his move. The spirit watches from above, trembling. As the chosen vessel, Jia prepares to deliver his master's word. I will speak his truth, so engrave it on your soul. He draws his sword, shouting with terrifying intensity. How dare you trespass on my land? Do you have a death wish or something? If you don his leave right now, I will make sure you never sleep another wink for eternity, you lazy brat. The spirit is horrified, screaming that it never said that. But Sloth actually pauses, rubbing his chin in deep thought. No sleep? Sloth is genuinely worried. Jia realizes his gamble is actually working. He has got him hooked. Suddenly, Jia starts shaking and cries out to the sky. Oh, great Lord of Wrath, please. I beg you. Do it. Sloth looks up, totally baffled, as Jia-on reaches for the empty air. Control your anger, my lord. It is not time for you to descend upon this world yet. The spirit is absolutely fuming at this performance. You crazy bastard, what kind of act are you putting on now? Don't waste your power on a lazy bum like him. Save it to conquer the entire continent, my lord. The spirit just floats there, confused, while Sloth's eyes go wide with pure, unadulterated panic. Wait a second. Sloth spots the bracelet on the wreath. It is definitely the mark of the King of Wrath. Jia-on looks at his own wrist, pretending to argue. You want revenge just because he touched your people? You would follow him forever just to keep him awake? Even for you, that is too much. Silence falls. Both the spirit and Sloth are staring in disbelief. Sloth slowly repeats those terrifying words back to him. Following me forever? No sleep? Constant fighting? Sloth pictures the king is true form and starts to seriously panic. If I continue to fight Wrath, I won't be able to sleep anymore. This human has the aura, the mark, and knows my deepest fears. He really is the vessel of Wrath, and that is how you win a fight without lifting a finger. Trust me. Sloth fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Stick with me. You and I are about to see one of the gutsiest bluffs in history. He shows him the wreath, making everything move according to his master plan. In the heavy silence, Jia-on looks down and delivers a reminder. Let me introduce myself again. I am the vessel for Wrath, the great demon lord. I am the body prepared for his grand descent, and I know exactly why you are here. The waves must have disturbed your precious slumber. Sloth just stares back at him lazily, completely speechless. A shattered fortress stands behind him with corpses piled high, the air thick with blood and killing intent. Jia-on announces, unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong enemy. The ones behind this are Organization E. They are just using these monsters as pawns. We are just defending this castle from the waves they caused. Besides, we have no idea where those bastards from Organization E are hiding. He remains perfectly calm. So you are saying you are not involved? If that is true, I have no reason to start a fight with Wrath. Sloth turns his head, ready to leave. I am going. I need to get back to sleep. Jia-on watches him walk away, waiting for the exact moment his aura starts to flicker and fade. Suddenly, he screams out in fake desperation, Lord Wrath, you must restrain yourself. It is not time for your appearance yet. Sloth looks back, slightly suspicious. Meanwhile, the Emperor's essence is screaming in Jia-on's ear. How far are you going to push this? Are you insane? Jia-on ignores the screaming bracelet as it flashes with a strange and ancient light. Now pay attention, here comes the part where he traps him. Wait. Let me pass on a message. He screams from the wall. How can you leave after touching my people? Sloth is fooled and looks up. Jia-on shouts, cutting him off mid-sentence. Shut up. If I had not arrived in time, you would have slaughtered my subordinates. His voice rings out, with the authority of a true demon lord. A life for a life. You understand that, right? Sloth tries to defend himself, but Jia-on snaps back. Do not argue with me. He continues to question him. My subordinates died because monsters were fleeing from you. Yet you blame the innocent ones who woke you up? Sloth stands there, unable to answer. The Emperor's essence watches everything with a look of pure doubt and confusion. But taking your life is not enough. As a noble king of the demon realm, I will grant you a single chance. Choose. He places a hand on his chest and glares at Sloth, making the Emperor's essence wide-eyed with pure shock. You and I both know this is a massive gamble. Give up your sleep or your power. Sloth glares back, hissing in anger. You bastard. This was your plan from the start. A devil wearing a human face. He calmly points a finger. You want me to choose between my sleep and my strength? That is simple. The Emperor's essence screams in vain. No, just kill him. Magic circles begin to form. You are being tricked by someone worse than a demon. You could kill him with a single wave of your hand. Stop this right now. Jia-on watches, feigning a look of panic. The Emperor screams as a wave of dark energy surges into Jia-on's body. It sinks deep inside, leaving him in awe. The system screen flickers to life. He reaches out, feeling the incredible power flowing through his very soul. A portion of Sloth's power has been successfully injected into your body and your spirit. The skill will activate once the adaptation is complete. Is this the actual aura of Sloth? The Emperor's essence collapses on the ground, weeping and trembling in total defeat. I am going to die. I will definitely die from all this stress. Sloth turns his back once more. I am leaving. I am way too tired. I just want my bed. Jia-on suddenly calls out to him once more. Sloth's face turns dark, his eyes burning with a lethal and murderous impatience, as he growls, "What else do you want?" Jia-on flinches, feeling the weight of that incredible killing intent. It is absolutely suffocating. He reaches inside his coat, trying to stay steady. If I push him any further, he might actually kill me. He calmly makes an offer. I have a gift for you. He tosses a small bundle towards Sloth. Take it. This is something you are going to need. Sloth opens the cloth to find a glowing red mana stone. This is the mana stone from a goblin king. He feels the energy. It is so warm. With this, I could sleep forever. Sloth stands there, staring at the stone in shock. And that is how we close this deal. I will give you this stone, so do not ever come back down here. If any more monster waves break out, make sure you control them and shut them down. Sloth looks up, hesitating for a moment. Let us see if this wild gamble with a demon king pays off. Gaon looks down at him, feeling a bit guilty as he explains. No, I am the one who suggested this bet. I wanted to make sure you never set foot here again. He points his finger right at him, his face remaining calm and unbothered. Compared to the value of this mana stone, that price is still a massive bargain for us. Then, out of nowhere, dark energy swirls around his hand. Gon stares at it, completely caught off guard. What is this? The black smoke hardens into a bracelet adorned with a deep red flower. Sloth tells him not to worry. It is just a bonus gift that might save his life one day. Gon? He is just confused why it has to be a flower. Sloth explains the design matches his owner's style. Then he turns to leave, wanting to vanish before that person starts annoying him yet again. From atop the wall, Gon watches him walk away. He is exhausted, looking like he might drop any second, but his mind screams at him not to collapse in front of that guy. As Sloth's figure slowly fades into the distance, he holds his ground. He has to hold on until the demon is gone and the sun rises again. He can't fall now. Looking back at the battlefield, he realizes just how insane this whole thing really was. The Emperor is face down in the dirt, cursing Gon's name. Gon just looks around at the fallen knights. If he didn't have intel on Sloth, or if Wrath hadn't accepted that high-stakes bet, or if a single person in the castle had stayed awake, the entire plan would have failed. That desperate night felt like it was never going to end. Finally, the sun peeks over the mansion. Gon stands there, bathed in the light. Now pay attention here. The Demon King vanishes into the shadows. The darkness retreats, and dawn finally arrives. Just like that, the long nightmare is finally over. Milan wakes up slowly, rubbing his face in confusion. He looks around as the other knights stumble to their feet. Dawn is here. It looks like they actually survived. He stares at his shaking hand on his sword, remembering that terrifying wave of energy that felt like it was about to erase the entire world. The memory of Sloth's wrath haunts him, the overwhelming power of a being who has reached a peerless level. Milan grits his teeth. It reminds him of the Northern King of Destruction. How on earth did they survive that? Tyrion rushes over, shouting for the commander. Milan forces himself to stand up. How are the others? Tyrion looks at him with total shock, leaving Milan wondering what could possibly be wrong. What is with that look? Milan turns to see what is happening. Gon is standing right there, sword pointed toward the sky. He is pale and trembling with pure fatigue, but he still manages to give them a tired smile. I kept my promise. Tyrion stares in disbelief, remembering how even Milan was crushed by that attack. You saw that too, right? Did he really stop that monster alone? Even the commander was knocked out. How did he stay standing? Gon's body starts to sway, his voice barely a whisper. I am just glad everyone is safe. Milan catches him as he faints. It is okay now, kid. The battle has finally come to an end. They hail him as a hero, while the town begins to rebuild. Milan watches him with worry. Is he still not awake? The subordinate reports that Gon is still out cold, just sleeping. He seems healthy, But it has already been 3 days now. Milan talks it over with Tarian and the captain. His body is clearly spent. It is going to take some serious time for him to fully recover. Tarian asks the big question, who was that guy? After that surge of energy, his memory just went blank. Milan's voice is low. That thing was a demon. That dark, brutal aura was definitely demonic chi. And with power like that, it is honestly terrifying. He might even be a demon king. Nobody can fight those monsters, except for absolute legends like the Northern King of Destruction. They look at Gaon's sword. So how did he pull it off? We have 0 casualties. The captain asks the question on everyone's mind. Did he negotiate with that demon? A negotiation? They cannot imagine even a genius like Gaon winning a head-on fight like that. A deal is the only thing that makes sense. It is just a theory, but it fits the situation perfectly. I think he chose to sell his soul and body to save us all. Milan rubs his chin. He remembers hearing the word negotiation just before he lost consciousness. Did he really sacrifice himself to save us? The captain wants to know everything there is to know about who Gaon really is. Trust me. You and I definitely need to see what happens next. All right, stick with me. We're about to uncover the secret identity of a truly legendary fighter. It's time I told you the truth. Our boy Gaon actually carries the bloodline of the legendary Zik Heart. The patrol captain agrees. Only a 16-year-old from the 6 Kings and 5 Ghosts could be this talented. Tarian looks worried. I knew he was special, but a Zik Heart? Now it all makes sense. Milan stares out the window, thinking about how many times this kid has sacrificed himself for them. We owe him so much, and we need to compensate him for everything he's lost. Finally, the general decides they'll officially support him. Elsewhere, Jia-on finally opens his eyes and wakes up in his bed. He looks around and realizes he's back in the familiar infirmary of Haven Castle. He sits up with a groan, relieved to be alive. Suddenly, he notices someone fast asleep right beside him. Yua is slumped over the table next to a water basin. He's totally confused. What is she doing here? She must have been nursing him back to health this whole time. Poor girl even fell asleep while waiting. She stayed by his side without even knowing when he'd wake up. But wait, his body feels surprisingly great. He honestly thought his laziness would have ruined his physical condition by now. He clenches his fist, feeling incredibly refreshed. Now, pay attention. You and I are about to see how much he's changed. What's happening here? Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out, making his eyes widen in shock. Is it weird that your body feels light? The Flower Emperor flies over, looking absolutely furious. Your head is the problem, you sneaky brat. Jia-on just looks up and gives a cheeky smile. Thanks for saving me, Wraith. The spirit glares at him, asking if he's trying to be a jerk. You want to die? The spirit rants about how he's the first human to trick 2 demon kings. Apparently, laziness was the dumbest king ever. It screams in confusion. How did his soul level jump just by surviving a few minutes against a kid like that? He looks at his stats in disbelief. His soul level? The system starts spamming notifications everywhere. His soul level has increased after that intense battle with a truly transcendent being. His fire and ice skills both jumped to 4 stars. Plus, he actually survived the interference of rage. Every single stat gets a massive boost. He is now faster, stronger, and far more resistant to the elements than ever before. Incredible. You and I have seen some weird titles, but King Soother, that's a new one for us. Let's see what it does. This title is given to those who sway a king's heart, not with strength, but through other means. The effect? It massively increases trust and favor when talking to people with much higher status. He scrolls through the system windows with a wide grin. He couldn't check while unconscious, but these rewards are absolutely insane. Suddenly, his eyes bulge as he sees a specific notification. Wait, what is this new system feature? A new trait called laziness has been created. Now, his stats will actually increase while he's sleeping. Talk about an overpowered ability. The Flower Emperor screams in total shock. Stats increase just by sleeping? Even Jia-on can't believe it. Now it finally makes sense why he feels so good. It's like he's been training 24 hours a day without any effort. This is even better than I imagined. He cheers while the spirit flies off, totally annoyed. That lazy fool. Honestly, you should have just finished him off when you had the chance. It looks at him suspiciously. How much did his stats go up anyway? When he says 11, it's stunned. Are you making fun of me? The spirit keeps shouting as the system notifications keep popping up. Suddenly, the door flies open. Raiden rushes in, looking incredibly relieved that his friend is finally awake. Yua stands up awkwardly, asking if he's really alright. Jia-on just gives them a warm smile. You guys were way too worried about me. Then, his friend smiles and remembers something important. What is it? Raiden tells him that the general wants to see him the moment he wakes. At the mansion, he greets the general respectfully. It looks like you've made a full recovery, kid. Milan sits there with his arms crossed, while Tarion and the captain stand watch by his side. Trust me, you and I are watching a legend in the making. Milan says he's never seen such growth. I was just lucky. Jia-on says humbly. But deep down, we all know this is just the beginning. You and I are jumping right into a moment where our main character is facing a heavy interrogation from the castle leader. How on earth did you deal with that monster? He sounds genuinely confused. Here it comes. He stays silent, watching them as he thinks. These people clearly don't understand how the Demon King works. If they suspect a link between us, they'll exile me for sure. I need a plan. Seeing his silence, Milan speaks up. You don't have to answer. He blinks in surprise. Wait, what? Then the man just closes his eyes and nods knowingly. We know the Demon King was incredibly powerful, so you must have struck some kind of deal to drive him away. As for the price, we believe you offered up your own body and soul to save every one of us. Jia-on says nothing. The patrol leader assumes silence is a confession. I guess we hit the nail on the head. A deal to save us. Jia-on is still processing this absurdity. Why is everyone coming to the wrong conclusion? Beside him, the Spirit Emperor screams in rage. You idiots, he's the one who gave up his soul, not Jia-on. He groans internally. It just won't stop shouting. Why would we demons even want your pathetic bodies or souls? Now, pay attention, the leaders are making a move that changes everything for our hero. Suddenly, they all stand up, facing him with hands over their hearts and warm smiles on their faces. We want to express our deepest respect for your bravery and every sacrifice you've made for us. Finally, the big announcement drops. Havun Castle will always stand behind you. He just smiles at their gratitude. If you ever need anything, just ask. He speaks up immediately. Actually, there is one favor I'd like. Milan smiles back, telling him to speak freely. He places a hand on his heart. Please, duel me before I leave. Time skips forward to 1 week before graduation. The sun beats down on the mansion gate where guards stand watch. Standing at the entrance, he feels the sloth effect taking hold. His body is becoming incredibly strong, and his techniques are reaching a whole new level of mastery. Today is the day he finally leaves Havun Castle, and his eyes are filled with pure determination. Milan is already waiting on the stage. He can feel his own body is in peak fighting condition. Up in the stands, the crowd is cheering him on. You've got this, Jia-on. You better beat the commander before you go. We believe in you. Milan smiles and asks if he's ready. He grins back, telling him he was ready before the man even started waiting. Milan takes off his coat and grips his sword, looking more excited for a fight than he has in years. Let's not waste any more time. At the very least, I hope this won't be boring for us. With that, he slams his foot down and launches himself forward. His blade points down as aura explodes around him. Milan just smiles. All right, kid, let's get started. You see that look on his face? He knows he's finally facing a real monster of a master from Havun Castle. This pressure is insane. He mutters to himself, then screams as he swings. Here I come. Milan easily raises his blade to block the heavy strike. They both smile as they begin clashing at high speeds. The audience is stunned. Even from the stands, the shockwaves are making the whole ground vibrate. The patrol leader is sweating bullets while Tarion watches the fight with a deep, focused frown. This is insane. He's a genius, sure, but he's just an expert. How can he keep up with the general? His growth and speed are like nothing I've ever seen. Looking at the intense battle, I have to agree. At this rate, he only needs one small breakthrough to reach the level of a true master. He was way weaker than me when he first arrived. It's almost funny. Below them, Milan gives him a tip. Your power and speed are great, but your strikes lack a certain edge. You didn't actually think this would be enough to beat me in a real duel, did you? He smiles back, effortlessly parrying the incoming blows. Not at all. I'm just getting started. He swings his sword, sending wild fang energy slashes flying through the air. A massive slash comes in, but Milan simply steps back and dodges it with ease. He spots a tiny opening at the side. His eyes go wide. There it is, an opening. He grits his teeth and throws a powerful punch, but suddenly, his whole body freezes in complete shock. Milan caught the punch with one hand. No way he blocked that. Then, he's sent flying backward by a counter. He skids across the ground and looks up, his mind racing with confusion and doubt. So what do we take from this? Even a perfect opening can be a trap when facing a master. All right, you and I are about to see a student try to do the impossible against an absolute monster. Even though he knew Milan was strong, seeing him not even break a sweat is chilling. You look surprised, Milan notes. Our main character drops to one knee to acknowledge the massive gap between them. It is like you can predict every single move, he admits. Plus, you are using sword aura and chi constantly without tiring even a little bit. Hearing that, Milan just gives a confident smile and places a hand over his energy core. The secret lies in my intermediate energy core. It only unlocks at the master level, giving you massive power while barely using any aura. Every person carries a flame at the center of their lower abdomen. You are at the peak of the expert rank, but you have not reached the master level yet. Simply put, you cannot defeat me. Jian just stares at Milan, completely shell-shocked by the truth. He had heard stories about this power before, but seeing it in person, the advantage it gives is just terrifying. Milan stands his ground, ready for the next round. This is the true power of a master. Suddenly, Jian starts smiling, confusing the old man. Why are you laughing? Milan asks. Jian just grips his hilt, his hand glowing with sword chi, as he looks back calmly. Because I can finally see the path ahead of me. I am just happy knowing there is still so much more for me to achieve. Milan frowns, realizing the kid is not backing down. Even after hitting a massive wall, he still wants to push through. Without hesitation, Milan tightens his grip, and a surge of raw energy completely coats his blade. Now pay attention, this is where the commander decides to show off his absolute peak power. Let me show you what you have not reached yet. In an instant, a wave of crushing sword chi erupts. Jian can only watch in shock as the pressure bears down on him. This technique is called the Ice Dragon Slash. It is the same move I used to slay a literal frost dragon. Milan steps forward calmly. I have not even gone all out, but this is the first time I have ever used this on a student. A massive vortex of energy gathers at the tip of his sword. Try your best not to die, kid. Jian feels the sheer weight of it. This aura is dense enough to slice through anything in its path. Charging head-on would be suicide. The smart move is to dodge and wait for an opening to counter. He closes his eyes, thinking back to his training. Instead of dodging like before, he looks up with pure, unshakable determination. You and I both know dodging is the safe play, but our main character, he is done running. If I just keep dodging, standing here is pointless. Milan smiles, curious about the boy's next move. Is that all you have got? What is the name of your skill? Jian focuses, combining his training from Havun Castle with the fire techniques he mastered after the battle with Sloth. He looks the commander in the eye. This is the strongest move I can possibly show you right now, Commander. This is the 10th fire style. Breath of the Dragon. Two massive energies clash as the stadium begins to shake. Milan slams his foot down. Very well. Let us see which wins, your dragon or my blade. Jian lunges forward. They collide in a blinding flash, causing a massive explosion that sends smoke everywhere. The spectators can barely see a thing. Tarian shields her face from the intense pressure of the impact. How can an expert create shockwaves this powerful? Is he really trading blows with the commander like this? Everyone strains to see through the dust. Who won? As the smoke clears, the two fighters stand back to back. Jian exhales a heavy breath, then slowly turns around to face Milan with a respectful bow. Thank you for the lesson, Commander. I admit it. I have lost this match. High up in the stands, the crowd erupts. The commander won, but people are going wild for Jian. He almost took down a master. It was absolutely incredible. Milan just gives a mysterious smile. Down on the field, The cheers for the main character show no sign of stopping. Jian, you're the absolute best. Milan sighs and shakes his head with a smile. What a strange kid. I honestly thought just using my aura would be enough to end this. He remembers the final clash. He actually had to activate his protection energy just to stay safe from that last hit. He watches Jian waving to the crowd. Supporting this kid's journey might be the smartest thing I have ever done. The next day at the city gates, Raiden and the crew look devastated. It is hard to believe you are already leaving us. Everyone is sad to see him go. The long-haired man praises his performance, while Dorian stands by ready to travel. Jian smiles toward the commander. Thank you for everything, Milan. The old master just nods back warmly. Take care of yourself out there. Tyrion looks at him with soft eyes, telling him to visit whenever he misses them. You are always welcome here, they say. And as he heads out, you and I know this is only the beginning of a legendary journey. All right, you and I are about to see if our main character can actually leave without causing a scene. Gon asks if the leader will stop bullying the patrol once he is gone. The man waves his hands, looking flustered, and promises those days are over. Gon reaches out his hand with a calm, friendly grin, showing there are no hard feelings between them. Just kidding. I know you better than that. It was an honor fighting alongside you. Let us both make sure we are even stronger next time. To everyone's shock, the leader firmly shakes his hand. He vows to get stronger so he can actually be more useful in the future. With that, Gon and Dorian finally head out. He can't help but look back and wave to the crowd still lingering at the gate. They shout for him to stay safe and remember they have his back. After a final thanks, the duo passes through the city gates. Snow crunches under their boots as Dorian pulls out a map, mumbling to himself that it is finally time to get moving. He points straight ahead, noting that if they keep up this pace without stopping, they should make it back just before graduation. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, making them both stop. Gon turns around and sees her running toward them. He admits he was sad she wasn't there to say goodbye, but Yua can barely speak as she leans over, catching her breath. Now, pay attention here. Because she didn't come empty-handed, she hands over a bundle, explaining she was late because she was preparing this gift. Dorian's eyes light up with pure excitement at the sight. Pineapple pizza? He can't believe she actually prepared enough for the both of them. Gon takes it with a grin, thanking her sincerely. Suddenly, her face turns bright red as she bashfully asks if she can make one request. He gives her a gentle smile. Staring back at him, she completely freezes up, lost in the moment and his kindness. Her courage fails her at the last second. She tells him to forget it, leaving Gon looking totally confused as to why she stopped. She just smiles at his puzzled expression and promises to tell him everything the next time their paths cross again. He looks a bit suspicious, but eventually nods with a gentle smile. He tells her not to forget, and the two finally start their journey. Dorian looks back one last time, waving goodbye and telling her to take care of herself until they all meet again. Yua stands there in silence, her face still glowing red. She whispers to herself that she will definitely find the words to tell him someday. In her heart, she vows that one day, she will ask to walk right beside him on whatever path he chooses in life. Fast forward 1 year later. Graduation season has finally arrived at Training Dojo number 5, and the gardens are buzzing with life. Crowds gather near the main building as the trainees show off the massive gains and achievements they have made over the past year. The once empty halls are now overflowing with noise. You can see just how much these students have changed since they first started their training. You and I both know how hard these guys have been working, so listen to what they're saying now. One student brags about reaching expert level soon, completely unaware that a certain red-haired instructor is watching them from the distance. Another student joins in, wondering just how much the rest of their class has improved during their long time away. They spot Instructor Reimer and rush over to surround him. Everyone is dying to know, has young Master Gon finally returned yet? With graduation only 1 day away, the students are starting to panic. Reimer can only stand there, awkwardly scratching his head in silence. He tries to calm them down, asking if they really think someone like Gon is the type of guy who just gets kidnapped. He tells them to stop worrying and focus on the ceremony, promising that Gon is fine. The students finally relax and listen to him. They agree and start to head out, while Reimer sits back down and shoos them away so they can finish their final preparations. The students thank him and leave, but as soon as they are gone, Reimer's confident smile completely disappears from his face. Reimer immediately bursts into tears, begging Lowen for help. Lowen just stands there, looking helpless, knowing there is absolutely nothing he can do. He looks down at Reimer, who is literally clutching his legs and wailing. The problem is simple. Ga-on and Dorian still haven't returned. Graduation is tomorrow, and Ga-on is officially a month late. Later that night, the two instructors stand out on a high rocky outcrop. Lowen asks why he hasn't just sent a secret letter like he usually does. Reimer just throws his hands up and continues his dramatic sobbing. He cries out that he wants to, but he literally cannot, because of the guards who have completely blocked his path. The Heavenly Sword Regiment has the place on total lockdown. Every entrance is blocked, and they have even gone as far as setting traps. Lowen sighs in frustration. He admits he would tell Reimer everything if he could. But Reimer's past antics have kept him in the dark. Reimer looks up, wiped out and suspicious. He asks if things are really still that tight at the top of the clan. Lowen confirms that the clan head has classified everything about Gon as top secret. Even Glenn hasn't spoken a word to him recently. Hearing that, Reimer loses it, screaming at the top of his lungs. He can't believe they are actually taking it this far. He yells that if Glenn cares about his nephew so much, he should just show it directly. Frustrated by everything, Reimer suddenly leaps off the cliff. And that's where we leave it for now, trust me. You and I need to see where he's heading next. All right, stick with me. We are about to see if our hero can outrun time itself. He keeps rushing forward, shouting that he will ask the Patriarch directly. As he disappears down the mountain path, he waves a final goodbye. He won't kill me over something like this. I will just report exactly what he said. Watching him go, the man behind can only let out a long, helpless sigh. Glenn stares intensely toward the mansion. A massive wave of power radiates from the building, leaving him completely stunned and clutching his head in disbelief. Night falls over the mansion and the central martial hall of the Zishet clan. Karun sits with his arms crossed, looking suspicious. Gon might actually be dead. Across from him, the butler stands respectfully, delivering his latest report. He was supposed to return a month ago, so we sent a search party. But a sudden wave made it impossible for them to reach Havun Castle. The wave has been blocked now, but since we cannot reach his group, we assume he is either badly injured or has already died. The other man adds more detail. Instructor Lemore was so worried he personally went to see the Patriarch. Hearing this, Karen crosses his arms and lets out a satisfied, wicked smile. Perfect. He was always a thorn in my side. I am just happy he disappeared without me having to lift a single finger. The butler mentions reports that he defended Havun Castle against the Blue Spirits, leaving him wondering if the enemy group was the one who attacked him. He smiles and nods. It is very likely. He was definitely a nuisance to those people as well. Now, pay attention, because this is where the plan gets cruel. Looking at the documents, Karen realizes it does not even matter if he survived. Unlike normal tests, Lemore's graduation exam evaluates a student's yearly progress to decide if they can officially be promoted to a full swordsman. Every student receives these evaluation papers. The whole process can take anywhere from a few days to over a week to complete. Thinking of this, he knows graduation is tomorrow. Even if he returns tonight, he will never meet the requirements in time. The butler finally understands the trap. I see. Karun sits back smugly, barking out orders. Either way, it will be hilarious to see his pathetic, disappointed face when he realizes he failed. Report to me immediately if there is news. The butler turns to leave. Yes, of course, sir. The room falls silent again. He leans back in his chair, crossing his arms and laughing with absolute delight at his scheme. I spent so much time wondering how to crush him, but it seems this was his limit. He looks up, waiting for the show to begin. You were at least good for entertainment. High in the blue sky, the shimmering sunlight begins to reveal a very familiar figure. Over at the 5th training hall, graduation day is finally in full swing. Students in their uniforms are laughing and chatting excitedly with one another. You and I can see Sylvia is freaking out. Where is Gon? It is his graduation. If they start without him, her maid tries to calm her down. My lady, they would never start the ceremony without the class representative. So please, try to stay calm. The other students are cheering loudly. Our graduation day is finally here. I can't believe it has actually come at last. When we were sent on that mission, I honestly thought I was a goner. Now, I feel like even an ogre couldn't stop me. Suddenly, Bren appears and calls out to the two students. Hey, graduation is about to start. Why are you two still standing here gossiping? The friend gasps. Bren gives them a serious warning. Stop being so sloppy and get back to your positions right now. The two of them quickly scurry away. Fine, fine. He watches them leave and sighs. I wonder when those guys will finally grow up. Someone else walks up and speaks. I thought you might have changed a bit, but it looks like you are just as stiff as ever. Bren frowns and turns around. Look at yourself. That sharp mouth of yours hasn't gotten any better since we started, has it? Martha steps forward with total confidence. Who cares if I am sharp? It doesn't matter. Bren is left completely and utterly speechless. That attitude was fine during our training, but things won't be so easy once you are officially out in the real world today. Especially on missions, you are always trying to pick a fight. Martha says casually. As long as I just knock them out, nobody will dare to complain. Bren sighs. We will just have to see how long that confidence of yours actually lasts. He looks toward the gate with high hopes. I wonder why he isn't here yet. The ceremony is starting. Was he really ambushed? Runan appears behind them and firmly declares that he will definitely return to the academy before the day is over. There is no way Gon would lose to those people. Martha just scoffs. How would you know? Honestly, it is better if he stays gone. That way, I get to take his spot as the representative. Runan frowns and raises her voice with clear anger. He will definitely come back, so stop talking so irresponsibly. Martha yells back that it is already way too late for him. If he were actually coming back, he would have been here ages ago. Bren holds his head. Stop it, you two. Then, a loud announcement rings out. The graduation ceremony is now officially beginning. All graduating students, return to your assigned positions immediately. He walks down the stairs during the formal introductions. The eternal son of Zishet, the great master of the north. So what do you and I think? Will he make it? Clan leader Glenn is entering. Please welcome the great patriarch. All right, stick with me because we are about to see one of the most epic graduation entrances in Manhwa history today. But the clan leader immediately shuts him down, saying that even though no specific date was set, everyone knew graduation was in February. So, if they haven't returned by now, it simply means they aren't qualified to graduate with the rest of the class. You surely aren't suggesting we postpone the entire ceremony just because two missing students haven't shown up yet, are you? Instructor Reimer falls silent, unable to argue. He turns back to the students and announces they will proceed with the ceremony. The graduation will be presided over by the clan leader and the entire council of Zieghart family elders. Now, one final roll call before we begin. Out of 43 students, 41 are present and 2 are missing. The class worries for Rayon. Is Rayon really not coming back? Are we seriously starting without him? Right then, the official announcement continues over the crowd. Roll call is finished. We will now begin the graduation ceremony, so close the gates. The heavy doors start sliding shut. Runan watches the closing gates with a face full of regret, while Martha and Buren stare forward, looking incredibly tense. Pay attention to the doors here, because right before they shut, a sudden force slams into them and stops them cold. Wait, why did the gates stop? This has never happened during a closing ceremony in the history of the academy before. Is something wrong? Suddenly, a boy with striking golden hair walks through the opening. It is none other than Rayan. He speaks up, saying he didn't mean to cause such a scene. Reimer sighs in relief, joking that he should have been even later. Honestly, this kid is the absolute best at making everyone around him worry their heads off for no reason. Rayon cheerfully announces that Rayon Zieghart has returned, but he is surprised by how emotional and excited everyone is acting. Rayon. He explains he got back a bit later than expected, while Runan whispers that she was waiting for him. Buren asks what he means by a little, and Martha calls him an idiot for almost failing when he is the class representative. Why are you so late? Everyone is shouting, while Dorian stands behind them smiling, wondering if anyone noticed him too. Reimer finally speaks up, saying he is just glad the kid is back. Sorry, instructor. Raoul replies as he is reminded of the time. Get to your position quickly. Everyone is waiting. Since you are the representative, you need to head to the very front. Everything seems perfect, right? Well, think again, because a sudden shout echoes through the arena. telling them to stop. Rayon looks up to see Karen glaring down at him with a scowl before turning his attention toward the clan leader. Clan leader? The other students returned and proved their skills a month ago, but Raon just got back today. Since we haven't confirmed his second mission yet, I don't think he should be allowed to graduate right now. Another elder agrees, noting that while graduation depends on the whole year, Raon Sieghart still hasn't proven his current level. Karen Sieghart looks down with a smug grin, clearly enjoying this chance to sabotage the boy's graduation right at the finish line. Surely you don't intend to make everyone wait here while you try to prove yourself, right? Now, get out. Reimer looks at the clan leader and the master of the arena with a smirk, asking if he can prove Rayon's power right now. Before anyone can even answer, both of them suddenly lunge forward and clash in the middle of the arena. Raon easily blocks Reimer's incoming strike, leaving Martha absolutely stunned. What? How is this even possible for him? Is Raon's power really only at the expert level? Reimer laughs, saying that swordsmen always communicate through their blades. Rayon releases a massive burst of energy to push back against the pressure. That is it, Reimer shouts, looking totally confident. Two incredible forces collide, sending both fighters flying high up into the air above the stunned and cheering crowd. Their clashing powers explode in the sky like brilliant fireworks. Sylvia and her servant watch the beautiful display with wide eyes. Karen grits his teeth in rage, thinking that even if Reimer is holding back, this is not a strike that a mere student should block. He wonders what on earth happened to the boy during his time away to gain this much explosive strength. While he fumes with jealousy, everyone else is mesmerized by the glowing sparks flying between the two powerful warriors. Facing Karen's frustrated expression, Rayon asks if this performance is enough evidence for his graduation ceremony. Right, Arena Master? His confident face makes the enemy feel like they are being mocked in front of the entire clan. Karen can only retreat to his seat, huffing in pure annoyance because he has been totally shut down in public. Reimer smiles brightly and asks the clan leader if they can finally start the ceremony. The leader just laughs and calls him a shameless brat. Look at the mess you made of my arena. I will deal with all of Rayon's details after the ceremony is over. He then orders Reimer to proceed with the 5th Training Hall's graduation. Representative Raon Sieghart, step forward. That is where we leave it. All 43 students are present. You and I know Rayon is just getting started. Trust me, you and I are starting at the 5th Training Hall's graduation ceremony.